Hey, if you enjoyed the video, don't forget to hit that thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every single like and comment truly means a lot and helps keep this project alive. Thanks so much for listening.
Chapter 1001. First movement. When the wraith in front of him was gone, Emlyn White retracted his gaze, untied the thread on the dossier, and pulled out the documents inside. As he read through them, Emlyn had a rough idea of Ernst Boyar's routine. This sanguine viscount had a routine which was rather random, staying at home, out visiting exhibitions, partaking in wine tasting at manors in the city outskirts, shopping at department stores with female companions, or sketching female models. He was like the typical wealthy man. However, Ernst had recently been visiting St. Georgeborough every other day to monitor the renovations of the furniture factory he had invested in. It was a bid to ensure that it could quickly resume work. This way, the sanguine viscount's lifestyle became repetitive. The places he visited, the paths he took, and the places he had lunch were repeated every other day. Emlyn pressed down on his temples, seriously filtering out three venues which were suitable for the operation. The first was inside, or at the entrance of the furniture factory owned by Ernst Boyar. The second was St. Hiron's Square, where he stopped along the way home for a meal and to feed birds. The third place was Backland Bridge. Unless Ernst was willing to take a huge detour, he had to pass by this area when traveling between his home and St. Georgeborough. These three spots meet the requirement of having plenty of people, making it chaotic. However, Backland Bridge has too few entrances and exits. With the two ends locked down, one can only leave by jumping into the river. An act only chosen by idiots. St. Hiron's Square comes under St. Hiron Cathedral, core to the Church of Steam in Backland, and even the entirety of Lone. It's akin to the Second Holy See. It meets Mr. Hanged Man's suggestion. It can effectively prevent conflicts from escalating, and it can interfere with any subsequent divination and investigations. Emlyn gradually had an inclination, and once a living being had an inclination, they would unknowingly seek more reasons to affirm their choice, and Emlyn was no exception, without a doubt. The more he thought about it, the more he was convinced that St. Hiron's Square met almost all the requirements. First, Ernst wouldn't stay in the area for too long. He would have lunch at a restaurant with Civilhouse cuisine, since he was born in Civilhouse County. Secondly, there were several tracked carriage stops in the vicinity, making the area filled with traffic on foot. With most of them being people from the lower or middle class, accidents often happened. Thirdly, with it as the origin, one would enter the area south of the bridge if one didn't head to the Backland Bridge. It would then be close by to the Harvest Church. Finally, at noon, the St. Hiron Cathedral would spew steam, turn its levers, and chime a clock. It was inevitable for everyone's attention to be attracted. It's confirmed. Emlyn quickly made up his mind. Raising his right hand and adjusting his bow tie, his red eyes were filled with anticipation. At this moment, he suddenly frowned, sensing that something wasn't right. St. Hiron's Square was just perfect for the job. It was so suitable that almost all the conditions were met. Will Ernst be wary against my revenge? Why would he allow himself to stay in such an environment for such long periods of time? Even if he's stupid enough to not realize it, wouldn't the Earls warn him? The corners of Emlyn's mouth curled up slightly as he understood the reason. St. Hiron's Square was the venue the sanguine upper echelons had designated for him. Heh, Emlyn chuckled, keeping his mouth curled. He decided to request Mr. Fool to have a gathering for the few members, and also invite Mr. Hanged Man to discuss the plan in detail. This was different from the framework that they had previously decided upon. They needed to consider every detail and consider every problem. At 15 minutes to 12, St. Georgeborough, St. Hiron's Square, in a private room on the third story of a restaurant northwest of the square, a figure stood in front of the window, holding a cup filled with scarlet blood-like liquid. He was leisurely looking at the fountain nearby and the crowds that came and went. He was a lanky person, wearing a formal suit meant for banquets. His light-colored hair that was nearly silver and his bright red eyes combined together to give him a sense of coquettish handsomeness. There was a constant faint smile lining his lips. My lord, will it really be fine? Emlyn seems to be different from before. This can be seen from his recent hunt of the primordial moon believers. A middle-aged man in a dark suit walked to the window and said with some hint of worry. The man who had been politely addressed cast his gaze at the square where Emlyn White stood. He was listening to a violinist busking on the street as he chuckled. Our preparations are enough even against a demigod, much less a kid who hasn't even become a viscount. Besides, we don't really plan on doing anything serious. Our only goal is to identify and make confirmations. This is a lot simpler than preventing certain people from escaping. As he spoke, the man with the light hair and bright red eyes raised his right hand slightly, rotating the ring on his left ring finger. The ring was made of silver, and embedded in it was a strange gem with a ghostly blue hue. On a carriage driving towards St. Hiron's Square, Ernst Boyar had his right hand over his left. He naturally rotated the ring on his ring finger that had a ghostly blue gem embedded in it. He casually looked out the window and saw a trackless carriage slowly drive over from afar. A paperboy slightly taller than 160 centimeters had a sling bag across his chest as he peddled his papers along the street. Quite a number of bicycles had replaced the carriages that were often seen last year. They darted through the crowds in St. George Borough. Here, the number of workers wearing light blue or grayish-blue uniforms with hats had far exceeded the number of people in formal suits and top hats. Ernst retracted his gaze as he chuckled. He had no fear about what would happen next. He even looked forward to it. He believed that he had made enough preparations. He wore Oath of Rose on his left hand. It allowed him to share what he saw, heard, and smelled with Earl Mistral from a distance away. It made sure that nothing would go wrong while ensuring that their objective was met. In his inner pocket, where his silver pocket watch was, there was a moon paper figurine. These could suffer a single lethal blow or an attack that targeted his sole body. It ensured that he wouldn't suffer any serious injuries or death within a short span of time. He also wore Alcohol Nemesis, a diamond brooch. It kept him brimming with energy with lucidity in his thoughts. It raised his resistance against spells that acted on the body of heart and mind. By his waist was a belt named Moonlight Sash. It could effectively reduce sun and lightning damage. These mystical items were the accumulation of earnest wealth or were bestowed by Earl Mistral. It made sure that Ernst was a target that could hardly be quickly finished off or controlled. With the sanguine Viscount's natural resistance against nightmare-type influences, Ernst was nearly without weakness. Even against a demigod, he could put up a fight as long as the latter didn't reveal their mythical creature form. The only problem is that the negative effects of all these mystical items are quite excessive. Ernest's facial muscles twitched, but he quickly composed himself. The Oath of Rose would make his thoughts appear in Earl Mistral's mind from time to time, and if he kept wearing it for a week without removing it, the pair who had the matching rings might very well end up in love, regardless of gender or race. Moon paper figurine was an expendable item. It had nearly zero side effects, apart from making the body slightly cold. The alcohol nemesis brooch's problem was that it would deal continuous damage to one's liver and brain. If it was worn for excessively long periods of time, it might result in one losing one's thoughts and logical reasoning. Therefore, one had to take it off for 15 minutes after every half an hour of equipping it. Once Moonlight Sash was worn, it made all senses much sharper, making it easy for one to see and hear things one shouldn't see or hear. At the same time, the wearer would feel itchy at intermittent intervals. Let's hope they don't cower in fear, and that this doesn't drag on. Ernst Boyar checked on his condition once again, casting his gaze of anticipation at the St. Hiron's Square's entrance nearby. On the other end of St. Hiron's Square, Emlyn White, who was taking in the sights of the buskers on the streets, suddenly looked up at a bird that flew over. Following that, he raised his hand to press down on his top hat. Bowing his head slightly, he briskly walked to the middle of the square, approaching the fountain. In this process, Emlyn's figure kept moving as he mixed into the crowd. However, this failed to avoid Earl Mistral's tracking. This sanguine Earl with silver hair rotated the ghostly blue gem ring on his left ring finger and coldly said, "Take note." At the entrance of St. Hiron's Square, Ernst Boyar grew increasingly pumped. He knew that the operation was about to come. Finally. Emlyn still chose St. Hiron's Square. After all, Ernst cast his gaze out the window once more, warily watching the pedestrians on the street, the trackless public carriages that were about to pass him, the ordinary paperboy who was peddling his papers, and the elegant windows of the surrounding houses and shops. He didn't believe that Emlyn's potential partners were hiding in there, because there were even more better spots in St. Hiron's Square that made it conducive to take action. However, he still kept up the required level of wariness. Suddenly, his body lunged forward slightly as he nearly got out of his seat. The carriage he was on had stopped without any warning. Right on the heels of that, the horses that pulled the carriage seemed to be in a nightmare as they raised their front hooves, struggling wildly, flipping the carriage to the ground. During this process, Ernst Boyar actually had ample space, time, and strength to help the carriage driver control the berserk horse. However, he didn't do so, because he saw a transparent wolf-shaped spectre jump over from outside the window. It had thrown a rose within its body. A rose. Ernst Boyar's eyes widened as the carriage toppled. He hurriedly jumped to the side and out the carriage as he made an illusory and incorporeal black chain extend out of the void. It wrapped around the wolf-shaped spectre. With a soft poof, the wolf-shaped spectre dissipated without a struggle. And when Ernst Boyar found his footing, he stood there motionless, his eyes turbid. He had already been pulled into a deep sleep. In a trackless public carriage that passed him by, a black-haired, green-eyed young man wore a thin trench coat. His back was facing the middle of the street as he focused on reading a notebook with a green bronze hardcover. Around him, the other passengers were either reading the papers or chatting. Some were looking out only to see the berserk horse quickly recover. With a whoosh, the black-haired, green-eyed man flipped the page of the notebook. The trackless carriage continued forward and gradually distanced itself. Chapter 1002. Second movement, St. Hierons Square, in the northwestern corner, at the third story of a restaurant. When the wolf spectre with the rose appeared in front of Ernst Boyar, the silver-haired, scarlet-eyed minstrel retracted his gaze from Ernst Boyar. Darkness suffused from behind him as countless tiny bats flew within. Bribed just as this sanguine earl silently muttered this single word, he saw the toppled carriage, heard the neighing of the horse, and smelled all kinds of smells. However, he wasn't able to instantly find the origin of the disturbance and accident. At this moment, his vision darkened as his eyes seemed to lose the ability to take in light. The din in his ears also halted. Earl Mistral chortled inwardly as he immediately fused with the bats behind him, rematerializing beside Ernst Boyar. Suddenly, in his black vision, a point of light appeared. This point of light rapidly expanded as it grew brighter and brighter. A golden figure with 12 pairs of pitch-black wings walked out of it. The pairs of wings spread out, blanketing Mistral's vision, causing light and darkness to mix. This created mysterious and complicated symbols that didn't differentiate themselves within the golden figure. It was both holy and corrupted, both light and dark. Angel. Mistral's pupils widened slightly as he couldn't help but take a step back, terminating his previous thoughts. In confusion, Ernst Boyar rapidly snapped awake when he saw a pair of limpid eyes that resembled crystalline gems or a lake. He felt a copy of the newspapers being stuffed into his hand. In those emerald green eyes were ripples. Deep within the emanating ripples were twirls of a vortex that seemed to suck in the soul of anyone who lay their eyes on them. Ernst Boyar instantly became engrossed in it as he couldn't move his eyes away. Then he heard a gentle and ethereal female voice in his ears. Take this newspaper and follow Emlyn White. Take this newspaper and follow Emlyn White. This voice was layered as it resounded within Ernst Boyar's ears. It drilled into his brain, sinking deep into his heart. Ernst Boyar nodded in a daze, sensing that there was more, but he couldn't hear it clearly. The paperboy with a sling bag diagonally across his shoulders swiftly turned around and agilely passed through the bicycles, mixing into the crowd that came and went. This boy had a pretty face as his messy hair drooped down and hid his brows. As he walked, he took off a black fishnet glove that he had worn at some point in time, stuffing it into his sling bag filled with newspapers. As the wind blew, his clothes shrank as a spot on his exposed arm protruded out. A few seconds later, Ernst Boyar suddenly jumped back from where he stood, doing so as though he had been trying to dodge something. No good. I was influenced by a nightmare's ability. Just as he found his footing, his pupils dilated as he looked around his surroundings in a state of high alert, prepared for any impending attacks. Although Ernst Boyar was perplexed about how easily he was pulled into a dream, he knew that it wasn't time to consider the details. What followed next was key. He couldn't afford to be distracted. Ring. A few bicycles passed him as they used their bells to warn the gentleman in the middle of the road to make way. Ernst Boyar narrowed his eyes as he glared at him, his muscles under his clothes ready to deliver their might. These few bicycles circled around him as the pedestrians came and went, some slowing down their footsteps and pointing their fingers. Gong, gong, gong. 12 gongs were heard as the white steam spewed out from the chimneys of St. Hierond Cathedral. The holy hymns of praise resounded as the gears and levers got to work. On the square, everyone stopped in their footsteps. At that holy moment, they either closed their eyes in prayer or were listening silently, regardless of whether they were believers of the God of steam and machinery or not. Only the pigeons that were being fed flew up and soared into the sky. Gong, gong, gong. As the gong sounded, no one moved. Even Earl Mistral, who was inside a private room at the restaurant, stood there motionless with a heavy expression. His vision had already recovered, but all he saw was workers wearing grayish-blue or light blue clothes and bicycles of the same make. Apart from that, he discovered nothing. Furthermore, Ernst Boyar hadn't been injured at all. Of course, he had guessed that the paperboy was problematic from the newspaper in the sanguine Viscount's hand. However, he didn't attempt to carry out a pursuit. Clearly, the power that had borrowed the level of an angel didn't belong to a low or mid-sequence Beyonder. This also meant that Emlyn White's faction had at least a demigod hidden in the vicinity. Mistral believed that once he took action, he was bound to be stopped or even incur retaliation. In a situation of being easily detected while not knowing where his opponents were hiding, Mistral believed that it spelled trouble. Carrying out a pursuit in such cases only exacerbated the matter. Furthermore, to the Sanguine, this was only a test. If the faction backing Imlin had mobilized a demigod, they could detain that powerhouse thanks to Ernst Boyar's protective measures. And through Oath of Rose, Mistral could confirm the attacker's identity. They had never thought of escalating the matter into an intense conflict. In their plans, it only involved Earl Mistral stopping the other party to prevent Ernst Boyar from suffering any harm. In the present situation, they had lost the initiative. To forcefully carry out a pursuit might highly likely result in a demigod's battle. And in Backland, around St. Hierond Cathedral, this was equivalent to suicide. Besides, to Mistral, since the other demigod hadn't personally taken action and had only provided auxiliary help, to personally take action and make a pursuit would be a loss of decorum and an insult to his reputation as a sanguine earl. Humph, I want to see what happens next. Mistral's facial muscles twitched as he rotated the ghostly blue ring on his left hand once more. After the 12 gongs, Emlyn started walking again. He circled past the fountain and arrived at the other end of St. Hierond's Square amidst the landing pigeons. He then saw Ernst Boyar, who had his back hunched slightly, afraid to even move half a step. He saw the toppled carriage, the horse that was flicking its tail, and the carriage driver who wore a look of pain. Emlyn walked over, took out a wallet, and pulled out £100. He handed it to the carriage driver and said, "This is your compensation." Ah, the carriage driver wore a blank but pleasantly surprised look. The rental carriage wasn't his. He was only an ordinary employee. After the carriage was damaged because of the horse being startled, he experienced a brief moment of feeling the pinch. Following that, it was anxiousness and despair that ruled over his mind. Based on the so-called contract and other similar accidents he had seen over the years, he was responsible for all of this. This meant compensation from him, and with his income and family situation, meant bankruptcy. During that short moment, all kinds of thoughts had surfaced in the carriage driver's mind. They were mainly of three types. One was to scare the frozen gentleman and get him to pay compensation. This prevented his family from falling apart, with his children having to slave away at the factories at a young age. Another option was to immediately bring the horse to a gangster and sell it. Then he would return home and leave Backland with his wife and children. The last option was to arrange for his family to move from the place they rented. He would then plead with the owner of the carriage, hoping that he could repay it in installments. If the person wasn't agreeable, he would rather be thrown into jail than reimburse him a single penny. Now, having £100 suddenly hit him left his mind groggy. He was at a loss for words. £100 was enough to buy a brand new rental carriage, and even more. Emlyn ignored the carriage driver and looked at Ernst. "Everything's fine now. Aren't you the biggest problem? How can it be fine with you here?" Ernst lampooned as he rotated the ring with the ghostly blue gem on his left hand. For some unknown reason, he felt that he should believe Emlyn White and even approach him. Emlyn shot a glance, suddenly turned around, and walked briskly into an alley. Ernst subconsciously opened up his stride and followed closely behind. He kept holding on to the newspaper in hand. The two sanguine moved at extremely fast speeds, with one running and the other chasing. However, they didn't dare reveal anything extraordinary. When Earl Mistral sensed that the two sanguine were beyond the reach of his spirituality, he used the connection between the paired oath of rose rings to follow behind unhurriedly. Emlyn occasionally made detours, taking shortcuts and occasionally returning to spots they had been before. It made it difficult to guess where his destination was. As for Ernst, he was like a bull having seen a red cloth. He refused to give up as he followed closely behind. Unknowingly, the two sanguine arrived at Rose Street, which was south of the bridge. At this moment, Emlyn suddenly sped up. He wasn't afraid that others saw him producing afterimages as he dashed right into the Harvest Church. Ernst did the same. Not good. From afar, Earl Mistral was just about to descend upon them to stop the subsequent developments when Ernst's figure vanished inside the Harvest Church's entrance. Catcher, a tile at Mistral's foot, instantly shattered. After entering the cathedral, Ernst came to a realization. He then saw a figure wearing a brown priest robe stand up at the front of all the rows of pews. He appeared like a mountain. At the same time, the entire cathedral turned heavy as if it was a jail. It seemed to fuse with the land itself. Ernst's mind buzzed immediately as another voice sounded in his mind. After you awaken from the first hypnosis, throw all the items on you to Emlyn White. Amidst shuffling sounds, Ernst took off his sash, threw out the brooch, and slammed the various items towards Emlyn White. This included his silver pocket watch and a wallet filled with cash. Pa! The newspaper in his hand fell to the ground, throwing out a paper card that was stuffed within. On the paper card was the goddess of justice sitting on a chair and holding a sword and scale. It was the tarot card Justice. Chapter 1003. Ritornello, after throwing everything other than his clothes, Ernst Boyar was stunned for a moment before he snapped to his senses. What am I doing? What did I do? This sanguine viscount finally recalled the matters he had deliberately forgotten those pair of emerald-green, limpid eyes. A psychological cue, no hypnosis. Ernst Boyar looked around in anger and irresistible horror, instinctively taking in the situation he was in. His gaze then landed on the mountain-like figure. He saw Father Atravsky with his thin and sparse brows. Instantly, Ernst Boyar had all sorts of thoughts run through his mind and collide with one another. He quickly came up with one intense thought. He didn't put up any resistance, and he immediately said, I'll come here to do a month of volunteer work. Emlyn's predicament had long been spread amongst the sanguine in Backland. Ernst Boyar was well aware of Father Atravsky and knew that, even if he were to put up a fight, it was difficult for him to escape the fate of doing volunteer work. He might as well surrender and choose conditions that were more beneficial to him. At the very least, I shouldn't have any cues planted in my mind and end up converting my faith to Earth Mother. This thought flashed through Ernst's mind. He discovered a lantern in Atravsky's hand, and inside it was a strange candle that seemed to be covered in human skin with protruding lumps. Under the candlelight's faint illumination, Ernst's pupils widened again. He only had one thought on his mind remaining as it kept resonating. Another psychological cue at that moment. He felt the gloominess thicken in his heart. All right, Atravsky nodded and agreed to Ernst Boyar's request. Emlyn held back his smugness and pleased smile. He then looked at the items he had caught, looking like a farmer who had just reaped a bountiful harvest. In a private room on the third story of a restaurant northwest of the square, the lights darkened as a huge shadow appeared. Tiny bats flew out of the darkness and quickly clumped together. Smoke rose up as the silver-haired, scarlet-eyed Earl Mistral appeared at the spot where the bats had appeared. Everything around him had been restored to normal. His servant, a middle-aged man in a dark formal suit, immediately stepped forward and asked with a bow, My lord, are you having your meal now? He couldn't tell if things had happened smoothly or if something had gone wrong, much less about the success of the outcome from the Earl's face. However, he didn't dare inquire. Mistral nodded and said, Yes. He walked to the table with a composed look, took off the ring with the ghostly blue gem, and sat down without showing a chink in his disposition. It was as though he had headed out to feed the pigeons. This rich smell is rather unique, but it's not bad in the private room neighboring Earl Mistral. Klein was wearing a very ordinary face as he commented on the Civilhouse cuisine delicacy tripe. This punishment operation was an attempt by the few members of the Terro Kluben that didn't need the world or Mr. Fool's interference, but considering how Miss Justice and the Moon Emlyn had zero experience in such matters and lacked experience in other matters. He had come to the area incognito as a final safeguard. He had previously used his marionette to pray to the fool while he entered the attached bathroom of his private room to head above the grey fog. Using the corresponding point of light he had taken in the entire square and its surroundings, he kept holding the Sea Guard scepter the entire time, prepared to deliver a lightning strike to prevent any problems once he discovered anything amiss. However, he ultimately didn't do a thing. Everything happened more smoothly than he imagined. There was no need for him to consider the experience the star Leonard, but Miss Justice, who was participating in such matters for the first time, had exceeded his expectations. She wasn't nervous at all, not showing any signs of panic. Indeed, a sequence 6 of the spectator pathway is far greater than low and mid-sequence bayonders of the other pathways when it comes to controlling emotions. Even if she felt uneasy, she would have resolved it with her bayonder powers before the Operation Klein nodded indiscernibly as he continued sampling the other delicacies. Outside the window, on St. Hiron Square, it became filled with lively music, an eclectic mix of the flute, violin, accordion, and seven-string guitar. A rental carriage was slowly circling around the perimeter of St. Hiron Square. Leonard Mitchell, who was prepared to return to the north bank of the Backland Bridge, took one look at the pigeons in the middle of the square before asking with a suppressed voice, "Old man, what's your take regarding the outcome of this operation?" After he pulled Ernst Bayar into a dream, he flipped Leymano's travels and activated Angel's embrace. He then left the scene on carriage, unsure of the subsequent developments. In his mind, Palles Zoroast snapped back. In the fourth epoch, there's such a saying, believe in the might of deities. This means that this matter has received the tacit approval of Mr. Fool, so it's bound to succeed. However, Old Man doesn't know much about the Tarot Club. Mr. Fool is a witness most of the time, so there's no so-called tacit approval, Leonard mumbled inwardly before diverting the topic. Why doesn't this saying feel complete? He had never informed Palles Zoroast of the exact situation of the Tarot Club. All he did was give mention of the general situation of the Tarot Club and inform him of the matters that had been approved by Mr. Fool. Palles chuckled and said, "Indeed, there's also a second half of the saying, do not trust their benevolence. Believe in the might of deities, but do not trust their benevolence," Leonard repeated in silence as he looked down at the notebook with a bronze hardcover. He then muttered wistfully, "This is really akin to Grade 1 sealed artifact. Furthermore, resolving its negative effects is relatively simple." Before this operation, consideration was given to the fact that bayonders of the pathway involving the moon domain, as well as the darkness, had relatively stronger resistance against nightmare-related effects. Leonard had originally planned on borrowing creeping hunger from the world Klein Morty. However, after some subsequent discussion, Miss Magician mentioned the traits of Leymano's travels, giving him a better option. Hence, Klein, who was originally responsible for Angel's embrace, lent him creeping hunger for 3 hours. Various useful bayonder powers were recorded, such as bribe weaken. "This is something from the Abraham family," Palles Zoroast said with a sigh. Leonard had long known of this as he nodded indiscernibly. He then asked, "Old man, do you have the means of weakening or controlling the negative effects of the mystical item I previously mentioned?" "You call that a mystical item? That's something that requires sealing," Palles first reprimanded Leonard. Then he said, "Didn't you say that it has a living characteristic? That makes it much easier to resolve." Leonard felt relieved as he cast his gaze out the window again, taking in the sight of St. Hiron Cathedral, which had parts resembling factories. In Phelps Street, North Borough, in the vicinity of St. Samuel Cathedral, at the entrance of the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation. After changing her clothes, Audrey got off a carriage like an ordinary girl. She had already gotten rid of her paperboy attire at a hotel room that had been prepared ahead of time. And that room was reserved by someone under Emlyn's instructions. It had nothing to do with her. At this moment, there were people coming and going at the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation's entrance, but Audrey walked over without any hesitation. No one looked at her, as though she lived in another world. Audrey briskly walked into the foyer, went up to the second story, and headed for the director's office. And everyone who she walked past seemed to join her in playing a game, pretending as though they hadn't seen her. They weren't puzzled about why this unfamiliar girl was inside. Audrey was just about to enter the office when she suddenly heard a familiar voice inside. "Miss Audrey, this is the amount of donations we have gathered this week." Audrey couldn't help but curl the ends of her lips as she gently nudged the ajar door and walked in. Inside the office, a staff member was holding a stack of documents, showing it to the person behind the desk. Sitting behind the desk was a golden retriever with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses hanging by her neck. It sat at the director's seat, casually flipping through the documents, and said, "That wouldn't be an issue." The staff member then took back the document and smiled at the golden retriever. "Then I'll take my leave, Miss Audrey." Behind her, Audrey held back her laughter as she walked to the sofa. She silently watched the staff member leave without interrupting the golden retriever from reading the other documents. Susie seriously read the different documents, afraid that something wrong would happen to her acting, thus affecting Audrey's matters. After a while, she suddenly looked around in puzzlement. "Audrey, are you back? How did you notice?" Audrey stood up from the sofa and appeared within Susie's sights. For this operation, she had specially spoken to Susie. She got the latter to replace her at work in the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation. Then, with the golden retriever in tow, she hypnotized all the staff members who would interact with her that day, making them treat Susie as Audrey. As for any possible visitors, she told her staff that there would only be guests in the afternoon, and the signal to snap out of the hypnosis was the cathedral bells at 2 in the afternoon. Susie jumped off the chair after seeing Audrey, saying in exasperation, "It's almost 2." "That's right." Audrey inwardly made a silly face as she rushed into the small lounge and changed into her clothes. She then used Lai's flame-controlling powers to burn her previous disguise. After returning to her office and sitting at her seat, she felt completely relaxed. She clasped her hands together and lightly pursed her lips. To be frank, she had always been nervous. However, she had successfully cast Placate on herself before the operation, preventing any slip-ups. It's quite interesting now that I reminisce over it. We even discussed how we would compensate those who were affected. Audrey, well done." A smile beamed on the blonde, green-eyed beauty as it grew brighter. After this operation, she realized that her hypnotist potion had digested by a significant amount. Furthermore, she had also confirmed one thing. The mystical item, Hand of Horror, which came with bribe charm, worked perfectly with hypnosis. "Yes, I also learned that Mr. Moon's name is Emlyn White." He didn't bother hiding the matter, because he had to tell me. Otherwise, we wouldn't have achieved our goals. Yes, yes. Perhaps just giving the name of the cathedral was enough, but that will still expose his identity. I'm still feeling some anxiety. I was too stiff when hypnotizing. I actually used words that were too direct. During the first level of hypnosis, Audrey cast Placate on her slightly agitated feelings as she reviewed the entire operation, hoping that she could draw from the experience and lessons of today. Gong, gong. St. Samuel Cathedral's bells chimed, indicating that it was 2 in the afternoon. Many staff who were inside 22 Phelps Street at the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation had their bodies tremble after hearing it. Following that, they continued with their work as though nothing had happened. Gong, gong. Amidst the cathedral's bells, Klein, who had transformed back into Dwayne Dance, once again walked to 160 Beekland Street's balcony and took in the situation of Mac's house. At this moment, a carriage passed by his residence's entrance and drove to the end of the street. Suddenly, Klein felt his perception trigger as a scene surfaced in his mind. A grey rat was leaning against the carriage's window, leisurely watching the street scenery. Chapter 1004. Third movement. Grey rat. Klein's eyelids twitched as he didn't hesitate to turn back into his half-open room, leave the balcony, and enter the master bedroom. He then entered the bathroom. He moved at an adequate pace, doing so as though he had been repeating this entire process like a daily routine. Locking the bathroom's door, Klein took 4 steps counterclockwise and passed through the grey fog filled with ravings and roars, finally taking his seat on the high-backed chair of the fool. And before this, he made his valet, Inuni, who was standing by the corridor, softly pray to sea god Calvatua. Using the corresponding point of light, he beckoned for the sea god scepter and began expanding his vision. He then larked onto the carriage that was driving towards Mac's Residenza 39 Barkland Street. And this time, the person leaning against the glass window and leisurely taking in the scenery was no longer a grey rat, but a young man wearing a silk top hat and black trench coat. He had black hair and black eyes. His face was thin with a broad forehead. He wore a crystal monocle and had a faint smile on his lips. He was none other than the blasphemer, the angel of time, son of the creator Ammon. Although Klein was already mentally prepared, his anxiety made his entire body feel chilly. Ammon had clearly appeared in his original form, but after stealing the rat demigod's destiny, he appeared as a grey rat in everyone's eyes without incurring any suspicion. He and his brother, Angel of Imagination Adam, had certain powers which were similar. It left terror in the mind of others the more they thought about it, but it was intrinsically different. If not for the grey fog, and not for my deeper control of this place, I wouldn't have discovered it. Either Klein felt a mix of joy and alarm as he expanded his vision to seek out Ammon's avatars. Compared to the grafting of destiny, the signs of parasitizing was a lot clearer. However, Klein didn't notice anything this time. Be it the other passengers in the carriage, the horses that towed the carriage, or the surrounding trees and air, there wasn't any sign of parasitizing. This is different from what Leonard's grandpa said. Shouldn't the appearance of one Ammon mean the accompaniment of many more Ammons? He is clearly aware that he was discovered by a bizarro sorcerer of the Church of Evernite, and he suspects that Barkland Street is under surveillance. Therefore, he only sent a single avatar to investigate the situation. Klein frowned as he came up with theories. He was a little unsure of how to handle the current development. Of course, he recalled Palace Zoroast mentioning that as long as one avatar was resolved, he could eliminate all the Ammons in Barkland Street. And now, there was only one Ammon in Barkland Street, a perfect time to take action. I'll first hear what the expert's opinion is. Klein immediately conjured the world Jayaman Sparrow's figure at the other end of the long bronze table and made him reverently and piously pray. Honorable Mr. Fool, please inform Leonard Mitchell that Ammon has appeared at 39 Barkland Street, but there's only one. While Jayaman Sparrow made the prayer, Klein didn't stop monitoring the carriage. He saw Hazel in a light-colored dress alight and enter her foyer. Ammon, who was wearing a monocle and black trench coat, walked behind her with complete composure. Despite not having any concealment, the servants didn't notice him at all. It was as though there was only air or some inconspicuous creature behind Miss Hazel. Occasionally, the female servants would look at the ground and jump in fright. Just as they were about to scream, they would forget what they were about to do after their mouths opened. Ammon passed through the foyer and walked up the stairs. Pinching the crystal monocle, Ammon stuffed his hands into his pockets. Ringed, transparent worms began squirming out of his body as they crawled in every direction before vanishing. This left Klein's scalp tingling. He recalled Palace Zoroast's description of Ammon's parasitizing power, a plague-like infection. Hazel had been in an excellent mood recently. This was because her teacher hadn't truly gone mad. Everything that happened previously was only a test, and she had passed it with flying colors. This made her gain plenty of knowledge about the supernatural world. She learned the essence of the potions and grasped the acting method. She also gained the opportunity to advance to cryptologist. She was currently a sequence 7 bay under. So the world actually has such a magical side to it. I wonder when I can become a demigod and shake off my mortal coils. Hazel glanced at the hanging wall clock and rubbed her sunken tummy. She decided to get her mother to bring forward the high tea session today. After all, there weren't any guests. At noon, she had used the excuse of heading out for a meal to bring her teacher back. She also took the opportunity to act and hadn't had anything to eat. Upon thinking that, she glanced at her teacher, who was sprawled on a leather cushion on the sofa. The grey rat had raised its front paw and pressed on its right eye. "Do you need any food?" Hazel asked reverently. The rat lowered its front paw and answered unhurriedly, "There's no need." "All right, teacher." Hazel turned around and walked forward, opening the door to her bedroom. Her lady's maid was standing along the corridor, leisurely looking at the balcony at the end of the corridor, as though she was admiring the afternoon sky. Hazel indiscernibly frowned and said, "God, this place. Don't let anyone in." The lady's maid shot one glance at her and smiled. "Yes, miss." Only then did Hazel leave her bedroom and head for the activity room on the second story. She found her mother, Ma'am Rihanna. This lady with the same black-green hair received a pair of gem-embedded glasses with a gold chain hanging from it from her lady's maid. It was more an accessory than an eyesight correction tool. "Don't tell me that you don't like it," Hazel asked in puzzlement. The corners of Ma'am Rihanna's mouth curled slightly. "I like it now." As she said that, she wore the glasses. As Hazel was just about to say something, she heard footsteps approaching. She turned her head to find her father, Member of Parliament Mact, coming home early. "Father, didn't you say that you'd be at the military veterans' mess?" Hazel asked in passing. "There wasn't anyone there today." Mact raised his right hand and pinched the two sides of his eyes. Hazel thought nothing of it as she nodded. "Perfect. We haven't had high tea together in a long time." "That's right." Member of Parliament Mact and Ma'am Rihanna laughed at the same time as a faint smile appeared on their lips. At 7 Pinster Street, Leonard, who had just returned from St. Ireland Square, threw himself onto the sofa as he lifted his feet onto the coffee table. Having not received any information, he believed that the punishment operation had come to a perfect end, allowing him to look forward to the spoils of war. "Old man, didn't you say that the Sanguine Viscount had many mystical items on him? Can you tell me what they are?" Leonard softly asked in puzzlement. In his mind, Palles Zorost harumphed. "Items of that level aren't worth my notice." Leonard was just about to press further when his vision suddenly blurred. He saw the boundless greyish-white fog and Jamin Sparrow's blurry figure, as well as his prayer. "Ammon has appeared at 39 Barkland Street, but there's only one Ammon has appeared." That quickly. Leonard, who had already relaxed, retracted his feet immediately and sat straight up. He became more anxious than before the punishment operation began. He hurriedly informed Palles Zorost of Klein's words and asked, "Old man, what do we do now?" "Begin the operation. But there's only one Ammon avatar." Palles Zorost fell silent for 2 seconds before saying, "If there's only one Ammon, it implies that he has other motives, but none of that matters. In the fourth epoch, there's a saying there's no point crying over spilled milk. Since it has begun, we can't falter. If we delay this any further, Ammon will attempt to influence the entire street. When that happens, he will definitely discover Dwayne Dantes' abnormality." Klein returned to the real world and walked out of the bathroom. He had already made the corresponding preparations. He had creeping hunger on his left hand and an emblem carved from obsidian in his right. Then he made Inuni snap his fingers and use flaming jump to enter 39 Barkland Street Member of Parliament Max house with the appearance of Jamin Sparrow. Control of the spirit body threads was instantly transferred to Klein, but this only seemed to sink into the vast ocean without any reaction. He had lost control of his marionette. This Klein's eyelid twitched as he heard the door to the master bedroom creak open. It was Inuni. This youth with Lone and Balam blood in him had pushed open the door and walked in, completely outside of Klein's control. He then took out a crystal monocle from his pocket and rubbed it with his sleeve. Then he leisurely wore it on his right eye. He then looked at Dwayne Dantes, the corners of his mouth curling up. "Found you." The mood in the bedroom froze as Inuni, who was pinching on the monocle, continued. "Flora Jacobs' destiny was filled with too many abnormalities, and they mainly came from this street. This piqued my interest, and I spent some time to distinguish and seek out the source. It took me so many days to find you. I am no stranger to this mirror, and I can control it, but I've never seen it ingratiate itself so much towards one person. This really is an interesting matter. Perhaps I should steal your destiny and see why that is the case." "Ah, right. You likely do not know of its origins. It's in no way simple." Chapter 1005. Fourth movement wearing a monocle, Ammon, who wore the appearance of Inuni, didn't seem like an infiltrator or assailant. Instead, he appeared like a visitor as he eagerly mentioned all the preparations he had done, as well as Arrodes's origins. He paused before he could finish his sentence. Dwayne Dance opposite him had turned into a dirty grey rat. The rat raised its right claw, pressing at its eye. At the same time, in the garden of 160 Beekland Street, with his thin and cut, black-haired, brown-eyed face, Jamin Sparrow appeared in the middle of a bunch of roses. Back when Ammon was saying something highly enticing, he had secretly split off a worm of time in an attempt to invade Klein's body in order to parasitize him. However, Klein had been on high alert the entire time. He detected this attempt via the changes in his spirit body threads, so he rapidly created a marionette at the critical moment and swapped locations. Silently, Ammon, who looked like a mixed-blood youth, appeared in front of Klein. Behind him, a 12-ring transparent worm fell from the third story and returned to his body. And at that instant, the earthworms in the garden soil, the insects in the woods, the rats in the shadows all crawled out, either swarming towards Jaeman, Sparrow, and Ammon, or were fleeing from this region. The main reason why Klein had patiently listened to Ammon was to use that time to create marionettes. To a bizarro sorcerer, they were only complete with their marionettes. Ammon still wasn't in a rush to take action. He pinched the monocle embedded deep in his eye socket and looked around, saying with a smile, "Your actions often expose your problems. To a master of deceit, everything that you did was enough for me to detect your weakness. In such a tense and dangerous situation, you actually chose to convert rats, insects, birds, and earthworms into being your marionettes without considering your servants. What does this tell me? It says that you have outstanding moral standards. You still view yourself as human and are unwilling to harm them. Upon grasping this point, even if my avatar is inferior to you, it's still easy to break you down. You wouldn't even be capable of dying even if you wish for it. Ah, right. You can stop your attempts at secretly controlling my spirit body threads. This is because you're controlling the spirit body threads I stole. They belong to your butler, your maid, and your coachman. If this continues, I'm afraid you will feel a deep sense of guilt. Even spirit body threads can be stolen. No, it's more like grafting. Klein's expression froze slightly as he terminated his control of Ammon's spirit body threads. He had been patient, allowing Ammon to drone on with his drivel, mainly doing so because he was secretly trying to turn Ammon's avatar into his marionette. To a bizarro sorcerer, battles like this, where he stalled for time and exerted his influence in secret, should have been something he was best at and something he enjoyed the most. Unfortunately, he had encountered Blasphemer Ammon, the current pinnacle existence of the Marauder pathway. Even if he was only facing an avatar, he could do nothing about him. Klein actually suspected that Ammon's words were a ruse, but he wasn't able to see through it. He didn't dare take the risk. During such times, he needed the help of a spectator. For you to say so much, I doubt it solely to think of the means to parasitize me, right? You should know that, before severely injuring me, it's very difficult to parasitize a bizarro sorcerer who can see spirit-body threads, Klein calmly said, as he wore Jaeman's Sparrow's face. Ammon immediately chortled. You finally noticed it. You're trying to steal my destiny. Klein swapped locations with a marionette once again, constantly making his actual body appear in different corners of the garden. No, Ammon shook his head, keeping his hands in his pockets while leisurely saying with a smile, if a magic mirror like Arrod's is willing to listen to your instructions and deliberately ingratiate itself towards you, it means that you aren't as simple as I imagined. I'm not a Beyonder of the Tyrant Pathway, so I wouldn't be so rash as to directly steal your destiny. Heh heh, I suddenly have a feeling that directly replacing you would result in something I don't wish to see happening. How did you know Arrows is ingratiating itself? Flora Jacobs' destiny shouldn't have something like that. Klein appeared on a tree. His different marionettes continued changing their locations. Ammon pulled out one hand and pinched his chin and said, Didn't I say why? I spent time to gather information and seek out the source. Oh, I went to the Church of Steam and had a chat with Arrows. It wasn't too frank, and it was willing to be tortured by me rather than reveal your true origins. Unfortunately, that was inside the Church of Steam. Otherwise, I would have directly parasitized it and learn of everything. Even living sealed artifacts can be parasitized if Arrowed strictly abided by the rules based on its answers in the past. He isn't too sure of my actual situation and only has certain guesses. Klein's eyes widened. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Ammon laugh and say, You really don't seem to be in a rush. What are you waiting for? Do you not know that my Pathway Sequence two's name is Trojan Horse of Destiny? Although I'm only an ordinary avatar, I do have some powers that I can use, such as tinkering with your destiny, making certain errors appear for a certain period of time. For instance, no one will notice it no matter how much you cry for help. Heh heh. That also means that, even if you were to trigger the Evernight emblem in your hand, you will only be able to get the effects of concealment, and you will not be able to transmit your intentions of seeking help, regardless of your prior agreements. Also, even if you were to shout for help or create an explosion, the pedestrians and servants in the room wouldn't be able to hear a thing. This is the reason why I was talking so much. For an ordinary avatar, certain matters take time. All right, it's your turn to answer my question. Klein didn't answer as he kept switching positions with his marionettes. However, Ammon kept appearing in front of him as they continued their conversation. At this moment, he made one of his marionettes ask, "Since you've already completed the controlling of destiny, why aren't you taking action? You also seem to be waiting." Before this German sparrow, who was a thin paper figurine, could finish his sentence, there was a strong gust of wind from afar. Leonard, in a black trench coat and a black silver inlaid cane in hand, flew to Beekland Street. Klein, who had appeared to Ammon's side, immediately said, "This is what I've been waiting for." As he said that, he triggered the Evernight emblem that he had been clasping tightly. Simultaneously, he snapped his left hand's fingers, igniting the tallest tree in the garden, making its scarlet flame soar into the sky. And this huge, obvious bonfire that would have been noticeable at a glance from across the street was noticed by no one, be it the maids wiping the windows on the first story or the pedestrians strolling beneath the Inti's parasol trees. Even in midair, Leonard Mitchell ignored this scene, rushing for 39 Beekland Street at high speeds. And at this moment, Palez Zorost's slightly aged voice sounded in this red gloves' mind. "Turn back. Head to Unit 160. Although Leonard was puzzled, his experienced self didn't ask why when it came to supernatural matters. He immediately swung the direction word of the sea pointed and changed directions. In the garden of 160 Beekland Street, Ammon raised his head as he pressed the crystal monocle on his right hand, chuckling. "This is also what I've been waiting for." He ignored German Sparrow as his smile grew obvious. He continued speaking in irresistible delight. "To be able to discover the abnormalities of fate in this region, it's him, Palles." As he spoke, this blasphemer changed his actions and adjusted his monocle. At this moment, a strange gloom fell over the entire street. It was as though the entire place had been separated from reality, turning into a secret. In the activity room of 39 Beekland Street, Hazel looked out the window and muttered in puzzlement, "Is it about to rain?" This wasn't anything important, so she retracted her gaze and reached out her hand onto the three-layered tray for high tea. Then she saw her father, Member of Parliament Mact, strangely open his right palm. Glimmers of light condensed out of thin air, forming into a crystal monocle in his palm. Mact then wore this monocle on his right eye. This Hazel had already sensed something amiss as she frantically looked at the others in the room. Her mother, Ma'am Rihanna, took off the accessory on her nose and wore a monocle that she had taken out of somewhere. The servants standing beside her all took out a similar monocle and wore it on their right eye. Thud. Hazel stood up instinctively as she retreated repeatedly, toppling the chair over in the process. This sound alarmed everyone in the room. Mact, Rihanna, and the servants turned their heads to look at Hazel. Bit by bit, a smile suffused the corners of their lips. "Ah!" Hazel broke down as she let out a shrill scream. This scream passed through the house and through the garden, drawing the attention of the pedestrians on the streets. At this point, Ammon had already lowered his right hand from his monocle, looking at the figure in midair. He said with a smile, "Palles, it's already 1,350 of the fifth epoch. The technique of relying on the gathering of avatars to raise one's level is already outdated." Behind him, Klein didn't waste any time as he reached into his pocket as though he was drawing a gun while he made creeping hunger turn transparent. A transparent book condensed in front of him. However, Ammon simply raised his hand and the glove vanished. However, along with the human-skinned glove's disappearance, Jayman Sparrow also did. Pa. Landing in Ammon's palm wasn't a glove but a rat that had died after becoming a marionette. On the other side of Ammon, Klein, who wasn't wearing a hat but was wearing a shirt and vest, appeared. He then threw out the item he had previously taken out, and he threw it at his target. It was a paper crane. Chapter 1006. Finale and ending, it was an ordinary paper crane, bursting into scarlet red flames just as it flew out, scattering ashes in the process. Ammon, who had been looking up into the sky, suddenly turned his head and looked at the paper crane, who was a vessel of flames. He then raised his palm again. A cold glint had lit up in the eye beneath the monocle. Suddenly, the flames on the paper crane's surface vanished. Klein and his ability to swap locations with his marionette vanished. Likewise for flame controlling, flaming jump, and air cannon. In that instant, he had 6 Beyonder powers stolen for, of which were rather important ones. If Ammon was able to make a few more thefts, then Klein might even turned into an ordinary person. This was theft at the angel level. Amidst the extinguishing flames, the paper crane slowly floated. Backland, Dr. Aaron's house in a black pram. Wrapped in silver silk, Will Ossipton rubbed his mouth and eyes, grumbling, "Life is just so hard." Before he finished his sentence, he took out what looked like a cane from somewhere. It was embedded with clear gems. Pure bright light lit up, illuminating the calendar in the room clearly. Today was Tuesday. 160 Barkland Street, inside Dwayne Dantes' garden. The paper crane, which was already charred and incomplete, suddenly froze in midair. Complicated chrome-colored symbols appeared out of it, instantly taking on the form of a huge, illusory, scaleless snake. The dense patterns and symbols on the surface of the gigantic silver snake formed a wheel that was connected to each other. Around each wheel were different symbols. With a sweep of the cold, bright red eyes, this giant serpent soared into the sky and stayed above Barkland Street. It curled its body and bit its own tail. Its shadow blanketed the entire street like a mysterious and ludicrous wheel. Suddenly, Mact, Rihanna, and several servants in 39 Barkland Street's activity room wiped the smiles from their faces. They raised their hands in unison, taking off the monocle on their faces, allowing the monocles to turn incorporeal in their hands before transforming into beams of light. Immediately following that, they wore their eye accessories once again and pinched their eye sockets, either leisurely looking out the window or returning to their former state. Hazel sat on the ground watching this scene. As she shook her head, feeling the world crumbling around her, she used her hands to hold her body up while rapidly retreating. The cold glimmer in Winner Inuni's eyes vanished. The crystalline monocle was left cooked, and he no longer wore that supercilious look. In addition, something in his body seemed to be extracted as a clear, thick, but transparent and mysterious worm of time took form above his head. And amidst concealment, this worm of time quickly transformed into a figure with black hair, black eyes, a broad forehead, and a thin face. This wasn't time reversing itself on Barkland Street, because Klein and Leonard didn't suffer any of its effects. It was Ammon having his condition returned to a few minutes prior to this. Snake of Fate. Reboot. Although Will Ossipton had predicted that there would be some changes in fate, things had happened slightly later. However, his influence that descended from afar came in such a timely fashion. In order to gain this Snake of Fate's help, Klein had not only fed him 5 different flavors of ice cream, but he had also agreed to further compensation. The outcome of their negotiation was that Klein had to think of the means to create at least 2 items that could allow Will Ossipton to briefly regain some of his strength while in his weakened state. When Ammon suffered this unexpected blow, Klein didn't hesitate and drew death knell. He cocked it, gently pushed the cylinder, and aimed it at his enemy. Bang! He staidly and decisively pulled Death Knell's trigger, shooting out the control spirit bullet he had long prepared. A black stream of light flashed out, striking the illusory Ammon figure with the sharp bonnet and classic black robe of Worm of Time. This was even thicker and clearer than all the Worms of Time Klein had previously seen before. The light scattered as Ammon's figure quivered in midair and froze without being able to wear any expression. And at this moment, Leonard, who had already arrived overhead, followed Old Man's instructions. Standing on word of the sea, he floated in midair, slightly spread out his arms, and relaxed his spirit body. Both his green eyes immediately reflected a slightly gloomy, 12-ringed, transparent worm of time in each one of them. These 2 worms of time had their heads and tails connected together, forming a similar loop. As the loop slowly spun, they projected a huge, ancient, mottled illusion behind Leonard. This illusion looked like the surface of a wall clock carved from stone. There were 12 segments. Each segment was either grayish-white or bluish-black. They were clearly demarcated from each other, and the symbols were all different. With just one look, Klein had the feeling that life was speeding past him. Gong. A bell gong that seemed to travel across time from ancient history resounded through the spacious secret world. Everything before Klein seemed to slow down, including the Ammon figure above Inuni. An indescribable invisible surge appeared, sweeping around that Ammon figure before hurling it towards that huge, illusory, stone-carved wall clock. What was actually a worm of time Ammon's avatar with a monoclesidonly extended a hand, aiming it at Jaeman's sparrow. Suddenly, Klein saw the skin on the back of his hand rapidly dry up as they wrinkled up, producing unobvious aged spots. The speed at which Ammon's illusory figure was being pulled away slowed down, but the process couldn't be interrupted. Finally, it contracted into the form of a ringed worm and was thrown towards the illusory, ancient stone-carved wall clock behind Leonard. Gong! Another bell gong sounded as the grayish-white and bluish-black clock's surface had an additional mottled hand. This hand quickly rotated a few segments, speeding up the sound of the gongs. Inside 39 and 160 Barkland Street, all kinds of resplendent glimmers of light flew out, pulled and attracted by that ancient, illusory, stone-carved wall clock. Law of Bayonder characteristics convergence. He had used the connection between the avatars and his higher level to strengthen the law of Bayonder characteristic convergence. Gong. Several streams of light from different spots in Backland flew over. After everything calmed down, Klein's current appearance appeared in his mind. He had more white hair than black. His forehead and the corners of his mouth and eyes were covered with obvious wrinkles. His skin had sagged with several aged spots. He looked like an elderly gentleman, ready to pass away at any moment. At this moment, the clock's gonging sounded again. The grayish-white hand on the ancient, illusory stone-carved wall clock began spinning counterclockwise. 1 tick, 2 ticks, 3 ticks. Klein saw his skin rapidly recover its luster as the spots faded and vanished. In just seconds, he recovered his original appearance. Life had seemed to begin flowing in him again. Powers at the angel level are almost godlike. I only suffered some repercussions of it, and I nearly died of old age. I wonder if I can revive under such conditions. Klein observed his condition and hurriedly looked up and said to Leonard Mitchell, "How should the people parasitized by Ammon be rescued?" At this moment, the ancient, illusory clock behind Leonard rapidly faded away, turning into glimmers of light that drilled back into his body. Leonard cocked his head slightly, as though he was listening to something. After a while, he said, "The Bayonder characteristics of the worms of time in them have been sucked out. The remaining parts have either been absorbed or have some remnants left behind. However, it wouldn't result in having an excessive influence on them." Ah, old man said that it won't be excessive, but it might be from the viewpoint of an angel. In short, they can pray to the deities they believe in and see if they can obtain a complete purification. However, without them explaining what exactly happened, the deities might not give a response. If you're afraid of any remnant effects, you can consider guiding them to pray to that existence. All the items that come from that will be yours. Perhaps having personally experienced a battle at the angel level, and having seen the snake of fate's spectral form, Leonard's agitation and trembling could hardly be suppressed in an instant. The people on this street are basically the believers of the goddess. So how can I get them to pray to the fool? I don't wish to be thrown into the foggy town. The goddess is very aware of this matter. They will likely receive a response if they were to pray to her. Then I can get Her Eminence Ariana to return the worms of time that they cough out to me. I can give her. Some as Klein's thoughts raced. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He then asked in passing, "Will there be any side effects after a complete purification?" Although he had some experience from Little Sun, this youth of the City of Silver wasn't an ordinary person. After listening for a moment, Leonard said, "A little. As it's a deeper level of parasitizing, even if ordinary people were to experience a full recovery, there will be some level of influence left on them, such as them liking to wear monocles." "All right. Head back first. Leave the rest to me." Klein nodded and was glad that the parties involved in this battle weren't the kinds with obvious destructive might. Otherwise, it might not only be Barkland Street, but all of North Borough might not be left intact. In Pritz Harbor, a black-haired, black-eyed, thin-faced young man wearing a monocle rode on a bicycle as he leisurely returned home. He wore an obvious smile as he opened the letterbox and took out the newspapers and letters inside. After entering the house, the young man pinched the monocle on his right eye while tearing open the letters, reading their contents as he walked. This continued until he found a letter without any name on it. "If all connection to us in Backland is lost, It means that Palace Zoroast might very well be hidden in the vicinity of North Borough's Barkland Street. Don't ask us why we're taking such risks. Life often requires some excitement, joy, and anticipation. Author's note. To make the plot run smoothly, the details of a tarot gathering was skipped. As for Will's prediction, a deviation happened because of Ammon's ability to bore through fate. Chapter 1007. Dealing with the aftermath on 160 Beekland Street. After watching Leonard fly out of the world of concealment with the word of the sea in one hand, Klein turned his attention back onto his surroundings. He first observed Winner Inuni. He originally imagined that he couldn't use the marionette that had been parasitized by Ammon, but to his surprise, he realized that he could control his spirit-body threads again. This Klein was first stunned before he came to a realization. When Snake of Fate Will Ossiptin used Reboot to reverse Ammon's condition in time, it also made the things he parasitize experience similar changes. Hence, Inuni had turned back into his marionette. As expected of the strongest power of a Monster Pathways sequence, one Klein heaved a sigh of relief before allowing his figure to fade away from where he stood. He teleported back to his master bedroom, leaving a bunch of marionettes around to defend against any accidents. Right on the heels of that, Klein entered the bathroom and headed above the grey fog. He used Inuni's prayer light and began observing the entire street with the Sea Guard scepter in hand. Without a doubt, his focus was on his residence and Unit 39. He found Butler Walter, Housekeeper Tanger, Member of Parliament Mact, Ma'am Rihanna, and many servants having remnant signs of being parasitized. They appeared somewhat in a daze. As for Hazel, she was on the brink of total collapse. Her hands were on the ground, having pushed herself backwards into the corner. Her back was leaning close to the wall as she huddled into a ball, trembling. Mact and company had noticed something wrong with her. They surrounded her in concern, hoping to know why. However, Hazel would scream loudly whenever they attempted to approach her. She would resist violently, so all they could do was stand meters away, wearing a panicked and helpless look. During this process, they would, from time to time, nudge their glasses or pinch their eye sockets. This only served to leave Hazel even more horrified. She appeared to be on the brink of losing control. Klein felt horrified when he saw this scene above the grey fog. He imagined a scene. Daddy Ammon, Mommy Ammon, Maid Ammon, Footman Ammon were circling around Hazel, trying to soothe her nerves but were helpless. They wore the same expression and the same monocle with different clothes. Even if Hazel were to hold out and not lose control, she would definitely develop mental problems. At the very least, she would be in a half-crazy state. Klein's thoughts raced as he lowered the Sea Guard scepter and returned to the real world. Beekland Street and the several streets remained enshrouded in darkness. It exuded a serene, tranquil, and profound feeling. This was a world that had already turned into a secret. Klein took down a hat, wore it on his head, and teleported to a director's office in 22 Phelps Street Loan Charity Bursary Foundation. Audrey had already changed into a light green dress and was daydreaming with a fountain pen in hand, reminiscing over every detail of the punishment operation in the afternoon. Susie, on the other hand, had gone out for a stroll. Suddenly, this noble lady sensed something and looked up. A black-haired, brown-eyed, thin-faced figure with cut facial features was rapidly reflected in her emerald, limpid eyes. This figure wore a white shirt, black vest, black trousers, and black leather boots. He had a cold expression. His body was bent slightly as he held one hand over his top hat. Audrey was first taken aback before she recalled who this person was. German Sparrow. Although she had never met him before, she had already seen his extremely lifelike picture on the papers and wanted posters. Klein realized that he hadn't changed back to Dwayne Dance based on Miss Justice's reaction. However, he wasn't too mindful of that. He released his hand from his top hat and straightened his body. He said with a nod, "There's something that requires your help." His disguise had also been stolen by Ammon, but after a reboot, it was returned to him. He just didn't have the time to change back into Dwayne Dance. Mr. World, who's already a demigod, needs my help. He's in need of therapy because of some mental problem. No, it doesn't seem to be the case. Audrey pursed her lips as she put down her fountain pen in anticipation and curiosity. She stood up and gave a serious reply. No problem. Klein didn't waste any time and walked over. Grabbing her by the arm, their figures faded away as they vanished from the spot. Instantaneously, they appeared outside the activity room at 39 Beekland Street. This is teleportation. Audrey's eyes turned slightly as she instinctively wanted to ask something. However, when she felt the heavy atmosphere and the screams, her face immediately wore a solemn look. "There's a patient?" she asked without much doubt. "It's really easy to talk to a spectator. There's no need for much explanation," Klein tersely acknowledged and said. "Yes, she encountered a supernatural incident and suffered a terrible fright. She's on the brink of losing control. Do you have the means to not be seen by the people inside?" There was no need for him to say his last sentence, as a large-scale illusion was enough to resolve the problem. Furthermore, after receiving the blessings of concealment, ordinary people likely didn't retain much of their corresponding memories. However, after witnessing Adam's powers of invisibility, Klein was rather curious if Miss Justice had such skills at Sequence 6. "Mr. World is feeling curious. That's really rare. He doesn't seem to be wearing a thick mask and has changed to a thinner one. He's a really good patient who heeds medical advice." Audrey's chin moved slightly as she nodded. "Yes." As she spoke, she glanced at Jamin Sparrow, who reached out for the handle and pushed open the door after receiving her response. Member of Parliament, Mact and Ma'am Rihanna completely ignored this beautiful girl as they discussed in a panic about hiring a doctor. As for Hazel, she remained curled in a corner, trembling vigorously like an abandoned baby animal. Miss Hazel, as a senior spectator, Audrey didn't have the problem of forgetting others. She observed Hazel's condition and frowned slightly. She turned her head and said to Jamin Sparrow, "Ah, Mr. Sparrow, can you briefly explain what she encountered? Only with sufficient knowledge can I quickly resolve the problem." Klein was already prepared as he quickly and succinctly explained, "She's a beyonder of the Marauder pathway, a student of a demigod who had nefarious thoughts. Her teacher attracted blasphemer Ammon's avatar and ended up getting herself killed. Her destiny and identity were stolen. As such, Ammon infiltrated her family, parasitizing her parents and servants. Just now, while we were eliminating Ammon's avatars, she realized that her parents and servants had all turned into Ammon. Ah, she didn't know that that was Ammon, but she understood that it was a strange existence. If you have anything you wish to understand at a deeper level, things which do not involve the psychological treatment, you can always ask during the next gathering." Blasphemer Ammon. "Mr. World and company have eliminated Ammon's avatar again. Novators." Audrey was somewhat shocked as she instinctively glanced at Mact and company. She couldn't imagine that they had once been parasitized by Ammon and had turned into him. To have everyone parasitized, Audrey recalled Mr. World's words and felt more afraid the more she thought about it. She felt her entire body turn cold, as she couldn't help but think of herself if she were in Hazel's shoes. This left her somewhat stifled as she subconsciously cast placate on herself. Is the supernatural world always this cruel and terrifying, or is it just occasionally? After calming down, Audrey muttered softly. She didn't wait for the world Jam and Sparrow's reply, because from what she had seen at the Tarot gathering, she knew the answer very well. Always, looking back at Hazel, Audrey walked over, filled with pity. She crouched down and first used placate. Hazel looked up blankly and saw a perfect, flawless face, as well as that pair of emerald-like eyes. At that instant, she seemed to return to the ball of that previous night, having witnessed this lady descend like an angel. She instantly calmed down. She saw ripples rise up in that pair of limpid green eyes. They were serene, calm, and deep. "There's no need to be afraid. Calm down. Everything is already over." Audrey used hypnosis to directly communicate with Hazel's body of heart and mind. She heard hysterical screams and the horror that was taller than mountains and deeper than the ocean. Taking into account Hazel's condition and encounter, she quickly came up with a plan for treatment. She directly hypnotized Hazel and made her forget today's encounter and the existence of her teacher. She was only capable of vaguely remembering her identity as a beyonder and other general knowledge. Hazel gradually calmed down before she slowly fell asleep. "After you awaken, that terrifying experience will no longer exist, and I was never here." Audrey used a gentle voice to complete the last step of the hypnosis. Following that, she slowly got up and observed Hazel for a few seconds. She pursed her lips and whispered without turning her head. "I made her temporarily forget the corresponding memories, but that memory remains. It's just hidden deep down. In future gatherings, I'll continue treating her, guiding her to slowly remember and accept this memory. Only then can her mental problem be completely resolved. Otherwise, perhaps a familiar action or sentence will jolt her awake. She will then break down once again, and perhaps it will result in a direct loss of control. Miss Justice is becoming more and more professional, Klein sighed as he asked cautiously. Then you will have to hypnotize all the people who were parasitized. They are not to show any hobbies that don't originally belong to them, like the wearing of monocles. Also, let them pray to the Evernite goddess after 15 minutes to obtain complete cleansing and purification. Audrey nodded with abnormal seriousness. No problem. Klein immediately stood to the side, watching this noble lady, cue everyone who had been parasitized in this house with the greatest feelings of pity. Chapter 1008. Splitting minutes later, Klein with the face of Jam and Sparrow walked out of 39 Beekland Street with Miss Justice Audrey and headed for places where the other parasite victims were. After a few silent steps, Klein suddenly looked ahead and said, it's not rare to see such matters happen among unaffiliated Beyonders. Without any suitable guidance, it often implies that they're constantly dancing at the edge of a cliff with the possibility of falling at any time. Audrey tersely acknowledged and said after a few seconds, I know. Compared to before, I'm not as. She deliberated for a moment before breaking into a grimacing smile, as though she had found a suitable adjective she required to mock herself. Naive. Few she then exhaled without hiding it as she looked ahead. If I had known that the mysterious world was so cruel and terrifying last June, I might not have raised the request of becoming a Beyonder. Klein turned his head slightly and took a look at the noble lady's face. He asked in a seemingly casual manner, if I were to give you the chance now to completely leave the mysterious world, would you accept it? Audrey was taken aback as she slowly pursed her lips and said, no, after giving such a response. She seemed to relax a little as she smiled and continued. Under the premise of knowing how cruel and terrifying the mysterious world is, the me from last June would have given up being a Beyonder. But the me of this year wouldn't. This might be the price of growing up. I understand what you're getting at. Klein continued forward at the same pace as he said, after those victims are completely purified, a number of them will spit out worms of time. They can be used to create fate siphon charms. It's a demigod-level item that can switch the fate between two parties for a short period of time. When the time comes, I'll give you one as payment for today's treatment. Audrey was about to decline it before she fell silent again. She then nodded gently and said, okay. Just as she said that, she suddenly paused. She turned her head to glance at Jam and Sparrow and smilingly said with a mixed expression, I know why you just asked me that question. Klein chuckled without giving a direct answer. Audrey retracted her gaze and immediately felt a lot better. She asked as though they were having a chat, I participated in the punishment operation at noon, and I dealt with the Ammon aftermath in the afternoon. Today is really a tarot day. Her words were a double entendre, as she said with utmost wistfulness. From her point of view, Noon was a cooperative operation that involved 5 members of the Moon, the Star, Judgment, Justice, and the Magician with different levels of involvement. In the afternoon, the Tarot Clubs The World and Justice had involved themselves in the elimination of Ammon's avatars in different ways. This was indeed a day to remember, and in a sense, it could be considered a tarot day. Klein nodded in agreement at Miss Justice's words, but he didn't tell her that the Star Leonard had also been involved in the afternoon operation. Furthermore, he was the main force in the operation. Ammon's avatar must have been difficult to deal with, right? Audrey finally found an opportunity to raise the question. She stared at Jam and Sparrow, making no attempt to hide the curiosity in her green eyes. Klein smiled. If I had done it alone, you wouldn't be seeing Jam and Sparrow, but Ammon here instead. Having your destiny and identity stolen? Audrey asked in enlightenment. Klein tersely acknowledged. We'll discuss the specifics in the future. In short, to eliminate all of the Ammon avatars in Backland this time, we had mobilized angels. If you were to encounter Ammon's avatars in the future, never believe that you have the means to handle him alone. Immediately find an opportunity to seek help. Yes, his trait is the wearing of a monocle. He enjoys pulling off harrowing pranks. Angels were mobilized. I wonder if it was that death council or the angel from the fate domain. Or Audrey looked up at the sky and saw the clouds frozen in midair. They appeared like props under the dark background, Like an attentive student listening to a teacher, she seriously nodded and said, "I will keep that in mind." The two continued walking, occasionally silent, occasionally breaking out into a conversation, until they entered 160 Beekland Street. After a few minutes, inside the activity room of Hazel's house, Mact and company suddenly had the strong urge to sit in their seats, raise their hands, and place their clasped hands before their mouth. They then began to piously pray and chant the Evernite goddess's honorific name. After an unknown period of time, they coughed in unison until their tears and snot flowed out. Cough, cough, cough. Without realizing it, they separately coughed out worms with 12 translucent rings. The moment these worms fell to the ground, they vanished without garnering any notice. Similar things happened in other places of Beekland Street, but everything was quickly restored to normal, and the darkness had faded away at some point in time as the clouds began churning again from the sweeping winds. Amidst her parents' coughing, Hazel slowly regained consciousness. She was puzzled as to how she fell asleep on the sofa during high tea. She felt that she should have been in an excellent mood, but she just couldn't bring herself to smile. She felt as though there was a feeling of indescribable sadness and pain bearing over her heart. Upon seeing her parents' concerned gaze landing on her, not only wasn't she touched, she even felt a little fearful. She trembled like an introvert who wasn't accustomed to making contact with others. Hazel knew that this wasn't her personality, but she couldn't control herself. However, she didn't find it weird or puzzling as she continued enjoying the high tea pastries. Mact and Rihanna felt the same. They had a nagging feeling that there was something hazy about their memories, but they just couldn't recall what. 160 Beekland Street, in the master bedroom which had its curtains drawn, a figure suddenly outlined itself across the coffee table. It was the barefooted Arianelator of the ascetics, matron of the Evernite cloister, head of the 13 archbishops of the Church of Evernite. She was wearing a Spartan robe with tree bark as her belt. In the lady's eyes, the grey sideburned Dwayne Dance was about to leave the sofa. On the coffee table in front of him were 9 transparent ringed worms. "Good afternoon, Ma'am Ariana," Klein said with a solemn bow. "Thanks to your help, Ammon's avatars in Backland have all been eliminated. You can choose a portion of these spoils of war." He had previously prepared a marionette beside every person who had been parasitized, and he used an illusion to bring these worms of time back. After hearing him, Ariana tapped her chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion and replied in a pious manner, "Praise the lady." She didn't decline the offer or stand on ceremony. She reached out her right hand, and 2 worms of time flew up and landed in her palm. Ammon must have certain guesses about this. "You still have to be careful in the future," Ariana said simply before her figure vanished inch by inch as though she had been erased. Watching this archbishop leave, Klein sat down and picked up a pen and paper, writing to Leonard Mitchell. He wanted to ask what other effects the worms of time had other than creating fate's siphon charms. He believed that he couldn't turn all the remaining worms of time into fate's siphon charms, as it would be too monotonous. It made it easy to be countered, and it prevented him from handling different situations. Therefore, he had to consider other possible uses. With the worm of time as a vessel, he could use the powers stirred from other symbols, patterns, and labels that differed from the fool. This would likely result in different effects from the Fate's siphon charm, and this was something Palles Zorost was an expert at. After writing his letter, Klein took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew at it. Rionette walked out of the void with the 4 blonde, red-eyed head in hand. The 8 eyes paused before looking at the remaining 7 worms of time on the coffee table. Miss Messenger looked at it for 3 full seconds before retracting her gaze. She then bit on the letter and gold coin which Klein handed over. "Still 7 Pinster Street," Klein succinctly said. Rionette Tanker's remaining 3 heads replied, "In the future, you can seek my help in such matters. The payment will be the spoils of war." Klein was taken aback as he said, "All right." After Miss Messenger returned to the spirit world and vanished from his room, he frowned and muttered, "Since she can recognize the worms of time, it means that she knows that this battle might have escalated to the level of angels. She wasn't afraid at all. Miss Messenger is stronger than I imagined." 7 Pinster Street. Leonard received Klein's letter from Rionette Tanker's mouth. He still felt a hint of excitement as he eagerly unfolded the letter and read it. After the messenger left, he immediately asked with a suppressed voice, "Old man, There should be other ways to create charms, right? Just now, Palles Zorost had given him 2 worms of time from Ammon as today's reward for the risk he took. In Leonard's mind, the slightly aged voice replied with a smiling tone. Of course, once I sleep for a while and digest what we received this time, I'll teach you. It wouldn't take too long. Also, do not go to Beeklund Street any time soon. Why? Leonard asked in surprise. Palles Zorost chuckled and said, all of Ammon's avatars in Backland have been eliminated, and it is in no way a trivial matter. The number of people who can do that is just a handful, so do you think he will have some guesses? This Leonard's nerves tensed up again. Palles continued, however, there's no need to be too worried. His true body wouldn't be able to enter Backland, and having recovered quite significantly, I don't have to be too worried about his avatars. In addition, I found a piece of information from Flora Jacob from his memory fragments. Somewhere in Backland hides the treasure of the Jacob family. We shall wait until the end of the year for the gathering. There, we will seek out and cooperate with the other descendants of the Jacob family to excavate that treasure trove to share the items inside. When that happens, even if Ammon gathers a large number of avatars, raising it to almost the level of a sequence one, there's no way he can truly defeat me. Heh heh, to ensure balance, Dwayne Dance can also be involved in it. Chapter 1009. Payment is always exacted for what's bestowed. Leonard immediately felt very relieved when he heard Old Man Palles. He cast his attention back to the angel-level battle that happened in the afternoon and asked rather curiously, which Pathway's angel does that giant serpent phantom belong to? Palles Zorost fell silent for a moment before saying with a sigh, Snake of Fate, the counselor of the life school of thought, a sequence one angel. I never expected him to join them, counselor of the life school of thought. He has also become a blessed of Mr. Fool. The corresponding card is the Wheel of Fortune. Leonard's eyes widened as he realized that Mr. Fool's faction seemed comparable to the 7 Orthodox churches. It was truly unfathomable. Death Counsel Snake of Fate Incomplete Messenger. There are 3 angels under Mr. Fool. It's no wonder Klein was able to become a demigod so quickly. Just how long has it been? And I've already been embroiled in a battle at the angel level. It's really unimaginable how things will develop in the future. Leonard held the letter and sat on the sofa. He felt another sense of urgency towards digesting his soul Ashura potion and advancing to Spirit Warlock. He had been busy placating the souls in the Backland region recently, but due to the numerous missions, he was still far from completing them. He couldn't find an excuse or opportunity to visit Tingen City to steal the powers from that drop of the eternal blazing sun's blood. Furthermore, the arrival of Ammon's avatars had been quicker than he had expected. South of the bridge, Rose Street, Harvest Church. Emlyn White, who had changed into a brown priest robe, stood in front of a long table with candle stands. He watched Ernst Boyar working hard at wiping the altar before he raised his right hand and casually pointed. To the side, left side. That spot's dirty. Ernst Boyar, who also wore the clergyman attire of the Earth Mother, shot an angry look at Emlyn, but he still listened to his instructions and re-wiped the area he hadn't wiped seriously. I know you're very mad. It's how I felt when I learned that you deliberately hid key information from the ancient castle intel you sold me, Emlyn said with a smile, completely unfazed by his glare. Also, I forgot to inform you, I'm also a Viscount. It happened last week. Sanguine Viscounts corresponded to the Moon Pathway Sequence 5 Scarlet Scala. The advancement ritual required the illumination of the full moon. Apart from that, one had to gather different metals, gems, and bay under creature blood that represented the different moon phases. It was rather complicated. However, Emlyn had long obtained the promise from the sanguine upper echelons that a free advancement ritual would be held for him. He could advance easily once the full moon came. As for the digestion of potions professor, he had completed digesting it without putting too much effort into it. This was because he often taught commoners who were willing to learn at the Harvest Church to learn about herbs and medicine, and even combinations of some special potions. And apart from usually collecting dolls, researching history, and doing volunteer work at the cathedral, he loved thinking about the different potions and considering how they could be used in different battle situations. You're a Viscount. Ernst Boyar abruptly stood up straight as he wore a flabbergasted look. Among the sanguine, as they were all long-lived, they had quite a huge population. The number of Bayonder characteristics was limited, so advancing was a very difficult endeavor. One had to be in a long line before they had the opportunity to advance. However, Emlyn White had only been a baron for half a year. Ernst remembered that it took him 6 years to go from baron to viscount. This was because his father had suffered an attack from artificial vampires. His passing left him the inheritance. Of course, Emlyn's smug smile grew obvious, but he remained restrained. I obtained a sequence 5 Bayonder characteristics from artificial vampires. Ernst Boyar looked at Emlyn, momentarily at a loss for words. He felt that he had suffered a heavier blow than needing to do volunteer work at the Harvest Church. Your expression is rather interesting. Emlyn tusked and said, "Perhaps one day you'll have to address me as Lord when I become an Earl." Preposterous. What arrogance, Ernst blurted. I'm already very humble. I didn't mention I would become a duke or even a princeps. How am I to be the Sanguine's messiah without being an angel? Besides, in our tarot club, Mr. World has already advanced to become a demigod. Mom Hermit won't take much longer. This will definitely be a club filled with demigods. Emlyn chortled without arguing with Ernst like he usually would. He took on an attitude that whatever Ernst said was beneath him. Of course, he also understood that the advantage the Sanguine had after the Scarlet Scholar stage no longer existed. Becoming an Earl was in no way easier than an artificial vampire advancing to Shaman King. The digestion of the Scarlet Scholar potion is still relatively simple. All one needs to do is sincerely like the moon, worship the moon, and study the moon. This is what most sanguine do usually, however. The corresponding ritual is in the hands of the demigods. Without their approval, even if I were to obtain a Shaman King Bayonder characteristic from the sun, I won't be able to become an Earl. Emlyn might be arrogant, but he knew very clearly what was required of him subsequently. There were two core powers of Scarlet Scholar. First, it was to create an environment that was advantageous to them. When the enemy wasn't good at spirituality or things related to the spirit world, they could create the effects of the full moon. On the contrary, they would also make the moon vanish if necessary. Second, it was to gain an instantaneous blink and a spectral form state under a certain area of the moon's illumination. Even if they were smashed to bits by an enemy, they could still reform themselves under the moonlight. And the strength of these powers was derived from one's comprehension and research of the moon domain as Scarlet Scholars. As for the strengthening of darkness-related spells, the enhancements of potion effects, and the resistance towards nightmare-like influences, they were just supplementary. Ernst was enraged by Emlyn's attitude. Just as he was about to speak again, he saw the mountain-like half-giant, Atravsky, walk out from behind the cathedral. He hurriedly bent his back and bowed his head as he continued cleaning the altar. Emlyn White also picked up his cloth and the candle stand, wiping its surface with great proficiency. In the silent atmosphere, he thought of something. If he were to leave the Harvest Church now, would the upper echelons of the Sanguine force him to hand over the mystical items and supernatural props he obtained from Ernst? This I really have no reason to reject their request. Because some of the items don't belong to Ernst in the first place, Emlyn thought about it seriously and decided to return to the room later. He would set up a ritual and sacrifice the spoils of war he received to Mr. Fool. When the time came, he could split it with the other members like the Star and Justice. Ah, Oath of Rose cannot be sacrificed. It's only one part of the pair. Whoever obtains it will be discovered and identified by the wielder of the other ring. Just treat it as a spoil of war. Hand it over to Marquis Nibs tonight. I should be able to exchange it for some rewards. As for the rest, I won't participate in the splitting. Emlyn very quickly came up with a plan. As for whether the sanguine upper echelons would bear a grudge over this, he wasn't too worried. This was because he would also mention in passing about the cooperation that the Rose School of Thought's Temperance faction had requested while handing over the Oath of Rose. This matter had happened last week. He had planned on informing the sanguine upper echelon, but in the few mini-gatherings, the hanged man had advised him to do so after the punishment operation. It would accentuate his importance and mitigate any anger or resentment, striking with a stick and offering a carrot. At that moment in time, Emlyn suddenly had a deeper understanding of the suggestion. 160 Barkland Street. Inside Dwayne Dantes' bedroom, the spoils of war received are pretty good. A diamond brooch that can raise one's energy and maintain lucidity while resisting spells that act on the body of heart and mind. A paper figurine that can prevent any fatal damage and psychic piercing. A belt that can produce sun and lightning damage. A wallet that contains more than 300 pounds after receiving the sacrifice and returning to the real world. Klein silently sighed as he sat in front of his study desk. He then took out a transparent maggot. Upon seeing this maggot, he felt his head ache, recalling the pain of having his soul body fracture. This was a worm of spirit that he had fractured from himself. It was to be made into the payment given to Snake of Fate, Will Ossiptin. He already had an idea on how to replicate the item, which could briefly allow someone to restore their strength. It was to use the worm of spirit as a vessel and copy the complete symbol from before to garner a response from the mysterious space above the grey fog. For this, the outcome of his divination was that it would be rather successful. That item's true essence is actually one of the powers of the Seer Pathway Sequence 3, Scholar of Yore. To borrow a portion of one's power from one's past self responding with the Fool's identity would definitely work. The only problem is that the corresponding dimensionality, mystery, complexity, and danger of the symbols cannot be directly engraved on different metal plates, according to Will Ossiptin. I have to use cogitation and draw on my spirituality to draw it on the worm of spirit if it succeeds. I'll make myself one. I'll look at myself from the past and see if it will be Klein Morty's childhood or myself, hanging in the cocoon above the door of light if it's the latter. It's best if I can confirm how long I've been hanging. Klein entered a cogitation state while in thought. Then he kept constructing symbols with his mind, allowing his spirituality to repeat this process outside as it penetrated the worm of spirit. This was a complicated and difficult task. If he wasn't careful, it might lead to failure. As the invisible symbols fell and augmented the worm of spirit, Klein suddenly trembled. The worm of spirit ignited by itself and turned to ashes. Looking at his empty palm, Klein felt a headache. After a long period of silence, he silently muttered, "Life sure is difficult." Chapter 1010. Consultant fee. After rubbing his forehead, Klein was just about to split another worm of spirit when he suddenly saw Rionette in her dark, complicated-looking dress walk out of the void and stand beside the desk. In the mouth of one of Miss Messenger's heads was a neatly folded letter. "Who's it from?" Klein asked in passing. Rionette Tinker's remaining 3 heads replied, "The Mushroom King's. Superior Mushroom King." Klein was stunned for a full 2 seconds before realizing that it could be Frank Lee. And Frank Lee's superior was Admiral of Stars, Catlia. "The Mushroom King is Frank Lee?" Klein asked in confirmation as he reached out to take the letter. With the 4 blonde, red-eyed heads' hair being held, they were made to bob up and down as though they were nodding. Miss Messenger even gives others nicknames. That's not right. Frank doesn't just specialize in mushrooms. His domains include cows, malt, fish, rose bishops. It's because Frank has had a breakthrough in his mushroom experiments. So Miss Messenger saw a boat full of mushrooms. Klein couldn't help but draw a breath as he hurriedly unfolded the letter. He was worried that the letter was Mom Hermit's plea for help. Of course, he wasn't too anxious because, at the most critical juncture, an experienced pirate like Admiral of Stars would definitely choose to pray to Mr. Fool. This letter did come from the future's Captain Catlia. On it were neatly written words. "The Queen has already confirmed the time and place. Wednesday, 11 p.m., same place. I've no idea what you said to Frank Lee, but I can tell that he has been very excited recently. He has done many experiments with the artisan. He said that he would be able to produce another phase of results in 3 to 6 months' time. He also made it clear that if he were to obtain the Druid potion, he could save on making many intermediary objects and directly produce the final outcome. All I can say is that I wish you the best. I hope that everything will come to an end before the artisan completely breaks down. He has already begun regretting his faith in the primordial moon. Should I be happy that the securing of the City of Silver's food supply has progressed, or should I be worried about accidents?" Klein rubbed his temples and decided to put the matter aside. After all, Mom Hermit, who was almost about to become a demigod, was watching Frank. If some unexpected development really happened, she would definitely seek help. Few having finally confirmed his meeting with Queen Mystic, he heaved a sigh of relief and flicked his wrist, burning the letter in scarlet-red flames. After watching Miss Messenger leave, he continued splitting a worm of spirit when he suddenly frowned. He felt that the desk and the letters ashes in the trash can were abnormally off-putting. Subconsciously, Klein got some tissue and wiped the desk before covering the trash can. After doing all of this, he looked at his dirtied hands and stood up. He headed for the washroom and turned on the tap. As he washed his hands, he caught sight of the toilet beside him through the corner of his eye. He frowned bit by bit again. Today's cleaning wasn't done well enough, Klein softly muttered, and suddenly sensed something wrong with him. Amidst his thoughts, his spiritual intuition quickly explained why he was feeling this way. This was a side effect of using Death Knell, as he had already become a demigod, allowing him to have a qualitative change in his spirit body and attain godhood. The corresponding negative effects had been reduced by more than 90. The terrifying weakness of germophobia ended up becoming a trait of cleanliness OCD. Likewise, the period of weakness dropped from 6 hours to 1 hour, and the thirst that Death Knell gave him was no longer as obvious. Thankfully, Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he skillfully pulled out the toilet brush from the side. 11 in the evening, above the grey fog, due to Emlyn White's request, all the members who had involved themselves in the punishment Operation Justice, the Star, Judgment, the Magician, and the Hanged Man appeared inside the ancient magnificent palace. These are all the spoils of war. Emlyn threw £30 that he had just sacrificed in the middle of the table and explained. One of the mystical items was Oath of Rose. It's a paired ring, allowing the wearers to be able to share their senses and thoughts with one another within a normal-sized city, regardless of the distance. It's very valuable, but only one of the rings was acquired. It would spell danger for anyone who takes it. Therefore, I handed it over to the sanguine upper echelons and received £30 in return. He originally thought of keeping the £30 as his spoils of war, but he decided that it was better to sacrifice it and make it be one of the options. After a pause, Emlyn introduced the other items, listing their uses and negative side effects. He had even added more to the description knowledge stemmed from his penchant for sanguine history, and some shared by Ernst Boyar under Father Otravsky's watch. He is doing it with the intent of flaunting otherwise. With Mr. Moon's character, he wouldn't say so much. The reason for him being relaxed is due to Mr. Fool's absence. Audrey watched as a bystander without saying which item she wanted. Alger glanced at the spoils of war and said to Emlyn, "Have you met the sanguine upper echelons? Has the hunting of the key members of the Rose School of Thought been confirmed?" "Pretty much. I've also established contact with a member from the Temperance faction. However, he wishes to carry out the operation after September." Emlyn didn't hide the truth, believing that Mr. Hanged Man could provide useful pointers. Indeed, Alger nodded and asked, "It has to be after September. This means that they are waiting for something that will drastically change the situation." Klein, who was waiting for the mini-gathering to end somewhere else in the ancient palace, suspected that it had something to do with Miss Sharon's advancement when he heard that. According to Miss Sharon, she should have been able to attempt the demigod ritual in July. Don't tell me that this ritual will last at least a month. If that's the case, it's quite different from the other pathways. Klein had a theory he wasn't too sure about. Possibly. Emlyn thought for a while before agreeing with Mr. Hanged Man's words. Following that, he surveyed the area and said with a smile, "You can begin choosing." Audrey had Mr. World's promised fate siphon charm, and Leonard had obtained the corresponding rewards from Old Man Palace. They appeared rather calm with the spoils of war offered by the sanguine Viscount. None of them rushed to speak, as they politely waited for the others to go first. In addition, they had either experienced an angel-level battle in person or witnessed the horror brought about by Ammon's avatars. Furthermore, they had confirmed that the Tarot Club contained potent forces, and they were suffering from some level of mental fatigue. Zia looked to her right before looking forward. Seeing everyone being so modest, she broke the silence. "I was involved in a very simple part of this and didn't take much of a risk. Furthermore, Mr. Moon has already paid £60 in advance. I'll just take the cash in the wallet." As she spoke, she took the handcrafted wallet, took out the cash, and counted it. £335. Emlyn surveyed the area and nodded when no one objected. "Okay." As for the handcrafted wallet, Zio threw it in the middle of the table and returned it to Mr. Moon to handle it himself. With Zio taking the lead, Force said, "I only lent out Leymano's travels and didn't take on any risks." Ill take that moon paper figurine compared to the mystical items. Such expendable Bayunder items were relatively lower in value. However, to the magician herself, she wouldn't have selected a mystical item even if she was qualified. This was because she could hire the corresponding member to record it if she needed a particular power of the mystical item. As for moon paper figurine, an expendable item that could take a fatal blow and psychic piercing once, it couldn't be recorded. It was definitely the first choice for someone who feared for her life. After saying that, she waited for a moment. Only when no one objected did she take the moon paper figurine. Emlyn then cast his gaze at Miss Justice. Leonard extended his hand and said with a smile, "Ladies first." Audrey didn't decline the offer as she swept her gaze across the items on the table. She pointed at the diamond brooch and said with a smile, "Ill take this." She had heard Mr. Moon mention that its name was Alcohol Nemesis. It kept the wearer brimming with energy with lucidity in their thoughts, giving them resistance to influences on the body of heart and mind. Thankfully, I had first used bribe charm to be safe, and with Ernst still being in a half-conscious state after waking up from the dream, I wouldn't have been able to hypnotize him. This item is also useful to me. At the very least, it will give me another layer of protection when facing the higher-level members of the psychology alchemists. I don't have to worry about the negative effects if I don't always wear it, Audrey thought thankfully, as she retracted her gaze from the diamond brooch in satisfaction. After the selection, Emlyn didn't give Leonard the chance to speak as he directly said, "This moon sash is yours." From his point of view, the moon sash was worth more than £50, something more valuable than the £30 in cash. Actually, I was leaning towards taking the £30 I have to buy the word of the sea, and the price is still £10 after Klein gave a discount after spending that. He'll only have £650 in savings. Leonard ultimately didn't reject it as he nodded. Okay. Emlyn finished distributing the spoils of war and picked up the remaining £30 in cash. He then split a stack and pushed it to the side. "Mr. Hanged Man, this is your payment. £10. You should call it the consultation fee." Without Mr. Fool present, Fours was also a lot more relaxed. Alger didn't stand on ceremony as he nodded, reaching out to take the stack of cash. "The compensation for the carriage driver will also be borne by me." Emlyn surveyed the area in a rather good mood. 11 p.m. on Wednesday, at the south entrance of the Backland Bridge. A figure quickly phased into existence in the night sky, with one hand on his hat and the other hand by his buttons. He had black hair, brown eyes, and sharp facial features. This strongest adventurer with the cold expression was none other than Jamin Sparrow. Chapter 1011. Roselle's other warning: it was late at night, with the thick clouds concealing the moon. It was dark across the Backland Bridge. Just as Klein teleported here, he saw green pea vines descend from the sky like a storm that enveloped his surroundings before he could look around. They intertwined and quickly formed a forest. They stacked upwards in layers, making it impossible to see its peak. Klein released his right hand's grip on his top hat and familiarly followed up the path paved by the vines. It didn't take long before he saw a naturally formed swing made out of green plants. He also saw Queen Mystic Bernadette, who stood beside the swing. This eldest daughter of Emperor Roselle had a head of long chestnut hair. She wore a blouse with laced flowers that formed a bow tie. She matched it with a grey dress that went past her knees and a pair of Wellington leather boots. She also wore a bonnet with a hanging black fishnet. "You've grown faster than I had imagined." Bernadette's blue eyes behind the black fishnet reflected Jamin Sparrow's figure. Klein replied without any change in expression, "Praise Mr. Fool." As he said that, he inwardly lampooned, "This is what it means to strive to be stronger, relying on oneself rather than on others." Queen Mystic nodded slightly as she said, with a gentle but emotionless voice, "I know why you want to see me." Without waiting for Klein to say a word, she tilted her head slightly and looked at the vines swing beside her. She said in a tone as calm as a lake that had countless undercurrents beneath it, "I feel that he hasn't really perished completely." "Does that mean you believe that Emperor Roselle hasn't died completely? He lives somewhere in this world, with a chance for him to return." Klein didn't expect to hear such a straightforward and sensational words right at the beginning of their conversation. Although he easily controlled his expression, he was somewhat at a loss for a reply. At the same time, he noticed that Bernadette referred to Emperor Roselle as he instead of he. Regardless if they were using ancient Faceac to speak or the normal daily language used in Loan or Intis, they were completely different words. This means that deep down in Queen Mystic's heart, Emperor Roselle isn't an angel, but a Father Klein calmed down his emotions and deliberated before asking, "Why do you have such thoughts?" Bernadette retracted her gaze from the vine's swing and said with the same gentle voice, "Towards the final stages of his life, although he was crazy and radical, everything he did had preparations in place. I believe that he must have prepared something for himself. You should know that he attempted to switch pathways in his later years and tried for the vacant Black Emperor throne. This required him to build 9 secret mausoleums in the form of pyramids. After he died in the White Maple Palace, the churches of the eternal blazing sun and steam jointly found 8 mausoleums and destroyed each one of them. However, the 9th mausoleum remains to be discovered. No one knows where it's hidden. If he had already become Black Emperor, he can definitely awaken inside that mausoleum. If he fails, I believe that there's a possibility of using it for his resurrection." Bernadette's voice softened as she spoke. Towards the end, her voice was ethereal and nearly indiscernible. "You aren't that confident either. It's mostly a kind of hope and expectation," Klein sighed. Suddenly, he recalled the words by King of the Five Seas Nast. Emperor Roselle liked to stand in front of a particular floor-to-ceiling window and look to the west. From Roselle's diary, Klein knew that he had discovered the abyss's entrance in the fog sea west of Intis. There, he had found a primitive island and believed that it was filled with oddities and was worth exploring. Could it be that Emperor Roselle built the last secret mausoleum in the abyss or on that primitive island? Klein thought for a moment before smiling. "You seem to understand the Black Emperor pathway very well." He suspected that Emperor Roselle had left the Black Emperor card as a bookmark and had used Bernadette's name in ancient Faceac as the activation incantation because he partially wanted to inform his daughter of the corresponding ritual. In the end, Bernadette had seemingly grasped the information via other means. The lips behind Queen Mystic's fishnet veil produced a slight curl. "I've already investigated this matter for more than a century, and to figure out the details, I've suffered the infusion of knowledge from the hidden sage. I can tell that you, and Mr. Fool who's backing you, have a deep understanding of this. I've always been curious why you're so interested in his matters. From the current situation, and in terms of seniority, you could call me Uncle the Emperor, and I might very well be roommates." Who had been hung up for many years, Klein lampooned to relieve his emotional upheavals. However, he replied in a calm tone, "You can raise this question to Mr. Fool." He didn't plan on telling Bernadette that the 9th secret mausoleum might be somewhere in the fog sea, very likely to be on the primitive island or in the abyss. It was more suitable for the fool to answer the question. Queen Mystic wasn't surprised by Jem and Sparrow's response. She cast her gaze west to a certain spot far away. Although he couldn't see Bernadette's gaze, Klein could vaguely sense that this lady was looking at the place where she had her childhood. She was looking at her spiritual home, the home where she could no longer return to. At that moment, in the green vines and deep darkness, there were a lot of subtle emotions and dreams that hid deep in the heart, fermenting. In just a matter of seconds, Queen Mystic retracted her gaze and gently said, "After my matters in Backland ends, I'll pass a few pages to Catlia and get her to ask the question on my behalf." "Why don't you ask next week?" Klein didn't hide his puzzlement. Bernadette calmly replied, "I feel that the answer will affect my mood, and a bad mood will result in my failure." A failure because of a bad mood. What sort of matter has such strict requirements? A clash with a demigod of the mind domain? Or perhaps, after she resolves the knots in her heart, will she have the confidence to attempt to become an angel? Klein nodded in thought without pressing. This was a secret of hers, something that it was best not to ask about unless necessary. Queen Mystic then said, "When he wrote those few diary pages, I was sitting opposite him. I wanted him to teach me how to interpret and write those symbols. He didn't agree to it and only ruffled my hair. Back then, I was already of age. I can tell that he was worried, apprehensive, and in a difficult position when he wrote those pages. Finally, he told me that if I can really become an important figure of the mysterious world as Zaratol predicted, I must make sure to remember careful of the spectator. Be careful of the spectator. Klein couldn't help but inwardly repeat Roselle's warning. He believed that the Emperor wouldn't be broadly referring to the Beyonders of the spectator pathway. He was definitely pointing to a particular special existence, some special matter, or both. Emperor Roselle was a member of that ancient secret organization, that ancient secret organization's founder and leader. His Klein's eyelids twitched as he didn't dare to think any further, afraid that a particular existence would hear his thoughts. Perhaps there are detailed descriptions on that diary page, he said, hoping to see that diary page as soon as possible. I know, Bernadette nodded. She didn't continue on the topic. After 2 seconds of silence, she said, I should thank Mr. Fool and you on Catlia's behalf. Obtaining the blood of a snake of fate is very helpful towards her future. Although the advancement ritual of a mysticologist doesn't have any requirements on the mythical creature's pathway, the best choice is still the fate pathway. This will make it a lot easier for her when she advances to sequence 3. Why? Klein asked, with the mindset of learning new knowledge. After all, it was impossible for a blessed to know everything. Even a true god was incapable of that. Bernadette's eyes turned slightly vacant. Another way to call prying into the secrets of fate is clairvoyance. The mystery prior's sequence 3 is called clairvoyant. This also why I'm in Backland. Due to a particular future prediction. Klein mused, having a guess and some level of enlightenment. Many pathways seem to have the ability of clairvoyance. The corners of Queen Mystic's mouth curled up slightly as she sighed and said, in ancient times, many Beyonder creatures believed that gathering similar powers would lead to a qualitative change and breakthrough. But all of them went mad without exception or lost control. Only after the first blasphemy slate appeared did all creatures realize that balanceth kind of balance needed to walk on the edge of a cliff was key to the path of extraordinariness. Therefore, a domain's powers can be scattered across many pathways, concentrating on a few main pathways while the other pathways share the remnants. A negative example is the King of the North from Grossel's travels. Ulysses Klein fell into a deep thought without pressing. After a while, Queen Mystic broke the silence. If you have nothing else, let's end it here today. Klein thought for a moment before saying, all right, if you need any help, you can find me through Admiral of Stars. Bernadette nodded gently as her figure suddenly turned transparent before turning into a cluster of bubbles. The bubbles scattered and flew off before vanishing immediately. The dark green pea vines retracted and vanished into the night. Klein seemed to be held by an invisible hand as he landed gently on the Backland Bridge. He reached out his hand to press his top hat and surveyed his surroundings. There were rows of houses lining the banks, emitting faint yellow lights. Amidst the gushing sound of the surging river and the darkness of the night, everything appeared serene, silent, warm, and peaceful. I hope none of this will be destroyed, Klein sighed, as his figure quickly turned transparent and faded away. Chapter 1012. First day of September, dear Mr. Azik. Ever since September was ushered in, Backland's temperature has been dropping day after day. Recently, the elderly can already be seen wearing gloves when outdoors. Just like last year, the smog has begun to envelop the city. This would happen 1 to 2 days a week, or even more. Clearly, the environmental measures governing air pollution aren't something that can be resolved in a year or two. It will take at least 5 years. Something that should be worth being happy about is that the pungent smell in the air has already lessened significantly. My sanguine friend is very pleased with such weather. Another delightful change is that more and more students, postmen, and technical workers have bought bikes. The number of carriages on the streets has decreased, implying that the smell of horse feces and the stench it brings is no longer the main pollutant in Backland's air. Of course, they still occupy a rather important position. As you know, those ladies and gentlemen who think highly of their standing wouldn't casually lower their own standards of one, however. Based on my observations, their kids are gradually having a growing interest in bikes. I've been leading a normal life during this period of time. I go to St. Samuel Cathedral and the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation a few times a week, participating in their activities and continuously donating cash. I occasionally visit the turf club, watch plays and orchestras, or play cards or golf at the club. During weekends, I either participate in balls, banquets, or saloons. I forgot to mention that I've already bought a manor. It formerly belonged to Duke Negan and is called Mega. It has its own excellent vineyard and brewery, as well as a huge forest and plantation on it. It can be used for farming and hunting. Its main building has a huge rectangular shape with 4 stories. It has a large number of rooms, and a casual tour of the place without walking out the door would take me more than 10,000 steps. At the same time, it also has a large number of sculptures, oil paintings, decorations, and exquisite cutlery. It's simply palatial. Perhaps my description is a little exaggerated. After all, I've never seen a real palace. This is also the first manor that I own. I still remember my time in Tingen. I lived in a rental apartment with only 2 bedrooms with my brother and sister. Every day, we slept to the smell of coal. This was introduced to me by Brigadier General Coners Kilgore. It cost me £20. You don't have to worry about my financial situation. I made a huge sum of money from the southern continent, and I also sold some mystical items. Currently, I still have more than £17 in cash and £15 worth of gold bars, including various gold coins, solely and pence. I am rather satisfied with Mega and have sent my former valet, Richardson, to be the land steward. It's now autumn, and I am going to invite guests to enjoy a pleasant weekend there. I hope Richardson can make adequate preparations. The mysterious world in Backland hasn't changed for now. I hope it will continue like this. The magic mirror I previously mentioned to you has been restored to normal. However, it seems to still suffer from post-traumatic stress due to the damage Ammon had dealt it. As long as I question it about what happened, it will automatically change the color of its text and give an erroneous answer and repeatedly request me to compliment it. It also has different views on leaving the Church of Steam. It seems to have decided to stay a little longer, believing that it would be safer that way. It has even thought of showcasing its danger and become a Grade 1 sealed artifact. I have to say that I am always surprised with the way it thinks. Thanks to some of its answers, I've found a way to create pure darkness. It is to create it with a charm of the Evernight domain that has Dreamworld properties. It's considered a response of the Evemite goddess and is categorized under pure darkness. In addition, after repeated tests, I've finally figured out the way to carve the godhood symbols through cogitation and create the item I want. Upon writing this, Klein, who was sitting on the sofa while using his thigh as his table, stopped writing and rubbed his temples. Repeated failures implied the repeated loss of worms of spirit, and every separation was a damaging blow to his spirit body. It took him a long time to recover. Therefore, in order to have redundancies to prevent any accidents, Klein never pushed himself to the limit. After separating 3 or 4 worms of spirit, he would choose to rest for a few days before beginning the engraving process. Such breaks took him this long to master the method and create a finished product. Glancing at the rectangular diamond beside him, he saw layers of complicated symbols that extended into the void from the constantly refracting light. His head felt a little dizzy, as though he was witnessing a part of history. I'll call it the yesterday once more charm Klein retracted his gaze and continued writing. The coastal regions have had another storm brewing. The 2 houses of the kingdom have entered the traditional phase of debating over bills. With the footsteps of the new year approaching and getting louder, it makes me worried for some baffling reason. May you recover quickly and wake up soon. Your eternal student, Klein Morty. Putting away the pen and folding the letter, Klein blew Azic's copper whistle and summoned the skeleton messenger that stood nearly 4 meters tall. Unlike before, this messenger had only shown its head and one arm. The rest were beneath the floorboards on the second floor. This made it appear significantly shorter than Klein. After all, I am now barely considered a blessed of death. Klein handed the letter to the messenger as he watched it crumble into bones, gushing down into the ground like a waterfall. After doing this, he picked up the yesterday once more charm on the armrest. This was his first successful product, and he planned on using it first. After all, making it again was easy now that he had the experience. As for whether borrowing strength from his historical self posed any dangers, Klein had already performed a divination above the grey fog ahead of time. He believed that if it involved the real fool or the owner of the Door of Light, then he would have the mysterious space above the grey fog to block it for him. And the result of the divination was that it was very safe. After staring at the diamond-like charm for a few seconds, Klein no longer hesitated. He opened his mouth and said a single word in ancient Hermes: history. He had attempted it in the real world, and not above the grey fog, because he was worried that the mysterious world would sever the connection to the past. Amidst the echoing of the jarring word, Klein injected his spirituality into the yesterday once more charm. Light that appeared like scattered fur lit up, illuminating the surroundings with bright and pure light. Vaguely, a scene flashed past Klein's eyes. It was him dancing leisurely with Dali Simon beside Insi Zangwill's corpse. It was the grey-sideburned and exceedingly handsome Dwayne Dantes. It was Jayaman Sparrow pressing down on his top hat while landing on the black tulip thanks to the blessings of the wind. It was the Sherlock Moriarty who struggled during the descent of the meteor. It was Klein Morty who summoned sunlight when he heard the baby's cry in the Blackthorn Security Company. It was the pale university graduate who raised the revolver and aimed it at his temple. Beyond this, all the scenes vanished. All that was left was the grayish-white fog. And only when the powers of the charm were exhausted did Klein find himself at the end of that fog. Indeed, my transmigration is related to the grey fog, that mysterious space, and that strange door of light. This basically verifies it. I was sleeping in a cocoon in the past, hanging above the door of light. I've no idea how long I was in that state compared to his first time seeing the door of light. Klein, who had made the confirmation, remained calm as though he had long expected it. Phew, next, I'll make two yesterday once more charms for Will. This charm isn't of much use to me. I won't be visiting him this week. It will incur suspicion if I feed him ice cream every week. Their maid is already looking at me in an odd way also. Since I've mastered the cogitation engraving method of the godhood symbol, I can bring forward the creation of the extraordinary bullets made with the worms of time. Yes, Leonard said that he will be visiting Tingen in the next few days. Let's see if the power of the mutated sun's sacred emblem can be stolen. Klein rubbed his forehead and left the sofa. At a previous tarot gathering, Leonard had already informed him of the 4 types of godhood symbols and magical labels he learned from Palace Zoroast. They came from the Marauder domain, and it was said that one of them was capable of misdirecting the enemy, making them make errors in judgment. Another was to steal 3 Beyonder powers that the target had formerly used, beginning with the most recent power. The third would cause the enemy to lose plenty of vitality if the enemy could be affected by it, making them enter an aged state. Finally, one of them could create worms of time that didn't live long. They would secretly parasitize the target's body and allow the charm user to control them. Among the 7 remaining worms of time that Klein had, he had already made 3 into fate siphon charms and had given Miss Justice 1 and kept 2. This also meant that he still had 4 worms of time, allowing him to try out each of the 4 effects. Of course, his intuition told him that the chances of a successful product weren't guaranteed. As for Leonard's 2 worms of time, one had been made into a fate siphon charm. He had followed the World Jayaman Sparrow's instructions to pray to Mr. Fool and had received a reply. The other relied on Palace Zorost's help to create a parasite charm. After busying himself with a series of tasks, it was evening. Klein had 5 successes and 1 failure. He obtained 2 yesterday once more charms, 1 parasite bullet, a deceit bullet, and a deprivation bullet. The only failure was the aging bullet, seemingly due to the inability to use sufficient powers from the mysterious space above the grey fog. Looking at the 3 similar-looking bullets that were a mix of transparency or translucency, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He took out Death Knell and loaded the bullet. In the revolver were 3 of his control spirit bullets. After clearing the altar, he walked out of the room and headed for the 2nd floor. Upon entering the dining hall, he said to butler Walter, who was waiting for him, "Invite the guests to a hunting trip over the weekend in the city outskirts using the name list." "Yes, sir." Walter was already prepared for this, remaining stem and serious. Tingen City, 36 Zoutelen Street. Leonard got off the carriage as he looked at a newly built building with a mixed expression. He momentarily forgot to enter. Chapter 1013. Individual Growth. The 36 Zoutelen Street of the past was just filled with a cement foundation, with each floor's 2 windows forming the shape of an arch, with their covers being shut. It had the architectural traits of post-1300s of the 5th epoch, and the natural lighting wasn't very good. After its reconstruction, the bottom floor had a small, sheltered porch with 2 oriel windows that extended to the 2nd floor. The thinner portion of the window frames had a wall and a decorative column that supported a thin stone beam. Above the oriel window was a parapet that connected straight to the 3rd floor. This was a 3-story architectural style that had been made popular in recent years. His thoughts seemingly going adrift, Leonard had a feeling that he had come to the wrong place. After falling into a daze for about 10 seconds, he stepped into 36 Zouterland Street with a silver inlaid cane. Following that, he walked up the stairs, turned around a bend, and saw the black door and vertical signboard, Blackthorn Security Company. When he arrived, he seemed to gradually find a sense of familiarity. He sped up his pace and pushed open the ajar door. A brown-haired girl who held the Tingeon City honest paper up vertically on the desk moved the papers to the side when she heard the unconcealed footsteps, revealing a smooth forehead, light brown eyes, and a pretty face. "Good afternoon, Razan," Leonard greeted somewhat hesitantly. Razan first wore a look of surprise before her expression fell. She said in an abnormally cold tone, "Good afternoon. Congratulations on avenging Captain and Klein." Leonard widened his mouth, at a loss for a response. He didn't even press down on his top hat despite his dislike of wearing hats. He forced a smile and nodded slightly. Then he went forward in silence, passing Razan, planning to enter the door beyond the partition. Just as he was about to enter the office, he suddenly heard Razan say rather softly behind him, "Live well." Leonard slowed down his pace slightly before nodding his head heavily. When he entered the interior, he instantly saw Fry standing by the captain's office. This corpse collector still had a paleness that resulted from not being under the sun for a long while. He had black hair. This corpse collector still had a paleness that resulted from not being under the sun for a long while. He had black hair. Leonard solemnly looked at him for a few seconds before exhaling, trying hard to coolly smile. "Long time no see." "Good afternoon. Long time no see." Fry pointed to the captain's office. "I've already received the telegram and know of your request. It'll get 2 team members to carry out the operation with you. Also, you need to fill in a sealed artifact request form." Slightly surprised, Leonard said with a smile, "You're the captain now. You aren't as silent as before." Leonard had actually finished digesting his Soul Assura potion and could advance to sequence 5 Spirit Warlock. But to obtain the power of that drop of the eternal blazing sun's blood, he deliberately kept it a secret. He continued placating the souls around Backland and finally, through his hard work, found an opportunity to come to Tingeon. "Yes," Fry said with a gentle nod. "Actually, I don't like to speak much, but I have to do so as the captain." Leonard nodded slightly. "When did you become a captain? Why haven't I heard of it?" "Recently," Fry succinctly replied before giving an explanation. "Shortly after you left, I became a Sequence 8 gravedigger. I finally advanced to Spirit Medium last month, and it just so happened that the previous captain was transferred away." "That's fast." Before Leonard could finish his sentence, he had punched himself in the head. "Look at my memory. I forgot that Klein had already shared some experiences with everyone." He lowered his right hand and said to Fry with a smile, "In that case, you still have room and time to make further progress. Perhaps you might become a deacon." Fry shot a look at him and retracted his gaze. "He'll likely not choose to continue advancing." "Why?" Leonard took a few steps out and came to Fry's side, asking in puzzlement. Fry looked up at the ceiling and said in a calm and heavy voice, "I wish to stay here, protecting this place, always." Leonard fell silent and didn't give a response. He observed his surroundings and felt that there were quite significant changes, but there were also many things that remained immutable. Fry fell silent for a while before saying, "I'll dispatch 2 members to follow you." As he spoke, he headed for the basement. Leonard then subconsciously followed by the side. The office right at the bottom had its door open. A few Nighthawks were in there playing cards fighting evil. When they sensed their captain approaching, they hurriedly put down their poker cards and stood up. Leonard swept his gaze across them and saw 2 familiar faces. They were Rial, with her smooth black hair, and the white-haired, black-eyed Seeker. At the same time, he also saw a few unfamiliar faces. He saw the pence, soli, and poker cards on the table. For a moment, he felt his mind adrift as his vision blurred up. In the Rorsted archipelago waters, in a small harbor neighboring a fishing village, at the bottom of the future, Frank Lee rolled up his sleeves and crossed his arms, seriously looking at the mushroom in front of him. The mushroom, together with its cap, stood at a height of 8 meters tall. Its white surface had a few bright red spots that resembled eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Apart from that, its stem had protruding spores. They had thick and strong-looking white hyphae that resembled tentacles. Frank sized up this gigantic mushroom and surveyed the area, looking at the wooden walls, floorboards, and the mushrooms of different shapes and sizes before saying to Artisan Sylph, "Not bad. This experiment has made progress again. This mushroom has a strong inclination to reproduce, and this will make it hungry, making it eager to replenish itself with monster flesh and blood. Be it roasting or boiling, these can cease its activity, making it not as dangerous. How does it taste? Didn't you try it? The offspring that it produces have random flavors: beef, fish, and malt. Some are even filled with milk. One of them is enough to satisfy any requirements for breakfast. See, the crew no longer enjoy drinking anymore. There are mushrooms that can be plucked everywhere, I believe, that when out in the wilderness, to fill one's stomach, one has to carry dry rations and hunt wild beasts. That's just too troublesome. If we can let our bodies grow mushrooms, wouldn't it save the hassle? Artisan Sylph was a lot thinner than back when he was in Bayam. His eye sockets were deep and his eyes vacant. They were lacking in life. Upon hearing Frank's words, he seemed to recall something as his body trembled. He silently crouched down and opened his mouth, producing retching noises. "Are you okay? I know it was tough on you. I am really grateful for all you've done recently," Frank said sincerely to the artisan. "If it wasn't for you, the mushrooms wouldn't have such a strong inclination towards reproduction. Also, they have obtained abnormally strong vitality under the moonlight, allowing themselves to purify themselves. This effectively eliminated the poison that accumulates from devouring monsters. The only problem is that there's no moonlight in pure darkness. This is the next problem that we need to resolve." Sylph didn't say a word. After he finished vomiting, he immediately stood up and turned to rush outside. However, a thick and strong white heifer reached out and pulled him back. "I return my mystical items to me. I want to die with these mushrooms," he yelled frantically, his voice softening as his mouth was covered. At this moment, green vines rapidly retreated from a certain spot of the fishing village, as though it was growing in reverse. Catlia walked out of it, her eyes dark purple with some silver hints to them. Her ears continued resounding with the illusory ravings of the hidden sage. However, she no longer found it terrifying. She didn't find it unacceptable like before. Wherever she looked, there were countless indescribable figures, looking as if they were shadows stacked upon each other, like an invisible gaze that was cast over from an unknown location. Compared to the past, she could already see the unknown existence hidden behind the curtains. She could see the moons high up in the sky that were of different colors. They were either blood red, silver, dark brown, or ghostly blue, resembling eyes that looked down upon the land. Catlia's mind hummed as she hurriedly retracted her gaze, afraid to look further. She had already dissected the snake of fate's blood and completed the ritual. Through that, she had obtained godhood, becoming a sequence 4 mysticologist of the mystery prior pathway. However, she remembered the Queen's warning. Among all the sequence 4 bayanders of the 22 pathways, mysticologist was the job that encountered danger the easiest. It was because they often saw things that they shouldn't see, hear things they shouldn't hear, and be aware of secrets they shouldn't be aware of. Therefore, a mysticologist needed to know how to curb their curiosity and control their respective actions in order to live long. Removing the heavy glasses she hung on her clothes, Catlia wore it, but all the various things she saw in the real world didn't vanish. She curled her lips in satisfaction in a self-deprecating manner. She knew that the item could no longer seal her ability of prying into secrets. She closed her eyes before opening them. Her eyes had turned black, no longer having the mysterious dark purple and silver hues. View Catlia heaved a sigh of relief and slowly walked to the future as though she had simply gone out for a stroll. She didn't wish to announce her becoming a demigod, and she had no intention of quickly becoming the 5th royal over the seas. To her, this was a trump card in this dangerous world, one that she had to keep close to her chest. South of the bridge, Rose Street. The carriage that Emlyn was on drove down the street when he saw the blurry figure in a white shirt and black vest with slightly messy hair appear opposite him. It was that wraith-like young man. "Long time no see, Mr. Marie," Emlyn said with an unsurprised smile. Marie nodded slightly. "I am here to tell you that we've already made the preparations. We can discuss the actual operation." Chapter 1014, The Growing Group. "All right," Emlyn replied very calmly. Marie didn't speak further as his figure vanished. He knew that it was impossible to come up with a specific plan in an instant. Emlyn White had to first seek the opinion of the upper echelons of the Sanguine. Therefore, he didn't stay. This might be a chance for me to obtain godhood and become an Earl. Imlin smiled as he watched the Wraith Marie leave silently. He had yet to digest the Scarlet Scholar Beyonder characteristic. The so-called opportunity to become an Earl referred to the promise of obtaining a free ritual and the corresponding potion formula. The carriage continued forward and stopped at the entrance of the Harvest Church. Emlyn looked at the grayish-white fog in the sky with a look of satisfaction, pressed down on his silk top hat, and unhurriedly alighted the carriage before entering the cathedral's door. After changing into his brown priest robe, he picked up a cloth and a pail of water and began seriously wiping the surface of the candle stands. After Father Otravsky, who appeared taller, finished his morning sermon, Emlyn stopped working and grumbled. Why was Ernst allowed to return? He only requested to do a month of volunteer work. Father Otravsky wasn't annoyed by Emlyn's repeated question from time to time, appearing extremely patient. Upon thinking of his encounter, Emlyn immediately felt indignant. He couldn't help but mumble. He was forced to do volunteer work, not out of his own accord. He can't be allowed to decide on the period. He needs to serve at least half a year. Father Otravsky replied with a smile. He did well. He worked hard the entire month, guiding the devotees and copying the Bible. I could clearly sense that he had already realized the value of life and the joy of the harvest. Emlyn's facial muscles twitched slightly. Is he also? No. Is he soon going to become a believer of Earth Mother? No, I didn't force him to change his faith, Father Otravsky said gently. I only taught him the teachings of Earth Mother and to sense the traces and fragments that life brings. I hope that he will recall the home for the soul, the mother's embrace, whenever he feels lost. Emlyn's lips quivered, but he ultimately didn't say a word. He lowered his head and continued wiping. In an apartment in Sherwood Borough. For sat on a high-backed chair, her gaze focused on an empty glass bottle on the desk in front of her. She had finally digested the astrologer potion some time ago. Today, under Zio's watch, she had concocted the Isman's brain and the ancient wraith's cursed item into the scribe potion. She mustered her courage and drank it. At this moment, she felt her brain rapidly expanding. The grand folds and white matter rapidly increased as her body gradually blurred, separating into individual cells. Those cells formed a halo door that circled her brain. Fors subtly heard the familiar ravings, but they were indistinct and blurry, preventing her from identifying the exact words at all. To the experienced her, it didn't affect her in any way. After an unknown period of time, Force finally regained control over her brain and cells and could sense her body's existence. Almost at the same time, a large amount of knowledge resonated in her mind, making her understand how to use the powers of a scribe. The mutated brain reproduced the Beyonder powers used by the target before driving a portion of the vitalized cells to form corresponding symbols, patterns, and labels for complete storage. This was I came, I saw, I record, which used one's soul as a pen and one's spirit body as the paper. At present, I can only record one Beyonder power that has the influence of godhood. The higher the target sequence, the higher the chances of my failure. Even targeted at sequence 4, one might not be able to succeed even once in 10 attempts. I can record 8 sequence 5 and 6 Beyonder powers, and the effects are half of the original. I can record 20 sequence 7 to sequence 9 Beyonder powers, with their effects being almost like the original when the potion is digested further. Ill enjoy an enhancement in all these aspects. Fors concluded the knowledge and her experiences before silently muttering to herself. This appeared to overlap with Leymano's travels, but Fors felt that no one would ever find having too many Beyonder powers being excessive. Besides, the two were complementary. After all, she could rent Leymano's travels to other Tarot Club members and be paid with Beyonder powers. However, she was unable to rent herself out. At sequence 6, an apprentice finally has sufficient combat strength. Fors reigned in her thoughts as she sighed to Zio. She then took a pen and paper and began writing a letter. Dear teacher, I'm very pleased to inform you that I've finally become a scribe. I am just one step away from my dreams of traveling. After writing a few sentences, she saw Zio stand up and walk towards the door from the corner of her eye. She hurriedly shouted at her, Hey, shouldn't we head to a restaurant to celebrate? Zio replied in a stern manner, Your overflowing spirituality is rather serious. You'll need several days of cogitation to keep it under control. You aren't allowed to smoke or drink. Don't overly indulge yourself in your emotions. After the advice, she added, I still have commissions to do. I almost have enough to exchange for the judge formula. All right. Force threw up her hands. After leaving the house, Zio unlocked the chains and got onto a bicycle specially created for youths. She then rode towards Hillston Borough. According to the intelligence she had previously obtained, Viscount Stratford had reserved lunch at a luxurious restaurant. Upon reaching the restaurant, Zio secured the bike to a street lamp and found a secluded comer to observe the people passing by. After an unknown period of time, a carriage drove through the thin fog. There was a coat of arms with a flower and two rings engraved on it. Zio's focus intensified as she watched the carriage stop at the restaurant's entrance. She then saw the grizzled Viscount Stratford, who was in his 40s, get off first. He then extended his hand to the passenger behind him like a gentleman. It was a lady draped in a dark red cloak. Zio couldn't see the lady's face and only noticed that the lady's jaw was soft and her skin fair. On the Blue Avenger at the northern Sanya Sea, Alger Wilson's feet left the ground as he floated behind the window of the captain's cabin. He stared at the deck and distant waves outside. Having already digested a portion of the ocean songster potion, he had reported to the Church of Storms 2 weeks ago and had accumulated enough contribution points to obtain a wind-blessed potion and successfully consumed it. This also meant that he was officially a Sequence 6. Of course, he had to redigest the wind-blessed potion, but that wasn't too difficult. The biggest problem is that the commotion created from digesting the ocean songster is too obvious. I should have bought that word of the sea and blamed the singing on it every time Alger sighed silently. But he didn't feel too much regret. This was because even if he wanted to buy it back then, he didn't have the money for it. Furthermore, he had figured out the way to digest the ocean songster potion. I should be able to get the information soon and confirm who that FASAC Navy officer that Mr. Fool wishes to investigate is. Alger retracted his gaze and floated back to the desk where there was a brass sextant. At this moment, two sailors passed by the deck while belching. There seemed to be sirens in these waters. I always hear their singing at night, one of the sailors said in uncertainty. His companions sneered. How is that possible? How can a siren sound so bad? It must be some noise produced by some sea monster, City of Silver, in the training field which wasn't as crowded compared to during daytime. A pile of blue ice was stacked there like a small mountain. Derek didn't bring his weapon with him as he stood empty-handed in front of the mountain of ice, piously praying. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. After chanting the honorific name and making his request, he looked at the chief of the six-member council, Carlin Iliad, walk towards the ice blocks from afar. Carlin, with two swords on his back, carried a bottle of light-emitting and hot golden liquid. He watched as Derek exerted his strength to enter the ice block and bury himself inside completely without leaving a single crack. A deep and hazy darkness descended. Even with the lightning streaking across the sky, it was unable to illuminate the interior. In the blink of an eye, an indescribable surge appeared, as though pairs of eyes were cast over from the depths of the darkness. Carlin Iliad could clearly sense that Derek was in a deep slumber. Even though Derek was being frozen in ice that normally didn't melt and his body was trembling, he didn't wake up. Without any hesitation, he threw the potion bottle ahead of him. A wraith-like transparent figure floated above and enveloped it. This figure passed through the blue ice and came to the cramped space where Derek was. It took out the potion and placed it by Derek's mouth. Just as this action was done, it immediately retreated and left the ice blocks. Whoosh! Carlin Iliad suddenly drew his sword and cleaved behind him to his right. A monster, whose rotting body was covered in eyes, burst out into yellow pus. It wasn't known where it came from. At this moment, Carlin saw a radiant light emerge from the pile of blue ice. They scattered pure light, with a burning intensity, warmth, brightness, and vitality that was different from the surrounding lightning. This filled Carlin's eyes as if the light had come from the Dark Ages. This City of Silver chief watched intently and was motionless for a long time until another monster emerged from the darkness. In the ancient palace above the fog, Little Sun is its sequence. 5-2. Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he cast his eyes at the crimson star representing the sun and cast it to another star. That signified Miss Justice. Over the past month or so, she had completed many of the psychology alchemist's missions and had exchanged her contribution for the Dreamwalker's potion formula. This also meant that she was about to meet H. Rambis again. Chapter 1015. March of War Backland at the residence of the furniture merchant, Hampers. Audrey once again met the counselor of the psychology alchemists, H. Rambis. This old gentleman remained warm and elegant. His white but lush hair was neatly combed. His blue, deep eyes seemed to contain infinite knowledge. Upon seeing him, Audrey's eyes wore a vacant look before she came to a realization. It was as though she had finally awoken from a long dream and recovered her lost memories. She wasn't surprised or puzzled by this at all, accepting this fact without any resistance as if it was something very normal. "Good afternoon, Mr. Rambis," Audrey greeted with the etiquette that was flawless. Rambis nodded slightly and replied with a smile, "Good afternoon, our girl." Over the past month or so, he had gradually adopted the idea that she was the pride of the psychology alchemists and the most important girl. Audrey glanced at the diamond brooch at her chest and sat down with a smile, waiting for H. Rambis to speak. In regard to the cue and guidance, she hadn't been affected at all due to her preparations. At that moment, when she heard H. Rambis call her that, she wished to ignore everything, etiquette or whatnot, rolling her eyes without being afraid of being exposed. However, she ultimately held back without exposing any problems. H. Rambis looked at Audrey for a few seconds before saying with the same smile, "You've done well during this period of time. As a reward, we've decided to give you the potion formula for Dreamwalker." As he spoke, he took out a folded piece of paper from his shirt pocket and placed it on the coffee table. He then pushed it towards the noble lady. Audrey pressed down on her skirt and got up slightly. She picked up the piece of paper and unfolded it in front of H. Rambis. Her gaze first fell on the main ingredients before she quickly skimmed the ritual. Main ingredients. One dreamcatcher's heart, one mind illusion crystal, or a mature mind dragon's complete brain. Ritual. Seek out a harpy in the spirit world and sign a contract with it. Then, holding one tail feather, consume the potion amidst intense feelings of either joy or anger. As though sensing Audrey's puzzlement, H. Rambis explained with a smile, "A harpy has the ability to give nightmares. It can snap people awake from their dreams. So the entire ritual's essence is to be immersed in a dream and be unwilling to wake up from it. Get pulled out of the dream via an external force, or else you might sleep forever or lose control and turn into a monster." Audrey nodded in thought. The requirement to consume the potion amidst intense feelings is to prevent myself from sleeping too soundly and deeply. "Yes, you've already grasped the crux of the matter," H. Rambis said with a smile. "If you don't know much about the spirit world and can't find a harpy, we can provide some help. If the ritual's essence is for me to wake up from a dream, that means that the harpy isn't necessary. The blessings of Mr. Fool's angel can allow me to remain lucid in dreams. I can wake up whenever I want." Audrey's green eyes darted about and said with looks of anticipation, "I can try it myself first." "All right." Didn't mind the girl's desire to take risks. He paused and said, "I have another matter for you. If you do it well, we will provide you with all the ingredients of the Dreamwalker potion." "What is it?" Audrey asked, without any resistance, just like before. H. Rambis said with a slightly solemn expression, "Find out the attitudes of your father, Earl Hall, the present Duke Negan, Admiral Amirius, and the other nobles about a relatively major war." War. Audrey repeated the word that she had often heard but found somewhat unfamiliar. She had a vague feeling that ripples had suddenly formed under the surface of a seemingly calm lake. War above the grey fog, Klein listened to Miss Justice's prayer and fell into deep thought. He was unable to determine whether the psychology alchemists, Hermes, or maybe even Adam, who was lurking behind them, welcomed or objected to a war. As for whether the lone king, the prime minister, and a number of nobles and the members of parliaments wanted war, the answer was relatively clear. Last year, the hanged man had once asked Miss Justice a similar question. Her answer was that the king and prime minister had the tendencies of being warmongers, but they had chosen to first focus on internal reforms and settle the connections over various matters. Now, about a year had passed, and all the policies that had been implemented were on track. In other words, it was time to start a war to snatch back the interests which Lone had lost in East Balam. It's a revolutionary era. The strife between countries are intense, and once war begins, It's unlikely that it can be controlled. Furthermore, Adam, Ammon, and the other kings of angels have appeared one after another, have already retrieved key items, or are seeking breakthroughs. A storm is about to descend on the mysterious world, and danger is lurking Klein's side and returned to the real world. The next day, he first went to St. Samuel Cathedral to pray according to his schedule and donated tens of pounds. Following that, he went to 22 Phelps Street, planning to participate in some of the business of the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation. The moment he stepped inside, Klein saw Miss Audrey Hall and a few of the foundation's staff coming down the stairs and walking towards the door. This noble lady was dressed very simply today. Her hair was tied up into a simple bun, and she wore no other accessories. Her dress was light green in color, and her sleeves had a circle of frills. There were no laces or tassels. "Good morning, Miss Audrey." Klein took off his hat as usual and bowed. He then nodded at the staff and greeted them. After Audrey responded, Klein casually asked, "Where are you going?" He knew that Miss Justice's main role in the foundation was to seek donations from the various ladies and gentlemen in high society. Audrey replied with a faint smile, "Visit the various universities and show some concern to the students we helped previously." Having said that, she blinked her eyes as her smile widened. "Mr. Dantes, do you want to go together? Take a look at the children who had the chance of changing their fates due to your ideas and kindness. Oh, some of them are already young adults." Although Klein had never thought of obtaining anything in return from the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation, he truly wished that these actions could help the target group. Therefore, he was rather concerned about the progress and the actual situation. He nodded with a smile after some hesitation. "I have no way of rejecting such an invitation." The group went out the door, and under Miss Audrey's suggestion, they chose an untracked public carriage. After getting into the carriage, Klein, in a gentlemanly-like manner, let Miss Audrey sit down first. Then he sat opposite her and asked with a smile, "You seem to be very used to it." Audrey looked at the foundation staff beside her and said with a smile, "It's not the first time. It's impossible for us to take my own carriage every time we head out. They have to use public transportation." Upon saying that, she blushed in embarrassment and said, "The first time I was on a public carriage, I took out notes with £1 face value. The lady who collected the money got me to buy a few copies of newspapers before going back to her. Oh, it's cleaner than I imagined. The smell of the air isn't that unbearable either." Klein nodded slightly and said, "This is because the truly poor are unable to take public transport like this. They'd rather walk. Under normal circumstances, they don't have to head out, nor do they go somewhere too far." "Mr. Dantes, you seem to be familiar with such matters." Although Audrey had guessed the reason, she still asked in front of others. Klein smiled. "Although I've never experienced it directly, I've seen too much of it." Audrey didn't continue on the topic. Instead, she mentioned to the beneficiaries that they were visiting to confirm their education and living conditions. Amidst their idle chat, they arrived at their first destination, Backland University of Technology. Based on Audrey's identity and Dwayne Dantes' social relations, they met the chancellor of the newly established university directly. He was a resident of 100 Barkland Street, Mr. Portland Moment. This elder had a large build, a ruddy complexion, and a loud voice. Whenever he talked to his neighbor, Dwayne Dantes, and the distinguished Miss Audrey about the university's establishment, he would complain about the Higher Education Commission from time to time. Audrey and Klein listened with a decent smile and occasionally echoed his words. Finally, they found an opportunity to raise the need to begin work. Portland was just about to get his secretary when he suddenly heard someone knock on his office door. "Please come in," the chancellor said loudly. The door opened without a sound. A black-haired, brown-eyed girl entered. She didn't doll herself up and was rather thin. She had nice facial features, and she looked to be 17 or 18. Klein's gaze suddenly deepened before he reined it in. The girl hadn't expected the chancellor's office to have guests. In her anxiety, she hurriedly lowered her head and said, "I am sorry." "It's fine. They were about to leave anyway," Portland said without minding it. "Have you finished the item I got you to make last week?" Yes." The girl walked through the door and stood to the side. Portland Moment then smiled at Dwayne Dantes and Audrey. "Her name is Melissa Morty. She's very talented with machinery. I happened to chance upon her and got her to help in my laboratory. Of course, she can only do some miscellaneous chores for now." "Not bad." The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he commended her with an obvious smile. Audrey glanced at him and smiled. There are always arrogant people who say that women have no talent in machinery, and this lady has proven them wrong. Portland laughed and shook his head. There's no need to bother about such comments. All right, I'll get my secretary to help you in understanding the conditions of those beneficiaries. Audrey and Klein didn't stay any longer as they left the office. Once they were out the door, Audrey stole a glance at Dwayne Dantes, but she didn't say a word. Chapter 1016. News from the numinous Episcopate 160 Barkland Street, inside Dwayne Dantes' mansion. Klein stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, watching as the rain began to descend along with the wind. The rain hit the ground and the glass, intersecting to form a mesh. Ever since autumn, Backland had started to rain again. It brought with it a lingering coldness and humidity. Klein stood there motionless for a long time, watching silently into the distance through the blurry, rainy scene, his eyes unfocused. Only when his spiritual perception was triggered did he stop his wandering thoughts and turned his head to the side. Rionette, with the four blonde, red-eyed heads in her hand, had a letter as she walked out of the void. "Who is it from this time?" Klein asked Miss Messenger out of habit. The last letter he received came from Sharon. The lady had told him that she had successfully completed the ritual and advanced to sequence 4 puppet of the prisoner pathway. Klein first sincerely congratulated her and apologetically informed her that he had already obtained what he needed and didn't need to visit Calderon City in the spirit world any time soon. Of course, he also indicated that there was a huge secret there that might have something to do with him. He would probably head there one day, and when that time came, if Miss Sharon had the time or was willing, he wished to obtain her support. For Klein, on the one hand, he might have to head there to find the future ingredients he needed for his advancement. On the other hand, he believed that the magical city that involved ancient death, Phoenix ancestor Greggrace, also might contain the method to heal Mr. Azik's incomplete spirit bodies. Even if this death council didn't have the means to advance, he hoped that by doing so, the former didn't need to repeatedly suffer the torment of losing his memories. Of course, Klein had prepared a plan for that. It was to wait until he advanced to sequence 3 Scholar of Yore. He could prepare more yesterday once more charms for Mr. Azik, or he could imbue him with the corresponding Bayunder powers to speed up the recovery of his memories each time. At that moment, Klein had already received a letter. Rionette Tanker's 4 heads replied one after another. From that undying idiot, Patrick Bryan of the numinous Episcopate's artificial death faction, Klein easily understood who Miss Messenger was referring to. This was because Patrick was the one who wrote the most to him over the past 2 months. He reported almost anything of slight importance and asked for instructions. After a few times, Rionette Tanker gave him a nickname. Miss Messenger never showed interest in such matters before. I wonder when it began most of the people who write to me have been given nicknames, except Miss Sharon, as Klein silently mumbled. He unfurled the letter and gave it a quick scan. In the letter, Patrick Bryan said that the Southern Continent's orders were no longer about getting him to make various attempts to awaken death. Instead, they got him to prepare a special ritual and help the Death Domain Angel inside the mausoleum, artificial Death Faction's leader, Hater, recover. It was to allow him to have the means to temporarily leave the land in which he sealed himself. Such an order didn't seem problematic on the surface, but it was a little sudden. However, Klein still sensed something amiss. The artificial death faction of the numinous Episcopate in the Southern Continent had previously made Patrick continue the strange but dangerous rituals to awaken death. I managed to trick them by instructing him to use excuses such as the inability to gather the materials or the ultimate failure of the experiment. Now, Thave finally suspected that there's something wrong with Patrick. Klein nodded in thought. He suspected that this was a test directed at Patrick Bryan, a test that pointed towards an angel. An angel's response to rituals covered the entire world. Yes, it's good as long as they don't suspect there's a problem with artificial death. After all, Thave inherited a huge inheritance from the ancient Balam Empire. Who knows if they have a way to affect the goddess progress in controlling the death pathway's uniqueness? It could be a bane for both sides. Klein analyzed for a moment before heaving a sigh of relief. As for the test by the Death Domain Angel, he didn't think much of it. This was because the Fool could also direct power at the same level, with Angel's embrace. a disruption effect could be made. As long as the high priest named Hater didn't descend in person and only exerted influence remotely, he could carry out misdirections in an ingenious manner. After figuring this out, Klein flicked his wrist, igniting Patrick Bryan's letter with scarlet flames. As he returned to his desk, he took out a pen and paper and wrote, "You may proceed according to your teacher's instructions, but before the actual ritual, you must report this to me and gain my permission." As the interval between the receiving and sending of letters was short, Patrick Bryan likely remained in his original spot. Klein didn't summon Patrick's messenger, and instead blew the adventurer's harmonica and handed the folded letter to Reenette Tynecare. Amidst the drizzle, Zia draped a simple raincoat lined with tree sap over her and hid in the shadows, staring at the side door of Viscount Stratford's residence. It wasn't even evening, but the street lamps were already lit up. They emitted a faint glow in the rain. After a while, a rental carriage drove over from afar and stopped in front of the side door in a remote area. The Viscount's valet that had been hiding immediately ran out, opening an umbrella. He sheltered the cloaked woman down the carriage and quickly passed through the side door. As for the rental carriage, it remained in its spot without leaving. It had apparently been paid a sufficient amount of money. Zio still failed to see the woman's appearance, but she wasn't disheartened by it. She patiently waited in the cold rain as though she had turned into a motionless statue. She planned on attempting to tail the woman once she came out to confirm her identity. This was both an opportunity for her to obtain the Judge Potion formula, and it was also the reason why she came to Baclunto, investigate the truth of her father's death. And it was because she was spurred by such motives that Zio had persisted in monitoring Viscount Stratford to this day. MI9's other intelligence officers had already ended the mission due to the lack of any developments over the previous few months. Even the golden masked man who had designated the mission hadn't asked about this in weeks. Clearly, he didn't place any importance on it. Inside Viscount Stratford's bedroom, a beautiful brown-haired girl wore a silk gown and sat in front of a dressing table. She was fiddling with the skincare and makeup products as if she had discovered a treasure trove. Viscount Stratford, who was already middle-aged, wore a male nightgown and walked to the beautiful girl with his hair still moist. He smiled at her reflection in the mirror and said, "Sherman, you no longer need those to add to your beauty. It's just a type of female instinct." The young girl named Sherman raised her hand with a smile, pressing down on the Viscount's palm that had been placed on her shoulder. Viscount Stratford smiled gently and said, "When you touch them, you have a pure and innocent air to you. Heh heh, you make me discover my youth, like the days when I was only 18. Without waiting for Sherman's reply, he continued, "My wife had already passed away for years. I always imagined I would live until the Lord beckons for me, but who knew that I would meet you? In a while, when the pressure accumulated in Backland is relieved, I will find a chance to walk down the wedding aisle to the altar with you." "Wedding, you want to marry me?" Sherman was taken aback as she asked in disbelief. Viscount Stratford smiled and said, "Meeting you is a gift from the Lord. Although you aren't of noble birth, I've already married once. I don't have to consider such matters anymore. Of course, ill think of means to raise your standing in society. Yes, ill first find a merchant to recognize you as his illegitimate daughter." He droned on about his plan until he saw Sherman's eyes filled with tears in the mirror's reflection. "The most precious thing about you is that you treat me 10 times better than how well I treat you, and you don't hide it." Viscount Stratford smiled as he lowered his head and kissed the top of Sherman's head. Sherman opened her mouth, seemingly crying and laughing. Only when the drizzle stopped and night fell did Zio finally wait for the woman in a dark red cloak walk out and board the carriage. After memorizing the carriage's traits, Zio tailed it from afar, using her Bayonder powers as a sheriff and the empty streets at night to follow the target simply by walking or running. She went all the way from Empress Borough to the Backland Bridge area. Even with her stamina, she was almost at her limit, but thankfully, the carriage finally came to a stop. Zio brightened up as she switched her target from the carriage to the cloaked woman and continued tailing her. During this process, she was surprised that the woman had very good anti-tracking abilities. She would occasionally take detours and pause using obstacles. However, this didn't stump Zio, since she was already an experienced sheriff. She patiently tailed from afar without coming too close, just as she sensed that the woman wasn't too far from her final destination and that she was finally about to catch up to her, she suddenly caught the scent of a sweet, ethereal fragrance. Zio's mind went into a daze amidst the fragrance before she completely lost track of her target. As for the fragrance, it had vanished as though it had never appeared. Zio's pupils widened slightly. She didn't dare to search her surroundings for any traces. Inside a rental apartment, Trissy, with a gentle and sweet face that made one unable to resist looking at her, looked at the mirror reflecting Sherman and said, "You seem to be in a good mood. How was it? This final mission isn't too unacceptable, right? Once you complete it, you can leave Backland and start your own life." Sherman was taken aback as her expression turned complicated as though she was disheartened. It was as though she had suddenly snapped out of her dreams. She didn't turn her head as her lips quivered while replying, "He said that he wishes to marry me." Trissy immediately pricked up her brows. "You mustn't believe a man's words during those times. You and I should know this very well. If he really wishes to marry you, he wouldn't be wary of you. He will wish to have a child with you. Hey, did he do so?" Upon hearing her question, Sherman's mood turned sullen. Trissy stood up and said with a smile, "I'm not stopping you from pursuing your love. If you wish to turn this temporary mission into a permanent one, you should think about what needs to be done." After ethereally finishing her sentence, she walked to the door and left the rented apartment. While heading down the staircase, Trissy suddenly noticed her shoes. She chuckled and said in a seemingly self-deprecating manner, "Love, Chapter 1017, Mago Manor, Backland, Empress Borough, in the outskirts towards the northwest." This was a place that needed more than an hour via horse carriage. Mago Manor was built by the side of the Tussock River, so it had beautiful scenery around it, with flourishing vegetation within its confines. Strangely enough, Backland's city areas had perennial rain with relatively few sunny days. However, in the outskirts, the clouds tended to be thin and the sun was always bright. Despite the short distance, the two places had completely different weather. It was most obvious within the northwestern outskirts. It was even a rather famous grape plantation in the northern continent, and by following the Tussock River from this region northwest for another 50 kilometers, one would again encounter weather similar to Backland's city area. Such situations left meteorologists puzzled. They couldn't find any suitable theories to explain the reason. However, Klein had a vague guess. In the Fourth Epoch, this was the capital of the Tudor Trunsost United Empire. It was also here that Blood Emperor Alistair abandoned his humanity and became a crazy deity. Therefore, it was normal that the weather and terrain had changed forever in those very small confines. Leonard Mitchell had once mentioned information about this during one of the free exchanges. Furthermore, as an area with a long history and signs of early human activity, this land of hope buried countless ancient ruins. It was very possible that they could have an influence on the weather. The carriage drove into Mago Manor, passing by the fountain pond and small garden that was surrounded by the main building. Finally, it stopped outside the main door. Just as Klein got off the carriage with butler Walter, he saw the land steward, Richardson, lead 2 rows of male and female servants by the door, awaiting their employer. Compared to 160 Barkland Street, there were more servants here, but they were mainly lower-class servants. Looking at Richardson wearing a spanking new suit, Klein nodded with a smile. "Well done." Without waiting for Richardson to reply, he took off his hat and handed it along with his cane to his valet, Inuni, while asking, "Have you prepared the activity room for the ladies to chat and for men to play cards in?" "Yes, sir. I've placed poker cards, tarot cards, and some board games. The piano, violins, and other common musical instruments have also been moved inside," Richardson answered eloquently. Klein passed through the door and nodded. "Where's the smoking room for the gentlemen?" "Like the ladies, it's all on the second floor. They're separated by 5 rooms." Richardson didn't need the servants in the manor to remind him. He didn't even need to recall to give an answer. To ensure that his employer's first hunting excursion was flawless, he had taken note of every nitty-gritty detail. Although it exhausted him physically, he was excited mentally. Klein asked about dinner and the guest rooms and confirmed that everything was in place. Before long, he received the first batch of guests after Mago Manor had a change of name known as Dante's Manor. Member of Parliament Mact and his family. "This place is much bigger than my Moose Manor." Mact took off his coat with a smile and handed it to a servant while praising. I've always heard of Mager's wine being of excellent quality, but I've never had the chance of tasting it. I can finally have my curiosity satisfied today. I hope you won't be disappointed. Klein smiled modestly. As a famous area for grape plantations in the northern continent, champagne, red wine, and white wine were considered the finest in Backland's northwestern outskirts. But with the manor here mainly owned by the nobles, self-brewed alcoholic beverages were typically not sold to the public. Therefore, it was almost unheard of. Only people from high society or those related to them would know of this. Mager was one of the most iconic manors. The wine that it brewed was widely praised by people in the know. Red wine of certain years was even offered at more than £100 a bottle by collectors. However, for Klein to be able to buy this manor for £20, he naturally had to agree to certain conditions. All the wine from certain years were to be taken away by Duke Negan's servants. Macht was rather clear about this and didn't expect to drink famous wine commodities. He said with a laugh, "You can open a few bottles and pour a small glass of each for me. Let me decide which of the remaining wine is most spectacular." As a member of high society, he had never tasted the wine of Mager Manor. The reason was simple. He was a member of the new party, and the previous owner, Duke Negan, was the main sponsor of the Conservative Party. No problem, Klein immediately agreed as his gaze swept across Hazel's face. Compared to July and August, this girl had clearly cheered up. She no longer felt apprehensive when facing strangers. Previously, it was as bad as not willing to participate in any banquets or balls. This made those familiar with her think she was sick. And this was all thanks to Audrey. Whenever she met Dwayne Dantes at the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation, she had mentioned that she had recently met Miss Hazel Macht twice. Such communication didn't seem problematic at first glance, since Hazel was a common acquaintance of Audrey and Dantes. Finding a topic about a common friend was common in idle chatter. However, Klein could read Miss Justice's hints and understood that she had met Hazel twice at different balls and banquets and had treated her twice. After getting Mac's family settled in, Klein welcomed the second batch of guests for the weekend hunting trip. Brigadier General Connors Kilgore, who had come with a friend that he had previously mentioned. Klein knew this friend, but he didn't know Dwayne Dantes. He was a steam car mogul, Frommy's Cage. He was one of the main investors of the bicycle project. He had relied on a lawyer suspected to be a beyonder with the lawyer sequence and had bought the 10 shares from Sherlock Moriarty at a cheap price. Since he's related to a lawyer, it can be explained how he's an earl of the fallen's friend. Klein went forward with a smile and hugged Brigadier General Connors and Frommy's Cage. "Welcome." He then stepped back and said to the portly, light blue-eyed Frommy's, who was a quarter Fasek, "I heard your steam car is very famous. Why didn't you drive it over?" Before Frommy's could answer, the manly Connors Kilgore said with a smile, "No, you don't understand him. He will never give up the chance to showcase his steam car. However, the car's too heavy. On the way here, it fell into a ditch and couldn't be pulled out. Thankfully, I never believed his claims and rode on a carriage myself, following behind him. Otherwise, he would have had to cover the remaining distance on foot. The main problem is that our roads are terrible. They need to be renovated and rebuilt. They need metal tracks to be paved, just like steam locomotives." Frommy's retorted and threw his hands up. "I was planning on seeking some investments from you. Haha, we can talk about it later. You were the one who invested in us previously, but now you're asking me for an investment. Only then did Klein realize that he was a rather famous tycoon in the upper class of the kingdom. He had donated shares worth more than £10 and had purchased an expensive manor. He had also established connections with the military, so it was obvious he was rich. But in fact, my current net worth is only 50 to 60,000 gold pounds. Perhaps a tenth of Miss Justice's wealth. I wonder when I can really become a tycoon with a net worth of £1 million, Klein thought, in a self-deprecating manner. After some thought, he said, "It's fine. I'm very interested in the fusion of machinery and steam. When I am free, I can take a look at your steam car." "Spectacular," Frommy's immediately said with a smile. "If I didn't know that you had donated a large sum to the Church of Evernite, I might even think of you as a believer of the God of Steam. I've drawn the triangular sacred emblem on my chest in the past." After all, Klein didn't continue on this topic, afraid that Connors would discover his intentions. He pointed to the staircase and said, Why don't you head to the smoking room to try some of the prized cigar collections here? It wasn't until I bought this manor that I learned that there was a room specially for storing cigars. Its temperature and humidity are maintained, but as you know, I can smoke, but I don't like it. Not bad. Do you have chieftain? Cona's Kilgore's face suffused a smile. Of course. Klein gave a positive answer. There was only one goal in organizing this hunting trip. It was to hunt this brigadier general, deputy director of M. Therefore, he had taken into consideration all his preferences. However, Klein wasn't in a hurry to take action for this hunting trip. This was because he still lacked an understanding of Kona's Kilgore's actual strength as a hidden demigod. He needed more gatherings and hunts to figure out his preferences, level of alertness, and the items he brought with him. As a magician, Klein didn't perform unprepared. In an apartment in Sherwood Borough, Fors put down the book in her hand and looked at Zio, who was pacing around the activity room. She couldn't help but ask, "What are you troubled about?" Zio shot her a glance and said, "I'm frustrated over whether to inform Eminini about Viscount Stratford's close relationship with an unknown woman or to keep it from them until there's further development." "Why are you keeping it from them?" Fors first asked in return before giving her answer. "Viscount Stratford is related to your father's death, but you normally lack the opportunity or strength to confront him, afraid of being exposed and affecting your mother and brother. And now he might encounter an accident because of that unknown woman. He's in a relatively easy-to-deal-with state. This is your opportunity, so you're being hesitant, right?" Zio fell silent for a moment before saying, "Yes." Fors closed the book, stared at her friend, and said in a serious manner, "Since you're hesitating, it means you're already inclined towards one option." Zio slowly nodded and said, "Yes." Fors fondled her slightly long, curly hair and stood up, extending her right hand, and said, "I already know your decision." "Well, do you need help?" Seeing Zio hesitant to give an answer, she laughed and said, "I am a sequence 6 Beyonder." Without waiting for Zio to answer, she looked around. "If you're worried, we can still seek additional help." She was implying that they could get help from the members of the Tarot Club. Zio thought about it and exhaled. "Not for now. Let's try it first. Let's head out now and continue monitoring Viscount Stratford." "Now!" Fors was taken aback. "All right, but before that, let me use the crystal ball to do some astromancy to confirm the level of danger." After some work, she held the pure crystal ball in one hand and said, "There's a certain level of danger." Chapter 1018. Unexpected Empress Borough, by the side of Viscount Stratford's mansion. Fors and Zio, who were dressed in black dresses, hid in a dark corner. They stared intently at the tightly closed metal gates as they patiently waited for their target to appear. It wasn't raining tonight, so they didn't have to face harsh weather conditions. The carriage that remained parked by the side of the street lamps made it clear to them that their patience would be rewarded. It was only a matter of time. After an unknown period of time, the gates produced a heavy metal groan as they slowly opened. A figure in a black cloak appeared with its head bowed. The figure walked to the side of the carriage and nimbly boarded the carriage. "Is that her?" Fors lowered her voice and asked Zio. She didn't have Beyonder powers that could restore a target's characteristics from a mere description, and she had never seen her before. Therefore, she couldn't rely on her spiritual intuition or astromancy to make a judgment. Zio nodded in affirmation and said, "Yes." As they quietly conversed, the rental carriage sped up and left the side gates. Zio immediately left her hiding spot, prepared to use her sheriff's Beyonder powers and the physical enhancement that being an interrogator gave her to lock onto her target while jogging. "What are you doing?" At that moment, Fuzz pressed down on her shoulder, foiling her plans. "Track her." Zia looked back at her friend in puzzlement. Fuzz looked at the rental carriage that hadn't completely pulled away from them and asked thoughtfully, "Why are you tracking her for? Also, didn't you say that the target has a rather powerful Beyonder protecting her once you enter the Backland Bridge area?" "That's right." Zia first answered the second question before saying, "Your question is very odd. The reason you track someone is to determine the target's appearance, identity, and motives." Fors retracted her left hand from Zio's shoulder and revealed a smile. "Since the target is protected by a rather powerful Beyonder, it will be difficult for us to complete the tracking in the Backland Bridge area. We won't be able to find her residence and figure out her true identity. Do you wish to directly fight her guardian? Although you have me to help, are you certain about that person's strength? How certain are you?" Will it be very dangerous? Besides, once the battle begins, it will definitely alarm the target. This is the same as stopping the carriage midway and confronting her directly. It will foil your primary objective. It will alarm Viscount Stratford and prevent him from falling into a predicament that will offer you a chance to take action. If we do it, then there's a possibility of failure, but failure is certain if we do nothing. Zio emphasized that she knew the situation well. All she wanted was to make an attempt and find an opportunity midway. At this moment, the rental carriage had already turned into another street at the end of the road. Foz watched the back of it gradually disappear as she shook her head and smiled. No, no, no. We need to change our way of thinking. We should first attempt to figure out the target's appearance. After daybreak, we can use her appearance to perform normal investigations in the Backland Bridge area and then obtain information from other channels. Your choice of words is very professional, Zio said in thought. Of course. I've written detective novels before, Fuzz answered without any sense of modesty. But how do I figure out what the target looks like without alerting her? Zio raised the most critical question. Prepared, Fuz took out Leymano's travels and said with a smile, elementary. Using the psychological invisibility Miss Justice recorded. Although Audrey didn't encounter any situations that required her to use Leymano's travels, she had rented it thrice out of curiosity. She studied the uses and traits of the Beyonder powers recorded, and she recorded her own Beyonder powers into it. This included the rather useful psychological invisibility. As for her true identity, Zio and Fours were increasingly certain of it, but they didn't directly ask or do any further investigations. That was the most basic form of respect towards other Tarot Club members. After hearing her friend's answer, Zio came to a realization and was instantly inspired. Fuzz continued, by using the Beyonder powers on this page, you will be placed in the sensory blind spots of all surrounding creatures. They wouldn't be able to see you even if you were to jump around in front of them. That way, you can directly board the carriage and stand in front of the target, openly taking in her appearance and remember all her traits. Heh heh heh. I sometimes think that people who use psychological invisibility might end up being squashed to death by huge creatures that happen to walk past if they're unlucky. Ah, don't make too much noise later. Don't speak to any nearby creatures, or else you will garner attention. Let psychological invisibility be dispelled automatically. Yeah, Zio nodded. Then she raised another issue. How do I prevent the target from discovering the sudden opening of the carriage door while it's driving? Without waiting for Force reply, she immediately pressed, Did you record the door opening bay under power? Guess. Force smiled as she handed Leymano's travels to her friend, telling her which pages psychological invisibility and door opening were on. With this in mind, Zio immediately ran amidst the shadows, chasing after the rental carriage. Before long, she saw her target. Her right hand immediately trembled as she made the bronze-green notebook reveal a yellowish-brown goatskin page. She slid her fingers gently, and Zio seemed to see countless rippling light appear on the surface of a deep lake spread outwards. When her vision returned to normal, she sped up and rushed to the side of the carriage. To ensure nothing went wrong, Zio didn't immediately take action. With a few wide strides, she overtook the horse. She then turned around as though she was crossing the road. However, the carriage driver didn't notice her, nor did he shout out to her or rein in the horse. After confirming the effects of psychological invisibility, she sped up and dodged the horses galloping and came to the side of the carriage. After a brief observation, she flipped through Leymano's travels and revealed a white page covered with strange patterns and symbols. Then she reached out her right hand and pressed it on the surface of the carriage. Her figure instantly turned transparent as she appeared inside. The woman in a black cloak was sitting diagonally opposite her as if she was in thought, staring at the glass window where Zio stood. However, she didn't notice the bounty hunter who had suddenly infiltrated. At such a close distance, even with her cloak lowered, Zio was able to see her face clearly. Furthermore, the woman wasn't as careful as she was while walking outside. Her every action appeared rather casual as the hood was only at her eyes. Instantly, her appearance was reflected in Zio's eyes, overlapping with a face that still had some male characteristics. This was a Beyonder power of a sheriff. Zio's eyes widened as she couldn't help but shout, Sherman. She could foresee that the woman who often entered Viscount Stratford's residence was rather beautiful, but she never expected the woman to be her friend, Sherman. He was once a man who wasn't considered androgynous now looked beautiful. He had the charm of a woman. At that moment, Zio couldn't help but size up Sherman. She couldn't associate her figure with the young man she used to know with each other. If it wasn't for her Sheriff Bayonder powers that allowed her to confirm that the person opposite her was Sherman, Z definitely would have imagined that she had made a mistake. And even so, she still suspected whether the person wasn't Sherman and was instead Sherman's twin sister. Upon hearing the surprised question, Sherman realized that there was another person in the carriage at some point in time so known familiar, bounty hunter Zio Deracher. Having already changed her name to Sherman, she was first alarmed, but the words Trissy often mentioned instinctively appeared in her mind. You cannot meet people you used to know. Do you want your husband, your beloved, to know of your former state? Only by completely severing your connections can you be reborn, doing so in order to save yourself. Such words quickly flashed across Sherman's mind as a terrifying thought emerged in her thoughts. Kill her! This thought seemed to come from a demon in the abyss as it constantly whispered in Sherman's ear as it resonated in her heart. Kill her. Kill this person who recognized you. Only by doing so can you truly escape the past and not lose the present. Kill her. Sherman didn't answer Zio's question. Her left hand slowly clenched up while slightly trembling. Zio sensed the intense emotions running through the person opposite her and confirmed that it was Sherman. Immediately, she asked in concern, "How did you become like this? Where have you been all this time? Did you encounter something? Were you hurt?" Sherman's lips quivered as her left fist relaxed a little. She said with a sobbing tone, "I've already begun a new life. Don't disturb me again, all right? I don't want to lose everything I have now. I don't want to see people that I knew in the past." The more she spoke, the faster it became. It became obvious that it was a plea. Zio was taken aback for a few seconds before staring at Sherman. Pursing her lips, she said, "Okay." She didn't stay any longer and reached out to open the carriage window and jumped out. Sherman silently watched this entire process and finally exhaled before she slumped into her seat like she had lost all her strength. It wasn't easy for her to control the demon in her heart. At this moment, she saw a figure rapidly outline itself out of thin air beside her. The figure wore a black, old-fashioned dress, but it didn't diminish her beauty and disposition. She sat there silently without a word, but it was impossible to not look at her. Demoness Trissy. "Why didn't you kill her?" Trissy asked with a smile, not revealing any gloominess. It was as like an idle chat where she would ask what she had drunk the previous night. "She's one of the few people who didn't ostracize me. She even helped me," Sherman replied in shock before frowning. "Why are you here?" Trissy smiled and said, "I'm protecting you." Without waiting for Sherman's answer, she said, "You seem to be in a good mood when you came out." Sherman recalled what had happened and bashfully said, "Maybe, perhaps, I have a chance of becoming a mother." As she spoke, she touched her stomach with her right hand. The corner of her lips couldn't help but curl. "I feel him kicking me." Sherman suddenly froze and blurted, "How could it be so fast?" She wasn't sure if she could get pregnant today. Upon seeing her reaction, Trissy smiled even more charmingly. Chapter 1019. Patience, how was it? Did you take a good look? Just as Fors left the street where Viscount Stratford's mansion was, she saw Zio walk out with a down and vacant expression. Zio nodded hesitantly. "I did." Having said that, she seemed to come to her senses and said in shock, "I know him." "Him?" Fors was confused. Zio habitually observed her surroundings before saying, "He's Sherman, the Sherman I told you about." He actually became a woman. Fors was stunned as she subconsciously asked, "Were you mistaken? Could she be Sherman's sister?" Zio firmly shook her head. "No, she admitted it herself and even told me not to disturb her. She wants to bid farewell to her past." But how did he become a woman? For's eyes darted around as she suddenly recalled something. She said in thought, "It's not impossible either. There's a Bayonder pathway that allows a man to become a woman at a certain stage." She recalled Miss Justice mentioning something similar during a free exchange session. "Ah, really?" Zio's widened as she asked in disbelief. "Yes." Fors had already recalled the exact conditions as she gave a rather confident answer. This, Zio was momentarily unable to accept it, but she couldn't find a rebuttal. All she could do was ask, "Which pathway is it?" Fors replied, "Demoness." "Ah, it's the assassin pathway." Demoness Sherman actually became a demoness, Zio repeated to herself. Suddenly, her voice became louder. Could it be that she's being taken advantage of? No, I must warn her. Just as she said that, Zio turned around and ran with great strides in an attempt to catch up with the rental carriage again. However, she couldn't find the target after attempting to pursue it for a few blocks. Sherman and the carriage seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Zio gradually slowed down and finally stopped. She looked at the bustling streets ahead of her with a complicated expression. Behind her, Fours passed through a few walls and finally caught up to her. Gone, Zio whispered. Fours also cast her gaze forward and thoughtfully replied. We were discovered. Without waiting for Zio to speak, she turned around and sighed. Let's return and find another opportunity. Zio didn't take a step forward as she continued standing there. After a few seconds, she said under For's puzzled gaze, since they discovered a problem, will they speed up their plans ahead of time? It's possible. If they don't wish for their plans to be foiled, they might attempt one final strike tonight before we're prepared. Fors immediately agreed with Zio. Let's return to Viscount Stratford's place and hide in a more concealed spot. We'll continue monitoring it. Zio immediately nodded and replied without any hesitation, Okay. In the dark area, inside a warehouse with plenty of goods, Sherman was sitting on a dirty wooden crate. Her hands were crossed behind her back as her body had thin but firm spider webs coiled around her. She appeared as though she was encased in a transparent cocoon, unable to make a single sound. It's not a bad thing for you. Trissy stood in front of Sherman with a pitch-black flame that resembled ink burning in her palm. At the very least, you can determine if he really loves you or is lying to you. Sherman was angry and afraid. She desperately used her whimpers to express her wish, but Trissy was unmoved. She turned her flame-wielding palm around and pressed it into Sherman's stomach. The flames seemed to have intelligence as they scattered like flowing water. Following that, they penetrated her skin and flesh in an attempt to drill inside. Trissy's smooth, black hair flared up in defiance of the laws of nature. They were being pulled by invisible hands as they extended out in every direction. It stained the surrounding air with a peculiar smell. The strands of hair thickened as they scattered into distinct strands. Beneath them, dark beams of light surged, bringing about curses and words. They flowed rapidly, fusing into the pitch-black flames. Upon entering Sherman's stomach, they quickly vanished. Sherman's face twitched uncontrollably, but she didn't feel any pain. It was as though it was purely on reflex. She soon calmed down as she saw Trissy's figure turn faint and gradually turn transparent until it vanished. Sherman's pupils widened as she struggled again, but she was unable to break free from her restraints. She tried again, and again like a flood was rising, centimeter by centimeter, inside the silent warehouse. After an unknown period of time, the door to the warehouse opened with a thud and slammed into the two sides of the wall. A figure staggered in it was the middle-aged Viscount Stratford. He didn't wear his white wig like he always did while outside. This revealed his rather high receding hairline and rather messy black hair. The latter was stuck together as though it had been drenched by a storm and was air-dried. But in the past few hours, the clouds were thin and the crimson moon high in the sky. It hadn't rained at all. Drops of sweat dripped down Viscount Stratford's rather cut facial contours as there were countless black threads flowing beneath his skin. His body was slightly hunched, and his facial muscles were somewhat twisted. His eyes were filled with pain and concern. He surveyed the area and was delighted when he found Sherman. However, he turned anxious as he charged over without much confidence. When Sherman saw him enter the warehouse, her face lit up as though it was covered in a halo. She then revealed a worried and fearful expression as she attempted to shake her head frantically. However, her neck was held firmly by the spider webs that prevented her movement. She reeled in anxiety to the point of tears flowing out of her eyes, drop after drop crystalline and frail. Just as Viscount Stratford was about to reach her, a loud bang suddenly rang out between the two. It was as though there was an invisible wall that separated him from Sherman, one that couldn't be surpassed. If you wish to break the curse and take her away, you have to answer my question without hiding anything. At this moment, a figure quickly appeared in a corner of the warehouse. Her facial features were charming, forming together into an abnormally sweet look. She resembled the lover that every young lad would fantasize about in his youth. She was none other than Demoness Trissy. Without waiting for Viscount Stratford's response, she raised her right hand and conjured a pitch-black flame. Viscount Stratford's face, hands, neck, and exposed skin instantly turned transparent as they protruded with blood vessels, and in every blood vessel there was a black flame silently burning as it flowed silently. The pain in Viscount Stratford's eyes immediately reached a peak, but it vanished the next moment. His expression turned extremely cold as a gibing look appeared in his eyes. It was as though the one being cursed wasn't him, but Trissy, who was a distance away. Trissy, who was in the corner of the warehouse, suddenly burst into black flames. Dense, countless spider webs appeared, but they couldn't be lit up. In the blink of an eye, Trissy was like Sherman, being sealed inside a transparent cocoon. She couldn't move or escape. In a ventilation vent high above the warehouse, a figure appeared. It was a woman whose age wasn't obvious. She wore a simple and sacred white robe. She had black hair, blue eyes, looking sweet and beautiful, giving off an indescribable charm. Katerina Pell, Trissy, seemed to expend all her strength before she shouted a name. At this moment, Viscount Stratford grabbed at his body, pulling out an illusory doll covered in thick black flames. He glanced at Sherman and smiled at Trissy. When it comes to matters related to life, I would never be careless. After that fellow, Sykes, died, I knew that it would be my turn one day. Heh heh, since you're hunting me, it means there are obviously others who wish to hunt you. We're very patient, afraid of scaring you away. We did nothing and waited until today. Also, your gift was pretty good. Upon hearing Viscount Stratford's words, Sherman, who was still struggling out of habit, instantly stopped moving. Her expression turned blank. Her eyes widened, but there wasn't any focus. The look in her eyes seemed to sink deeper and deeper. Love, Trissy suddenly laughed, seemingly mocking herself. She wasn't nervous at all. Mago Manor. Night had fallen. After settling more than 20 guests and preparing the hunting trip the next day, Klein woke up not long after he fell asleep. His intuition had been triggered as a scene formed in his mind. Brigadier General Connors Kilgore, who was wearing a shirt and pants, had flown out of the guest room's window in secret. He landed outside in complete defiance of the laws of nature. This I haven't even taken action. He came here for his own goals with a thought. Klein controlled a cockroach outside and turned it into his marionette. He then used its eyes to observe the surroundings. Almost at the same time, Connors Kilgore appeared. After this demigod left Mago Manor, he immediately distorted the distance and quickly arrived by the bank of the Tussock River. He prepared himself to cross it. The cockroach watched quietly without any reaction. He's heading for the south bank of the Tussock River. What does he want to do? Does he have the preference of hunting in the suburbs so that he can attempt to conceal such actions? He also introduced Mago Manor to me for this reason. Klein lay in bed and seriously analyzed Conus's actions. After the M in an E demigod stepped onto the south bank of the Tussock River, Klein suddenly recalled a matter. Back when he escaped the underground ruins wherein C. Zangwill and company were, he appeared somewhere in the northwest of Backland. This was the south bank of the Tussock River, making it rather close to where Mago Manor was. Chapter 1020. Means of a demoness. As his thoughts raced, Klein suddenly switched positions with his valet, Inuni, who was in the opposite room. And under a grapevine 150 meters from the manor's main building, a slowly crawling centipede suddenly stiffened before it relaxed. Almost at the same time, its body vanished from its location. Dwayne Dant, in his blue and white checkered pajamas, had appeared. Klein had swapped places with his marionette again. He decided to use this method to secretly tail Connors Kilgore and figure out where he was going or what he was planning on doing. Although he could only move 150 meters a time, and it took 2 to 3 seconds in between moves, due to the process of turning the target into a marionette, this was more concealed compared to flaming jump or teleport. It made it difficult for Connors Kilgore to detect him. After all, he was dealing with a demigod. Even in domains where one's spiritual intuition wasn't the best, a demigod wasn't to be underestimated. By the same logic, Klein didn't rely on creeping hunger to hide in the shadows. This was because it was relatively slow, even though it concealed him rather well. It was impossible for him to catch up to the demigod. Under the dark night sky, from Mago Manor to the south bank of the Tussock River, the rats, snakes, spiders, fish that were active in that stretch of land stiffened up and turned sluggish. They were converted into marionettes one after another. With their help, Klein constantly moved without causing a stir. Soon he arrived at the south bank of the Tussock River, and after catching up to Kona's Kilgore, he maintained a distance of 1 kilometer. To a bizarro sorcerer, even if a marionette were to go beyond his range of control, it wouldn't immediately escape from its controlled state or die immediately. Without a bizarro sorcerer's consciousness as a catalyst, this process was rather slow and needed nearly 10 minutes. Therefore, Klein wasn't worried that he would lose Inuni, who was lying in bed while he did his tailing. As long as he returned within 10 minutes, he could continue controlling his marionette. Silently, Klein followed Kona's Kilgore as they went upstream. Passing through the dense forest, they climbed up a mountain beside the bank. At this moment, Kona's Kilgore, who wasn't wearing a vest or coat, suddenly stopped. He checked his surroundings and widened the range of his search, as though he was trying to claim his territory. Upon seeing this, Klein didn't dare stay any longer. He immediately switched places with his marionettes and retreated repeatedly, pulling away to a distance of nearly 3 kilometers from the deputy director of M. Inini. At this moment, he gave up control of the marionettes ahead of him. The death of a few bugs wouldn't incur any suspicion. This was all too common in the outskirts and in the forests. King of the Five Seas Nast can create a fighting environment that's favorable for him. Will Kona's Kilgore, who's also a Black Emperor pathway demigod, have the ability to demarcate such a region? He can change, boost, and use certain rules and make whoever tails him expose themselves without being able to hide. It's very possible. Klein warily took out a gold coin he placed in his pajama pocket. He ran it through his fingers and flipped it. This time, he deliberately controlled his strength and didn't produce a flicking sound. The gold coin flew up in silence and landed in his palm. Without needing to look down, the gold coin's face was naturally reflected in his mind. It was heads. This meant that the anomaly ahead contained extreme danger, as expected of a demigod. Such abilities sure are enviable, however. Do you think you can avoid my tailing? Klein scoffed inwardly and found an abnormally secluded spot and made himself turn into German Sparrow. Following that, he clasped his hands and pressed it to his mouth, whispering, "Blessed of the sea and spirit world, guardian of the Rorsted archipelago, ruler of the undersea creatures, master of tsunamis and storms, the great Calvatua." After praying, Klein immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the grey fog. He sat at the fool's seat and beckoned for the bone scepter with blue gems embedded at its tip. Then, with the help of his prayer, he utilized the sea guard scepters responding to believers and saw the area around Jaem and Sparrow. He then raised his field of view and took in the surrounding area. Using this as the origin, he expanded his vision to 5 nautical miles. This was the limit of what the Sea Guard Scepter could observe with the help of its believers. And this way, the area where Kona's Klein had designated that no object could escape his notice appeared in Klein's vision. In the dark area, inside a warehouse with plenty of goods. Love, after Trissy chuckled, her figure grew faint, as though she was bathed in the luster of a lake at night. In the blink of an eye, Trissy, who had been bound tightly with layers of silk by demoness of unaging Katerina Pell, turned into an illusory mirror. It was a full-body mirror taller than a person. Aqueous light shimmered within as a ghostly halo grew out of it as though it was a door leading to another world. At that moment, it didn't reflect the scene in front of it. Instead, it outlined a room. The room was dimly lit. The bed and furniture had been diced up into countless small pieces which were scattered everywhere. Only the central region was spick and span. Trissy stood there, wearing a dark black dress. Her hair cascaded down smoothly as it fluttered in the wind, accentuating her face's abnormal fairness. She looked like a female ghost as spoken in folk tales. She wasn't actually present and was using the illusory mirror to project her figure and strength remotely. It was as though everything was real. Therefore, she wasn't flustered at all when she was being controlled and hunted. Upon seeing this scene, Katerina Pell, who wore simple and holy white robes, didn't hesitate to let out a shriek. Invisible waves quickly spread out as her hair flared up, each strand clear and distinct. They were thick and dyed with a grayish-white color. The illusory full-body mirror suddenly vibrated and shook as though it was on the brink of breaking apart. And in the messy room it reflected, the fragments of the bed, desk, and chairs turned grayish-white, losing their luster as though they were rocks. The brownish-yellow floor in front of Trissy turned into grayish-white rocks as it quickly extended towards the only human in the room like a surging tidal wave. Trissy didn't attempt to resist as she turned around and waved her hand back while leaping towards the open window. In midair, invisible spider webs that belonged to her phased into existence. They turned dark as they spread towards the grayish-white colors. At the same time, the dark and profound full-body mirror produced one crack after another. Amidst illusory shattering sounds, it broke apart and vanished. However, before the full-body mirror completely vanished, the grayish-white colors receded in a strange manner inside the petrified room, materializing into a figure. The figure wore a simple, holy white robe and had luscious raven-black hair. She looked both mature and innocent, as though she had a pair of profound and childlike blue eyes. She was demoness of unaging Katerina, who had just been inside the warehouse a moment ago. Viscount Stratford could no longer see the situation inside the opposite room once the ghostly glow dissipated. He retracted his gaze and cast it onto Sherman. He wore a mixed look in his eyes before he recovered. Trissy really was patient. To deal with me, she actually spent months to nurture a new demoness. Viscount Stratford shook his head with a chuckle. What did she want you to gain from me? At that moment, with Trissy's connection being severed, the spider webs around Sherman had loosened. They were unable to bind her and restrict her freedom. This beautiful girl wore a blank expression as she replied with a vacant look in her eyes. She wanted me to know who you are truly loyal to. Without waiting for Viscount Stratford to say a word, she asked hesitantly, her eyes making it obvious that she had difficulty finding the words. How many of those promises that you made to me were real? Viscount Stratford was taken aback before he chuckled. You're probably the most silly and most naive demoness I've ever met. Sherman's expression froze on her face as the glimmer in her eyes that she found so hard to regain faded bit by bit. Outside the warehouse, Zio and Fours were hiding in the shadows, observing the silent target area. They had followed Viscount Stratford here. Their patience had paid off as they discovered this captain of the Royal Guards secretly leaving his mansion in the dead of the night, rushing to the dark area near the Backland Bridge. Using Zio's power as a sheriff, they followed him all the way here by keeping a huge distance between them. They had also confirmed that he had entered the warehouse in front of them. In addition, they also sensed that Viscount Stratford's condition had worsened, as though he had been injured. Actually, we had the opportunity to take action while on our way here. Fours looked at the warehouse's entrance and murmured. Zio replied without looking at her, but you said it yourself that you have a nagging feeling that things aren't that simple and wanted to wait. This might be the intuition of an astrologer. It might also be an act of procrastination, Foz replied in a self-deprecating manner. They didn't say anything more as silence ruled once more. They continued waiting patiently. At this moment, a pitch-black flame was ignited on the rammed earth in front of them. The strange flames rapidly dispersed and kept close to the ground as it swept away. It then outlined a row of Lonese text. This is the chance you've been longing for. Zio's and Force pupils dilated at the same time. Then they looked at each other at a loss for words. After a few seconds, Force finally couldn't help but ask, "What do we do?" Chapter 1021. Cross Zio hesitated when she heard Force's question. We were discovered. They had said something similar before, but they were repeating it again now. However, it didn't have the same meaning. Previously, it was referring to being discovered by the Guardian or Monitor when she recognized Sherman. Now, the crux of the matter was that their choice and corresponding actions were expected and arranged by the person behind the scenes. They had no secrets to speak of. This meant that the chance that Zio had been longing for might really appeared, but what lay behind this matter was inconceivable. If we follow the intention behind this message, the final outcome will depend on whether she has good intentions, but that's not something under our control, Zio added from a rational angle. The reason why she had used she to represent the person behind the scenes was because she had recalled the fragrance she smelled when she lost Sherman the other time. Fours listened quietly and nodded in agreement. Yes, we're too passive in this matter. The best option is to leave this place. As soon as she finished speaking, she looked at the warehouse. She opened her mouth but didn't say anything further. She was reminded of the possible situation Sherman was in, and she suspected that he was in grave danger. However, she deliberately ignored it in the end and didn't mention it. To her, Sherman was a person who existed in Zio's descriptions. He was no different from a character in a novel. If she had the strength and opportunity to save him in passing, she was willing to do so, but to bear the risk because of that, and allow her friend to be rash, putting her life in danger, was definitely not something within her considerations. Zio nodded and said, "All right, we'll leave now." However, the person who left that comment definitely wouldn't be happy to see us do so. She will definitely hinder us. Ah, let's do it this way. We'll escape in different directions and make that person choose one person. Whoever successfully leaves this area will immediately cause a commotion and attract the official Beyonders. Why don't we directly cause a commotion here? Force subconsciously raised a question. It will definitely be stopped or foiled. Zio gave her excuse. Fors nodded thoughtfully. Makes sense. All right, let's not delay it any further. Let's begin. Zio didn't say another word as she took out her transparent, nearly invisible triangular blade. With her back bent, she leaped out of her hiding spot and ran out of the harbor amidst the shadows. The triangular blade was a mystical item she had spent £500 through Mom Hermit to get the artisan to forge with the ancient wraith's powder and remnant spirituality. It was called Wintry Blade. Anyone hit by this weapon, even if it were a gentle touch, would be frozen stiff. They would even lose control of their thoughts, as though they were possessed by a wraith. At the same time, once the battle continued, Wintry Blade's enemies would gradually have their thoughts turn sluggish and their actions become rigid and dull, even if they didn't touch the triangular blade. And Wintry Blade's negative effects wasn't that terrifying. Furthermore, there was only one wielder would slowly lose their body temperature and transform into an undead. Once a certain time limit was exceeded, this process would become irreversible. Therefore, Zio had recently enjoyed jogging more or riding a bicycle at lightning speeds to generate heat to resist the loss of temperature. But even so, she had only managed to extend the time it took before she kept Wintry Blade away from her body from 3 hours to 4 hours. After running a certain distance, Zia turned back and realized that Fours had already passed through a wall and departed. She had vanished from where they were hiding. After staring for 2 seconds, Zio bit her lip and suddenly turned around and changed direction. She headed straight for the warehouse. Soon she arrived beside her destination, but she wasn't in a rush to enter. She looked up and observed the area above her, seemingly trying to find another passageway, one that was less noticeable to the people inside. At that moment, her keen senses made her turn her head and see a figure appear around the corner of the wall. The figure wore a black dress with a head of brown, curly hair. She had a pair of light blue eyes. It was none other than For's Wall. "Didn't you leave?" Despite being surprised, Zio didn't forget to lower her voice. For's curled her lips and said, "Weren't you fleeing too?" Zio was momentarily at a loss for words. After a few seconds, she asked, "How did you notice it? You didn't even mention Sherman. That's completely unlike you. I've already prepared a reason to persuade you," Fors quickly replied. Zio was taken aback as she said with a complicated expression, "You didn't have to come back." Fors ignored her and pressed on the wall of the warehouse and said, "If we keep talking, perhaps we will no longer need to be stumped because it would already be over." Man, I actually didn't think of such a good idea just now. I should have immediately insisted on going with you to save her. You definitely would have persuaded me otherwise and would think of doing it yourself. If we repeated the conversation a few times, everything would have ended on its own. Zio gave her friend a look, and without any hesitation, stood by her side with wintry blade in hand. Fors immediately flipped Leymano's travels and augmented her friend with Beyonder powers. Then she put away the spellbook and grabbed Zio's shoulder with one hand, pressing the other on the wall again. While Zio was waiting for door opening, she realized that Fors hadn't immediately used her powers. This best-selling author took a deep breath and quickly said, "After entering, well hide and observe. After confirming that there's a chance to do something, well take action. If there's really no chance, or if we can't seize an opportunity for sure, well leave as soon as possible. That way, we can at least avenge Sherman and not be buried alive with him. Only by being alive will all kinds of possibilities open up for us." Zio immediately nodded and replied in a stern manner, "Okay." Fors wanted to say a few more words, but considering how she had wasted some time and couldn't afford to waste any more time, she opened the illusory door and passed through the wall with Zio, coming behind a row of wooden crates. With her no longer being a greenhorn in such operations, she instinctively crouched down and pulled out Leymano's travels and flipped to a particular page. Zia, similarly, didn't dash in. She bent down and moved her eyes to a gap between the crates and observed the empty region. The female-looking Sherman was sitting on a wooden crate without any signs of anger. Her brown hair was gently fluttering in the wind, and standing in front of her was Viscount Stratford. This captain of the Royal Guards tightened his collar and was surveying the area, a mystery as to what he was looking for. Unfortunately, you're only a demoness. Don't worry. I will let you die without any pain. You will be completely purified. As he spoke, he took out an item from his inner pocket. Zio used her enhanced vision from the interrogator potion, and she clearly identified the item. It was a cross accessory covered in bronze. There were a few sharp, jagged protrusions, looking as though it had once impaled someone. Its style and characteristics were things that the various nations in the Fifth Epoch's northern continent didn't possess. It exuded ancient vibes. Very good. You know that resistance is futile, Viscount Stratford said as he pressed one of the fingers he used to hold the bronze cross onto the spike. His bright red blood immediately flowed out and was absorbed by the spike, seeping into the object. The mottled bronze on the cross surface disintegrated, revealing a corporeal form beneath that was a blob of light. In just a second or two, the item Viscount Stratford held had turned into a resplendent cross. It emitted a pure and flawless glow, illuminating the surroundings in an abnormally bright manner. The wooden crate's shadows quickly receded as the dark splotches on the wall evaporated like water. Beside Sherman, the countless spider webs that originally belonged to Trissy floated up and struggled in the fire, melting in just mere seconds. The light grew brighter, but they weren't blinding. Black flames burst out of Sherman's body along with crystalline ice. They turned dim, transparent, and eventually vanished under the illumination. Within the range of the resplendent cross, there weren't any traces of evil or abnormalities present. Not 1 inch of darkness remained. Seeing Sherman's expression slowly distort, Zio couldn't help but shoot Forza a glance. She could clearly sense the terror of the resplendent cross, and she was beginning to waver about saving her. Forza also noticed what was happening and pointed to Leymano's travels. She raised her left index finger and whispered into Zio's ear, "There's only one chance. I will work hard to create it for you. If it's not successful, or if you can't be certain of it, we will give up." Zio didn't hesitate as she nodded solemnly. Forza immediately straightened her body and flipped Leymano's travels to the charred yellow page. This page was filled with complicated, twisted, indescribable symbols and labels. It gave one the feeling of a strong gust of wind. Sailor Pathway's demigod power hurricane. After observing her surroundings once again and confirming that there weren't any other enemies, Force's gaze penetrated through the gap in between the wooden crates and locked onto Viscount Stratford. She then slid her finger gently across the charred yellow page. With an exploding whoosh, a visible hurricane soared up beneath Viscount Stratford's feet and rushed upwards. The captain of the Royal Guards wasn't able to maintain his balance from this sudden attack. He was lifted up by the hurricane and was slammed into the warehouse's ceiling. Boom! The warehouse's ceiling was torn apart by the hurricane as portions of it collapsed. Some of the fragments spun around amidst the wind as they flew higher and higher. Viscount Stratford nearly fainted from being slammed, and he failed to hold onto the resplendent cross, allowing it to fly out of his palm. When the spike with a sliver of his blood left his finger, the mottled bronze covered the cross surface once more. The flawless light vanished in turn. Upon seeing this, Zio didn't hesitate to rush out of her hiding spot. Her eyes first reflected Viscount Stratford's figure before two blinding bolts of lightning lit up. Psychic Piercing. Chapter 1022. Answer amidst the violent hurricane, Viscount Stratford was like a helpless leaf that was pitifully thrown about, as though he could be torn to pieces at any moment. In this state, he couldn't react at all, much less speak. All he could do was rely on a disciplinary paladin's powerful body to barely hold on, hoping that he wouldn't lose a limb or head inside this terrifying hurricane. He originally believed that the hunt had succeeded and that Triss's capture was at hand. Furthermore, he was extremely certain that his target didn't have helpers. Hence, all his attention was focused on Sherman. To his surprise, he suddenly became the prey and fell into a trap without any prior warning. Upon realizing that the hurricane was beginning to weaken and that he had only suffered some damage from the impact and didn't receive any fatal wounds. Viscount Stratford hurriedly tried to regain control of his body in preparation for the upcoming battle. At that moment, he felt a stabbing pain in his head, which felt as though a sharp dagger had been impaled into it before being twisted a few times. This feeling was something that Viscount Stratford felt was both familiar and unfamiliar. This was because, although he had never experienced it directly before, he had attempted it on several targets to observe their reactions. This was one of the Beyonder powers he was most proficient with, psychic piercing. Bang! Upon being attacked, Viscount Stratford, who had failed to adjust his physical state, slammed into the ground hard as the bronze cross loudly fell several meters away. Tap, tap, tap. Zio held Wintry Blade and took a huge stride, dashing straight for Viscount Stratford, who was struggling to get up. As for Fours, she had already flipped through Leymano's travels and flipped it open to a page that resembled a goatskin parchment. As her fingers slid across the page, Viscount Stratford's shadows, which had surfaced once again, came to life, condensing into black chains that wrapped around its target, binding him tightly. Viscount Stratford, who had just managed to catch his breath and become alert, still hadn't had the opportunity to choose the target for his punishment and apply certain restrictions when he once again lost his freedom. Even his mouth was bound by a shadow chain. Abyss chains. It was abyss chains from the Sanguine or Moon Pathways mid-sequence Beyonders. Fours had used it once and was rather fond of this Beyonder power. She found it very useful, so she had spent gold pounds to get Mr. Moon, who had become a Viscount, to record it. Bang! At this moment, Viscount Stratford suddenly unleashed power that surpassed his previous strength, tearing the shadow chains apart. He had chosen the bindings, restricting him to be the target of punishment. But at that moment, Zio had already rushed in front of him like a high-speed train, thrusting that transparent triangular blade. Midst a splotching sound, the wintry blade stabbed into the target's abdomen. Viscount Stratford's body stiffened once again as his eyes glazed over as though he had turned into an ice sculpture. Zio released her hand and allowed Wintry Blade to remain stabbed into the stomach of the captain of the Royal Guards, seemingly hoping that the wraith which might have existed on the weapon would continue possessing her target and forcibly bring him under control. Right on the heels of that, she swung her arm and slammed a punch right below Viscount Stratford's ear. After two heavy blows, Viscount Stratford fainted without even letting out a grunt. His stiff body collapsed once again. After completing this strike, Zio left her back to Fours and immediately moved past the staggering Viscount Stratford, who had Wintry Blade in his stomach, and dashed to Sherman, who remained sitting on a wooden crate. Fours flipped through Leymano's travels once again, using other Beyonder powers to add another layer of restrictions onto Viscount Stratford's body. Then she walked out of the row of wooden crates she had been hiding behind and first approached that bronze ancient cross. The scene she saw made her suspect that it was an item at the demigod level. In the parlance of official Beyonders, it was a Grade 1 sealed artifact. And with Viscount Stratford carrying and using it, she believed that the negative effects of the cross weren't that direct. She could attempt to pick it up. Of course, as a former astrologer, Fors took out the pure crystal ball as she walked, quickly doing a divination. There are no problems. Fors glanced at the outcome and quickened her pace. At this moment, Zio had already rushed in front of Sherman. Looking at this friend who had turned rather beautiful, she was momentarily at a loss for words. To her, Sherman's condition was in a terrible state. This demoness hair was floating up with each strand turning thick as if they were tiny snakes. On the ends of the tiny snakes, some had eyes or mouths. They appeared extremely bizarre and terrifying. On Sherman's face, a black paint-like mysterious pattern suffused out of her skin and was rapidly spreading across her body. Her slightly vacant eyes quickly reflected Zio as she gradually recovered her spirit, and along with that also came a little confusion and pain. She opened her mouth and stuttered. "Zio, I am in so much pain." Zio's vision instantly blurred. Although she was still lacking in many of the details regarding the mysterious world's general knowledge since the Tarot Club's discussion was just way over her head, and the information she got from Inini was mostly about secret organizations, still knew quite a bit about losing control. Among unaffiliated Beyonders, it was something that couldn't be avoided. Therefore, Zio knew that Sherman was beginning to lose control. It was irreversible, and the situation would only worsen. Sherman seemed to sense her state as she gasped for breath, revealing a weak smile. She said with difficulty, "Kill me, I've done too many unspeakable sins. I've also obtained what I've wanted." Zio's tears dripped down. Without hesitation, she flipped her hand, drawing her backup weapon, an ordinary revolver. She then placed the revolver at Sherman's forehead. Sherman smiled as a mesmerizing charm appeared in her eyes once again. Call me Sherman, Sherman." Zio couldn't help but frown as tears brimmed in her eyes. Bang, bang, bang. She repeatedly pulled the trigger and fired the bullets inside. Fresh flowers bloomed at once, red and beautiful. Fors pursed her lips unknowingly when she saw this. After 2 seconds, she let out a long sigh. She bent down and reached out for the bronze cross. Just as her fingers touched the item, it felt like she had touched fire. It was hot and scalding, hot enough to burn the soul. Fors instinctively retracted her hand, feeling alarmed and puzzled. She remembered that Viscount Stratford had never acted in such a manner before. As her thoughts raced, Fors glanced at Viscount Stratford and kicked the bronze cross towards the nearby Zio. "Give it a try. Also, we have to leave immediately. The commotion from earlier will definitely attract the official Beyonders. Also, who knows what the person who left the message will do?" Zio, with her reddened eyes, didn't say a word. She bent down and picked up the bronze cross. She didn't feel any sense of discomfort the entire time. Afors didn't ask why as she walked to the stiff Viscount Stratford's body and warily looked around. After Zio put away the bronze cross, she picked up Sherman's corpse and returned to Viscount Stratford's side. "That item is very precious. His status is also very important. Will definitely be the targets of the royal family's pursuit efforts. We need to do some interference." Fors looked down at Viscount Stratford as she muttered to herself in thought. She quickly made a decision. She raised her hands, lowered her head, and began piously chanting Mr. Fool's honorific name. She didn't believe that them giving up the bronze cross would stop the royal family from pursuing them due to being perceived to have lower priority. Therefore, without any hesitation, she prayed to Mr. Fool for help. To her, sacrificing the item to Mr. Fool was better than staying there. Almost at the same time, she saw a holy angel with 12 pairs of fiery wings. A phantom projected out of the angel as it descended from the sky, wrapping her and Zio in layers of flaming wings. Once this was over, Fors was just about to say something when she felt her body quiver. She felt a particular sense of horror and evil permeate from the void. Her eyes focused as she didn't hesitate to crouch down, reaching out her hands and grabbing Zio and Viscount Stratford's calf. At the same time, the final dark green stone with burn marks on her bracelet emitted a blue and illusory light. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of Fors, Zio, Viscount Stratford, and Sherman turned transparent as they vanished from the spot. In seconds, they left the docks area and appeared on the outskirts of St. George Borough. During this process, Fors had even used her Beyonder power as a scribe to record M traveling. M, after observing her surroundings and confirming that there was no one around since they were in the forests, Fors released Zio and Viscount Stratford and straightened her body. With the blessings of Mr. Fool's angel, there shouldn't be much danger. The person who left the message won't be able to lock on to us. Fors heaved a sigh of relief before saying with a lingering sense of fear, "The person who descended upon us towards the end was definitely a saint. Thankfully, we quickly escaped." Zio gently lowered Sherman's corpse and said in thought, "If the person who left the message was monitoring Sherman, then she might have already found out where we live. We can't return there." "Yes, we need to change our residence," Fors said with great experience. Then she cast her gaze at the unconscious Viscount Stratford. "You can interrogate him now. Make every second count." As she spoke, she handed Leymano's travels to Zio and exhorted, "There's telepathy on it, and it's used with candlelight. Also, start with the simple and unimportant questions to lower his resistance." Zia received the spellbook with a solemn expression. However, her wrist trembled, unable to hold Leymano's travels. "Pa!" The bronze notebook dropped onto the ground as Zio said with a frown. "It's like fire. Fors had the same experience earlier, so after some thought she said, throw that cross away and try again." Zio followed her suggestion and successfully picked up Leymano's travels. "It cannot be held with other mystical items," Fors said with a nod when she saw this. Zia didn't harp on this problem as she quickly prepared a lit candle. Then she drew Wintry Blade and relieved Viscount Stratford from his stiff and dazed state. After the captain of the Royal Guards gradually awakened, she triggered the corresponding page in the notebook. Viscount Stratford instantly fell into confusion, and only the faint candlelight remained in his eyes. "Why did Sherman try to approach you?" Zio asked the question she had just thought of. Viscount Stratford replied blankly, "She was investigating who I am loyal to." Zio was taken aback as she instinctively asked, "Who are you really loyal to?" Viscount Stratford slowly said, "His Majesty, of course." Chapter 1023. Mason Dera's death. His Majesty Zio was a little confused and filled with confusion when she heard Viscount Stratford's reply. She found it inexplicable that Sherman would deliberately approach this captain of the Royal Guards just to investigate where his loyalties lay. This didn't seem to be something of great importance or value. As for Viscount Stratford's answer, it was very normal and without any faults. Sherman paid with her life for such an answer. Zio originally wished to press for the reason behind Sherman's investigation of such a trivial matter, but she immediately realized that it might involve key intel too soon. It might cause Viscount Stratford, who hadn't entered the necessary state, to put up resistance. So she gradually held back her instinctive urge. She thought for a moment and asked, "Do you know Mason Dara?" "Yes," Viscount Stratford answered blankly. Zio Derecha continued asking rather simple and unimportant questions. "Who is he?" "He's the former captain of the Royal Guards," Viscount Stratford answered simply without elaborating. At this moment, Fors didn't listen to the telepathy at such a superficial layer. She took out the pure crystal ball and placed it in Zio's pocket. After transferring her items, she bent down once again and carefully attempted to pick up the bronze cross. This time, amidst her trembling fingers, the soul-burning feeling didn't assault her. It allowed her to easily pick up the spiky item. As expected, this cross cannot coexist with other mystical items. I still have moon paper figurine and the remnant spirituality of the ancient wraiths. But it didn't react. This means that it can coexist with items that don't contain Bayonder characteristics, but won't resist spirituality and strength. If that's the case, will it also reject the Bayonder characteristic within my body? But it doesn't seem obvious this is its other negative side effect, and it requires some time before it shows signs. Vos had a general idea about this ancient bronze cross. She then warily stored it away in a bag that contained all kinds of ritual materials. After doing this, Fors looked down at the silver bracelet on her wrist. She confirmed that it was completely empty and was without any accessories hanging from it. She had used up all 5 stones that allowed her to use teleport. However, Fors no longer felt as anxious as before. Although she believed that the full moon ravings would become clearer and more terrifying with the usage of each stone, she also knew that, with Mr. Fool's help, this wasn't a problem. Over the past year, if not for her need to spend some time above the grey fog during every full moon or blood moon, she would have almost forgotten that she was suffering the torment from the full moon ravings. I hope that the curse will be lifted one day. After retracting her gaze from the dull silver bracelet, Fuzz couldn't help but sigh. She then sincerely thanked Mr. Fool in her heart. No matter what his real goal is, he has rescued me time and time again. It hasn't only been from the full moon ravings. This cross level doesn't seem low. I wonder if Mr. Fool will be interested and is willing to accept my sacrifice. I didn't have any good items or news to repay him for his benevolence. I finally see an opportunity. This is a common spoil of war. I only own half of it. I wonder if Mr. Fool is willing to accept a sacrifice that I only have half the rights to know. Zio has also been rescued by Mr. Fool before he. Perhaps it might please Mr. Fool if he is satisfied. He might produce a few Bayonder powers and allow me to record them in Leymano's travels. No, Leymano's travels might not be able to record a deity's powers. It won't be able to withstand Mr. Fool's powers. The powers of the angels under him will do too. No, I can't be too greedy. I'll be satisfied if Mr. World can demonstrate some of his powers for me to record force thoughts wandered as she had expectations akin to a dream. This was the instinct of a best-selling author. As for why she didn't expect anything else other than the recording of Bayonder powers, it was because she realized today how important and terrifying Bayonder powers at the demigod level were. If Leymano's travels didn't have Hurricane recorded, she and Zio might not have been able to capture Viscount Stratford. They might not even succeed in escaping. Even if she didn't include the bronze cross, Viscount Stratford himself was a rather powerful Beyonder. If he hadn't been injured by hurricane in the beginning and left dizzy from the fall, their sneak attacks might not have reached this level of success. There was a high chance that they might suffer a counterattack. Of course, separating the resplendent cross from Viscount Stratford was key to the victory of this brief battle tonight. And again, this was all thanks to hurricane. On careful thought, if we switched to a less pressing situation, and if the bronze cross and the demigod powers in the notebook were excluded, Zio and I might have a chance of defeating Viscount Stratford together. We might even have quite good odds the Beyonder powers recorded in the notebook are varied, and when put together, they're a truly powerful. Together with Zio's psychic piercing and the effects of Wintry Blade, in a head-on battle, it's reasonable for Viscount Stratford to be defeated if he doesn't have any special mystical items. A living scribe with rich experience is actually this powerful the more For's thought, the stranger she felt. She realized that she had become rather formidable. Back when they were dealing with the ancient wraith, she had already come to a similar conclusion. And this time, their enemy, Viscount Stratford, was the captain of the royal guards of the lone royal family. He was at least sequence 6 and was probably sequence 5. Furthermore, he wielded an item at the demigod level. The level of his strength was clear, so this immediately allowed Fors to benchmark her level in the world of Beyonders. Although their victory mainly stemmed from a sneak attack, a successful one was also a manifestation of one's strength. I am already a scribe. With a good combination of powers, together with Leymano's travels, I am already a rather strong sequence 5. The only problem is that I lack experience, as Fors reflected poignantly. She cast her gaze at Zio and Viscount Stratford, continuing to listen to their questions and answers. At this moment, Zio's question had already reached a rather key topic that could easily result in resistance. How did Mason Dara die? After asking this question, Zio's expression suddenly turned complicated and expectant. She was also in a dilemma, feeling pangs of excitement and fear. This was a question she wished to ask 8 years ago. In these nearly 30 days, she had been constantly searching for an answer, but she was also afraid that the answer wasn't something she expected. She was afraid that her father was really involved in a mutiny and thus was executed, marring his reputation. Viscount Stratford didn't immediately answer Zio's question. He seemed to struggle before saying he discovered His Majesty's secret and tried informing the 3 churches but failed. He was executed on the spot. Zia fell into a daze for a few seconds before finally confirming the answer she received. Although this answer shocked her, it made the heart in her mouth sink back to its original position as she calmed down. Secret, His Majesty's secret. She muttered softly to herself and asked in a pressing tone, "What secret?" Fors, who was beside her, was also shocked to the point of being dumbfounded. She never expected things to develop to this stage. At that moment, Viscount Stratford's facial muscles visibly contorted. It took him a great deal of effort to say a few words, "That secret is." Suddenly, his body jerked violently. His confused eyes regained their luster. Right on the heels of that, his body collapsed from the most minute part, instantly transforming into a ball of fireworks. The blood-red fireworks soared into the sky and exploded, illuminating the night sky as they were reflected in Force and Zio's eyes. Having experienced this previously, Force didn't waste any time after her eyes momentarily blanked out. She immediately crouched down and grabbed Sherman's corpse and Zio's calf. Their figures swiftly turned transparent as they vanished from the spot, teleporting to the southern area of the bridge. Above the grey fog, Klein, who was holding the Sea Guard scepter, saw the fireworks that stained the sky red. Back when Fors prayed to him, he had happened to be inside the magnificent palace, observing Kona's Kilgore's actions. He conveniently took in the red priest card and used the paper figurine he cut, stirred the powers of the mysterious space, and gave a response. During this process, he discovered that the person lying next to Miss Magician and Miss Judgment was Viscount Stratford. This was one of the targets he had placed great importance on. Although he hadn't investigated him personally, he knew that there was something wrong with him. He knew that Demoness Trissy was targeting him, so he had remembered his appearance and characteristics at a ball. Klein didn't know what the 2 Tarot Club members were up to, but since it involved Viscount Stratford, he definitely didn't write off its importance. He directly observed what subsequently happened to Miss Magician and Miss Judgment through the crimson stars. After advancing to a demigod and obtaining even more authorities, he didn't need the Tarot Club members to pray to directly observe their vicinity via the crimson star. This was similar to specially marking out believers, but Klein had always held great restraint towards that and had never attempted it. This made him hear Zio's and Viscount Stratford's conversation, and since he knew the underlying truth, he knew very well what the true meaning and importance of who he was loyal to was. Combined with the discovery of the king's secret by the former captain of the royal guards, Mason Dara, and how his attempt to inform the three churches failed, Klein already had a guess. He suspected that the greatest culprit behind the great smog of Backland was the lone kingdom's king, George III. Chapter 1024. Traditional skills inside the palace above the grey fog. Klein, who was holding the Sea Guard scepter, looked at the Black Emperor card and the Tyrant card on the table in front of him with a heavy look. Although Viscount Stratford's answer could only prove that King George III hid a great secret, had played a crucial role in the great smog of Backland, and was highly likely to be a mass murderer, it couldn't be said that he had spearheaded everything and was the true mastermind. After all, he might only be a puppet. But to Klein, this was already enough. The target was clear, and he had clues to investigate what they were planning. Seeing that Miss Magician and Miss Judgment had left the area where the abnormality had happened and were practically safe, Klein retracted his gaze and continued to observe the actions of M. Deputy Director, Coners Kilgore, via prayer vision. After a while, after securing the territory and confirming that no one was tailing him, Coners Kilgore walked to a mountain wall and took out an object. His entire body was tainted with a ghostly blue glow as he gradually became hazy and blurry. Then he disappeared into thin air, his whereabouts unknown. A rather special form of traveling via corporeal ritual or item that allows him to teleport from point to point within a very short distance back. When I came out from the underground ruins wherein Si Zangwil was, I also passed through a similar door. Yes, this place isn't too far from the mountain where Mr. A pursued me. This setup needs a very suitable and secretive region. Without having any permission from the interior, just holding on to an activation item might not have any effect. And once something happens, destroying the corresponding ritual can prevent enemies from entering and stop them from finding the exact location. Klein nodded in enlightenment. Combining the information which Viscount Stratford had just revealed, he had come to the initial conclusion that the king's secret and the ploy by the three factions were all hidden deep within the underground ruins. As long as one entered, the truth would be obtained through a careful investigation. However, the difficulty in performing the investigations became apparent the more he thought about Ith had to first obtain the corresponding item, and using his disguise as a faceless to fool the guards, he would teleport in. None of these steps were easy. According to Arrodes, Coners Kilgore wasn't just a demigod of the Black Emperor pathway, he also possessed a rather powerful sealed artifact. Even if Klein had made preparations, his odds of defeating the Brigadier General of Inani wasn't too high if he didn't seek the help of angels, much less finish him off in a stealthy manner without anyone realizing it. Furthermore, there were many difficulties in getting the help of an angel, as all of them had their own extenuating circumstances that prevented them from agreeing. Even if I take down Coners Kilgore without drawing the attention of anyone, I have to consider the danger that stems from entering based on what previously happened. It's impossible for them to not be on guard against a faceless cooperation effort between the king, the psychology alchemists, and the demoness sect guarantees that their ploy is significant. It's extremely possible that there's an angel within the underground ruins. Klein frowned as he was at a loss for a reliable angle for investigation. He tapped the edge of the long mottled table and decided to break out of the confines of his original thoughts and consider it from a different angle. A few seconds later, a flash of inspiration came to him. Why do I want to complete all these steps by myself? The king's secret and plans are likely detrimental to the three churches of Storm, Evernite, and Steam. Otherwise, the former captain of the Royal Guards, Mason Dara, wouldn't have attempted to inform the three churches. As a blessed of the Evernite goddess, at least for no, isn't it obvious what I should be doing? This can also count towards my contributions to exchange for the scholar of your potion formula. In an instant, Klein's thoughts became extremely clear. He left the area above the grey fog without any hesitation and returned to the real world. Dressed in blue and white checkered pajamas, Jayaman Sparrow raised his hands once more and made a prayer gesture. He chanted in ancient Hermes, "The Evernite goddess who stands higher than the cosmos and more eternal than eternity. You are also the Lady of Crimson, the Mother of Concealment, the Empress of Misfortune and Horror, Mistress of Repose and Silence." This time, Klein didn't hold a ritual because he wasn't praying for a bestowment or response. All he wanted was to simply describe what Viscount Stratford had said, as well as his observations regarding Cona's Kilgore. Therefore, a direct prayer was sufficient. After praying, Klein exhaled and stood in a remote area of the woods, patiently awaiting the possible developments. In less than a minute, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, like a quickly sketched portrait. The newcomer was dressed in a simple robe. By the figure's waist was a belt made of tree bark. Long hair cascaded down as the figure was barefoot. She had a pair of dark and serene eyes, and she was none other than the highest-ranking archbishop and leader of the ascetics, servant of concealment, Ariana. "Good evening, Ma'am Ariana," Klein bowed without any hint of surprise. Ariana glanced at him and returned the greeting. "Good evening." She didn't make any small talk as she directly asked, "Kona's Kilgore is nearby." "Yes, less than 10 kilometers away." Klein pointed in the direction. "He has already used an item to vanish from his place. What should we do next?" Ariana nodded slightly and said, "Wait for him to come out and find an opportunity to capture him." "Isn't that too direct? You look quiet and plain, a cultured person, oh Angel. Why are you so aggressive? If Kona's Kilgore didn't head for the underground ruins and had gone to some other secret base, or if he wasn't too deeply involved in the king's ploys, to have the church's archbishop taking action on MI9's top brass would definitely be breaking news. The kingdom's fracturing would only worsen." Klein was momentarily unsure how he should respond to Ariana, although he would definitely attack Kona's Kilgore if he handled the matter himself, since the latter's involvement in the slave trade and the silencing of others was enough reason. The problem was that a demigod of a secret organization attacking a military top brass and an Orthodox church's archbishop attacking a military top brass was two completely different matters. As though sensing Klein's thoughts, Ariana calmly explained, "You will be the one taking action, not me." Klein was a little unused to her style. Ariana continued, "I will create a concealed world for you and provide you the necessary assistance. Battle in a concealed state. Fight with the help of an angel." Klein nodded with a thought. "Then where shall the ambush be?" Ariana answered succinctly, "In your Mago manor." I share the same thoughts, but I didn't want to say it myself. Klein took a deep breath and exhaled. The choice for the ambush location stemmed from very simple logic. Was to do it when Kona's Kilgore was in his most relaxed and defenseless state. Without a doubt, once Konas finishes his secret mission and returns to Mago Manor, he would believe that the most risky matters of the night were over. He wouldn't have his guard up. For the same reason, if the king's secret and ploy was of utmost importance, it was possible for an angel to be watching over him while he returned from the underground ruins. Once he suffered an attack, the angel would be able to immediately respond. And only when Konas returned to his normal daily routine would the monitoring be retracted. After all, there were only a limited number of angels, so it was impossible for them to be so free. Thankfully, I used the most covert method of tailing him, and the distance was far enough from the looks of it. Ma Mariana didn't place the responsibility of the battle onto me to avoid the risk and reduce the negative effects, but because maintaining a concealed state and preventing the existence inside the underground mines from noticing the battle will drain a great deal of her energy amidst his racing thoughts. Klein had a better idea of how he should proceed. At this moment, Ariana added, "The concealed world's battle won't damage the real world." "That's pretty good," Klein muttered silently and said after some thought, "Then I need to immediately make some preparations." "All right," Ariana calmly replied. She didn't even ask me what preparations I need. I was even prepared to say that I need a change of clothes as Klein lampooned himself. He looked down at his blue and white checkered pajamas. His left palm quickly turned transparent as he vanished from the spot. Inside Mago Manor, Klein's figure blinked into existence. Maintaining his appearance as Jayaman Sparrow, he quickly changed his clothes and wore a top hat. Following that, he took out a piece of paper and used his finger to write. The tip of his finger spewed out a scarlet flame, leaving charred marks without burning the piece of paper. The charred marks quickly formed a complicated symbol that was a mixture of concealment and mystery prying. With the formation of this symbol, the full-body mirror in the room turned dark as aqueous light rippled. A silver outline appeared, forming one word after another. Exalted Great Master, your loyal and resilient servant, Arodes, is here to answer your summoning. Do you have something you would like to ask me? Yes. Klein nodded and looked out the window. What demigod powers and powerful sealed artifacts does Kona's Kilgore have? This was something he vaguely knew before. After confirming that Kona's Kilgore was a target, he gathered more information and now wished to know more so as to prepare a strategy meant to target Kona's. The full-body mirror's silver words warped and squirmed, quickly forming new words. Great Master, Kona's Kilgore is an Earl of the Fallen. To hide his strength, he wields a sealed artifact that also belongs to the Lawyer Pathway. However, it also has some of the Arbiter Pathway's characteristics mixed into it. It's called Chapter 1025. Random anomalies, the full-body mirror's silver words seem to have a life of their own as they vanished and reformed. The concerto of light and shadow is a pocket watch. It can restrict certain actions in a particular area, and it can also strip certain Beyonder powers from the target. When the two are put together, the limitations that are created far exceed the two types. The concerto of light and shadow is also able to gift certain negative side effects to the target, making him sluggish, eager, avaricious, or lose their fighting spirit, only capable of focusing his attention on money. Apart from these effects, the sealed artifact's wielder would have the ability to distort the target's speech, actions, intentions, and attacks. It can reduce a lethal blow into a serious injury, or it could repel an attack, turning progression into retrogression, escaping into leading a charge. The negative effects of concerto of light and shadow are rather serious. Amongst them, the main negative effect to take note of is that once it's brought into combat, all the Beyonder effects produced in a certain region would intermittently experience random anomalies. It wouldn't distinguish between friend or foe, making it hard to control and unpredictable. That also means that lightning strike might still create a bolt of lightning, but it might splash the target with a blast of cold water or summon unknown spirit world creatures. Due to this reason, Kona's Kilgore has deliberately sought out a mystical item that can make him sufficiently lucky at critical moments, hoping that the random intermittent effects will benefit himself. It's definitely useful to a certain extent, but it's not that great. Kona's Kilgore also has a strange revolver. It originated from an anomaly during an evil god's sacrifice. It's called Arva's Shout of Despair. It can shoot without bullets, and each shot possesses immense strength. It can shoot at a rapid pace like a miniature machine gun. Targets who are hit by it will suffer Arva's Shout of Despair before he died. They will suffer different levels of pain, dizziness, and confusion. The biggest problem with the revolver is that the wielder will also hear the shout of despair. It just won't be too frequent. As an Earl of the Fallen, Kona's Kilgore no doubt has a qualitative change when it comes to distortion and the unreasonable bestowment. In addition, he can also exploit laws and magnify effects, and use disorder to disrupt order. Exploit can extend certain states for longer periods of time or end it ahead of time. It will make the rules more beneficial to himself. For example, after jumping into midair, the state of being away from the ground can be extended, achieving the effect of floating. Magnify can boost the effects or influence of his actions. It can make an ordinary attack become an execution. It can turn a hug from a distance away into a restriction. Disorder will influence the structure of objects, the standards of measurement, and the accuracy of attacks. It will make a seemingly massive building collapse, causing what seems like a huge distance to be shortened to that of a few paces, as well as allowing attacks that are aimed at him to miss their mark. Through magnify, exploit, and distortion, Beyonders of the Lawyer Pathway can achieve certain things that only Beyonders of the Arbiter Pathway can accomplish. Of course, low and mid-sequence Beyonder powers of the Lawyer Pathway like Bribe are equally possessed by an Earl of the Fallen and are even stronger. Great Master, I've finished answering your question. Is that okay? Your answer is like a guidebook. You must have been gathering information from the spirit world while delivering it also. Must you seek praise even for matters such as this? Klein lampooned and nodded slightly. That's right. After answering Arrod's question, he quickly got into the zone as he analyzed the powers and traits of the powerful sealed artifact which the demigod, Conas Kilgore, had. An Earl of the Fallen is indeed a sequence for demigod existence. There are qualitative changes in various aspects, be it bestowment, distortion, exploit, and magnify. None of them are easy to deal with. I might suffer if I'm careless rather. Disorder isn't terrifying. It's basically an enhanced version of the sequence. Five Mentor of Disorders power the concerto of light, and shadow does have traits of the arbiter domain. And the most frustrating aspect about it is the negative side, effects to a Beyonder of the seer pathway. My combat style is definitely closer to one of preparation, precision, and control. Once the battle begins, the moves will chain one after another. During this process, if a random deviation were to happen, the entire plan can easily be messed up and not be accomplished. It's very dangerous, as he thought. Klein discovered that the main problem stemmed from the sealed artifact named Concerto of Light and Shadow. As a Beyonder who liked setting up traps for his enemy, Klein didn't wish that, after throwing himself into a perilous situation through his painstaking planning and hard work, he would realize that the item would summon a rabbit, just as he was using the Fate Siphon charm to switch fates with his target, to turn the tables and finish off his opponent. Or perhaps it would turn into fireworks to celebrate the death of the user. Conas Kilgore can reduce the effects by raising his luck, but I can't do it. Fortune or misfortune that's not at the angel level won't be effective on me, however. I have the marionette, winner Inuni Klein thought, as he gave Arrows the second question. How can the intermittent random anomalies of that sealed artifact be avoided? Silver words appeared out of the ripples of the deep mirror, forming a new sentence. There's no need to avoid it. Conas Kilgore just needs to become unlucky, and for this, the demigods of the Evernight pathway are experts. Makes sense according to the theory of relativity. As long as Conas Kilgore is more unlucky than me, I'll be the lucky one. Ma Mariana said that she can provide me with assistance to her, secretly slipping some misfortune onto Conas Kilgore before creating the concealed state should be very simple and easy. Klein immediately nodded cheerfully. Very good, that's it for today. I'll summon you again if there's anything else. Yes, master. No problem, master. Goodbye, master. On the full-body mirror's surface was a simple drawing followed by silver words. Seeing the mirror instantly return to normal, Klein retracted his gaze and quickly simulated the battle that would happen in his mind. Gradually, he came up with an idea, and grabbing onto that flash of inspiration, he proceeded forward in refining it. After having a few tentative plans, Klein walked to the balcony and looked at the garden in the night sky, whispering, "Can you inflict misfortune onto Conas Kilgore before the battle?" After a brief silence, a calm and ordinary female voice rang in his ears. "Yes, then it's fine on my side," Klein immediately replied. Tranquility quickly returned to his surroundings. A rather cold breeze blew by, and Klein expressionlessly stared at the manor for a few seconds. Then he pressed down on his silk hat, pulled the human-skinned glove on his left hand, and drew Death Knell from his underarm holster. Right on the heels of that, he flicked his thumb and made the iron-black revolver's cylinder spin. The night grew darker as the crimson moon occasionally tore through the clouds. Mega Manor was completely in a state of deep sleep. At this moment, a figure stealthily came from the Tussock River's south bank, taking 2 to 3 steps to return to his room. He was none other than the deputy director of M. Inini, Conas Kilgore, who wore a white shirt and black trousers. This demigod, with a stout look, surveyed the area and didn't notice any abnormalities. He gradually revealed a smile and walked to the bar counter in the guest room. Getting a cup, he picked up a bottle of Mega red wine. He prepared to pour some for himself to celebrate the wonderful night. At this moment, his spiritual perception was triggered as he looked up abruptly. He saw the buildings with a few grayish-white chimneys suddenly become covered in shadows, as if they were dyed with ink. To the side of the chimneys, on one of the steeple landmarks of Mega Manor's main building, it was equally dark. The bright red moon was silently hanging behind the chimney. The clouds and stars high in the sky had vanished. Apart from the gigantic crimson moon, there was pitch-black darkness. Under the night sky, the flowers and trees were clearly in front of him, but they lacked any signs of life. They were dim, as though they were a great distance away. Black and red, shadows, and buildings, and the silence and plants presented themselves in front of Kona's Kilgore in such a strange state. This the demigod's pupils dilated as he didn't hesitate to respond. He reached his left hand into his clothes and extended his right hand under his armpit, taking out two items. Amongst them, he held a strange revolver in his right palm. It was entirely grey in color, bigger than an ordinary revolver. It looked like it was half the size of a sledgehammer that was used in classical battles. Another unusual trait of the revolver was that it had 6 barrels, each rather thick. The mouth was dark, and its cylinder was embedded with more than 10 ugly rivets, making it have a rather crude beauty. Kona's Kilgore's left hand held an iron-skinned pocket watch. On the watch's face, half of it was filled with neatly arranged symbols that followed the order of time, while the other half was a chaotic mess. It even intruded into the neighboring region. On both sides, it seemed impossible to see the machinery behind them as they formed into a structure that looked even more complex and headache-inducing. Almost at the same time, a figure emerged out of the gigantic crimson moon. It glided over at an extremely fast speed. He grew bigger and clearer. He was a young man with black hair, brown eyes, and cut features. The young man was wearing a silk top hat and a black trench coat. He held a unique revolver in one hand and a transparent human-skinned glove covering the other. Under the bright illumination of the surroundings, he seemed to be burdened with the weight of the gigantic crimson moon. Jam and Sparrow. Chapter 1026. Two restrictions upon seeing the young man in the black trench coat appear with a black revolver in hand. Kona's Kilgore, who was no stranger to all the important figures in the world, immediately responded. The thumb on his left hand that held the iron-skinned pocket watch was rapidly moving, reaching for one of the metal buttons on the messy inlays of the pocket watch. He suddenly raised his right arm, aiming at Jam and Sparrow with the 6 grey gun barrels that formed a circle. This process was like a fleeting spark that quickly came to an end. As for Kona's Kilgore's left thumb, it had pressed down. He overcame his instinct and didn't directly use restriction from the concerto of light and shadow. This was because he didn't know Jam and Sparrow well enough, unsure as to what he was best at. Furthermore, the person with Jam and Sparrow's appearance might not be Jam and Sparrow. Blindly using restriction would only be a waste of an opportunity. He intended to observe and wait for a while longer before he came up with a more specific order to distort the laws. Bang, 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 bang. The strange revolver let out a roar of despair and spewed out a storm of black and icy bullets, instantly enveloping the enemy beneath the crimson moon. At this moment, Jam and Sparrow's figure turned transparent and incorporeal. At the same time, the bullets tore through the target in the black trench coat, tearing apart the afterimage he left behind. And behind Kona's Kilgore, Jam and Sparrow, with a cold expression, quickly appeared. His body was half-crouched, and he was leaning forward. The black top hat on his head appeared blood-red under the crimson moon's illumination. He suddenly raised the black-barreled revolver in his hand, opening his mouth slightly while aiming and squeezing the trigger. Bang! The floorboard to the right of Kona's Kilgore exploded into countless fragments. Jam and Sparrow's shot had been ridiculously far off the mark. Furthermore, its destructive power was clearly lacking. This was the distortion power of an Earl of the Fallen. It caused the bullet's trajectory to deviate and have its power weakened. Seizing this opportunity, Kona's Kilgore used disorder to influence measurement standards, arriving above the balcony of the bedroom with one step. Then he half-turned his body, and with a smack, he pressed one of the metal buttons on his iron-skinned pocket watch. He then solemnly said, "Teleportation is prohibited here." Silently, Mega Manor, which was being illuminated by the gigantic crimson moon, experienced an unknown change. Jam and Sparrow, whose body had rapidly turned faint after firing, appeared out of the void again. He had failed to successfully change positions. Concerto of light and shadow restriction. To Kona's Kilgore, no matter what Jam and Sparrow was good at, he had to immediately restrict his obvious ability to teleport. An enemy who could do close-quarters teleportation at a high frequency wasn't only irritating, but also dangerous. Realizing that his teleportation had failed, Jam and Sparrow's expression remained unperturbed. His body quickly warped as the colors faded from his body, leaving a deep darkness. This deep darkness suddenly collapsed across the ground, fusing with the shadows in the region where the moonlight couldn't reach, making him indistinguishable. Bang, 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 bang. Bullet holes riddled the spot where Chairman Sparrow was previously standing, tearing the ground open. Boom! The area collapsed immediately, revealing the room before. However, no dust was thrown up, and despite such a stir, Mega Manor remained blanketed in deep shadows. No one was awakened or gave a response. Kona's Kilgore suppressed the urge to restrict the action of hiding in the shadows, holding on to Revere, Shout of Despair, and Concerto of Light and Shadow. He calmly observed his surroundings and waited for Jam and Sparrow to appear once again before launching his attack. However, inside the collapsed room, the shadows were silent, and there wasn't any movement. And outside the window, the steeple and chimneys remained immersed in an icy cold darkness. The gigantic crimson moon seemed to be hanging over the roof. The plants in the garden, the grapevines far away, and all the various classical windows seemed to degenerate into the background on this night. Despite being visible to the naked eye, they were imperturbable. All of Mago Manor was cold, dark, and silent, just like a forgotten corner that didn't garner the attention or incur discovery from others. There were no signs of life at all. As a demigod, as an important figure in the intelligence community, Kona's Kilgore quickly had a theory. He suspected that the person was related to the authority of concealment. This gave him many ideas, but Chairman Sparrow remained nowhere to be seen. He actually didn't sneak attack, and even gave up the chance to deliver a barrage of attacks. Leaving me so many openings, doesn't he know that a high-sequence lawyer or arbiter is very difficult to deal with once they're prepared prior to the battle? A sense of puzzlement flashed across Kona's Kilgore's mind. Using his observations of his surroundings and the relatively non-urgent situation, he quickly understood his current predicament. He knew that defeating Jem and Sparrow wasn't key, but escaping the concealed world was. If he couldn't leave this place, there might be more dangers awaiting him. As long as I can leave this dark-styled Mago Manor, even if angels were to descend, I don't have to worry since I am in Backland. Such artificial concealed worlds must have an opening. This is a law that cannot be avoided in the mysterious world. The usage and distortion of laws was what lawyer pathway demigods were best at. Kona's Kilgore had many ideas come to him as he quickly made a decision. He suddenly turned around and jumped from the balcony, flying off like he was a spring that was released. This demigod of the military instantly reached a high altitude, but he didn't slow down or show any signs of falling. He maintained this speed as he went higher and higher in altitude, thus achieving flight. Earl of the Fallen exploit. This was the exploitation of laws. By extending the jumping process, he could maintain a much longer duration. If Kona's Kilgore became a Sequence 2 angel, he could even jump onto the Crimson Moon with this bay under power. While jumping in midair, Kona's Kilgore swung his right arm and released his disorder bay under power. He wanted to create a certain level of disorder in Mago Manor in this strange world. The true exit would then be exposed through the generated ripples. Instantly, the flowers and grapevines in the background of Mago Manor wavered. The black steeple, chimneys, and classical windows were covered in a faint shadow. In the entire world, only the gigantic crimson moon, which appeared to be right before them, didn't change. It continued hanging silently in the sky. That's the exit. Kona's Kilgore grasped the patterns from the disorder, and using some actual feedback, he determined where the exit was. Without any hesitation, he exerted strength in his waist and used Magnify to forcefully change his direction, allowing him to rush towards the bright red moon. At that moment, a figure appeared in front of Mago Manor. It was none other than the cold-looking Chairman Sparrow, who wore a black trench coat and half-top hat. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind appeared out of nowhere, sweeping Chairman Sparrow upwards as he chased after Kona's Kilgore. Amidst the wind, he raised the iron-black revolver in his right hand and pulled the trigger. Bang! A bullet flew out, exploding into countless fragments. They then turned into a storm that swept towards Kona's Kilgore. Death knell slaughter. It was a barrage of attacks. Almost at the same time, Kona's Kilgore changed direction without any warning, plummeting instead of rushing towards the moon. As a result, he dodged the bullet storm's assault as though he was prepared for it. No, it wasn't the case was prepared. Although his main goal was to escape the changed Mago Manor, he was still worried that German Sparrow would seize the opportunity to attack him. Therefore, he came up with a simple trap, planning to use his escape as bait to fish out the hiding German Sparrow. He could then take the initiative to heavily injure his opponent. Halfway down, Kona's Kilgore's figure suddenly bounced back, having distorted the direction he was heading in. This time, his destination was the next point, where German Sparrow was flying towards. Right on the heels of that, he yanked his pocket watch-wielding left hand back and grabbed German Sparrow through thin air, pulling him from a distance of nearly 100 meters away to just inches before him. Earl of the Fallen Magnify. Whoosh! Amidst the howling winds, Kona's Kilgore grabbed German Sparrow's clothes and pressed his strange revolver in his right hand forward. Bang, 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 bang. Revere's shout of despair released countless bullets like a machine gun, instantly tearing German Sparrow's body into fluttering pieces of paper. Kona's Kilgore's gaze froze slightly as he immediately moved his left finger and pressed one of the metal buttons on his pocket watch. With a click, this Earl of the Fallen didn't hesitate to say in a domineering fashion, "Stand-ins are prohibited here." Just as he said that, the howling wind came to a stop. Maga Manor returned to silence once again as it was blanketed by dark shadows. Kona's Kilgore changed direction and began spiraling in midair in search of German Sparrow. However, there weren't any anomalies in the dark night sky. This Earl of the Fallen hesitated for a moment before preparing to continue rushing towards the gigantic crimson moon. At this moment, figures appeared in the garden, vineyard, and manor's main building. They either grew or became taller, rapidly taking form. They all had black hair and brown eyes with sharp facial features. They wore silk top hats and black trench coats. They were all German Sparrows. The only difference was that some of them were of normal build, some with their backs sunk inwards. The rest were bloated, while others just a thin layer. Upon seeing this scene, Kona's Kilgore immediately recalled a dangerous enemy he had once encountered, one of the leaders of Intis Intelligence Departmenta Bizarro Sorcerer. Chapter 1027. Deceit. After Kona's Kilgore realized which Beyonder pathway his enemy belonged to, all the German Sparrows in the garden, vineyard, and main building raised their left hand. They curled their middle finger, ring finger, and pinky, extending their index finger and thumb, making them take on the simple shape of a gun. The index fingers that represented barrels and muzzles aimed at Kona's Kilgore in the air before their respective arms jerked up seemingly due to the recoil. Bang, 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 bang. Amidst deafening noises, illusory doves appeared to the side of the Earl of the Fallen, who was dressed in a white shirt and black trousers. They flew at him from every direction in a spectacular sight of utmost beauty. This was the random anomaly that came about from the iron-skinned pocket watch and concerto of light and shadow. It made the air cannons, which could blast through houses, turn into doves of peace that didn't pose any threat. Having used disorder to disrupt the enemy's collective volley, Kona's Kilgore wasn't surprised to see the doves fly up and disperse into the air. He was already mentally prepared. He had already endured the negative effects that the sealed artifact had brought for years. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he didn't hesitate to raise his hands, which held the iron-skinned pocket watch and revolver, doing so in a bid to make them collide. This was distortion, one that targeted all the German Sparrows beneath him. To Kona's Kilgore, what frustrated him the most when fighting a Bizarro sorcerer was that he was unable to tell if the enemy he faced was a marionette or the actual person, unless the marionette was of a very crude level. As such, he had many Beyonder powers he didn't dare use because they were ineffective against marionettes. A large-scale prohibition effect was still all right, but a single target, deprivation, was meaningless in actual combat. No matter how many Beyonder powers of a marionette were deprived, it didn't affect the actual body. When that happened, his opponent just needed to switch marionettes to resolve the problem. Due to similar reasons, using Magnify on the mystical items on the marionettes was temporarily written off by Kona's Kilgore for strategic purposes. Similarly, an Earl of the Fallen's bestowment was of no use. It was even inferior to deprivation, as it could cause a Bizarro sorcerer's marionette to lose its corresponding Beyonder powers. However, the negative effects bestowed to a marionette was unable to interfere with it at all, be it turning them sluggish, losing the will to fight, making them turn anxious, or only focus on money. It was meaningless to a marionette who was, in essence, dead, without any ability to think or inclinations to take action. Therefore, Conus Kilgore decided to first resolve the problem of identifying marionettes and the actual body. In this aspect, others might not have a solution, but a high-sequence bay-under of the lawyer pathway definitely didn't have such worries. There were rules to everything, and everything followed certain rules. As a lawyer demigod, they were good at finding whatever loopholes there were to exploit them for themselves, together with his combat experience fighting other bizarro sorcerers, and how he had seriously considered solutions for dealing with them during the aftermath. Conus Kilgore was quite certain that distortion could suppress his enemy. He knew that bizarro sorcerers could seamlessly switch between their actual body and marionettes. He planned on distorting this, making the bizarro sorcerer only be able to switch to 2 to 3 marionettes. This way, the difficulty of identifying the actual body and the marionette would be minimized. Of course, if it wasn't for the fact that distortion couldn't exceed certain limits, and area-oriented prohibition effects had reached its limit, Conus Kilgore definitely would have used a simpler method to deal with his opponent, such as forcing the bizarro sorcerer to only be able to swap with one marionette, or he would prohibit swapping with marionettes. Ah, Conus Kilgore smashed the Raver's shout of despair and concerto of light and shadow together, as though he was compressing a large area to a small area. Earl of the fallen distortion. Silently, he produced a red glow with a deep shadow in his hand. It appeared as though he was offering it to the jam and sparrows in the garden, vineyard, and main building. As for the thick and thin, normal, or terrifying crazy adventurers, none of them experienced any abnormalities. Conus Kilgore also suffered a random anomaly, one brought about by concerto of light and shadow. It had changed the distortion effects to summoning a flower from the garden below. And at that moment, the air cannons that had turned into illusory doves continued. At that moment, the battle between two demigods turned ludicrous, comical, and funny. Of course, be it Jam and Sparrow or Conus Kilgore, none of them thought that was the Cassie specially the latter. He once again felt a familiar sense of helplessness. He didn't hesitate as he slammed his palms together again, completing the distortion. He wanted to rely on quantity to resist the random anomaly effect. However, Jam Sparrow wasn't a dead person who would abide by the etiquette of turn-based combat. The large swath of crazy adventurers either raised their hands in firing stances or used a death knell with questionable authenticity, aiming at the Earl of the Fallen in midair. Meanwhile, Conus Kilgore's heart stirred. He turned his head slightly to look up and saw that a figure had appeared once again inside the gigantic crimson moon that hung above the black steeple. The figure was wearing a silk top hat, a black trench coat, a human-skinned glove, and an iron-black revolver. He had a cold expression and a deep outline. He was another Jam Sparrow. The crimson moon seemed to weigh down on his shoulders as he glided down, his body expanding and turning clearer in the process. As for the iron-black, long-barreled revolver in his hand, he had already lifted it and aimed it at Conus Kilgore. Bang, bang. A bullet that had transparent and translucent sections to it shot out from the muzzle, heading straight for Conus Kilgore. This was a deprivation bullet, one which was created using a worm of time that Ammon's avatar had left behind. It was different from an arbiter pathway's deprivation. In essence, it was theft. It could steal the last 3 Bayonder powers the target had used and become empowered with the ability to use them. However, as long as the arbiter pathway's deprivation selected a target, then they could directly deprive them of their ability. Although this bullet's deprivation effect didn't require contact in order to be effective, the target needed to be within a certain range and unable to leave the area. In short, one was unavoidable and could only be resisted or weakened through one's level or sequence's characteristics, while the other could effectively be dodged if the shot was detected ahead of time. Klein had given up on a sneak attack and had stalled for time because, on the one hand, he wanted Conus Kilgore to use up all his prohibition and deprivation powers on Bayonder powers that appeared important to him. On the other hand, he was also waiting for the first random anomaly to happen. Then he would seize the gap in between the 2 anomalies to steal Conus Kilgore's 3 most powerful powers with the deprivation bullet. For these 2 goals, he even handed Death Knell and Creeping Hunger to Winner Inuni and made him appear like the real Jam Sparrow instead of a marionette. From the current developments, Kona's Kilgore was about to lose distortion, disorder, and magnify. Bang, 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 bang. The German sparrows underneath collectively fired shots. Suddenly, the air cannons and the deprivation bullet exploded, turning into red, purple, yellow, or green fireworks. However, they were unable to illuminate the deep dark sky. Concerto of light and shadow had once again created a random anomaly. It had produced its effects several times in a row without any pauses or delays. Kona's Kilgore immediately smiled and slammed his hands together again. All of a sudden, the young men wearing silk top hats and black trench coats under the gigantic crimson moon's illumination turned gloomy. Only two maintained their previous states. The Earl of the Fallen's distortion had taken effect. This meant that Jem and Sparrow could only switch places with those two normal marionettes. Right on the heels of that, Kona's Kilgore didn't hesitate at all. He swung his arm and threw out the flower that was held together with the pocket watch out. The flower sped up and seemed to gain weight of unknown origins. Like an arrow, it shot towards one of the normal marionettes. This attack had been magnified and also came with the effects of bribe weaken. Boom! The flower was like a cannon that crashed heavily into the ground, causing a violent quake. The surging waves it stirred up threw up the ordinary and unordinary humans in the vicinity, tearing or severely injuring them. The two marionettes which Jem and Sparrow could swap with had been reduced to pieces of meat. Kona's Kilgore maintained his calm. As he distorted his trajectory in midair and circled the area while in flight, he raised Arver's shout of despair and aimed it at the Jem and Sparrow that had descended from the crimson moon. At the same time, he silently prepared a bestowment. He wanted to give his target the negative state of lacking the will to fight. But at that moment, Kona's Kilgore's mind suddenly turned adrift as his thoughts turned sluggish. This turning into a marionette Kona's Kilgore's mental state stiffened as he understood his current situation. He then saw that Jem and Sparrow, who had descended from the crimson moon, wasn't as far away from him as before. The distance between them was only about 100 meters. He had unknowingly entered the range where spirit body threads could be controlled. He had stayed there for at least 3 seconds without realizing it. Deceit. A deceit bullet made from Ammon's avatar. When Klein, who was actually Winner Inuni, had pulled the trigger, he hadn't only fired a deprivation bullet, but had actually fired twice. This was to prevent any random anomalies from happening. With an anomaly having happened once, even if another anomaly were to happen, only one of the two bullets that had been fired in intervals that were slightly spaced apart would be affected. After all, it was an intermittent random anomaly. It was possible to have it happen 2 to 3 times consecutively, but 4 or 5 consecutive occurrences were rare. Therefore, by attacking numerous times, there would be at least one or more instances that wouldn't suffer an anomaly. Just now, the firing of the second deceit bullet had been concealed by the collective volley from the marionettes. This was also why Klein made Winner Inuni use Death Nellet, was to rely on his luck. Finally, he successfully deceived Kona's Kilgore and allowed Winner Inuni to secretly enter a safe distance of 150 meters from him and begin controlling his spirit body threads and obtained initial control. The moment this began, it meant that the Beyonder power was taking effect. Since there weren't any anomalies, it meant that there wouldn't be any more. Chapter 1028. Saving himself no good, my spirit body threads have been controlled by him, having met faceless Beyonders, marionetists, or bizarro sorcerers, and even fighting senior Beyonders and demigods. Kona's Kilgore wasn't unfamiliar with the predicament he was in. He was even rather familiar with it and knew quite a bit. Therefore, he knew very well that he had fallen into a lethal trap. The time he had left to save himself didn't exceed 15 seconds, and in these 15 seconds, his thoughts would turn more and more sluggish, and the speed at which he could come up with solutions would slow down. Towards the end, just the thought of a solution would take him several seconds. Yet his stiff and dull body would require plenty of time to actualize his thoughts. This also meant that he had about 10 seconds to save himself. Of course, he had considered the corresponding response for the last few seconds. It was to abandon his body's control and reveal his mythical creature form. Through this, he could delay the time it took to become a marionette, and then use his existence to disrupt the enemy, dealing a blow to them to a certain extent. However, by doing so, even if he escaped the fate of becoming a marionette, and even managed to defeat his enemy, Kona's Kilgore didn't have much confidence in continuing to live. He wasn't a demigod who could freely switch between his human form and mythical creature form. He didn't have the confidence that he could maintain his rationale in a mythical creature form. In other words, the outcome of escaping the fate of becoming a marionette by releasing his mythical creature form likely meant that the human, Kona's Kilgore, would die, while a monster of the same name would occupy his body. Because of that outcome, Kona's Kilgore wouldn't make such an attempt unless it was necessary, while his thoughts weren't too sluggish. And with how he could hear Revere's shout of despair in his ears, this demigod of the military quickly came up with his first plan to save himself. He moved his right thumb at a speed that couldn't be considered slow. Earl of the Fallen Magnify. Kona's Kilgore didn't wish to magnify a particular state of his or the attack of a particular sealed artifact. Instead, it was used to magnify Revere's shout of despair's side effects. This special revolver allowed the wielder to hear the roar of despair from time to time, a rather serious blow to creatures without guardhood, easily pushing them to the brink of losing control, to madness, to a mental breakdown, or mind blanking. And at sequence 4, the effects of the roar was greatly mitigated once his body possessed the characteristics of a mythical creature. To Kona's Kilgore, this roar was enough to turn his mind adrift and generate irascible mood swings. It didn't have much of an effect on him, and he had already gotten used to it. And at that moment, he wanted to magnify the roar of despair to a state where even a demigod wouldn't be able to tolerate it. He wanted to use the pain that came from this psychic piercing in his mind to escape the state of having his spirit-body threads being controlled. As Magnify didn't need any obvious actions, it was quick to show its effects. Opposite him, Jamin Sparrow, who held Death Knell and wore a half-top hat, was floating in midair with strong gusts of wind swirling around him. He didn't make it in time to stop the Earl of the Fallen from successfully using this Beyonder power. But in the next second, what Kona's Kilgore met in response wasn't a terrifying roar but silence. The ordinary roar that was originally present had vanished. This was a random anomaly brought about by the concerto of light and shadow. Seriously, how unlucky Kona's Kilgore's thoughts slowly flashed past his mind. He didn't have the luxury of time to feel disheartened as he immediately made a second attempt. He raised his right hand in an unsteady manner, aiming Revere's shout of despair at Jamin Sparrow, who stood 150 meters from him and was about to pull the trigger. At the same moment, the strong winds that blew at his right hand suddenly disintegrated in an inward fashion, turning into scattered eddies. Earl of the Fallen Disorder. Kona's had used this to withstand Jamin Sparrow's interference. Following that, there was a series of thumping sounds. Like a machine gun, Revere's shout of despair spewed out dangerous bullets without stopping. Jamin Sparrow's black trenchcoat-covered body jerked repeatedly, but he wasn't hit. The bullets grazed his outline and flew into the distance, shattering the windows and walls, causing one of the buildings to collapse in silence. Bang, 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 bang. The subsequent bullet storm continued their barrage, and finally Jamin Sparrow was struck repeatedly. Amidst splattering blood, Jamin Sparrow kept struggling and shaking in the strong gust of winds like a paper figurine, looking as though he was about to tear apart at any moment. Bang, bang, bang. The strange revolver finally stopped its roar, and apart from his head, Jamin Sparrow was riddled with nasty gaping holes. Typically speaking, this was definitely a state that only the dead had. However, Jamin Sparrow continued controlling the spirit body threads as though he was unaffected. The ridiculous wounds on his body slowly but resolutely healed. This was the effect of flower of blood. This Jamin Sparrow was actually a Noonie. The reason why he didn't die in that storm-like attack was because he had released all his accumulated luck. It was also because Kona's Kilgore was sufficiently unlucky, and the roar of despair that the bullets brought forth was nothing to a marionette. Seeing that the violent attack failed to achieve the desired effect and that the amount of time he had left to save himself dwindled, Kona's Kilgore followed his thought-out plan and slowly relaxed his 5 left fingers without any thought. The iron-skinned pocket watch left his palm and dropped to the ground. At such a critical moment, Kona's Kilgore decisively gave up the concerto of light and shadow and made it stay far away from the battlefield so as to avoid the effects of its random anomalies. Next, he might only have 1 or 2 chances to save himself. If another anomaly were to happen, the outcome was irreversible. The sealed artifact, which was a mixture of half-order and disorder, quickly plummeted to the ground. Conas Kilgore moved his fingers with great difficulty as he faced Jem and Sparrow, whose wounds were quickly healing. He originally had two choices. One was to use the third method he had originally thought of to save himself, an action that only required a mere thought. The other was to magnify his enemy's injuries and make him die on the spot. However, when Conas Kilgore was still able to think relatively quickly, he didn't expect Jem and Sparrow to not die after suffering so many gunshots. Even his control over the spirit-body threads wasn't affected. There was no subsequent follow-up to this plan, and at this moment his brain was already like a sluggish mush. He had no way of thinking too much. He didn't wish to waste any more time as he followed his plans. Whoosh! Around Jem and Sparrow, who wore a transparent glove and iron-black revolver, the strong gusts of winds that held him up suddenly intensified and sent him flying up high. Whoosh! With the help of the strong winds, Jem and Sparrow raced to the pitch-black sky under the watch of the gigantic crimson moon. Earl of the fallen magnify. The strong winds that helped Jem and Sparrow fly had been magnified into a hurricane. This way, the distance between him and Conas Kilgore would stretch beyond 150 meters. That would terminate the process of turning the latter into a marionette. Seeing his goal achieved, Conas Kilgore, who had yet to regain his freedom, had his expression turn complicated bit by bit. The hurricane rapidly expanded and swept over to him, engulfing him and throwing him high into the sky. It made it impossible for the distance between him and Jem and Sparrow to open up. He was truly unlucky. Under the night sky, amidst the moonlight, the two figures became smaller. Soon, the hurricane returned to normal as their momentum slowly diminished. Seizing this opportunity, Conas Kilgore's nearly frozen mind had another idea. Stop! He stopped maintaining his power of flight and used gravity to plummet down like a meteor, doing so in order to rapidly open up a distance from Jem and Sparrow. Then he ignored Jem and Sparrow's ability to control the wind and pursue him. He slowly pulled his left arm in front of his body like it was filled with rust. It was the action of closing a door. He wanted to use an Earl of the Fallen's distortion to create a wall-like seal in the air, putting an obstacle between Jem and Sparrow and him, so that he couldn't carry out his pursuit. At that moment, the marionettes, the Jem and Sparrows who were still alive underneath him, raised their left arms and made the gesture of firing a gun. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets shot out, enveloping Conas Kilgore in midair. After the shockwaves dispersed, Conas Kilgore was covered with several bloody holes. Due to the pain and the jolting of his body from the first few bullets striking him, he had finally snapped out of the state of having his spirit-body threads being controlled. The speed of his thoughts rapidly recovered. Following that, he disordered the subsequent volley at the critical moment and distorted his injuries, preventing himself from dying. All he suffered were serious injuries, and Jem and Sparrow, who had many mystical items and was swooping down from above, he was obstructed by the invisible wall. He failed to catch up. With another distortion, Conas Kilgore's descent speed slowed down as he gently landed on the ground. Before he could do anything else, his body froze again as he stood stiffly on the spot. He felt that his hands and feet were resisting him and not listening to his commands. He felt that there was an unfamiliar object hiding in his body. Then he saw a figure walk out of Mager Manor's master bedroom under the gigantic crimson moon's illumination and stand on the balcony. He had black hair and brown eyes, wearing a silk top hat and a black trench coat. His facial features were pronounced, and he was another Jem and Sparrow. This Jem and Sparrow's right hand had the gesture of firing a gun. He then pulled back his hand and blew at it. That was Klein himself. What he shot out wasn't an air bullet, but a parasite bullet delivered with an air bullet's might. It was a parasite bullet created from a worm of time that Ammon's avatar had left behind. It could create a worm of time that couldn't live too long, allowing it to parasitize the target and be controlled by the user. Klein had deliberately taken out the bullet and held it in his hand, specifically to wait for this opportunity. He was waiting for Conas Kilgore to throw away Concerto of Light and Shadow and not have the ability to dodge or use distortion. The former was predictable when the Earl of the Fallen's spirit body threads reached the state of initially being control. This was because he couldn't allow the random anomalies to influence his attempts to save himself, and the latter was all about patience. Just moments ago, his patience had paid off. A chance appeared. Klein was the first to raise his hand and shoot. Without the random anomalies affecting the outcome, he had accurately shot a parasite bullet into Kona's Kilgore's body. If the thing that had previously taken effect wasn't a deceit bullet, but a deprivation bullet, then the strategy would be different. Briefly unable to control his body, Kona's Kilgore looked at the German sparrow on the balcony remove his top hat, press his hand to his chest, and bow slightly at him under the gigantic crimson moon. As German sparrow's trench coat fluttered, his thoughts had turned sluggish. Chapter 1029. Ruins Number 1. No. Kona's Kilgore stood on the spot as a strong feeling of despair emerged in his heart. As a military demigod who had experienced many dangers, he had a clear understanding of his current situation. He could already hear the footsteps of death approaching him. He wanted to struggle and risk it by revealing his mythical creature form, but his orders didn't do a thing with his sluggish mind. His body had been parasitized and was no longer under his control. At that moment, Kona's Kilgore wasn't even capable of shedding a tear. Under the gigantic crimson moon's illumination, 1 second after another passed. Suddenly, Kona's Kilgore raised his left hand and touched his crew haircut. He had already become Klein's marionette. In fact, he still had a chance at the final moment. As the parasite effect didn't last long enough for him to become a marionette, he had those 2 or 3 seconds to reveal his mythical creature form. But the problem was that his body also had the effects of misdirection and deceit. As time passed, his thoughts turned more and more sluggish and wasn't able to grasp that short opportunity. Klein looked at his new marionette and exhaled silently. He looked up at the clear and bright red moon and said, "It's done." Amidst the gigantic crimson moon, a black dot instantly appeared and descended from the sky. It was none other than the Church of Evemite's Archbishop, servant of concealment, Ariana, who wore a simple robe with tree bark as a belt. In this concealed world, this ascetic didn't use any Beyonder powers to float in midair. She cast her eyes at the Earl of the Fallen beneath. She gently raised her right hand as Kona's Kilgore's slightly blurry soul emerged from the military demigod's head. Klein lost his control over his marionette as a result of this. He wasn't too surprised by this, because he hadn't sent a worm of spirit through the spirit-body threads over. His control over the marionette was essentially still at a sequence 5 state, and not at the demigod level. "Where did you go just now?" Ariana asked calmly as she looked at Kona's Kilgore's soul. Kona's Kilgore's expression twisted slightly before replying. "Ruins Number 1. Is this a contractual promise or a psychological cue?" Klein, who watched the spirit channeling from the side, sensed something from the Earl of the Fallen's reaction. However, this didn't affect anything because they were in a concealed world, one which no one knew of or could sense. "Where is that ruin? Who did it once belong to? What is it being used for?" As an archbishop of the Evernite goddess and an angel of the corresponding pathway, Ariana shared a certain amount of authority in concealment. Therefore, she didn't start with the simplest questions, but went straight to the point. She wasn't afraid of any accidents. Kona's Kilgore's soul trembled slightly as he exuded a feeling as if he would automatically blow up, but ultimately nothing happened. He hesitantly replied, "That ruin is located deep underground at the Sturluin segment of the Tussock River. It has a setup that interferes with the powers of divination and prophecy. Sturluin segment, this is quite far from the mountain where Mr. A was at and where you disappeared from. From the looks of it, you were very cautious. That point-to-point teleport's effects are greater than I expected." Klein quickly conjured a picture of the terrain of Backland's northwestern outskirts. Kona's Kilgore continued replying, "That ruin used to belong to Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor. I'm not sure what it's currently used for. I'm unable to enter the depths of the ruins, and am only in charge of sending in people and materials acquired via various means." The name Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor made Ariana fall silent. About 3 seconds later, she asked, "What materials did you acquire?" This time, Kona's Kilgore didn't put up much of a resistance. He listed them down, including large amounts of mercury, iron ore, and ritual materials of different domains. Klein was unable to obtain any effective information from that because it was too well-rounded. It was possible to do anything. They really are very careful. using large amounts of sundries to hide what they're truly searching for. Even the demigod in charge of these matters isn't aware of the reason. This is very in line with the way a spectator pathway Beyonder works. It was designed by the psychology alchemists. Klein nodded indiscernibly, with a guess in mind. Ariana didn't seem to notice anything as she asked, "Do you have any guesses on what they're doing? If so, what?" "Yes, I suspect that they're digging up something and attempting to make sacrifices." Konas Kilgore voiced out his judgment. Ariana silently looked down at him for a while and said, "Who got you involved in the underground ruins? Who are the people who can enter the depths of the ruins?" Konas Kilgore struggled once again, but there were no anomalies. He said hesitantly, "I received His Majesty's orders. I was able to become a demigod because he provided me with the formulas, ingredients, and the opportunity. He even bestowed me with the concerto of light and shadow, allowing me to act as a sequence 5 Beyonder, even in situations where I can't hide my strength. Apart from His Majesty entering the depths of the ruins, only 2 other demigods of the royal family can enter. One of them is Prince Grove, and the other is Duchess Georgina. They both have Augustus as their last names, but the royal family doesn't only have 2 demigods. Miss Justice doesn't know much of these 2, and mentioned that they seldom participate in social events. Even their seats as House of Lords Member of Parliaments are given to their children, yes. At the demigod level, even if they lack the Beyonder characteristics of not dying and not aging, it wouldn't be a problem living for more than 100 years. It's really not suitable for them to hold official posts and repeatedly appear in public. Klein tried hard to recall, but he failed to gather anything else. Ariana was silent for a few seconds before suddenly asking, "Have you met Corans in the underground ruins?" "Who is he?" Konas Kilgore asked in confusion. Ariana didn't answer and continued asking, "Besides them, who else have you met in the underground ruins?" Konas Kilgore maintained his sluggish state, which was characteristic of spirit channeling. People from the demoness sect and psychology alchemists. The former was originally represented by Despair Nightingale Panatia, but was changed to Saintess of White Cat Arena. The latter is Hvin Rambis. "Did they enter the depths of the underground ruins?" Ariana asked meticulously. "I don't know. I wasn't following them all the time." Konas Kilgore shook his head. "At least when I met them, they were all in the periphery." Ariana asked other questions in an attempt to draw out the general outline of the matter via other angles. However, it was obvious that George Ill's arrangements were flawless. Even a demigod like Konas Kilgore only knew about the mission that he was responsible for and could only move about in designated regions. He was unable to learn more. After some thought, Ariana flipped up her right hand and gently pressed down, pushing Konas Kilgore's soul back into his body. Klein's control over his marionette was restored. This made Klein sigh inwardly. The authority of concealment is really impressive. Even if Mom Ariana were to question my marionette one day, I wouldn't even know at this moment. Ariana turned her body and spoke to the German sparrow on the balcony. A problem with George III has basically been confirmed, as well as where the underground ruins are. I will immediately meet with the archbishops of the Church of Storms and Church of Steam, convincing them to take action tonight and opening the ruins. Before I inform you, control Konas Kilgore and pretend that everything is fine before making him vanish. Are you worried that the enemy will notice a problem with Konas Kilgore while negotiating with the Church of Storms and Church of Steam, making it so that they can seal off the underground ruins or activate other emergency plans? Klein had a general understanding of the matter and nodded. "No problem." Ariana, who didn't have adorned hair, didn't speak further. With a casual wave of her hand, the iron-skinned pocket watch flew over. "This sealed artifacts was bestowed by George III. Perhaps we might be able to find some clues from its origins." "Does that mean you're taking it away?" Klein replied without any objection. "I'll leave it to you." He really didn't have any complaints about that, and he even believed that it was only right. After all, half of the battle's success was due to Ariana's contribution with the concealed world and blessing him with misfortune. In the event that she didn't take the concerto of light and shadow, Klein would mention it. When it came to matters like this, he was always just. And the concerto of light and shadow was the spoils of war that he didn't want the most. This was because it was at complete odds with his combat style as a bizarro sorcerer. The random anomalies would affect him, and the weakening effect was something worse than the enemy. If Klein's spoils of war from this matter was the pocket watch, then he had considered Trichigno, promoting it to the snake of fate Will Ossiptin. Only a life school of thought demigod who relied on luck to survive could commandeer the concerto of light and shadow. And when that happens, with such a huge secret organization and a sequence one, they definitely had powerful sealed artifacts that could be used to trade for it. Upon receiving his reply, Ariana gently nodded. She then threw the iron-skinned pocket watch back at Cona's Kilgore, making the Earl of the Fallen look no different from before. Her figure vanished, as though it had been erased by an eraser. Even the pitch-black world with the gigantic crimson moon hanging in the sky, the steeple, and chimneys were quickly wiped away. In the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal. Klein was inside the master bedroom, and Kona's Kilgore was in a guest room tens of meters away. Clenched tightly in his hand was Revere's shout of despair. Then, this brigadier general of M in a knee used disorder to place the revolver back into his underarm holster and pick up the mega wine he had previously poured out and took a sip. Chapter 1030. Joint Operations Backland, Northborough, St. Samuel Cathedral. The Cardinal of the Church of Storms, Archbishop of the Backland Diocese, deep blue efficient Randall Valentinus descended amidst the wind, landing inside the steeple with a huge clock to the left. He donned a black robe with the storm symbol and had thick facial hair. His hair was short and stood up, colored in a dark blue that was almost black. This muscular demigod cast his gaze to the other side and said to the figure who was already waiting there, "Haramic, do you know what happened? Why did Anthony suddenly invite us over here?" The person he spoke to was dressed in a white priest robe and a clergyman's bonnet. He had a genial and mild expression, and he was none other than the Church of Steam's Divine Council member, Archbishop of the Backland Diocese, the demigod Haramic Haydn. Upon hearing Randall's question, Haramic calmly replied, "I didn't arrive here much earlier than you. In fact, I only left the laboratory for a few minutes." He wasn't only a clergyman, but also a famous scientist. He was an emeritus professor at Backland University's physics department. Randall Valentinus was just about to say something when he suddenly saw a figure walk up the narrow spiral staircase and arrive at the peak in the darkness that the crimson moon wasn't able to illuminate. This figure was dressed in a black clergyman robe with red accents. By his chest hung 5 dark sacred emblems. He was clean-shaven, and his eyes were deep, dark, and tranquil. He was none other than one of the 13 archbishops of the Church of Evernite, Backland Diocese's person in charge, St. Anthony Stevenson. Is there something that can't wait until daybreak? Or do people from the Church of Evernite enjoy discussing matters at night? Deep blue efficient Randall Valentinus asked. Anthony came to a stop after walking up the flight of stairs and said with a serious expression, "A very pressing matter." "What is it?" Randall asked immediately. At this moment, Haramic Haydn also cast his gaze at Anthony Stevenson, awaiting his answer. In similar situations, Haramic especially liked the existence of people from the Church of Storms. This meant that they would take the initiative to ask questions and that there was no need to be euphemistic. It didn't require him to say anything else. Anthony looked at them separately and said, "It's related to the royal family. I'll let Ma Mariana do the honors." Just as he said that, a barefoot, bun-haired female figure in a simple robe with tree bark for a belt quickly outlined itself out of the shadows. Upon seeing this figure, Randall and Haramic immediately bowed. "Good evening, Ma'am Ariana." Their expressions turned solemn at the same time, for they had a deep understanding of how important and crucial the matter that was happening tonight was. It was definitely not a small matter for a grounded angel to appear. Meanwhile, they couldn't help but be roused up. They realized that they had no idea when this matron of the Evernite cloister, the servant of concealment, Ma'am Ariana, had arrived in Backland. Under normal circumstances, the 3 churches, the royal family, and the military enjoyed a certain degree of tacit, cooperation-grounded angels, and Grade O sealed artifacts wouldn't appear in Backland. "Good evening, archbishops," Ariana answered without any signs of haughtiness. She then raised her right hand and grasped onto thin air. A faint light was emitted as it transformed into a scene along with the darkness. It was the entire conversation between Ariana and Kona's Kilgore. This secret, that appeared to have been kept for quite some time, had finally presented itself before others. As they watched, Deep Blue Efficient Randall Valentinus couldn't help but say, he actually advanced to sequence 4 and became a demigod. This archbishop knew Cone as Kilgore. He originally believed that this deputy director of M&E was only a sequence 5, and had relied on a sealed artifact with severe negative effects to obtain combat strength at the demigod level. He never expected it to be a disguise. The Church of Storm's influence on the military was greater than the two major churches. No one answered Randall. After the secret was fully revealed, Hiramic said, "One involves a secret ruin of the Blood Emperor, and with large numbers of people sent in, these 2 points put together cannot be anything good." "Indeed," Randall nodded in agreement. "Let's head to the ruins now." Ariana looked around and calmly said, "This involves the royal family and the king. It's best if you seek permission from your own holy see." In this angel's choice of words, the Holy See referred to their respective churches' headquarters, the core seat of power of the church. "All right," the two archbishops replied without any hesitation. After a while, Deep Blue Efficient Randall Valentinus and Hiramic Haydn received feedback from the sealed artifacts they carried. Together with Anthony Stevenson and Ariana, they headed for the Blood Emperor ruins that Kona's Kilgore had previously entered. Ariana then took out an iron-black coat of arms with complicated symbols, and she tried to activate it. She didn't make any disguise attempt, and she stood there calmly as though she wasn't worried that the guards in the ruins would recognize her. Seeing this servant of concealment's actions, Hiramic seemed to be in thought. Randall wore a look of calm and didn't believe that it posed any problems. In the underground ruins, on a strange metal pedestal, a ghostly blue beam soared up and formed a door. Four black-armored guards immediately observed the situation outside through the ghostly blue beam and planned on using a predetermined method to confirm if the person who had summoned the door of teleportation was disguised, so as to decide whether the door was to be opened. However, they didn't see anything. The area outside was empty. Just as they felt intense unease and confusion, a figure quickly outlined itself behind them. It was none other than the leader of the Church of Evernite Ascetics, Ariana, who wore a patched robe. In the blink of an eye, the four guards fell into a deep sleep. Anthony, Randall, and Hiramic entered the underground ruins one after another. They didn't directly follow the path down. Instead, they passed through the hall, floating in midair as they overlooked everything. This was a world ruled by darkness. Small amounts of light came from the strange moss growing in different spots, as well as the flaming torches that came from the human-sized buildings. With their illuminating light, even Beyonders without night vision could grasp the overall appearance of the huge ruin. On one side was a grey rock wall. It extended upwards without an end, and it seemed to be connected to the ground. On the other side, there was a bottomless dark valley, as if it were the abyss where devils lived. A road paved with stone slabs lay in the middle, connecting the halls and buildings together. From time to time, humans would come and go in silence. The archbishops of the three churches were just about to capture a few people who could enter the ruins to interrogate them about the situation inside, when a figure flew out of the dark valley, heading straight for the demigods. The figure had a long face and wore a white hairnet. Two curly mustaches grew above his lips, and he had thick brows. His eyes were slightly bigger and looked rather similar to a certain poker card figure. He wore a gown and had a huge cloak over him. The tips of his shoes were extremely long, and his attire was unlike the current times. It was as though he lived 100 years ago. Archbishops like Anthony and Hiramic were no stranger to him. He knew that he was Prince of Sarnia, Grove Augustus, one of the demigods of the royal family. "How did you enter?" Grove asked first, his expression a little surprised and uncertain. They looked at each other, and Anthony took the initiative to say, "We've always been investigating the large number of mysterious disappearances, and we had locked onto MI9's Kona's Kilgore. Through him, we found this place." Grove's expression changed slightly as he looked at the woman who left one's heart feeling tranquil. He deliberated and asked, "Mom Ariana?" "Yes, I was in charge of the disappearance case," Ariana answered succinctly. Prince Grove smiled bitterly. "We were too greedy. After discovering this ruin, we only thought of digging and retrieving the items inside. To keep it a secret, we even had certain connections with the demoness sect. Through the people they gathered, we built a passageway and held certain rituals. No, it's not what you think. They were just normal rituals, and they're still alive deep within the ruins. If you don't believe me, I can lead you down to take a look. Apart from the unopened seals and buildings, there's nothing. Upon hearing his reply, Anthony, Haramic, and Randall exchanged looks, registering the puzzlement in each other's eyes. This was completely different from their expectations. This made them suspect that something was wrong. Things weren't as serious as they had imagined at this moment. Ariana said, "You even created the Great Smog." No, Prince Grove shook his head again. That was a lesson we learned from cooperating with the demonesses. They actually tried to control Edisac and used him to gain control over the kingdom. After it was seen through by us, they created the Great Smog. From that moment forth, we broke all contact with them. Having said that, he pointed below and frankly said, "How could we do such a thing just to secretly dig up the Blood Emperor's ruins? As long as you head deep down and closely examine it, you will understand what I mean." Heh heh, don't worry. With Mom Ariana around, no traps will work. Besides, ignoring the fact that we lack such power, even if we were able to secretly bury you in the ruins, the churches will discover a problem. I don't believe that you didn't report this matter to your respective holy sees before coming. If you don't return in a while, they will definitely take the corresponding actions. Demigods like Randall and Anthony fell into thought as they cast their gazes at the simply dressed Ariana. Ariana calmly nodded. Okay. The angel and three saints then entered the depths of the ruins under the guidance of Prince Grove. They discovered that there was a ruin hidden in the darkness, with no man having set foot there, as well as men and women who had been taught to form different rituals. Everything was orderly and serene. Ariana, Haramic, and the other demigods acted according to their own thoughts and separately investigated the different regions. They even left and went further to investigate, but they failed to discover anything. After receiving Ariana's notice, Klein changed Kona's Kilgore into a servant inside the manor, making the M.I.N.E. deputy director vanish. Then he unhurriedly held a sacrificial ritual. He sent the items he received above the grey fog for further research, patiently awaiting daybreak. Chapter 1031. Possibility. As the sky lit up, the manors along the Tussock River's north bank began to wake up amidst the morning mist. The tall and portly Frami's cage came to the guest room where Kona's Kilgore slept last night. He knocked on the door and prepared to have breakfast with this M.I.N.E. deputy director. However, there was no response. As the brigadier general headed for the dining room, Frami's cage turned around in puzzlement and left the first floor. After breakfast was over, everyone realized that Kona's Kilgore had vanished. Under Dwayne Dante's lead, they headed outside the guest room and watched the land's steward, Richardson, open the door with his key. There was no one inside. "Does Brigadier General Kilgore have a hobby of taking morning strolls?" Mact asked curiously as he pinched the two ends of his cheekbones. Frami's cage shook his head without hesitation. "No. Did you hear anything last night?" The chancellor of the Backland University of Technology, Portland Moment, surveyed the area and asked. Mact recalled for a moment. No, it was very quiet, perfect for a vacation. Beside him, Hazel looked into the room curiously, but she couldn't think of any possibilities. At this moment, Frami's cage raised his theory. Brigadier General Kilgore is an important member of the military, and he often needs to handle unexpected matters. Perhaps he had long left the manor and returned to Backland. This steam car tycoon was clearly trying his best to downplay the matter. He seems to know something. Or at least, he guessed that Kona's Kilgore came to Mago Manor for some private, personal goal. Klein listened to their conversation as he said to butler Walter and land steward Richardson with a heavy look, "Ask the servants in the manor if they had seen Brigadier General Kilgore last night or this morning. If they haven't, send someone back to Backland and visit Brigadier General Kilgore's family. Inform them of this matter and let them decide whether we need to immediately make a police report." After giving his instructions, Klein stroked his white sideburns and said to Mact and his other guests, "Things aren't clear yet. Perhaps Brigadier General Kilgore left because of an urgent matter and didn't want to hold up everyone's vacation. Let's do this. We'll continue with our hunting plans and return when the police arrive." As Brigadier General Kona's Kilgore's companion, Frami's cage had raised an excuse for the crisis. one that was rather convincing. Mact and company agreed with Dwayne Dantes' suggestion and left the area. Hazel walked right at the back and glanced at Brigadier General Connor's Kilgore's guest room and its neighboring room. She had a nagging feeling that something wasn't right, as she subconsciously wanted to use her powers as a cryptologist to reconstruct the situation. However, an intense sense of fear emerged deep in her heart. She had no idea what she was afraid of, so she eventually gave up on the idea. She vaguely felt that she had some experience in such matters, and those experiences told her not to look at things she shouldn't see or listen to things she shouldn't hear. After the guests and servants left that floor, a thick carpet that held the weight of the coffee table inside the room beside Kana's guest room began moving. Bit by bit, it pulled itself up from under the sofa and coffee table without causing much of a stir. Following that, the yellowish-brown carpet stood up and revealed its other side. It was solidified flesh. The flesh was squirming and reorganizing itself, and it soon transformed into a person, a mixed-blood young man. This was Dwayne Dantes' valet, Inuni, and the one following Dwayne Dantes was Kona's Kilgore. He wore the same face and had the same build. To Klein, there was no need to disguise Inuni in such a manner. He could get him to transform himself into another person and blend in with the servants, using an illusion to interfere with their senses, making them unable to discover the addition of this person. It was a simpler and more reliable method. However, acting remained important to a demigod. It was key to accelerating the potion's digestion and for resisting the inclinations of losing control and madness. Therefore, Klein would deliberately try to be bizarre in his handling of many matters. Of course, he didn't wish to harm the innocent. Even in creating bizarre and eerie situations, he would try hard not to let others notice it. It was to prevent them from being left with a mental scar due to excessive fright. The bizarre and eerie atmosphere was mainly for himself, to gain the approval of the potion inside him. This would undoubtedly accelerate the digestion rate of his potion, but without the feedback of a spectator, it meant that the acting wasn't complete enough. This made the speed at which he digested the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion not as fast as he imagined. Despite doing so many things and trying out so many acts, Klein didn't feel that it was possible for him to reach Sequence 3 by the end of this year. Backland East Borough, inside a two-bedroom rental apartment. Zio sat on an unstable chair as she stared out of the window in a daze, her expression a little gloomy. Fours swallowed her saliva and sat opposite Zio, blocking her line of sight. You seem to have lost all your motivation. Do you not know what to do after receiving that answer? It's because you have no access to the king. Zio's eyes fluttered as she slowly came to her senses. Whether it's to redeem my father's reputation or revenge, the chances are slim when facing the king. I can't think of a way to complete something like that. That's because you're too weak. When you reach Sequence 4 and become a demigod, you'll discover many solutions. The only problem is that it'll be more dangerous. Fuzz tried encouraging her. In addition, you can still use others. Just like the person monitoring Sherman. She too wanted to know who Viscount Stratford was loyal to. She must be interested in the king's secret. Sherman, Zio, repeated the name as her state of mind suddenly recovered. Beside them, there was a bronze cross and a ghostly blue gem that resembled a vertical eye on the table. The gem's exterior had thread-like patterns, the Beyonder characteristic that appeared after Sherman's death. It made the things around it appear mild, and it accentuated their beauty. However, with the bronze cross around, its glow was confined to a small area. That monitor is one of the culprits behind Sherman's death, Zio said rather seriously. They had already found a spot to bury Sherman, and Fours had flipped through Lemano's travels to placate the dead Sherman. Fours immediately nodded. Yes, it's why she was instigated to investigate the king's secret and come into contact with the latent danger. Didn't you say that she might be able to monitor where we used to live? We can find an opportunity to return incognito, throw a letter into the mailbox, and write that Viscount Stratford is loyal to King George III, and that he has a huge secret. This way, I believe she will be able to see it. Zio thought carefully and nodded solemnly. Okay. After discussing what they were about to do next, Fours stood up and pointed at the bronze cross. It's time for us to show our sincerity to Mr. Fool for all the help we received. I plan on sacrificing it to Mr. Fool now. You don't have any objections, right? No, Zio replied without hesitation. Mega Manor. It was another evening. The news sent back by Kona's Kilgore's family was to wait, since this M. deputy director often acted in such ways, involving himself in matters of national security. Therefore, Mact and company didn't panic. They made use of the animals they hunted and roasted them over a bonfire at a party on the lawn behind the manor. Seeing the gentlemen roll up their sleeves and busy themselves around the roasting rack, the ladies heading over to help from time to time, and the children running around eagerly, Klein held a cup of sweet white Winnia fine product of Mega Manor and sat on a white wooden chair, a smile suffusing his lips. Beside him was his mixed-blood valet, Inuni, who stood upright while awaiting instructions. And inside a particular room in the manor's main building, a pair of eyes were silently looking down. It belonged to a person who looked identical to Inuni. The evening breeze blew past. Just as Klein was about to get up and showcase what it meant to roast meat from Daisy at the roasting rack, he suddenly saw a figure phase into existence in front of him. It was Ariana, who wore a simple robe and tree bark as a belt. This servant of concealment looked at Dwayne Dantes and said, "There was nothing special in the underground ruins." She then recounted the main points of what she and the three archbishops saw, as well as the explanation given by Prince of Sarnia, Grove Augustus. That doesn't make sense. The first thought that appeared in Klein's mind was suspicion, as Viscount Stratford had Saintess of White Cat Arena provide him with assistance. This clearly meant that the king's faction hadn't completely severed ties with the demoness sect, under the premise that the great smog of Backland had already happened. Their continued relationship with the demoness sect meant that it wasn't something that could be explained as hoping to keep the Blood Emperor's ruins for themselves with such in-depth cooperation. Would the demoness sect and psychology alchemists not wish to split the spoils? In that case, why wouldn't they directly seek the help of the three churches? Klein instinctively believed that the problem with the ruins hadn't truly been discovered. He suspected that there had been a leak during the entire process, allowing the king to make preparations. With Mom Ariana around, the possibility of discovering something amiss via the methods of divination and prophecy can be eliminated from my killing of Kona's Kilgore to the three churches' joint operation. The number of people who know of it doesn't exceed 10. Furthermore, they all involve the high-ranking members of each church. How is it possible that there was a leak? Viscount Stratford's problem resulted in the people in the ruins deploying contingency plans? No, his standing wasn't at that level. Even Kona's Kilgore didn't know the exact situation, much less him. He was only in charge of liaising with the demoness sect and handling matters at the periphery. He might not even know of the underground ruins. Klein's thoughts raced as he sought the reasons. He first eliminated the possibility of them being prepared due to Viscount Stratford. After all, the death of the captain of the Royal Guards wasn't that important or crucial. As such, there were very few possibilities that could explain the situation. 1. A person who knew of the secret amidst this sequence of events had deliberately or unintentionally leaked the matter due to particular reasons. 2. They had noticed something wrong with Kona's Kilgore's seemingly ordinary state, but Klein didn't notice anything. The psychology alchemists are in cahoots. As well could my thoughts be read and the secret revealed. But I have the grey fog augmenting me. No matter what, there will be some abnormality. It's just like when I faced that spectator demigod with Anderson. The psychology alchemists originated from something Hermes left behind. Hermes is, as he thought about it, Klein's eyes suddenly widened. He instinctively stopped himself from thinking deeper about it as he shot a look at Ariana and relaxed. He asked, "Is this place concealed?" "Very," Ariana replied calmly. People behind her came and went, but no one noticed her. Klein exhaled as he formulated his thoughts. Emperor Roselle once said in his diary that the members of that ancient secret organization are all important figures. Then, could it be possible that one of the high-ranking members of the three churches is a member of the Twilight Hermit Order? And could it be that the ruins which Ariana and the archbishops saw wasn't the real one, but one imagined by Adam? Chapter 1032. Forceful purifier restraining his thoughts and looking at the angel of concealment across him, Klein deliberated over his words. Is there a possibility that the ruins you saw was actually imagined? He didn't directly mention Adam or the Twilight Hermit Order, afraid that discussing such matters in Ariana's concealment zone would still be heard by the Adam who wielded the Spectator, Pathway's uniqueness, and recently obtained 0-8. As he was inside Ariana's world of concealment, Klein believed that thinking of Adam and the Twilight Hermit Order wasn't likely to pose any problems. But it wasn't necessarily the case when saying it out loud. After all, Mr. Dorr could freely discuss Adam with Emperor Roselle back then, not only because of the Beyonder powers of a secret sorcerer's secret keeping, but more so because he was also a king of angels, a level not lower than Adam and Ammon, perhaps even higher. Imagined, Ariana repeated Klein's keyword softly, as though she had figured out something at her level. She was no stranger to ancient history and the main characteristics of the 22 pathways. Furthermore, she was also an angel that represented the authority of concealment. She possessed the highest clearance in reading all the church's confidential information. A few seconds later, Ariana observed Dwayne Dance, who remained sitting there. Psychology alchemists. From Cona's Kilgore's statement, it was obvious that the king's faction was working with the psychology alchemists, and this was an organization that had the spectator pathway in its control. Klein first nodded, and then added, "The higher-ups likely do not have the ability of turning imagination into a reality. In this world, there are only 1 to 2 people who have such authority." Ariana nodded in thought. "I understand. Now that the underground ruins are open to us, I will find a chance to verify it. If it's true, it means that one or several archbishops of the Church of Steam and Storms are working for him." She didn't raise the possibility that the Church of Evernight's upper echelons were problematic, as the goddess wielded the authority of concealment. It was very difficult to keep such matters from her for prolonged periods of time. Klein couldn't help but ask in surprise, "The underground ruins will be left open to the 3 churches?" Yes, if it truly is imagined, it means that their cooperation is on the brink of success, and that they just need to delay things a little longer. Ariana simply explained her theory. "This is also what I am thinking. The tide of the times is coming in a bid to drown out everything. Thankfully, I am a lot more prepared than before. I now have a demigod-level marionette, and in certain areas, he's stronger than me. After all, he can use my Beyonder powers. While I can't use his since I can't digest the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion anytime soon and seek my advancement, strengthening my marionette is also an effective measure to protect myself. I can also take note of the Sanguines and Miss Sharon's plot against the Rose School of Thought." Klein's thoughts instantly turned clear. He reined in his thoughts and casually asked, "Do all 3 churches doubt Prince Grove's explanation?" "They don't." Ariana frankly shook her head. "Kona's Kilgore had mentioned Katerina, but you don't have evidence. After all, they can explain that, after they split with the Demoness sect, Katerina was sent to discuss things and attempt to make amends, but was cruelly rejected. During this process, as they knew each other's secrets, none of them took action at the meeting. It could then be explained that Kona's Kilgore, a demigod who wasn't privy to the matter, made the mistake that the cooperation effort was still in place and faced with an angel family, one that wields at least half the forces in the military. The 3 churches won't immediately lose decorum with them unless there's evidence. Firstly, they aren't united, and they have to consider that if a civil war were to erupt, countries like Fainaparta, Intis, and Fainaparta, as well as the churches of Eternal Blazing Sun, God of Combat, Earth Mother, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom might try to take advantage of the situation. Klein quickly came up with an analysis of the present situation. He simply mentioned, "There were signs of Saintess of White Katerina appearing over at Viscount Stratford's side. I will try to find her." Apart from that, Klein still wanted to find the dangerous Trissy and eliminate her, making up for his mistake of letting her go just because he wanted to use her. Her value was clearly not as dangerous as her. He'll try to do so as well. Ariana indicated that she would investigate the clue regarding Katerina. I have to say that Mom Ariana's attitude when discussing matters with me is rather comforting. She doesn't exude that condescending attitude an angel or archbishop has. She completely treats me as an equal. After hearing Ariana's words, Klein felt a baffling sense of poignancy. He instead asked, "Has H. Vin Rambis of the psychology alchemists been captured?" This was one of the key figures mentioned in the information from Kona's Kilgore's testimony, one of the clues that exposed the machinations of the king's faction. "He has gone missing," Ariana answered succinctly. As expected, the possibility of a leak has increased again. H. Vin Rambis has gone underground. But that doesn't mean that he can't contact Miss Justice and other members directly when the time comes. Heh, Miss Justice has already hated him for some time. The only problem is whether Adam will appear in Backland and imagine fake ruins. If that were the case, attacking H. Rambis might mean a non-zero probability that he's being watched by this king of angels. It might even be the case that he will sit beside H. Rambis without anyone knowing. The more Klein thought, the more of a headache he had. It had to be said that in an era in which deities rarely descended upon the real world, the two brothers, Adam and Ammon, were the limits to one's level and strength. They were synonymous with being terrifying, powerful, frightening, and formidable. A king of angels was an existence closest to that of a deity. Compared to Ammon, I am more afraid of Adam. He might be sitting beside you, listening to you, and watching you smile while he reads your most truthful thoughts, making you die in the most natural, logical, but baffling manner at this thought. Klein couldn't help but look around, afraid that the simple priest with pure-looking eyes and beard would be holding a tray, standing beside the roasting rack as he waited for the food and watched him with a smile. Without a doubt, Klein didn't discover anything. Noticing his reaction, Ariana calmly added, "He isn't here." Phew, thankfully, there's the blessings of an angel of concealment. Klein controlled his thoughts and nodded gently. "I will take note of H. Rambis' whereabouts." Ariana nodded and said, "After this matter is over, you can attempt to pray to the goddess for a bestowment. That is to say that the goddess is very satisfied with my performance up to now. When the time comes, she will bestow me with the scala of your potion formula." Klein roughly understood Ariana. He stood up and tapped his chest 4 times. "Praise the lady." Ariana also drew the crimson moon. "Praise the lady." Her figure disappeared bit by bit as though she had been erased. Yet the guests at the bonfire party didn't notice the arrival of the ascetic at all. Klein sat down again and continued analyzing his situation from another angle. Kona's Kilgore disappeared without any warning. From the evidence presented by Mom Ariana and the words she said, it implied that the M&E deputy director is in her hands. In other words, the assault on Kona's Kilgore is definitely related to the Church of Evernite. Kona's Kilgore disappeared in Mago Manor, which belongs to Dwayne Dance, and he is a believer of the Evernite goddess, from what the King's faction and the psychology alchemists know. Dwayne Dance can likely be confirmed to be a secret informant of the Church of Evernite this way. My safety can be guaranteed, but I can't avoid being observed and monitored. I have to be careful. I have to think of a reason to add a new servant. I can't keep having Kona's Kilgore or Inuni hide in this manner. This will make it easier for a problem to be discovered. Or maybe I can make one marionette turn into human skin clothes, fusing with the other marionette as he thought. Klein stood up and placed the glass of sweet white wine on the table beside him. He then turned to walk to the main building of the manor and entered one of the bathrooms. He then took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the grey fog. He summoned the Sea Guard scepter and used the prayer point he marked as Inuni to observe every corner of Mago Manor. During this process, Klein's mind was somewhat tense, worried that he would see a priest wearing simple clothes while having a beard and golden eyes. Of course, compared to seeing this priest, he was more afraid of the priest looking up and smiling back at him, raising the cup of wine in his hand. Fortunately, after a series of inspections, he confirmed that there was nothing unusual with Mago Manor. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and retracted his spirituality. He then cast his gaze at the bronze cross on the long, mottled table. This was an item that the magician and judgment had recently sacrificed. They said that it was to thank Mr. Fool for his blessings and hoped to please this existence. It doesn't look like its level is low. Klein picked up the spiky cross and used divination to quickly figure out the mystical item's under powers and negative effects. Both of them were one and the same. The bronze cross could cleanse powers of degeneration, corruption, corrosion, darkness, evil, ailments, and other domains, quickly causing them to dissipate until nothing was left. Due to this reason, this mystical item could also clear the mental corruption of Bayanda characteristics. And it was precisely because of this potent purification that the bronze cross couldn't coexist with other mystical items or be in contact with other Bayanda characteristics. It couldn't exist on the same person. Furthermore, it also repelled the wielder's Bayanda characteristic, albeit not in a manner that was as obvious. Over the passage of time, it would slowly cause a Bayanda's characteristic to seep out. This also meant that if one were to carry or wear the bronze cross for more than an hour, the Beyonder sequence would drop by at least one sequence. Beyond 3 hours, non-demigods would definitely be reduced to an ordinary person. Exceeding 6 hours, sequence 4 and sequence 3 saints would also lose their Beyonder powers. It was almost ineffective against angels because they had the ability to shatter Beyonder characteristics. They had extremely strong control over their source of power. It can be used to retrieve the characteristics of Beyonders who failed to advance without dying, or from those who lost control. This cross powers resemble the sun pathways. Unshadowed Klein nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 1033. Let there be light. Scrutinizing the bronze cross in hand, Klein was certain that it was at least a grade 1 sealed artifact. Apart from its purifying effects, this mystical item also possessed flaring sun and other demigod-level spells of the sun domain. As for its negative effects, they weren't a problem to resolve if one used it properly. For example, helping people who stumbled into the Beyonder world and hoped to escape this madness to become normal humans again. It could also be used for people who consumed additional potions to secrete the Beyonder characteristic, though this required precise timing. Otherwise, it easily caused one sequence to drop. Of course, the body and soul that had been reconstructed by potions would definitely suffer from frequent conflicts with an ordinary human's essence. Beyonders who relied on this bronze cross to retreat from this circle would undoubtedly suffer residual effects, and the exact circumstances would be different depending on their pathways and sequences. This made Klein sigh. This was the most useful and valuable negative effect he had ever seen. To him, the only problem was that this bronze cross couldn't be carried with him for extended periods of time. He couldn't hand it to his marionette either, as it would expel the marionette's Beyonder characteristic and drop its sequence. And a marionette could no longer consume potions for advancements, as their spirit bodies were essentially dead. As for letting ordinary creatures turn into marionettes, they would praise the sun by wearing this cross for extended periods of time and escape his control. I can only leave it above the grey fog and take it out when I need it to a bizarro sorcerer. This side effect isn't much. After all, I don't perform unprepared. I'll later confirm if it corresponds to an unshadowed. If it does, I'll sell it to Little Sun after he finishes digesting the Priest of Light potion. I believe that the City of Silver's 6-member council's chief wouldn't be miserly to not exchange it with a sealed artifact of equal value. The sun pathway is clearly more suitable for the forsaken land of the gods than the other pathways. Klein thought, in a good mood, as he placed the bronze cross back on the long mottled table. He didn't immediately make a confirmation and planned on leaving it until he returned to 160 Beeclund Street. When that happens, he would also use dream divination to figure out the origins of the sealed artifact. As Mega Manor was too close to the underground ruins, he was afraid that the royal family's angel, or maybe even Adam, was observing the area. If his experiments were to trigger some change and create a stirring in the grey fog, his biggest secret might be exposed. Even if this sealed artifact doesn't correspond to an unshadowed, it's definitely from the sun pathway. At most, it's mixed with other Beyonder characteristics. No, it will be expelled, and the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun's trademark is a sacred emblem made of gold, an abstract sun, having nothing to do with a cross. After eliminating this possibility, the only one related to the sun domain is the City of Silver's creator, the ancient sun god, Adam and Ammon's dad. The suspected transmigrator, it appeared, in the hands of Viscount Stratford. So does this mean that, in a particular sense, it's the Twilight Hermit Order who's cooperating with the royal family, and the psychology alchemists is just a ruse? Of course, there are too many other possibilities. It might have been found by the Augustus family, since they're quite a famous angel family in the fourth epoch and have a long history. Finding certain items of the ancient sun god is rather normal. If this sealed artifact really was provided by Adam, could it be part of his arrangements? Faced with Demoness Trissy, who is clearly involved with an evil guard, and her partner, Viscount Stratford, who chose to use this purifying cross and gave up using other items, that arrangement is very reasonable. Upon deciding to eliminate Sherman, since he wasn't sure if she had been corrupted by an evil guard and was afraid of accidents happening, he didn't use any direct offensive means and instead wasted time activating this sealed artifact. That too is also very reasonable. Yes, it's all very reasonable. I'm just not sure if there are signs of this outcome being arranged with this in mind. My phobia for 0-8 has reared its head again. Yes, Miss Magician and Miss Judgment had privately discussed Adam before. It involved matters regarding the forsaken land of the gods, the giant King's Court, and King of Angels, this even if it was arranged by Adam. Why does he want to give this item to them? Klein felt his scalp tingle as he thought about it. Composing himself, he decided to do further experiments after returning to Beek Lund Street. He didn't hesitate and immediately returned to the real world. As for the items on Kona's Kilgore, he relied solely on his divination powers without the grey fog's enhancements to gain an initial grasp on the situation. Apart from the concerto of light and shadow, which Church of Evernite ascetic leader Ariana had taken, and the badge used to open the underground ruins, Kona's Kilgore had two other mystical items. One of them was Arver's shout of despair, which Arrows had mentioned. It originated from a failed sacrifice and had two modes. One was an ordinary shot. Its might was slightly weaker than a clown's air cannon. The other was a machine gun sweep. It could spew out large numbers of bullets in 1 to 2 seconds. These two modes came with the shout of despair, having a certain level of influence on demigods at the saint level, but it wasn't too effective. Of course, not every demigod could withstand such an attack. Just like Klein himself, he didn't have a ridiculous body or defense to withstand it head-on. The other item was lucky grass. It looked very simple, a four-leaved clover that had been made into a protective charm. Its power was to accumulate one's chance of success after a subsequent failed attempt. The negative side effect was that it magnified the wearer's character flaws. Klein's appraisal on it was to change its name to Mother of Success. These two mystical items were of little value to Klein. He continued keeping them on Kona's Kilgore's person. Instead, it was this demigod marionette that was his greatest harvest. Lawyers had an acute grasp and knowledge of how to make use of loopholes in law with the ability to guide and convince the target. Barbarian provided strength and a constitution that broke the rules. Briber had bribe. Baron of corruption had distortion. Mentor of disorder had disorder. And Earl of the Fallen had bestowment, magnify, and exploit. They were all pretty good powers. If he hadn't obtained detailed information from Arrows and made sufficient preparations and formulated a plan, together with the help from an angel of concealment, Klein believed that he had no way of restraining Kona's Kilgore, even if he had items like Fate's Siphon. In fact, instead of turning him into a marionette, using creeping hunger to graze Kona's Kilgore would be a lot more discreet, making it harder to be discovered. But if that's the case, I can only use 3 of the Earl of the Fallen's Bayunder powers as Klein thought about it. He walked out of the bathroom and returned to the bonfire party. On the lawn, Mact was standing in front of the roasting rack, trying hard to make East Balam-styled roasted meat while sweat dripped down his forehead. Hazel was standing a short distance away, her eyes looking on brightly. She no longer had the arrogance from before and had a few black marks across her face, a result of the smoke. Portland Moment was holding a cup of wine, smilingly watching the relatively young lad being busy. From time to time, he would raise a metal skewer with chunks of meat and bite at it. Upon seeing this scene, Klein's heart suddenly calmed down. On Sunday afternoon, the group of people who went to the Beekland Street suburbs returned to Beekland Street. Before dinner, Klein headed above the grey fog once again and picked up the bronze cross. He first confirmed that the cross corresponded to the Sun Pathway sequence for Unshadowed, and had, rather uncreatively, named it Unshadowed Crucifix. Following that, he picked up a pen and wrote a new divination statement, the origins of this cross. Klein didn't immediately divine if Unshadowed Crucifix had any traces of being arranged, afraid that it might point to Adam and place him in a state of vigilance. He planned on investigating the situation by figuring out the sealed artifact's origins. If the Unshadowed Crucifix's owner or former owner was Adam, the truth of the matter would undoubtedly point towards a deliberate arrangement. Putting down the pen, Klein looked down at the cross and exhaled heavily. I'm courting death again. He suspected that the Unshadowed Crucifix originated from the City of Silver's creator, the ancient sun god, a powerful deity that was stronger than the ancient gods like Dragon of Imagination. Sneaking a peek at him would cause damage that exceeded Klein's previous divination of Grossel's travels. However, things were no longer the same. Klein was now a Sequence 4 Bizarro sorcerer, a demigod. The damage he could withstand, as well as the amount of power of the mysterious space above the grey fog that he could use, far exceeded his previous state back when he was a Sequence 5. After spending a few seconds to calm his emotions, he leaned back in his chair, holding the unshadowed crucifix in one hand and holding the piece of paper in the other. He softly repeated the divination statement. Over and over again, Klein used cogitation as a jumping board to enter a state of deep sleep. In the hazy world, a building whose original form was obscured by layers of grayish-white stood in a pitch-black environment. Surrounding it were monsters. A crack opened up on the grayish-white building's surface as a palm that had almost white skin reached out. A figure walked out. A man. He wore a black clergyman robe and had a silver crucifix hung on his chest. This man's hair wasn't long and was mainly raven black in color. There was a faint hint of blonde at the roots of his hair. His eyes were pure gold in color, and his skin was rather white. He had a deep outline and pronounced eye sockets. He looked quite similar to the people of the northern continent. He took 2 steps forward, reached his hand out, and grabbed the very ordinary crucifix. His eyes gradually lost their look of confusion as the ends of his lips curled up slightly. He said in a deep voice, "Let there be light." The pitch-black surroundings of the grayish-white building were immediately pierced by bright lights, revealing what it really looked like. This was a deep valley where nothing could be seen above it. Yet the infinite light filled every corner. And there was light. The image of the next scene flashed. A drop of golden blood that emitted light and heat dripped onto the silver cross. Above the drop of blood seemed to be a figure that was formed of dazzling light. The face that he couldn't see clearly was looking up, seemingly being effused with pain and a sense of distortion in a very real manner. He cast his gaze over towards the area above the grey fog, casting it at Klein, who was seated at the fool's high-back chair. His deep voice sounded once again. Mysteries. Suddenly, without any forewarning, Klein's thoughts erupted with a boom. Chapter 1034. Gains the boundless grey fog boiled as the ancient and majestic palace burned. The blazing flames condensed into a fiery blob, as though a blinding sun had risen out from this mysterious space. A howling hurricane flipped the long mottled table, snapping the thick stone columns and causing half the palace to collapse. Sitting at the fool's seat, Klein's brain was boiling before holes exploded out of it. Charred maggots then began crawling out of the cracks. He didn't die, and he had even very calmly reached out his right palm and tapped the armrest of the chair. Above the grey fog, this mysterious space quaked in an obvious manner. Waves of power surged out one after another, calming the hurricane and extinguishing the flames. The blazing sun evaporated, inch by inch. The thick stone pillars stood once more as the long mottled table returned to its original state. The magnificent and holy palace appeared as though it had never collapsed or suffered any damage. Klein's head recovered instantly, and the charred maggots that had drilled out had turned transparent again before crawling back inside. As expected, stronger than dragon of imagination Anquelt Klein muttered to himself as his expression couldn't help but warp. He couldn't help but massage his forehead. It's painful. This pain is also clearly stronger while muttering. He rapped the edge of the long mottled table and made the mysterious space above the grey fog quake once more. Amidst the quakes, a pitch-black shadow abruptly emerged out of the palace's floor. This shadow twisted and struggled before being wiped clean by the grey fog's powers, leaving nothing behind. After nearly a minute, Klein calmed down completely and recalled the scene he had seen. That should be the ancient sun god, the city of silver creator, Adam's and Ammon's dad from the crucifix he wore. And that line, "Let there be light." There's a high chance that he is the first transmigrator. Perhaps he's Caucasian with a religious background. He used a language that can stir the powers of nature. It's similar to Jotun, but it's also different. It doesn't belong to Elvish, Dragonese, and ancient Hermes, yes. It has similarities with the ancient Fasak of the northern continent and the Deutanese of the southern continent. This allowed me to barely understand what he was saying despite me not knowing this language. This is the language he learned from that strange giant building. He transmigrated there and inherited a rich inheritance. The second scene was of him suffering a betrayal. The scene of him being eaten by the kings of angels, white, wisdom, and wind. To a deity who claims to be a creator, That kind of corporeal pain and that distortion can only appear in such a situation, yes. The divine blood, he dripped before his, death fused with the silver crucifix, and it later turned into the latter's form, becoming a rather powerful sealed artifact. From the looks of it, the unshadowed crucifix was obtained by one of the three kings of angels, or it landed in Ammon's or Adam's hands. To them, this is an important item their father left behind. The previous possibility isn't too high. The cross's effects are extremely useful. Furthermore, its origins are a secret that needs to be kept. No one would give it to the Augustus family. From the looks of it, was it really arranged by Adam? Why did he give the unshadowed crucifix to Miss Magician and Miss Judgment in a very reasonable manner? He had discovered that the two ladies believe in the fool after observing them for some time. This cross was meant for the fool that doesn't belong to this era. He wishes to know where his father, who also doesn't belong to that era, came from. But the problem is, how does he plan on raising that question and obtaining an answer? That City of Silver's creator's level is extremely high. He was able to sense my prying despite the long stretch of history between us. He cast his gaze above the grey fog and cast it on this mysterious space. Furthermore, the influence he created not only openly caused destruction, but also secretly invaded this place, creating a special shadow. It nearly lurked here. Hidden. Doesn't this mean that once one obtains the authorities of several domains, a deity's level will also undergo a qualitative change? What does the uttering of mysteries mean? Is it pointing to me or the original owner of this mysterious space? Questions flashed past Klein's mind, making him come up with several theories, but the final answer eluded him. Due to his fear of Adam, he believed that the best outcome for the unshadowed crucifix was to have the City of Silver's godlike sealed artifact shatter it and reform it into a pure Beyonder characteristic. Reining in his thoughts and suppressing his questions, Klein conjured a new pen and paper and wrote down the knowledge he had learned from looking straight at the City of Silver creator. Sequence 4. Unshadowed, main ingredients. 1 drop of the sun's divine blood, or 3 adult sun divine bird's feathers, and a piece of holy brilliance rock. Supplementary ingredients: 60 ml of sun divine bird's blood, 30 ml of holy brilliance rock liquid, 7 drops of mutated fingered citron juice, 10 grams worth of powder of the heart of magma. Ritual: extract the strongest emotions that one is most unwilling to abandon before consuming the potion. Inject these emotions back again during this process. Sequence 3. Justice Mentor. Sequence 4. Black Knight. Sequence 3. Trinity Templar. After doing all of this, Klein picked up the bronze cross again and observed it with a heavy expression. He then threw unshadowed crucifix into the junk pile and stirred the powers of the mysterious space above the grey fog to suppress it. He didn't wish to see the paper figurines he cut begin to praise the sun the next time he came. In front of an ordinary house in Sherwood Borough, a postman riding a bike braked and stopped at the door. He then settled down his bike and took out a letter from his bag, glancing to check if the address was correct. "It's here for Zio." The postman briskly walked to the mailbox and threw the letter in. Following that, he didn't delay as he got on his bike and kicked off. After a while, a pitch-black flame suddenly spewed out of the mailbox's mouth. This flame burned quietly and quickly disappeared. In Empress Borough, the opulent villa of Earl Hall, Audrey, who had brought Susie to the garden for a stroll, had just returned to the foyer when she saw her father, Earl Hall, come in from the outside. He had his brows knitted, seemingly in deep thought. "Father, did something happen?" Audrey asked with concern. This was the most basic of observations which she didn't need to hide at all. Earl Hall restrained his frustrated expression and said with a smile, "It's nothing important. I just never expected H. Vin Rambis to be a member of a cult." "He's a member of a cult," Audrey expressed her surprise appropriately. She knew that H. Vin Rambis was actually a member of the upper echelons of a secret organization known as the Psychology Alchemists, but she didn't understand how this was suddenly exposed. Earl Hall nodded solemnly. "Yes, he's wanted by the 3 churches. I'm still not sure which cult he's involved in." "Has he been caught?" Audrey's eyes darted around as she asked curiously. "No, he disappeared before the warrant was issued," Earl sighed. "It's really hard to imagine that he's a cult member. He's of excellent character and is knowledgeable. He's rational and objective in various matters and is filled with wisdom." That's just the side he wants you to see, Audrey inwardly mumbled. Then, as usual, she entered the small prayer room at home before dinner. She faced the sacred emblem of the Evernite goddess and got into a prayer gesture. However, her low chanting was, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." After chanting the honorific name, Audrey succinctly reported, H. Vin Rambis has gone missing. He has been identified as a cultist and is wanted by all three churches. With that said, Audrey was about to solemnly pray to the goddess when a boundless grey fog appeared before her. In the middle of the greyish-white fog, a blurry figure sat on the chair, looking down from above and gently nodded. I'm aware. Just as this secret existence said that, the scene before Audrey's eyes changed suddenly. It presented a figure who was concentrating on praying. Honourable Mr. Fool, the Church of Evernite has obtained intelligence from Cona's Kilgore and confirmed that King George III hides an extremely huge secret of the obtaining of a Blood Emperor ruins in the Sturluan segment of the Tussock River. He colluded with the Demoness sect and psychology alchemists to partake in human trafficking, creating the human disappearance cases that ultimately led to the Great Smog of Backland. The Demoness sect's former representative was Despair Nightingale Panatia, and was later changed to Saintess of White Caterina. For the psychology alchemists, it's H. Vin Rambis. Please remind Miss Justice to be careful when she meets H. Vin Rambis again. She needs to be constantly prepared to seek help. His Majesty Audrey's eyes widened as upheavals went through her heart. She found it difficult to control herself. This was partly due to the fact that this news was shocking for a noble like her. In addition, it had to do with lie which magnified her emotions. Almost at the same time, a news report flashed in Audrey's mind. It was one that had left an unerasable impression on her. According to preliminary estimates, a total of over 21,000 people died in the smog, and the subsequent plague took the lives of close to 40,000 people. Among the deceased were young children, healthy young men, and women. So that's how it is. What is the king plotting? The three churches likely don't have any actual evidence. Otherwise, father wouldn't only be frustrated to this degree. Audrey felt an inexplicable sense of anger and sadness. It felt like particular principles she had upheld in the past had been ruthlessly trampled, or that values that had stood up to time were silently crumbling. She subconsciously lowered her head and closed her eyes. Then she exhaled and whispered, "Thank you, Mr. Fool. Please convey my gratitude to Mr. World." After her prayer, Audrey sat in the tranquil darkness and didn't move for a long time. Chapter 1035. Diary page in Advance Backland, East Borough, inside a two-bedroom apartment. Fours picked up a fountain pen and wrote on a piece of paper. This was a letter for her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham. It was to tell him that she was in danger and had no choice but to leave where she used to stay. Replies were not to be sent there, and if he had sent a letter, he was to quickly change his address and change identities if possible. After writing plenty of words, Fours put down her pen, folded the letter, stuffed it into an envelope, and adhered a stamp on it. Then she changed into outdoor attire and left the room with the letter she wanted to send. She wasn't inclined towards heading out, but this new residence of hers not only didn't have alcoholic beverages, but it didn't even have coffee beans, instant coffee, black tea leaves, daily newspapers, the latest magazines or novels. For these, she had no choice but to personally head out to send the letter and buy some groceries outside East Borough. As for Zio, she had already gone out. She wanted to mail a letter to her former rental apartment, indicating that Viscount Stratford's loyalties lay with the king. She wanted to see if it could drive Sherman's observer to take certain actions. Seriously, after everything was over, I was so afraid that I nearly forgot to write to teacher. If I had finished it earlier, I could have gotten Zio to do the mailing for us. Wore a bonnet that had a fishnet, walked down the dark staircase all the way to the bottom, and walked out the condominium. This was in the periphery of East Borough, where technical workers and low-level managers mainly lived. It was relatively safe, and even had paperboys around. As Fours heard chimes from time to time, she walked slowly along the side of the street. At this moment, a postman stopped his bike, took out a stack of newspapers from his bag, and entered a condominium beside her. Fours casually glanced at it and discovered that the copy at the top was news at sea. People who live here will actually subscribe to such a newspaper. Their job has something to do with maritime trade. Fours retracted her gaze as she mumbled in surprise. However, this wasn't something that was worth paying attention to. She quickly walked towards the mailbox when she saw it at the end of the street. The postman entered the condominium and found a few targets from the rows of mailboxes, stuffing the corresponding papers into them. Shortly after he left, a mailbox was opened and the newspaper inside was taken out. The person who retrieved the newspapers walked up to the third story, opened a room, and sat in a simple reclining chair, rocking in it as he read through it. By the side of the reclining chair, there was a black wooden table with a stack of papers placed on it. Some of them were stacked neatly with their front page facing up. Some were bent asymmetrically, revealing the articles. On them were the corresponding reports. Shocking! Crazy adventurer made fugitive. Crazy adventurer appears again. An incredible hunt. The man closest to the kings at sea, adventurer worth 90, £0. Story of German Sparrow and 3 female pirate admirals. Shooting to fame in one battle, German Sparrow attempts assassination attempt on Vice Admiral Ailment at night. Shortly after, Fours finished her purchases and returned to her rental apartment. Zio had finished her trip and returned. The reason for their timely return was because it was Monday and it was almost 3 in the afternoon. Gong, gong, gong. The nearby cathedral's bells resonated as a crimson-red beam of light surged at Fours and Zio at the same moment. Inside the majestic palace, by the sides of the ancient martled table, figures appeared simultaneously, taking corporeal form. Like always, Justice Audrey stood up first, faced the seat of honor of the long bronze table, curtsied, and said, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Miss Justice seems rather down from the looks of it. The news last night is still affecting her. The fool Klein nodded indiscernibly and acknowledged the Tarot Club members' greetings. At this moment, Audrey, who wasn't in a good mood, noticed with her sharp observational skills that there was a bronze cross beside Mr. Fool's right hand. Where did this cross come from? To be placed on the table by Mr. Fool, it's an item that's at least the level of a card of blasphemy. Who does it originate from? What use does it have? Questions flew through Audrey's mind, making her feel an irresistible sense of curiosity. This was the first time Mr. Fool was placing something in front of him that wasn't a card of blasphemy. Immediately following that, Alger, Catlia, and the other Tarot Club members also noticed the bronze cross that was more eye-catching than a card. Like Miss Justice, they couldn't help but guess at the item's origins, level, and use. Amongst them, Derek felt a subtle calling from it. He felt that the bronze cross was drawing him in. He then recalled a basic rule taught in lessons at the City of Silver, Law of Bay under Characteristics Convergence. This is a high-level sealed artifact of the Sun pathway. Derek suddenly came to a realization. Fours and Zio recognized the bronze cross to be the sealed artifacts that they had sacrificed. Their pupils dilated as though they were trying to take a better look. Mr. Fool places so much importance on this item. It's more important than what Zio and I imagined. Fours was stunned and couldn't hide her curiosity. When it came to matters involving guards, her thoughts would never develop towards romance. Zio shared similar thoughts with Fours, but she didn't say a word. She believed that Miss Justice would definitely take the initiative to ask. Just as Audrey was deliberating about raising her hand, Catlia closed her eyes, turned her body, and faced the seat of honor. Before she bowed and spoke, the fool Klein suddenly chuckled. "Don't worry. The glasses you conjure conceal your eye of mystery prying." He knew very well that Ma'am Hermit had already become a demigod by obtaining godhood, turning into a mysticologist. This was partly because Catlia had prayed to the fool before she held the ritual and consumed the potion, hoping to advance under his watch. This way, even if she ultimately failed, she could be blessed and not lose control or go mad. She could always think of expelling the excessive characteristic and redo the attempt. Towards this matter, Klein wasn't too confident about it, because he had never attempted it before. Divination also didn't give any answers, but since he had agreed, he believed that if she failed and didn't die, it was definitely all thanks to Mr. Fool. If she were to lose control or go mad, she wouldn't care if Mr. Fool was really a cheat. In short, Klein's main purpose was to give her confidence so that she was in the best conditions for an advancement attempt. After all, Admiral of Stars wasn't able to find other existences to give similar blessings. After witnessing Ma'am Hermit's advancement to a demigod, Klein heaved a sigh of relief while lampooning inwardly. At times, Acting as a god is harder than acting like a human. When believers encounter trouble, there are usually two outcomes: life or death. Their survival is naturally due to the blessings of deities, and no one would care if death occurs. On the other hand, after becoming a demigod and being able to use more of the powers of the mysterious space above the grey fog, the fool Klein could easily see the astral projections of the Tarot Club members, thus reading their current Beyonder pathway in sequence. After sealing her eye of mystery prying, Catlia heaved a sigh of relief and reverently said, "Mr. Fool, there is one page of Emperor Roselle's diary this time." Emperor Roselle's diary. Queen Mystic is done with her matters. But nothing abnormal happened in Backland, yes. No one noticed the infiltration of Ammon in Beeklund Street or the demigod battle in Mager Manor. The fool Klein nodded in an unperturbed manner and said, "Good. You can think of a question or request." As he spoke, Audrey, Alger, and company sharply learned something from this conversation. Ma'am Hermit was worried that the glasses she conjured was unable to seal her eye of mystery prying, and this wasn't a worry she had in the previous gatherings. This means that Ma'am Hermit's eye of mystery prying has been significantly boosted. Why would there be a sudden boost? As she advanced to become a demigod. She's our Tarot Club's second demigod. Audrey connected this matter to Catlia's purchase of the mythical creature's blood and immediately had a guess. She then swept her gaze at the male members opposite her and realized that Mr. Hanged Man's seating posture had unknowingly changed. He had apparently figured that Ma'am Hermit had become a demigod. Little Son's gaze was still staring at the bronze cross without any reaction. The moon Mr. Emlyn hesitated for a few seconds before looking up at Ma'am Hermit. Mr. Starr was like Little Son, his eyes somewhat vacant as though he was waiting for the diary part to pass. "Honorable Mr. Fool, can this question be accumulated with the next one?" Catlia asked. Accumulated with the next one. Queen Mystic still doesn't want to have her mood affected. Then why would she suddenly provide a diary page? Has she foreseen something? To maintain his image as the fool, he didn't ask why and nodded gently. "Sure." Catlia didn't speak further as she conjured that diary page, only to see it flash into Mr. Fool's hands. Klein scanned it seemingly casually, taking in most of the information. 19th July, night of the blood moon. Mr. Dawes' answer allowed me to confirm one thing. In that ancient secret organization, the second blasphemy slate I saw wasn't complete. Chapter 1036. Expected development. According to Mr. Daw, the main difference between the second blasphemy slate and the first blasphemy slate isn't that the latter has many unique sequence names, but that the former had many additions. It was a secret the ancient sun god caught a glimpse of towards his later years. All right, as a true god, there's no such thing as later years. I'm just using the human concept of the period from his birth to fall, so that would be considered his later years. In other words, the second blasphemy slate's creator was the ancient sun god. Towards this question, Mr. Daw answered with almost certainty. He told me that the ancient sun god's fall resulted in the birth of the blasphemy slate. Does that mean that it's considered a key relic of the ancient sun god? Then, who was the one who created the first blasphemy slate? The original creator who truly created everything. And what were the additional pieces of knowledge that appeared on the second blasphemy slate? Mr. Daw didn't answer, only saying that it involves too many secrets. It cannot be explained in just a few words. If he were to return to the real world, he would be able to tell me in detail. Heh, do you think I'll fall for it? As the blasphemy slate was mentioned, I recalled two questions that had been bothering me since a long time ago. What does it mean to be the trend of the times? Who defines the trend of the times? Mr. Dawes' reaction was very odd. He laughed for nearly 20 seconds before telling me, "Be careful of the spectator." What has this got to do with my question? With his reminder, I carefully recalled the contents of the second blasphemy slate and discovered an unusual problem. As a beyonder of the savant pathway, my memory is something I can be proud of due to my eidetic memory. However, I only recalled that sequence 0 of the spectator pathway is visionary, but I have no impression of its ritual to become a god. I can clearly remember all the rituals for the other 21 pathways, but this is the only one where not only do I lack an impression of, I have even subconsciously neglected it. I tried asking Mr. Daw what the ritual is for becoming a god for the spectator pathway. Mr. Daw laughed and said with a teasing and leisurely tone, Didn't you already say it? This, the ritual for a spectator to become a god, is to make the development of the times to be in line with one's expectations. Then consume the potion for their advancement when it's at a certain time node in that trend. I believe that's the truth. Compared to the times is part of the original creator. Only when the times develop according to a certain expectation can he draw energy from it and revive. This seems more objective. Heh, I knew that among the founders of that ancient secret organization, there had to be someone with their plans apart from the zealots. On careful thought, this is really quite a terrifying matter. It's fine when stuck in the low and mid-bay under levels, but once someone is of a high standing, they might suffer an unknown and sudden destruction simply because their particular thoughts, ideas, or matters that they would like to push forward disagrees with a particular existence's expectations. Be careful of the spectator. I'm very curious how Mr. Dorr knows what's on the second blasphemy slate, as well as the various rituals needed to become a god. His answer was that he had seen the complete second blasphemy slate, and with him were Solomon, Zeratul, Tudor, Trunsost, Augustus, Einhorn, Sauron, Castia, Zoroast, Stiano, Constantine, and company. These were families who reigned over all the Beyonders in the fourth epoch. The secrets contained in this diary page made Klein feel as though he was facing a mythical creature's form, embroiling his mind in a storm of knowledge. The spectator's ritual to become a god is to make the times develop according to one's imagination. If that's the case, Adam has been subconsciously preparing for this since the beginning of the fourth epoch, so the secret that King George III is hiding, and the possible developments are in line with his expectations, to the point of him giving a helping hand. Once the tide of the times come rushing in, with things not being capable of changing in short time spans, he will be able to become a god. In that case, engaging in a deep investigation of the great smog is abnormally dangerous. Even if I'm currently a blessed of the goddess, having an official Beyonder's background and being able to cooperate with angels anytime, my safety can't be guaranteed. After all, the goddess isn't able to descend for quite some time amidst his thoughts. Klein suddenly had the intention of cowering back. If this were in the past, he could relax after reporting the matter to the Church of Evernite and even leave Backland for a vacation. But now, as a blessed of the goddess, he had already promised to seek out Hvin Rambis and Saintess of White Katarina, making it very difficult for him to escape. It was truly a case of you win some, you lose some. Furthermore, Klein didn't know how Adam wished for the times to develop. If a great smog of Backland happened again, he really had no way of extricating himself. There were people he cared about, and he yearned for peace. At the very least, I have to know what the king's secret is before deciding what to do on the second blasphemy slate. Apart from the Beyonder pathways and sequence potion, what are the secrets it has? Klein retracted his gaze and made Roselle's diary page vanish. Then he looked around with a calm expression and said with a smile, "You may begin." At this moment, Audrey didn't hide her curiosity. She raised her hand slightly and asked, "Honorable Mr. Fool, is there any special meaning to the cross beside your hand? If the answer requires an equivalent exchange, you can directly make the request." Klein placed the unshadowed crucifix on the table precisely because he wanted the Tarot Club members to ask. He could then use this opportunity to inform Little Son and the Hanged Man, who might have a chance of using the cross, of the news. After all, such matters were beneath Mr. Fool to expect him to raise them. Therefore, he smiled at Miss Justice. This question is nothing. It's something left behind by the sun god of ancient times. Sun god of ancient times, ancient sun god, the creator that the city of Silver believes in. This cross actually has such origins. A captain of the royal guards, who's just a sequence 5 or 6, actually had a relic of the ancient sun god on him. Isn't that too much a coincidence? Foz couldn't believe her ears when she heard Mr. Fool's answer. At this moment, the Fool Klein mentioned in passing. Its level isn't too high, corresponding to an unshadowed. Its greatest use is to eliminate the mental corruption of Beyonder characteristics and help people who have consumed excessive potions to expel the excess characteristics. It will allow those who do not wish to remain in the mysterious world to return to normalcy. This power is rather fascinating. It's no wonder Mr. World once asked me if given a chance, will I be willing to completely leave the mysterious world? Audrey felt that her curiosity was satisfied. Strange, it really is an item that makes me uncomfortable, Emlyn made a judgment as he looked to the side at the sun. Derek was surprised and delighted, having a feeling that he had his dream fulfilled. His dream was to free all the residents of the City of Silver from the curse and return under the sun, and not constantly suffer the madness, pain, and torture. And if such a dream could be fulfilled by the relic inherited from the ancient sun god the Creator, who the City of Silver believed in, it would truly appear to be destiny and inevitable. He spoke before the hanged man. Honorable Mr. Fool, can I find a way to trade for this item? As long as you pay a sufficient price, Klein said with a slight nod. Mr. Fool really is the best, the greatest, Derek praised from the bottom of his heart. As long as a sufficient price is paid, Alger gained inspiration from Miss Magician's rental of the notebook and hurriedly asked, Honorable Mr. Fool, is it possible to rent the cross for a day or a few hours for a fixed price? He currently didn't have any plans on renting it. As his wind-blessed potion had digested relatively quickly, he planned on considering the problem of purging the excess characteristic after he consumed the additional ocean songster potion. Yes, the fool Klein answered simply. It can be rented. The star Leonard had benefited quite significantly from borrowing Leimano's travels previously. After he heard Mr. Fool's answer, he focused, seriously thinking if he had any need for the ancient sun god's relic. A few seconds later, he realized that he didn't have such a need. Not only was the sun pathway good against wraiths and specters, the Evernight pathway was good at it too. Furthermore, when he returned from Tingen to Backland, he had already obtained 4 flaring sun charms, planning to give half of them to Klein, who had provided him the information, keeping the other half for himself. As for purging the excessive Beyonder characteristics and leaving the mysterious world, he didn't need it. He was about to hold the ritual to become a spirit warlock. At this moment, Foz glanced at Zio and felt pangs of regret. She wasn't regretting them sacrificing the cross to Mr. Fool, but rather that she didn't attempt to use her powers or Leimano's travels to record the corresponding powers before sacrificing it. Of course, this was mainly because she was rather timid. Without being able to use an astrologer's means to determine the cross's uses and effects, she didn't dare to rashly make attempts. After all, I can still rent it from Mr. Fool in the future. She tried hard to cheer up. Noticing no further requests, the fool Klein retracted his grace, gesturing to the Tarot Club members to begin the transactions and discussions. In fact, the unshadowed crucifix had someone who potentially needed it. It was the Fog Sea's strongest, Hunter Anderson. This fellow had undergone various experiments after boarding the Golden Dream under Vice Admiral Iceberg's arrangements, doing so in a bid to digest the alien object inside him. There was already a certain level of success, but it wasn't enough to completely eliminate the latent problems. Upon thinking of this, Klein silently mumbled, I'll get Danitz to ask later. At this moment, Audrey raised a request for a transaction. Ladies and gentlemen, which one of you has a dreamcatcher's heart, mind illusion crystal, or an adult mind dragon's complete brain? Chapter 1037. German's problem. After hearing Miss Justice, Derek very enthusiastically replied, Our City of Silver's warehouse likely has the complete brain of an adult mind dragon. I'll inform you after confirming it when I return. He originally wanted to say that even if there was the complete brain of an adult mind dragon, it was most likely filled with madness and distorted mental corruption. But after seeing the bronze cross, he felt that it wasn't a problem. That simple. Audrey's eyes lit up when she heard that. Her depressed mood from last night had brightened up significantly. Indeed, compared to the outside world where dragons are decreasing in number, the City of Silver, which has a history dating back to the Second Epoch, will likely possess such ingredients. It's mainly because they do not have the higher sequences formula for the spectator pathway, so even with the ingredients, they are of little use. Furthermore, they lack an artisan and are unable to turn Beyonder ingredients into mystical items. At times, they'd rather just store them. Many thoughts ran through Audrey's mind as she asked with a faint smile, If you do have it, what would you exchange it for? I haven't thought of it. Derek felt a little embarrassed as he raised his hand and scratched the back of his head. His main goal now was to obtain the Creator's relic from Mr. Fool, but he didn't have anything of equal value. In the past, he would definitely be worried, but now he quickly came up with an idea despite his worries. He decided to ask the chief because he was certain that the chief was interested in the Creator's relic. Due to having such thoughts, he really didn't know what payment he needed from Miss Justice. He planned on figuring out the other matter before telling her. All right, confirm it first. It's best if you can check if there's any blood of an adult mind dragon. Audrey didn't press as she nodded gently. It was the hardest supplementary ingredient she needed in the Dreamwalker potion formula. Audrey immediately looked around, indicating that she was done. You don't have to look at me. Although I do have some savings, there's nothing I wish to buy. It mainly has to do with teacher not having given me the Traveler's potion formula among the first 5 sequences of Apprentice. I like Traveler the most. I've always been looking forward to heading to different places to take in their vistas and delicacies. But thinking of the long journey, the crowdedness or crude transportation tools, and the inns whose level of hygiene is questionable, it'll definitely be obstructed by all the bulky baggage after I become a traveler. These won't be a problem. Force thoughts gradually wandered as she fantasized about her future life. Zio pondered for a moment and said, Everyone, please look out for the potion formula for the Arbiter Pathway Sequence 6 Judge and Sequence 5 Disciplinary Paladin. She had a chance of obtaining the judge formula from her in an e-contact, but she believed that Viscount Stratford's death would definitely cause a storm in Backland, and when that happened, many things might change. Therefore, she planned on getting the Tarot Club to make additional preparations. After all, it was only for them to be on the lookout and not to search for them. Besides, at sequence 6 and 5, that would make her a quasi-high-ranking member of MNE. For informants in the peripheral to apply for the potion formula, there was a high probability that she needed to undergo a new round of investigations. This wasn't something she could skip because of the contact who had been very friendly to her. To Zio, who was anxious to advance to a high-sequence Beyonder and figure out the secret of the king, she undoubtedly couldn't place her hopes in the military. All right. Alger was the first to reply. Due to the influence from the royal family and the military, the Church of Storms likely had some of the potion formulas of the Arbiter pathway. Of course, this wasn't something a Sequence 6 captain responsible for acting as a pirate would know. He only had a chance of knowing them after he officially became a Sequence 5 and was summoned back to the church or was assigned to deal with more important missions. Following that, Catlia said, the potion formula of the Arbiter pathway is strictly controlled by the Lone and Phainopata royal families and military. They seldom appear in the wild. However, I can try to help you obtain it, but not able to guarantee you success. Also, if you need it, I can provide you with a Judge Pathways mystical item. After its shattering and reformation, it will become the corresponding main ingredient. When she mentioned the words shattering and reformation, Catlia subconsciously thought of turning her body sideways as a hint to misjudgment that she could seek Mr. Fool's help, but ultimately she held back. As for the method to obtaining the potion formula, it was actually very simple. It was to take the initiative to listen to the ravings of the hidden sage and accept the knowledge he imbued. At sequence 4, her level of tolerance as a demigod had undergone a qualitative change. However, the hidden sage was definitely not an existence that lacked intelligence. He could attach negative influences in the knowledge in his ravings, and even send his powers down from above, corrupting the listener. Therefore, such actions were still dangerous. Catlia had the courage to attempt it, not because she was rash and overly confident, but because she was a member of the Moses Ascetic Order. As an ancient organization that believed in the hidden sage, the Moses Ascetic Order's upper echelons had gradually found a relatively safe method to listen, while under this existence's influence. Likewise, the hidden sage didn't have a ridiculous level of malicious intent towards members of the Moses Ascetic Order. He seldom brought harm, and most of the time, he was simply imbuing knowledge and letting them pursue his believers. To her, as long as she controlled the frequency and quantity, she could obtain knowledge from the hidden sage in a rather safe manner. As for the tiny influence and corruption that came with it, she suspected that the process of entering the area above the grey fog every time she participated in the tarot gathering allowed them to be eliminated in a natural and simple manner. The only problem was that the knowledge she received each time wasn't something under her control. It depended on the hidden sage's mood and thoughts at that particular point in time. In a sense, this was a passive and irresistible secret deed ritual. As for the Judge Pathway mystical item that she was willing to provide, It came from the Fog Sea's strongest hunter and a Sona button. After she became a demigod, some of the items she held had little use. One of them was the button. After hearing that, Zio didn't hesitate to agree. All right, I'll consider purchasing it after obtaining the Judge Potion formula. I hope I can raise my sequence again by then, allowing me to use the Grey Fog's powers that isn't just close to the level of an angel, but that of an angel. Only then can I shatter items and let the characteristic reform. Otherwise, I'll still have to bother Mom Ariana or Will Ossipton. Yes, if Mr. Azik were to awaken, things would be a lot simpler. I wonder if the unshadowed crucifix can purge an item's Bayonder characteristic out. I don't think it will work. It can't coexist with those items, preventing them from even coming close other than this restriction. It should be possible in theory. I'll later try to use the Grey Fog's powers to force the unshadowed crucifix to be bound to other mystical items. Klein, who was listening by the sidelines, thought. After discussing Miss Judgment's matter, the other members didn't seem to have any needs to make a transaction. Leonard had already covered up the weaknesses of his mystical item. Alger was working hard to become legal. Derek was only thinking of the creator's relic. Emlyn and Catlia had just advanced recently, so they had nothing they needed for now. Amongst them, Catlia had the intention of renting the cross to see if she could cleanse the remnant corruption in Artisan Sylph. However, the Roselle diaries she gathered came from Queen Mystic and were used for obtaining answers. She believed she was temporarily unable to produce anything that would gamer Mr. Fool's interest. I'll try to gather the Emperor's diary out at sea. Catlia secretly made the decision. After some thought, Emlyn said to the magician, "Mom, in the next 2 weeks, I might need to rent that notebook." No problem. Fours was originally thinking of spending money to get Mr. Moon to add abyss shackles and other Bayonder powers to the spellbook, so she was very happy to permit his request. This meant not only would she not be spending money, but she would even earn some money. At this thought, she couldn't help but add, "Try not to record full moon." She would be very troubled if Leymano's Travels powers were mainly filled with full moon. While Emlyn nodded in agreement, Alger interrupted as though in thought, "Is the Sanguine's hunting of the key members of the Rose School of Thought about to begin?" "Yes." Emlyn didn't hide the truth at all. "Once the plan is finalized, it'll get everyone to provide me with suggestions." No problem. The first to answer wasn't the hanged man, but the world Jaeman Sparrow, who had been sitting silently at the bottom end of the long bronze table. He's interested in this. Not only did Emlyn think this, but the other members also had the same idea no matter how slow they were. With the hanged man, the hermit, and Justice agreeing to help Mr. Moon in plotting the Sanguine operation, the Tarot Club's transaction segment came to an end, ushering in the free communication segment. The world German Sparrow sat up slightly and looked at the star Leonard. "Help me ask if that person has seen the second blasphemy slate." Blasphemy slate. Audrey and the other members immediately grasped the peculiar term. They immediately had astonished thoughts. The second blasphemy slate. Mr. Starr isn't as simple as he appears. He knows someone that has seen one of the most important items in mythical legend. Other than his identity as a member of the church and official Bayonder, he had other secrets. No wonder he has joined the Tarot Club. Leonard jumped in fright as well, never expecting Klein to raise such a request. After a few seconds of silence, he exhaled and said, "Okay." Chapter 1038. Name list. After answering, Leonard snapped to his senses and grasped the hidden message contained in Klein's request. Does he mean that old man has once seen something like the blasphemy slate? Without giving Leonard the chance to think, the world Jaeman Sparrow surveyed the area and mentioned something else. The Church of Evernite has confirmed that lone King George III hides a particular secret from the intel they received from MI9's deputy director, Brigadier General Conas Kilgore. He secretly sent people to dig up the Blood Emperor's ruins and colluded with the Demoness sect and psychology alchemists. Klein controlled the fake person and described the matter which he had previously told Miss Justice in greater detail. After he was done, he made special mention. The three churches don't seem to have found enough evidence. With H. Vin Rambis' disappearance, the matter seems to have calmed on the surface. There is reason to suspect that there's a traitor amongst the upper echelons of the three churches. Something so major actually happened in Backland this week. Klein seems to have obtained information from the church. Why don't I know any of that? As he listened, Leonard shot a look at the world Jaeman Sparrow with an odd expression. He temporarily had his thoughts adrift, unsure as to who was the red gloves of the Church of Evernite, and a target who was about to become a high-ranking member to be nurtured. Recalling the past, he seemed to grasp something, but he was unable to fully grasp that spark of inspiration and develop the idea fully. Zio, who had planned on sharing her encounter with Viscount Stratford and his testimony at the Tarot Club and seek assistance, was stunned to realize that the matter Mr. World was investigating overlapped greatly with her goals. If I had known this would happen, I would have sought Mr. World's help when following Viscount Stratford to the dark area. We might have been able to circumvent the restrictions and obtain more clues. Zio looked around and deliberated over her words, preparing herself to speak. At this moment, while Alger was feeling shocked, he connected it to the period 3 to 4 months ago, a period before the Star and Judgment had joined the Tarot Club. Back then, the World German Sparrow had requested the Tarot Club members to help take note of information regarding Kona's Kilgore, and he had accused H. Vin Rambis of being the mastermind behind Curran's suicide. Indeed, a simple suicide case by Curran wouldn't make the world expend so much of his time and energy. Matters he's investigating and the people he takes note of are very likely secrets that have an influence on the global situation also. There might be a traitor amongst the three churches' upper echelons. Which cardinal or high-ranking deacon could it be? Alger could sense the surging undercurrents and the scent of an opportunity. Normally, he wasn't someone the Church of Storms placed a great importance on. The best outcome of a Beyonder who acted as a pirate for prolonged periods of time was to become a Sequence 5 ocean songster. After returning to the church, they could become an assistant to the mandated Punisher's upper echelons. It was almost impossible for them to wield holy artifacts and become demigods. Only with the situation changing and through frequent developments could he rely on the Tarot Club to showcase his capabilities and make great contributions. That way, he would be made a target to be nurtured. Likewise, Catlia seemed to see the dark clouds accumulating in Backland, as well as the strong winds brewing there. She vaguely understood why the Queen had been staying in Backland over the past half-year. As for Emlyn, he frowned, feeling once again that Backland was no longer a safe place for the Sanguine to live in. I can only hope that it doesn't affect my hunting operation of the key members of the Rose School of Thought also. I hope it doesn't make father and me be that busy like the period after the great smog last year. Emlyn's frown deepened upon recalling that episode. He swept his gaze from the corner of his eye at the sun and discovered that the youth was sitting upright, his eyes vacant. He couldn't help but scoff inwardly. I will take note of H. Vin Rambis' whereabouts. Audrey broke the temporary silence. Judgment Zio also looked at the World German Sparrow and said, I'm investigating a matter that involves the king's secret. If you need my assistance, please don't stand on ceremony. Having said that, she briefly mentioned the problem of someone monitoring Sherman. All right. Klein knew that it was Demoness Trissy and made the fake person, the world, nod and chuckle hoarsely. Be it taking note of H. Vin Rambis' whereabouts or investigating the king's secret, take note of any matters that seem too coincidental around you. If there are any coincidences, immediately inform me. He didn't directly mention the Twilight Hermit Order or Adam, afraid that Miss Justice and company couldn't help but think about it in private and be overly anxious. If they were to reveal any problems, they might attract unneeded attention. Too many coincidences. Fours and the other Tarot Club members repeated this phrase in their minds as they made their own guesses. After about 10 seconds of silence, Derek said, I'll be following the expedition team to the afternoon town camp after a period of making preparations and adjustments. This time, we might attempt to enter the giant king's court. To Audrey and company, this wasn't something too sudden. They had long known that the City of Silver would launch such an operation after the sun advanced to Sequence 5. Therefore, they weren't shocked or surprised. Instead, they had the feeling that their patience had paid off, as though a mythical legend was about to unfold before them in a real, corporeal manner. Alger thought and gave a vague reminder. When the time comes, listen to your chief's arrangements and try your best to pray to Mr. Fool frequently. If you're stumped, you can request a mini-gathering for a discussion like the moon. All right, Mr. Hanged Man. Derek had no problems with that since those were things he usually did or thought of doing. After this matter was over, Alger turned to the seat of honor at the end of the bronze table and reverently said, Honorable Mr. Fool, I have the answer to the matter you wanted me to investigate. Under the other members' looks of puzzlement and curiosity, he continued, there were 5 FASAC colonels who participated in the Karnatop Sea battle in 1338. 2 of them died in battle, and 1 died 2 years ago due to excessive drinking after being discharged due to age. 1 was promoted to Commodore and was transferred to the Imperial Navy College and became its vice-chancellor. 1 became a rear admiral and is currently serving as commanding officer of the FASAC Subjugation Fleet's 2nd Squadron. Just as he said that, Alger requested for the right to conjure a piece of paper filled with the detailed intel. The fool Klein allowed it to flash in his palm and quickly scanned through it. He had made the hanged man investigate the FASAC Enmat's colonel in the 1338 Karnatop sea battle mainly to seek out Creeping Hunger's original owner. That naval officer had captured the Enmat's second mate, Andy Hayden, in that sea battle and grazed him. He was one of the absolute victors, so it was impossible for him to have died in battle. As for his subsequent discovery and encounter in that primitive island with the hanged man, they made Klein suspect that Kilangos had been given the glove by the Twilight Hermit Order, be it an official or periphery member. It's impossible for him to die that easily or die from alcoholism, of course. I can't eliminate the possibility of being silenced, Klein thought quickly, and remembered 3 names on the piece of white paper. Boris died in 1347. Cause of death, excessive drinking. Suzdal, 48 years old. Commodore. FASAC Imperial Navy College's Vice-Chancellor Dmitri, 45 years old. Rear Admiral. Commanding officer of FASAC Subjugation, Fleet's 2nd Squadron. Retracting his gaze, the fool Klein nodded gently and said to the hanged man, continue gathering detailed information of the latter 3. Figure out everything about their lives. Yes, Mr. Fool, Alger agreed without hesitation. This was an opportunity for him. After the mission was completed, he could attempt to request to borrow the cross. After another round of exchanges, the week's tarot gathering came to an end. Leonard then returned to the real world. Sitting on the sofa, he hesitated for a moment before placing his feet on the coffee table. Then he asked with a suppressed voice, old man, have you seen the 2nd blasphemy slate before? In his mind, Palles Zorost's slight-aged voice sounded. No, the one who saw the 2nd blasphemy slate was my great-grandfather. Heh, who mentioned this? Leonard didn't answer Palles Zorost's question as thoughts resonated in his mind. The blasphemy slate really exists. Old man's great-grandfather had seen the 2nd blasphemy slate. No wonder he could become an angel. After a few seconds, Leonard asked curiously and expectantly, old man, do you know the potion formula of Night Watcher? Palles Zorost immediately scoffed. Naive. According to my great-grandfather, it was an urgent situation and a limited opportunity. The blasphemy slate could disappear at any moment. Any smart person will know to grasp a complete Beyonder pathway before looking at the rest. In addition, the knowledge of the blasphemy slate appeared in its essence and not in textual form. Everyone who saw it needed some time to interpret it. When the blasphemy slate was taken away, not everyone managed to memorize a complete Beyonder pathway, so how could they care about the others? I do have quite a number of potion formulas of the other pathways, but they were slowly gathered by the family over long periods of time. There aren't many high-sequence formulas among them. Is that so? Leonard chuckled dryly and asked, who took the 2nd blasphemy slate away? Palles Zorost fell silent for a second before saying, if my great-grandfather's description isn't wrong, that should be King of Angels Adam. The 7-day Tisno, it should have only been 6 deities back then, didn't participate in this matter. Leonard pressed in puzzlement. Palles Zorost laughed in an ambiguous manner. At least not on the surface. Chapter 1039. Hope a bolt of lightning streaked across the deep, dark sky, illuminating the entirety of the city of Silver. However, it didn't last too long, and it soon disappeared into the darkness, returning the world to its pitch-black state. After Derek Berg opened his eyes, he immediately got off the bed and dashed for the door. He slowed down his pace as he walked, his expression clearly conflicted. How should I mention the Creator's relic to the chief? Directly tell the chief that an item has caught my eye? No. Although, according to Mr. Hanged Man, the chief has a tacit understanding towards such matters, I can't be too direct. Derek was always a thin-skinned youth. Even when his parents were alive, he seldom made requests for items. He paused in place, seriously trying to recall the discussions with Miss Justice, Mr. Hanged Man, and the rest of the Tarot Club members, hoping to imitate them and find a reasonable excuse. After simulating the possible developments all day, Derek bit his lip and decided to be direct. Carrying Thunder Guard's roar, he pulled open the door, entered the streets, and headed for the Twin Towers that was north of the city. Along the way, many City of Silver residents came out of their houses, wearing smiles as they gathered at the training field. This period of time was the harvesting season for black-faced grass, a festival for the City of Silver to offer sacrificial offerings to the Creator. It was also one of the rare days when people could feel happy deep down in a darkness with harsh survival conditions. Seeing children who were skipping about and adults wearing black-faced grass amulets and rings while hearing their discussions and singing, Derek's heart calmed down as his footsteps grew firmer. Coming to the spire of the Twin Towers, he passed the message and met the chief of the six-member council, Carlin Iliad, in a particular room at the top of the tower. This demon hunter was messy and grizzled as always, having not put effort into combing it. The wrinkles on his face were rather deep, leaving behind either deep or distorted old scars. His light blue eyes were deep with experience, as though they could see through a person. After Derek saluted him, he nodded and said, "How's your grasp of the priest of light potion?" This was referring to the spirituality convergence and the corresponding familiarity with the various theurgical spells. Derek answered in a frank manner, almost grasped it. "Yes, there's no rush. The other members of the expedition team have yet to make preparations. They still need a certain amount of time, just like Lavia. She's gathering and searching for the ingredients needed for her advancement." Carlin Iliad gave a casual mention. Indeed, Elder Lavia will also participate in the expedition to the giant king's court. She's trying to become a demigod. Derek was taken aback as he asked, without hiding anything, "Elder Lavia has the subsequent potion formula." This was a problem that had plagued this shepherd elder all this time, preventing her from becoming a demigod for years. "Yes," Colin gave an affirmative answer, but he didn't provide an explanation. He instead asked, "Is there something this time?" Derek turned anxious when he heard this. He didn't make a request, but rather directly said, "Your Excellency, I discovered a relic of the Creator. It corresponds to the sequence 4 unshadowed of the Sun pathway." The tall and muscular Carlin, in a linen shirt, narrowed his eyes as the look in his eyes changed. Those complex and indescribable emotions made Derek freeze on the spot, causing him to momentarily forget what he was about to say next. Amidst an indescribable silence, Demon Hunter Carlin said in a deep voice, "Relic." Derek's pupils constricted as he realized that he accidentally mentioned something of great significance. He had felt pained that the Creator had been eaten for a very long time, knowing that he had completely fallen, never to return again. This made him develop the illusion that it was common sense. Faced with the chief's question and gaze, Derek fell silent, momentarily at a loss for an explanation. He hesitated for a few seconds and finally opened his mouth with great difficulty. "Yes, relic. The kings betrayed the Lord." He subconsciously used the term the ecclesiastic at Afternoon Town had used in referring to the kings of angels. Colin looked at Derek, his light blue eyes seemingly losing focus temporarily. This demon hunter remained silent for a long while, and after nearly a minute did he calmly say, "Got it." His voice subconsciously turned deeper. He didn't ask whether relic of the Creator that Derek had discovered, or what it looked like and what its use was. His eyes regained their depth as he didn't continue the topic. Instead, he said, "You've already become a Sequence 5. You have the right to know what holy sealed artifacts the City of Silver has. Once you're able to converge your spirituality and fully grasp the theurgical spells, I'll give you the corresponding information and take you to the place where they're sealed. If you have an affinity with one of the holy sealed artifacts and can reduce its negative effects, you can wield one." The affinity he mentioned here referred to the similarity between Derek's psyche and the remnant high sequence Beyander's psyche mark on the sealed artifact. It could reduce the terrifying negative effects by deceiving it to a certain degree. In the City of Silver, there wasn't a lack of common Beyander characteristics and ingredients. Furthermore, everyone knew the acting method. The only thing preventing them from advancing was the rituals. At times, without a potion formula, it didn't stop a sequence 8 from advancing to sequence 7 or sequence 7 to 6, as long as one had advanced correctly via consuming potions the previous time and had completely digested it. If one was willing to take the risk, they could attempt to directly consume a Beyonder characteristic to advance. The chances of success weren't too low, but from sequence 6 to 5, without the help of a ritual, the chances of success were very low. Therefore, in the City of Silver, there were a lot of sequence 6 Beyonders, but sequence 5 and up became rare. It was a level that earned serious considerations. Why did the chief suddenly mention this? He means that I can choose a holy sealed artifact to exchange for the creator's relic. I haven't even mentioned this yet, yes. I'll first offer the information to Mr. Fool and see which item will please him. Derek was stunned for a moment before he came to a realization. He nodded heavily. Yes, Your Excellency. He didn't say anything else as he bade farewell and prepared to participate in the harvest. Demon Hunter Carlin watched his figure disappear as he slowly walked to the window and cast his gaze at the altar near the training field. There were already many people gathered there. They were circling the Creator's altar, and they were using ancient dances to please the deity. Others were singing praises of the mighty existence. They had obvious smiles on their faces, their eyes brimming with hope and anticipation. It was as if the Creator would return if they held on for a few more years, and all hardships would come to an end. Such expectations had been repeatedly shattered in the past 2 to 3 millennia, but it rose up, again and again, to support their hearts in resisting the despair and burdens. Carlin Iliad stood by the window and watched intently. Beekland Street. After returning from above the grey fog to the real world, Klein's heart felt heavy. Emperor Roselle's diary page allowed him to understand the secrets of the spectator. He understood how dangerous it would be for him to continue investigating the king. Even with the Church of Evernite and the goddess's blessings, it wouldn't be completely safe. It mainly has to do with the goddess's digesting of the death pathway's uniqueness. She won't be able to descend for quite a long period of time. I hope the Lord of Storms and the God of Steam and Machinery can react in a timely manner at the critical moment regardless. With Mam Ariana, Will Ossiptin, and Palles Zorost, even against a king of angels, it isn't an outcome that spells certain doom. Even if I were to die, they still have a chance of grabbing my corpse the longer I hold on. The higher the odds of my survival will increase. Klein relieved his stress by making a self-deprecating comment. Previously, above the grey fog, he had already decided the focus of his investigation. It was to pursue Saintess of White Katarina and Demoness Trissy, whose current sequence was unknown. As for H. Vin Rambis, as long as he didn't take the initiative to contact Miss Justice, he wouldn't try to seek him out. Otherwise, he might encounter an accident he couldn't fend off. On the one hand, I'm waiting for Miss Judgment's feedback, and on the other hand, I should try to see if I can find Vice Admiral Ailment. By using their blood connection, I can try to lock onto the Saintess of White. This isn't too realistic. The three churches will definitely come up with this method, so the Demoness sect will definitely counter this. I'll later get Danitz to search for items related to Vice Admiral Ailment, and I'll use the Grey Fog's ability to interfere and screen. Yes, I'll also ask him about Anderson. This isn't too pressing. The unshadowed crucifix is still being experimented with. Klein retracted his thoughts and got out of bed. He had already used the grey fog suppression to bind unshadowed crucifix and the mystical item, broken finger, together. He wanted to see if the Beyonder characteristic would be purged. After resting at home for a while, Klein changed his clothes and went out with his valet, Inuni. He planned on praying at St. Samuel Cathedral before visiting the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation. This valet wasn't actually the winner, but Kona's Kilgore. The real Earl of the Fallen had been turned into flesh with the flower of blood and was hiding inside the Earl of the Fallen's stomach. Backland's weather these days was often gloomy. The gas lamps lining the two sides of the road had yet to be lit up, but the houses on both sides of the street had already been lit up. Klein watched all of this expressionlessly. He rode his carriage from Beekland Street to Phelps Street. He first headed to St. Samuel Cathedral to pray before he wore his top hat and cane and walked to the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation. As he approached the door, he heard a ringing sound. He saw Miss Audrey riding a modified bicycle which didn't have a horizontal bar and was rather exquisite. She had come out from an alley. She was wearing a plain white dress, and a pair of black leather shoes. Her blonde hair was tied up as her green eyes were peeled on the road. Sitting on the seat harness behind her was a golden retriever who could maintain her stability no matter how much the bicycle shook. Upon noticing the elegant gentleman with white sideburns, Audrey smiled brightly and greeted in a cheery tone, "Good morning, Mr. Dance." "Good afternoon, Miss Audrey. You seem to be in a good mood." Klein watched as she hit the brakes and used her foot to support herself. Audrey pursed her lips as her smile brightened a little. "You're right. I am indeed in a good mood. After riding this for a while, all my troubles have disappeared." Chapter 1040. The tranquil surface of the sea not bad. A spectator's ability to adjust their own emotions, a rather impressive Klein commented inwardly as he looked at the golden retriever on the back seat of the bicycle. He then sized up the bicycle that looked different from the bicycles on the street. He casually asked, "Is this a new bike designed specially for women?" "What do you mean specially designed for women?" "If you wish to ride it, you can too," Audrey replied with a smile. "I only told the people at the bike company that they needed to consider the requirements of the different demographics. This is their latest product they designed. It has yet to be industrialized. I was given a prototype to give them some feedback." "An excellent idea," Klein praised with a smile before asking thoughtfully, "Do you know the owner of the Backland Bike Company?" Audrey's eyes narrowed a little as she answered, "Of course. I am one of the major shareholders of the Backland Bike Company." Major shareholder, I almost forgot about that she ultimately succeeded. Klein seemed to understand something as the comers of his lips curled up slightly as he shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. "I see, my imagination still isn't good enough. How is it? How does it feel after riding it?" Audrey held the bicycle's handles and darted her eyes about slightly, recalling as she said, "It's great. It's very suitable for women." "Honorable lady, that wasn't what you said a moment ago." Klein pricked his brows, but he didn't interrupt the girl. Audrey smiled and continued, "To me, it can help me adjust my mood and relieve stress. It's like riding a horse. However, that requires special equipment, and I have to do it at the horse ranch in the suburbs. It's impossible to get the horse to gallop at full speed at home or on the streets. It lacks that feeling, but bicycles don't have that problem. I can even head into the alleys which horse carriages can't enter. It allows me to take in different sights. Just now I rode past a house and saw their garden blooming with flowers. It made me feel especially happy. Oh, when I encountered other people on bicycles, I feel very happy too. They work hard to live, carrying that little bit of hope. Although they're a busy and in a rush, they don't appear listless. All right, don't laugh at me. I know you want to say that those who can afford bicycles are definitely not those at the lowest rungs of society. I'm just happy for them. I hope that one day I can ride through every street in Backland." Klein listened quietly as his mood improved. With Miss Justice's description, it seemed possible for the scene to appear in front of him, and this was a trivial change he had brought to this world. He laughed and said, "No, I have no way of refuting it. It sounds very interesting. This is what I wish to see in Backland, the more the merrier. I originally had doubts about certain things, but now I seem to have fewer doubts." With that said, he pointed at 22 Phelps Street, the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation's door. "Let's go in. It looks like it's going to rain soon." "All right, I'll park the bicycle." Audrey got off the bicycle and pushed it and her golden retriever towards the back door. There was a parking spot for bicycles which had been specially demarcated. It was indoors, so there was no need to be afraid of the rain. In an organization like the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation, more and more of the staff who often needed to travel deep into East Borough were beginning to ride bikes. Of course, none of them dared to venture too deeply into East Borough on such a transportation tool, as everything could be stolen there. As they approached the back door, Susie jumped off the bicycle. She turned back to look at the spot from before and said in puzzlement, "Audrey, that Mr. Dante's person had a mixed tone when he heard you say that you were one of the major shareholders of the bicycle company, but I failed to decipher his true meaning." Audrey pursed her lips and chuckled. "I previously heard that Mr. Dantes was one of the people who attempted to compete with Hibbert for buying the shares of the bicycle company." "I get it now." Susie revealed an obvious smile and felt happy for the accuracy of her observation. Inside the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation, Klein very gentlemanly waited until Miss Audrey returned with her bay-under dog and followed them to the second floor. At this moment, a staff came forward and said to Audrey, Director, Chancellor Portland Moment from the Backland University of Technology is waiting for you in the reception room. Why is Chancellor Moment here? Audrey asked in surprise. The staff first greeted Director Dwayne Dantes before answering. He didn't say, before the staff could finish his sentence. The stout and ruddy Portland Moment walked out of the reception room while combing his white hair. He then pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. Honorable Miss Audrey, please forgive me for rashly paying a visit. In Lone, after getting to know each other, they greeted noble ladies by their last names and greeted the young ladies by name. It's my pleasure, Audrey replied politely. Portland Moment was a chancellor who paid more attention to academics. Without any further flattery or pleasantries, he bluntly said with a smile, This is the thing. I wish to add a mechanical laboratory to our technical university. The goal is to invent and promote various mechanical technologies that aids businesses and daily life. I wonder if you're interested in donating or investing in them. Heh, Dwayne, how about it? Do you have any thoughts of working together? Don't worry, you'll definitely get a grant from the Higher Education Commission. It's a very good idea, but Backland and the entire kingdom might be falling into a maelstrom afterward. Klein was a little dazed after hearing Principal Moment's words. Audrey nodded slightly and said with a smile, It sounds interesting, but I need to see more information. This is a responsibility for myself and my responsibility towards you. I think so too, Klein added. Portland Moment chortled heartily. No problem. I'll arrange the information when I get back. In the fog sea, on the Golden Dream. Chairman Sparrow is actually concerned about Anderson's situation also. What's the meaning of searching for items related to Vice Admiral ailment? Many pirates are wildly going after something similar, but they have succeeded. Danitz, who had received Chairman Sparrow's message, was completely puzzled. But regardless of his puzzlement, he thanked Mr. Fool seriously and carefully. Following that, he put down his fishing rod and turned to enter the cabin, heading straight for the room where Anderson was reciting. He knocked on the door and opened it in one fell swoop. With his arms crossed, Danitz stood at the door and said to Anderson, who was composing a portrait, How is it? How's the digestion of that thing in your stomach? Anderson put down his brush, glanced at Danitz, and replied heavily, It already knows how to call me Daddy. Danitz subconsciously took 2 steps back. Anderson immediately returned to his relaxed state as he said with a smile, Just joking. It's not bad. Your captain has ideas and the drive. The only problem is that we've met with failure too many times. The object in my stomach has been isolated. It won't affect me for a long time. As he spoke, he rubbed his belly. Danitz pricked up his brows and curiously asked, There was originally some sort of effect. Anderson sized up Danitz a few times. You should have heard that some Bayunder characteristics or potions will seep into items that are in prolonged contact with them and transform them into sealed artifacts that are difficult to use. However, a human's body is just a relatively special item. At times, I really do suspect that you obtained Bayunder powers through contact with potions and not through consumption. That's why your brain has rotted. In the past, Danitz would definitely be furious, but now all he did was chuckle. In other words, if you don't isolate it, the thing in your stomach will gradually fuse and reconstruct your body, including your brain. Anderson was amused when he heard that. Very good. Continue, don't stop. I think you can attempt to advance to sequence 6. Yes, you are usually very skilled at setting up fires. Danitz replied disdainfully. I'm only lacking in the ingredients. Thinking of Chairman Sparrow's instructions, he pressed unwillingly. How is the matter supposed to be dealt with after its isolation? Anderson stroked the first button of his shirt as he chuckled. 2 possibilities. One is to seek the help of a demigod, such as an unshadowed, allowing the object to seep out bit by bit. In this aspect, your captain knows someone who can do it. The only problem is that my Bayunder characteristic might be purged while purging that object. It will drop my sequence and even turn me into an ordinary person. The second line of thought is to think of a way to obtain the iron-blooded night potion formula. Prepare the corresponding ritual and supplementary ingredients and see if there's a way to accommodate that object and use it to become a demigod. That sounds very dangerous. Danitz gave an objective assessment of the second line of thought. Anderson's smile became more obvious. Indeed, this is very dangerous. I don't even know if it will work. But don't you think it's interesting to have such a challenging task? At least this is more consistent with my aesthetic judgment than the first method. Danitz shook his head seriously and said, "No." Following that, he asked in a provocative and probing manner, "Don't you have a large inheritance, wealth? I can bring back your ashes." Anderson wasn't annoyed at all as he solemnly nodded. "When the time comes, you can consider eating my ashes directly." Why isn't it possible to provoke this guy at all? The corners of Danitz's mouth twitched as he decided to give up. He wanted to seek the captain and ask how he could obtain items related to Vice Admiral Ailment. Late at night, at 160 Barkland Street, just as Klein was about to sleep, he saw Miss Messenger walk out while holding four blond, red-eyed heads in hand. One of them bit on a thin envelope with a letter stuffed in it. "Who's it from?" Klein asked out of habit as he extended his hand to receive it. Rionette Tanker's four heads spoke one after another. "Sharon, who doesn't like nicknames?" Chapter 1041. King's daughter Sharon, who doesn't like nicknames. How did she know? She's interacted with Miss Sharon before. Upon hearing Rionette Tanker's answer, Klein was first taken aback before questions emerged one after another in his mind. From his point of view, a messenger and a mailer wouldn't communicate under normal circumstances. The entire process would be the messenger's appearance, the retrieval of the letter, and its departure. Besides, when did Miss Messenger need to obtain the permission of the other party when she gives nicknames? Did Frank Lee and Patrick Bryan agree to it? A few seconds later, Klein instinctively had a guess Miss Messenger, and Miss Sharon definitely had some kind of connection, and Rionette Tinecare didn't wish to hide anything. Reining in his thoughts, Klein opened the envelope, unfolded the letter, and quickly scanned the contents. "There's something I hope you can help me with. Let's meet at the Bravehearts bar to discuss in detail." Compared to before, Miss Sharon isn't that stingy with her words. She's slightly improved in this aspect for the better. Is this a change that resulted from a demigod advancement? Klein thought for a moment and walked to his desk. Picking up a pen, he wrote, "When do you wish to meet?" Putting down his pen, he glanced at Rionette Tinecare, who was standing by the side, seemingly waiting to write the reply. Klein felt even more certain again. He folded the letter, handed it over, and casually said, "For Miss Sharon." One of Rionette Tanker's heads bit on the letter while the remaining three said, "You haven't paid no postage payment." Klein cleared his throat, took out a gold coin, and handed it to Miss Messenger. Seeing Rionette Tanker disappear, he revealed a pensive look as he walked to the reclining chair and waited patiently. Less than a minute later, Miss Messenger walked out of the void again in her complicated dress. She was biting the letter from before. Klein didn't inquire as he received the reply letter and unfolded it. "If you don't have any problems with it, it would be best if it happens tonight." Tonight Klein nodded thoughtfully and flicked his wrist, causing the letter to ignite into scarlet flames, quickly turning it black. The flame burgeoned and enveloped his body as well. By the time the flames extinguished, Klein's figure had already disappeared from the reclining chair. The floating ashes hovering in midair automatically fell into a nearby trash can with the help of an invisible wind. In the houses that were connected together in Backlands North Borough, Sherwood Borough, and the bridge area, the wall gas lamps brightened slightly before returning to normal. Before long, Klein appeared in a room he had privately rented at the periphery of East Borough. He changed his clothes, put on gold-rimmed glasses, and went out with the appearance of Sherlock Moriarty, heading straight for the Bravehearts bar. This time, he didn't seek out Ian, who was in the card room playing tabletop games with a bunch of people. He listened for a few seconds before pushing open the door to one of the billiard rooms and entered slowly. Just as he flipped open the door, he saw figures outlining themselves on two sides. Sitting on a high stool to the left was the blonde, blue-eyed Sharon. She was wearing an exquisite bonnet and a regal dress. Compared to the past, her face was no longer as pale as before. It just looked like she was anemic, making her look less like a female ghost and more like a doll. Standing to the right of the billiard table was Marie. This young man who liked to play cards with zombies had turned increasingly pale. The malice in his eyes had become unobvious, but it gave a suppressive feeling to others. "Good evening." Klein took off his hat with a smile and bowed. "Good evening, Mr. Detective." Sharon's body seemed to float up weightlessly as she seriously bowed. Marie did the same. At that moment, the billiard room seemed to be filled with paranormal events. Klein casually pulled a high stool chair and sat down. He chuckled and said, "What is it this time?" "I am very sorry to trouble you again." Sharon bowed again. Marie quickly said, "We made an agreement for a cooperative effort with the Sanguine to deal with the key members of the Rose School of Thought in Backland. We will definitely carry out the bulk of it ourselves. It will include how we lure them out, how we ambush them, and how our attack will happen. We just hope that you will watch the entire process by the side and aid in our escape when an accident happens. If you want anything, just mention it. We can discuss it. That is to say, I am a contingency to prevent any accidents. What if that fellow, Emlyn, also enlists the world to secretly help? When that happens, they would have two demigods in their contingency plans. I think it might work. I can be Sherlock Moriarty while letting Kona's Kilgore be Jam and Sparrow." Klein considered for a few seconds without immediately agreeing. Instead, he said, "Let me ask a few questions." Marie glanced at Sharon and nodded. "Okay." Klein looked at Sharon, who was sitting on a high stool like a doll. "The Teutonses II mummy we previously obtained was a preparation for you to advance to sequence 4 puppet, and you've already become a demigod." This was something he had previously learned from their conversations and letter exchanges. His main goal was to make a confirmation and start the subsequent topic. Sharon quietly looked back at him as she said with an ethereal and inhuman voice, "Yes." Klein nodded slightly and directly asked, "What's your relationship with Rionette Tinecare?" Sharon's blue eyes darted about almost indecimably as she said, "She is my teacher." Teacher, she. Although Klein already had some guesses, he nearly drew a gasp. He felt his head aching. In the blink of an eye, although his expression remained the same, countless thoughts were bubbling in his mind. Miss Messenger was originally an angel. I am actually using an angel as a messenger. Isn't that too exaggerated? She is even Miss Sharon's teacher. It probably wasn't that simple when she requested to be my messenger. From the looks of it, she definitely isn't on the same side as the Mother Tree of Desire. Miss Messenger signed the contract with me because the Mother Tree of Desire was coveting me. Not that she is bound to be my enemy. It's no wonder Miss Sharon was able to obtain the puppet potion formula and the corresponding ingredients with the help of her teacher as his thoughts raced. Klein decided to ask another question. He wanted to use the process of Miss Sharon's or Mary's replies to calm his emotions. He deliberated and said, "What's the exact situation?" This time, it was still Sharon replying. Compared to her Ramix mechanical dolls, she appeared more lifeless as she calmly said, "Early in the 5th epoch, death perished. There was resistance stirring against the Balam Empire in places like the southern continents, Star Highlands, and Paz Valley. During this process, the Chained Guard appeared, and the Rose School of Thought was born. My teacher was originally the daughter of the ruler of the local highlands, but she later became the blessed of the Chained Guard, assisting her father in establishing the Highlands Kingdom. Later on, she became a Sequence 2 angel, one of the leaders of the Rose School of Thought. She advocated temperance and using austere and few desires to resist the madness in life. About 922 years ago, the son of God, Sua, was born. Everything began to change as the indulgence and bloody rituals gradually took over the dominating faction. At first, Teacher was barely able to maintain it, preventing the temperance faction from being affected. However, as time passed, the influence of the Mother Tree of Desire grew. Sur also successfully advanced a few years ago, becoming a true abomination. An internal war broke out. Teacher protected us as we escaped from the highlands, valley, and grasslands. I watched her fall under the siege of Sur and the other high-ranking members. However, she didn't completely die because of prior preparations. She resurrected in a special state in the spirit world and now yearns to complete her body. Is that so? In other words, Miss Messenger is currently, in essence, an angel without the corresponding powers. She is in a weakened state. It's no wonder she wasn't able to easily deal with the Rose School of Thought demigod, Shank's weight. Although there are many angels cooperating with me, why are they all incomplete or weak? Apart from Mom Ariana, all of them are in such states. Mr. Azik, Pales Zorost, Will Ossiptin, Miss Messenger. Is there a problem with my title as the Fool? Are they all waiting for me to give them the charms corresponding to Scholar of Yore? Klein came to a realization as he felt rather poignant. He didn't ask why Rionette Tinecare still desired money, as he thought for a moment before saying, "Miss Sharon, the Rose School of Thought definitely has no lack of the puppet potion formula. After you obtain the Teutonses II mummy, They would likely view you as a demigod. In addition, Mom Rionette Tinecare had once appeared before the Rose School of Thought's demigod and engaged in a battle with them. This also means that the Rose School of Thought definitely knows that she is alive, and they wouldn't not be prepared against her. And your relationship as master and disciple with her is no secret to them. In such a situation, isn't it a little too naive to use yourself and Marie as bait to fish out the key members of the Rose School of Thought in Backland? Do you think they will only send one or two demigods to deal with you? Up to what degree of help can the Sanguine provide? Also, I previously mentioned that due to one of my identities, the Mother Tree of Desire places a great deal of importance on me. Even Abomination Sewer was sent to attack me, and your teacher's cooperation with me is something they are similarly aware of. Summarizing all these points, if you and Marie appear, the kind of assault you would invite is unpredictable. Having said that, Klein's expression turned serious as he asked, "Do you wish to cause a divine descent in Backland?" The entire billiard room instantly turned abnormally quiet, but there weren't any changes to Sharon's expression. Chapter 1042. Planned from a different angle after a few seconds, Sharon calmly replied to Klein, "It's not bait, but a ploy to lure them out." Just as Klein was about to ask what the difference was, Merrick explained in detail. "Back when we were pursued by the Rose School of Thought, we discovered that they had quite a number of members in Backland. However, due to our lack of strength and our fear of traps, as well as to not attract the attention of the church, we didn't take any action against them. This time, we plan on attacking one of the more important ones. We'll deliberately miss some out, allowing the hidden ones to secretly escape and pass the information to the Rose School of Thought's person in charge in Backland. In secret, the Sanguine's demigod will be watching them. Through the message chain, they will find the person in charge. That person must be a key member of the Rose School of Thought. Once he's killed or even captured, we'll take the next step in our operation based on the information we manage to obtain. That's more reasonable. The main point is to use your own understanding of the Rose School of Thought to create a plan instead of using yourself as bait. That's a way to effectively control the situation and not destroy Backland." Klein nodded gently and said, "If that's the case, I can participate." He didn't say that he needed to think about it or return to confirm the level of danger. This was because this matter wasn't something that needed to be done anytime soon for Sharon and the Sanguine. When he divined problems, he could always call it off as a participant. "What kind of payment do you need?" Merrick's standing posture relaxed as he asked. Klein smiled. "If there aren't any accidents the entire time, I wish to receive one instance of free assistance from Ma'am Rionette Tinecare. If I have to involve myself in the operation, I can always add the condition of having priority on the spoils of war. You can discuss this with Ma'am Rionette Tinecare before writing to tell me the answer." In fact, he was still a little puzzled. He believed that with such a plan, there was no need to seek him out. With Miss Messenger hiding in the shadows, it was enough to prevent any accidents that Sherlock Moriarty could deal with. "There's no need." Sharon, with her exquisite looks and pale face, shook her head gently like a doll. "I can agree to it now." Has she already discussed it with Miss Messenger? Klein thought for a few seconds and honestly asked, "Then why don't you directly ask Miss Rionette Tinecare for help to prevent any accidents from happening?" Sharon's hair remained motionless, as though bound tightly by the petite bonnet. She replied in an ethereal and fleeting voice, "She doesn't wish for the Sanguine to discover her existence." "Is that so?" Klein deliberated for a moment and raised another question. "You advocate temperance, so why are you seeking out the key members of the Rose School of Thought? Is revenge not within the limits of temperance?" Sharon looked at him with her blue eyes and said, "In recent decades, the Rose School of Thought has been trying its best to let the Mother Tree of Desire descend into the real world. This will bring about an unimaginable disaster. In addition, Teacher also desires her body to be complete. If the Mother Tree of Desire were to descend into the real world, it would be an unimaginable disaster for me. However, what has this got to do with the completeness of Miss Messenger's body? Her body was once torn apart and is being held by different key members of the Rose School of Thought. Or can the bodies high-sequence bayanders of the same sequence and their characteristics be made into a part of her through some ritual?" Klein mumbled inwardly as he probed, "Is Abomination sequence one of the mutant pathway? Then what are sequence 2 and sequence 3? He had asked Miss Sharon the first question before, but he had only received a vague answer. Sharon answered without any hesitation. She didn't speak too fast, but her voice remained ethereal and inhuman. I wasn't too sure about it in the past. Now I can confirm that Sequence 1 is Abomination, Sequence 2 is Ancient Bane, Sequence 3 is Cursed Artifact, but is now known as Disciple of Silence. Does that mean that you weren't certain when I asked you the last time? That is to say, when you summoned Miss Messenger and reunited with her, you managed to learn more secrets. Klein nodded in enlightenment. I have no more questions. After confirming the time for the operation, write to me. Thank you. Sharon once again floated up and bowed. Marek pressed his hand to his chest and slightly bent his back. There's no need. Klein stood up from the high stool and wore his top hat with a smile. This time, without a smacking sound, scarlet flames rose and engulfed him. Under the night sky, countless lights silently lit up in Backland, as though they were stars that were covered in clouds descending upon the land. With a few stars twinkling, Klein returned to the rental apartment at the periphery of East Borough. After changing his clothes and preparing to return to North Borough's Beekland Street, he heard a series of illusory pleas. It was from a man. After nodding in thought, Klein immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the grey fog. He extended his spirituality towards the constantly expanding and shrinking crimson star. As he expected, this corresponded to the moon Emlyn. The vampire who was already become a viscount prayed sincerely. Honorable Mr. Fool, I wish to apply for a mini-gathering that includes me, Mr. Hanged Man, Ma'am Hermit, Miss Justice, Mr. World to Emlyn. These people are the Tarot Club's representatives in intelligence, experience, and knowledge. Poor Leonard Klein chuckled silently as he leaned back into his chair and agreed to Emlyn's request. Above the grayish-white fog, inside the ancient palace, 5 dark red beams of light appeared on both sides of the long bronze table, forming different figures. Mr. Moon, has the Sanguine's plan been finalized? Audrey greeted everyone before asking with interest. Emlyn surveyed the area and frankly said, Yes, the detailed plan is this. Through 2 Temperance faction members who escaped from the Rose School of Thought, he recounted the plan Sharon had described to Sherlock Moriarty from a different angle to the world J.M. and Sparrow and Company. When he was done, he said, If we can obtain effective information, we Sanguine plan on seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the Rose School of Thought's headquarters. We hope to take an important item from them. What important item? Catlia asked curiously. This was an item that could spur an ancient faction into an attempt on attacking a secret organization's headquarters. It definitely wasn't simple. Its importance might even exceed that of an ordinary angel, stronger than some Grade 0 sealed artifacts. Emlyn didn't hide anything. It's a holy artifact left behind by our sanguine ancestor. I'm not sure what particular accident led to the Rose School of Thought obtaining it. A holy artifact left behind by Lilith in the hands of the Rose School of Thought. The Sanguine has placed great importance on it this time. Klein, who was acting as the world Jaeman Sparrow with his true body, had key points flashing through his mind. Then, together with his understanding of many secrets, he quickly had an unconfirmed theory. That might be the key to the Mother Tree of Desire's ability to intrude and control part of the Moon Domain's authority. This is something Miss Sharon and the others didn't mention. The Sanguine have kept things from them as well and have quite great ambitions. Yes, I can't use ambition to describe them. That ancestor Lilith, whose identity is unknown, seems to have foreseen the chaos from the situation and the coming of the apocalypse. Therefore, the Sanguine was made to change its style and become more proactive, so as to have more things to rely on. This is the acquisition of a lifebuoy in preparation for the apocalypse. Klein didn't say a word as he listened silently. The others were also taking in the important information that the moon had revealed, and Alger was no exception. He pondered for a few seconds before saying, In other words, you Sanguine will be hiding in secret this entire operation and won't be targeted by the Rose School of Thought. Yes, Emlyn answered rather casually. The Sanguine's plan was jointly decided by Duke Alma and Marquis Nibs, as well as a few earls in Backland. Many problems had undoubtedly been brainstormed and reconsidered. Regardless, even if a pig were to live for more than a millennium, it would definitely gain a certain level of wisdom and experience. Alger nodded slightly. I have another question. How are you so sure that the Backland person in charge of the Rose School of Thought is only a saint? There might be more demigods or even an angel hiding. You should know very well that the situation in Backland is very complicated. It's not impossible for the Rose school of thought to increase the number of powerhouses it has to plot certain matters. If that's the case, you will end up resembling thieves who wish to steal something only to storm right into Civilhouse Yard. Civilhouse Yard was another name for the Backland Police Department. Emlyn became more relaxed. This time, Duke Alma will personally watch over the entire process. Even if the Rose School of Thought's angel descends, we can easily escape. In addition, no matter which side, they're not actually willing to create an intense conflict in Backland. Without any crushing advantage or the confidence to not cause a huge commotion, they will naturally cease any fighting. Upon hearing his answer, the corners of Catlia's mouth curled up indiscernibly as she warned. To Beyonders who aren't demigods, even a slight clash between angels would produce aftershocks that are enough to destroy them. Emlyn snapped out of his state of drowning in pride from experiencing the potency of the sanguine. He was momentarily at a loss for words. At this moment, Audrey's eyes darted around as though she was thinking of something. Mr. Moon, what do you need to do in this plan? What do I need to do? Monitoring the secret members of the Rose School of Thought and locking onto the true target from the information received will be done by Earl Mistral. The one who will ultimately take action is Marquis Nibs, Earl Mistral, and the Rose School of Thought Temperance faction's demigod Duke Alma will be the one monitoring in secret to prevent any accidents. My only job is apparently to contact that wraith named Marek and maintain communications between both parties. The more Emlyn thought about it, the odder his expression became. It seemed like there was nothing for him to do, or at least nothing particularly important. Chapter 1043. Each having their own plans, Emlyn blinked as he leaned back in his chair. He spoke unhurriedly, and with a hint of a smile, he answered Miss Justice's question. What I need to do is very simple. My role is to ensure that both parties can complete the collaboration successfully. That means you don't need to participate in the battle, right? Audrey had originally wanted to press with such questions, but after sizing up the moon, she reflected on the words said and said with a faint smile. Since that's the case, there's only one thing you need to do to ensure your own safety. Makes sense. I can't affect myself because of this matter. Anyway, there's nothing that needs my assistance. I'm not in charge of the risky parts of the operation. I'll later rent Leymano's travels and spend money to get the world to record a few pages of teleport. My safety will basically be guaranteed. Emlyn thought for a few seconds and said with a nod, excellent suggestion. As there were no other members of the Tarot Club participating in the Sanguine's hunting operation and wasn't under their control, the private gathering quickly ended and the participants returned to the real world. Klein wasn't in a rush to leave. After his figure disappeared, he appeared in the fool's chair again and beckoned for the unshadowed crucifix and the marauder pathway mystical item, broken finger. At that moment, the surface of the two grayish-white tweezers that resembled the polishing of finger bones had produced a piece of gravel that sucked all the light around it, making it look pitch black. It slowly swirled and gathered as though it was trying to form a new shape. As for Broken Finger, the grayish-white color had turned transparent as it reflected some light, producing tiny holes. The unshadowed crucifix can actually slowly purge the Beyonder characteristics from mystical items and sealed artifacts and let them combine together. Of course, the premise is that there's a power similar to the mysterious space above the gray fog to suppress it, allowing it to willingly make contact. With items with Beyonder characteristics, Klein nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, the grayish-white broken finger suddenly began to belt out in a fervent voice. Oh, my son, praise you, praise the sun. As the tweezer-like object sang, a cracking sound emitted from it as though it would shatter into pieces at any moment. But this did not affect its praise of the sun. Klein gaped at the scene, momentarily at a loss for what expression to show. After a few seconds, he sighed. He separated the unshadowed crucifix and broken finger and threw them to the corner of the junk pile in different spots. He then suppressed the former using the powers of the gray fog. Then he prepared to leave and return to the real world. At this moment, the point of light, which represented the fool's only believer, emitted ripples of light as the sounds of stacked prayers were heard. Klein reined in his thoughts and extended his spirituality over. Immediately, the scene of Danitz praying in his room surfaced before his eyes as a corresponding voice echoed in his ears. Honorable Mr. Fool, your faithful servant wishes you to pass the following words to James and Sparrow. According to my captain, there are many items at sea that's rumored to belong to Vice Admiral Ailment, but without any exception, they're all fake. And ever since she was injured after that assault, this pirate admiral has placed great care in the secrecy of her course and seldom plunders. The last time her ship appeared was 2 months ago at Thoreau's Island, west of the Berserk Sea. Later, it cruised into the massive ocean, her whereabouts unknown. The foreign object in Anderson's stomach is now controlled to some degree and is separated from his body to a certain extent. It won't be able to penetrate his flesh for a very long period of time. There are two ways to completely resolve this latent problem. One is to seek the help of the Sun Pathways Sequence 4 Unshadowed. However, this is quite a high possibility of cleansing most of his Bayunder characteristics. The second is to find the Hunter Pathway Sequence 4 Iron-Blooded Night Potion formula. Through the help of the ritual and ingredients, he can directly absorb the foreign object. Anderson is inclined toward the latter choice. He's happy to take the risk. It's obvious that Danitz is forwarding me Vice Admiral Iceberg's answer by imitating her style. This isn't his usual style of speech, however. Some of his terms aren't precise enough. Could it be that Danitz had secretly modified it to use terms he understands better? Is he worried that Jem and Sparrow wouldn't be able to understand? Klein pricked up his brows and cast his attention back onto the content itself. Vice Admiral Ailment adhered to the advice from the Demoness sect and has hidden in this relatively critical period. If that's the case, it's basically impossible to capture her in a short span of time. In 1 or 2 months' time, perhaps the matter will completely blow up, and I wouldn't have a need to seek her out. I'll first send Danitz to look for her and keep some hope my focus will be on finding Demoness Trissy. I have a way to contact her and can consider using the excuse of working together to deal with Saintess of White Katarina to make her meet with Jam and Sparrow. I'll see if I can control her and use her to fish out Katarina. The elimination of Anderson's latent problem has two solutions, both of which I can help with, since he's inclined toward taking risks by advancing to absorb the foreign object. I don't have to worry about using Danitz to promote the option of leasing the unshadowed crucifix to him. That's good. At least I don't have to worry about the crucifix given by Adam creating some nasty chemical reaction with the foreign object Adam left in him. As for the potion formula for Iron-Blooded Night, with how Anderson had played an important role in luring in C. Zangwill, it's not like I can't give it to him. The foreign object in his stomach is Adam's payment. I can't directly bestow it to him, since he isn't a believer of the fool Jam and Sparrow, has no reason to give him something at such a high level amidst his thoughts. Klein quickly made a decision. He conjured the world Jam and Sparrow and made him take on a prayer stance. In the fog sea, on the Golden Dream. Bang! The wooden door was pushed open and slammed heavily into the wall. Amidst this loud commotion, Anderson, who had been flipping the pages of a book, looked at Danitz, who was standing by the door with his usual expression. There's a very good mission for you. With a cloak draped over his shoulders, Danitz raised his chin and chuckled. Anderson sized up the pirate opposite him and tusked. You seem to be very smug. What's the mission? Danitz glanced at Anderson and said, accompany me to Thoreau's Island and help me seek out Vice Admiral Ailment's whereabouts. In addition, help me gather the Bayunder ingredients needed for Conspirer. Heh, y'all have to pay for it. Anderson nodded in thought. Then, what is the reward? The corners of Danitz's mouth widened as he said in a condescending manner, the Iron-Blooded Knight's supplementary ingredient list and the advancement ritual. Anderson didn't respond. He didn't say a word as he focused his gaze on Danitz for nearly 10 seconds. Then, as though he was burning with impatience, he threw away the book in his hand and stood up. He said with a bright smile, when do we set off? Backland, Eastborough, in a rental apartment that had its curtains drawn. Trissy, who was dressed in a black dress, packed her luggage, preparing to head to her next hideout. Her slightly round face was a little slimmer than before. Apart from her sweet smile, she had an indescribable, elegant, and beautiful look. Even though she was in the dirty and chaotic Eastborough, she seemed to be untainted by any dirt. Trissy didn't immediately pick up her black suitcase. After looking around, she walked to the desk and unfolded a piece of paper. She picked up a pen and wrote, Mr. J.M. Sparrow, I've obtained the information I need from that captain of the Royal Guards. He is truly loyal to King George III. You should understand what this means. Next, my goal is to figure out what this king wants. For that, I plan to oppose the demoness sex saintess of White Cat Arena. She definitely knows the corresponding secrets. She's a sequence 3, a demoness of unaging. She's very difficult to kill, and it's very difficult to capture her. I have to admit that just my strength alone isn't enough to deal with her. If you're interested and confident, we can try cooperating. You know how to contact me. Trissy. Putting down the pen, Trissy folded the letter and began setting up the ritual to summon Jem and Sparrow's messenger. She had only written to the crazy adventurer now, because she was worried that he would lark onto her hiding spot with the help of his messenger, and then teleport over, bringing help to launch an assault. Therefore, she waited until she was about to move before making the attempt. Although Trissy wasn't sure what Jem and Sparrow's motives were and couldn't determine if he would launch a surprise attack on her out of habit, she chose the most reliable method for her, just to be safe. After handing the letter to the messenger, I'll leave and wait for Jem and Sparrow to contact me. I'll try not to meet him until we begin taking action. I wonder what faction is hiding behind him. I have to focus on mobilizing and using him, and not to trust him too much. This is indeed troublesome, but it's sufficiently safe, as Trissy thought. She ended what she was busy with and took 2 steps back. Looking at the candlelight, she chanted in ancient Hermes, I summon in my name, the spirit that wanders about the unfounded, the friendly creature that can be subordinated, the messenger that belongs to Jem and Sparrow. Just as she finished speaking, the candlelight burgeoned and turned abnormally pale. Following that, a figure stepped out of the candlelight and wore a dark and complicated robe, holding 4 blond, red-eyed heads. The 4 heads had 8 bloodshot eyes that darted around simultaneously as they cast their gaze at Trissy. Trissy's pupils dilated as though she saw something extremely terrifying. Chapter 1044. Placing herself in the tide's backland, St. George Borough, in a factory room filled with junk. Light flashed in a mirror filled with obvious cracks. Its surface turned dark and deep, as though it was connected to another world. Suddenly, a white hand reached out from under the mirror, as though it had penetrated through layers of aqueous waves. A figure walked out from the shadows, was none other than the sweet and beautiful demoness Trissy in a long black dress. There was a rare paleness to her face, as though her face had lost all its ruddiness. Her forehead was covered in dense beads of sweat. With a smacking sound, the suitcase in Triss's hand fell to the ground. She could hardly suppress the horror in her eyes. She then muttered to herself blankly, his messenger is actually an angel. At that moment, Trissy felt a chill run down her spine, as though a cold wind had blown at her. She had never expected how dangerous it would be to summon a messenger previously. Thankfully, the woman holding the 4 heads in her hands watched her silently for a while before she left without doing anything. 160 Barkland Street, inside Dwayne Dantes' mansion. Who's it from? Klein asked with anticipation as he received the letter from Miss Messenger. The 4 heads in Rionette Tinker's hand spoke one after another. Vessel of dirtiness, darkness. This nickname Klein was taken aback when he heard that. For a moment, he didn't immediately figure out who Miss Messenger was referring to. In his mind, the people who knew how to summon his messenger quickly flashed past, one by one, as he filtered through them. In a few seconds, he had the corresponding guess. Trissy. From what Klein knew, this demoness, who had been renamed to Trissy Cheek, might very well be one of the mediums for the primordial demoness awakening or descent upon the world. In such a situation, calling her a vessel wasn't wrong. And people who knew enough about the mysterious world knew that the primordial demoness was an evil goddess, one that was known as the ultimate bringer of the apocalypse that would end everything. She had the creation of the apocalypse and the destruction of everything as her mission. She also wielded authorities, such as desires related to feelings and emotions. It wasn't very apt to describe her with dirtiness and darkness, but it was understandable. Similarly, dirtiness and darkness could also describe Trissy, who had been corrupted by the evil goddess to a certain extent, as expected of an angel. She actually dared to say that about the primordial demoness. Klein secretly marveled as he opened the letter and quickly read it. At that moment, he suddenly recalled something. He hurriedly looked at Miss Messenger and said, What reaction did the sender have when she saw you? She was very scared. Reenet Tanker's three heads spoke one after another without giving the last one a chance to speak, as its head was simply left agape. Klein's expression turned slightly heavy as he deliberated and asked, "Did you mark her?" The head of Reenet Tanker, which failed to speak previously, rushed to speak. No, the remaining three blonde, red-eyed heads added, because she had the aura of primordial. Klein fell silent for a few seconds before nodding. I understand. After watching Miss Messenger step into the void and leave, he unfurled the piece of paper and quickly read Triss's letter. She actually sought me out to deal with Saintess of White Cat Arena. Isn't this exactly what I wanted to do? Klein's eyes shimmered a few times as he immediately rummaged for a black sticky blob. Right on the heels of that, he transformed into Jam Sparrow and smeared the blob uniformly onto a tiny mirror in the room. After patiently waiting for nearly 10 minutes, the black sticky blob vanished into thin air, leaving nothing behind. Klein had failed to contact Demoness Trissy. As expected, Trissy, who has been corrupted by the primordial demoness to a certain extent, managed to identify Miss Messenger's level and was given a fright she probably wouldn't communicate with Jam and Sparrow anytime soon. Sigh. If I had known Miss Messenger is a special angel, I definitely wouldn't have let her appear in front of Trissy, or I would have informed her that if a demoness were to summon her, she can bring both the person and letter over. Klein sighed silently and could only blame it on his luck. At that moment, he suddenly heard a series of illusory pleas. In a dark alley in the Backland Bridge area, Zio hid Wintry Blade and entered the area, looking around warily. Not bad, you're getting more and more experienced. A deep male voice sounded, and a figure walked out from the darkness around the corner. He stood tall, wearing a golden mask that revealed his eyes, nostrils, mouth, and cheeks. It was none other than the M&E member who had contacted Zio before. "Why did you contact me so urgently?" Zio asked. The golden-masked man didn't make any small talk and directly asked, "You still seem to be monitoring Viscount Stratford's surroundings. Have you discovered anything unusual recently?" Zio thought and said, "Yes." He had intimate contact with a girl of unknown origins. He made her visit him at his residence late at night several times. I tried to track that woman down, but I failed both times. Also, Viscount Stratford suddenly went out in the middle of the night 2 days ago. I don't know where he went because I didn't manage to follow him. The golden-masked man tersely acknowledged this as he went deeper into the details. Zio answered according to the details she had seen back then. She only concealed the fact that she had met Sherman in the carriage and how she had followed Viscount Stratford all the way outside the warehouse. Not bad. Your persistence was rewarding. The golden-masked man nodded slightly. He didn't seem to doubt what Zio had said. He sighed and said, "With this, your contributions to us will increase significantly. To be frank, if this continues, you'll soon be able to accumulate the contributions needed for the Sequence 6 potion. However, before that, there will definitely be a strict examination. And with your background, it will fail the examination without a doubt. After all, I know it very well. Actually, there's no need for you to seek the truth. I know that this was the motivation for you to persist in continuing the mission regarding Viscount Stratford, but my personal suggestion is to put the matter aside. With your current sequence and abilities, it's enough to let your mother and brother lead a very good life. Don't worry, no one will cause you trouble. And if you wish to continue persisting, I cannot guarantee what will happen." Although Zio had already expected such an explanation, she was helpless in resisting her emotions and throbbing heart. She blurted out a question. "Who exactly are you?" "I am just an ordinary mid-sequence Bayonder," the golden-masked man said with a smile. "You might not know that the post of captain of the Royal Guards has the corresponding authority in M-INI. It's equivalent to a deputy director that handles matters related to the royal family. Back when your father was alive, I was his subordinate and had received his help in various aspects. After his passing, I, who didn't commit any wrongs or hide any matters, was removed from the core of M-INI. See, am only responsible for informants on the outside like you." Upon saying that, the golden-masked man sighed. "Your father helped me a lot. So, after I recognized you, I deliberately made you become an informant under me. With the extent of my power, I provided you some help. I have a family of my own and my own life, so I can't take excessive risks or do anything too dangerous for you. Let's do this. It'll help you get the potion formula for Judge. Afterward, stop your contributions in your pursuit to advance your sequence. Do something that will improve your life. As for what you want to do or plan to do in private, I don't know, nor do I want to know. Zio fell into a daze. Her lips trembled as she said, "What kind of person was my father?" The golden-masked man sighed as he replied, "He was a really brave, noble, and just aristocrat, but he wasn't that perfect. He was impulsive, eager, prone to anger." Zio silently listened and had planned on asking further, but all she said was a phrase. "Thank you. Go back. After obtaining the Judge formula, I'll leave you a message to meet me," the golden-masked man said with a wave. After Zio completely disappeared from the alley's entrance, the golden-masked man was just about to turn around when a slightly ethereal voice sounded in his ears. "She's lying. She had tailed Viscount Stratford to the scene back then. It's something that can be confirmed." The golden-masked man fell silent for a moment before saying to the shadow beside him, "She might have only been worried that this would arouse suspicion. How can she defeat Viscount Stratford at her sequence? Besides, wasn't it said that Viscount Stratford carried a Grade 1 sealed artifact? I believe that she likely didn't dare approach. Otherwise, she wouldn't even be able to survive." The slightly ethereal voice replied, "No matter what, since there is a doubt, we need to do further investigations. Don't inquire about it in the future." Outside the alley, Zia walked calmly along street lamps. She deliberately didn't mention that she had followed Viscount Stratford. This wasn't to hide the truth, to clear herself of suspicion, or to not invite trouble. In fact, that was contrary to her true motives. Before the Tarot Club, her plan was to say that she had followed Viscount Stratford to a particular warehouse in the dark area. Outside, she was scared off by a terrifying hurricane. This was more convincing and made it less prone to suspicion. However, after knowing that this matter piqued the world Jayaman Sparrow's interest, she secretly changed her mind and decided to use her explanation to garner suspicion. She felt that if she wanted to investigate the king's secret at a level, it might take another 3 to 5 years, or even longer. Perhaps there wouldn't be any hope forever. But with the world's help, success was a possibility. As such, she was willing to bear the risks and place herself right in the middle of the tides. And today, before meeting the golden-masked man from M. Zio had prayed to Mr. Fool so that he could inform the world Jam and Sparrow of her thoughts. Chapter 1045. Dreamwalker above the endless grey fog in the magnificent and ancient palace. With one hand holding the unshadowed crucifix and the other holding the sea guard scepter, he was observing the real world through the crimson star that represented judgment. In his spiritual vision, apart from the short Miss Zio and the golden-masked M. officer, there was another person hidden in the dark alley. This was a man in his 30s. He didn't have any special features, and he looked like the typical Lonese man from the mid-north area. Not only did he blend into the shadows, but he also had the characteristic of automatically making people dismiss his existence. If he weren't above the grey fog and had true vision, Klein suspected that even he wouldn't be able to discover the person if he were there in person. He would only be able to outline the person with his spiritual intuition when the person took any abnormal actions, hiding in the shadows with psychological invisibility. Half of it depends on an item, while the other half depends on his sequence. In conclusion, this isn't a demigod, that's right. In the eyes of the king's faction, Miss Zio is only a sequence 7 and doesn't have any notable mystical items. If the matter concerning Viscount Stratford was really related to her, there must be a mastermind behind her, or even a faction. In this situation, where there are undercurrents surging about, letting a demigod who might know too much perform the investigation might throw them into a trap. And if a demigod who knows little of the situation were to do it, there might be a chance that the information to be leaked to the 3 churches and result in an impetus for them to be investigated in this case. A sequence 5 or sequence 6 Beyonder with trustworthy strength, while also not knowing too many secrets due to his limitations in rank, is an excellent choice. Klein silently said to himself, giving up the thought of teleporting over as Jayaman Sparrow to capture him. He couldn't get any useful information for now. He decided to wait patiently, waiting for the situation to change. Of course, it wasn't possible for him to continue monitoring from above the grey fog. If that happened, his physical body in the real world would be defenseless for prolonged periods of time. An accident would be disastrous. Hence, he created a batch of charms and handed it to Judgment, the magician, and the other Tarot Club members. They were to immediately activate the charms if the situation deteriorated. That way, they could receive the help of the world. This would be simpler than directly reciting the honorific name of the fool to get him to forward the information. This was inspired from the Evernite coat of arms that the ascetic leader of the Church of Evernite, Ariana, had provided him. It was equivalent to a solidified ritual that pointed to him. From a mysticism angle, the principle wasn't complicated. The difficulty needed in carrying out the ritual was that the target could react upon receiving the news from a distance away. This was to mean that for a limited distance, a sequence 3 saint was fine, but for unlimited distances, it needed to be at the angel level. As a newly advanced demigod, Jaeman Sparrow was able to allow the charm to be useful because, when he made it, he used the corresponding honorific name and symbol of sea god Calvatua, and with the help of the grey fog, he could respond throughout the world. It sounded a little complicated, but simply put, he had made use of his other identities level. As for the materials used for the charms, they were mostly extremely easy to obtain and cheap. In the Backland Bridge area, Zio had both hands in her brown jacket pockets as she strolled leisurely along the streets. Under the light of a street lamp that was quite a distance away, her expression was relatively calm, but she was unusually tense. The hands in her pocket either held the handle of the wintry blade through a hole, while the other was holding onto a charm made of tin with some force. That was the summoning charm, provided by the world Jaeman Sparrow. As she walked, she made several detours without suffering from any ambush. The night remained quiet and tranquil. Initially, she was worried that the king's faction would be able to openly capture her through in or other official organizations and bring her back for an investigation. In this case, summoning Mr. World would only lead him into an extremely awkward and dangerous situation. It was equivalent to being at odds with all the official factions in Backland. But later, she realized that such a development wouldn't occur. This was because her existence would be exposed to the 3 churches. When that happens, the ones doing the investigation definitely wouldn't be the king's faction inside in. The investigation must be done in secret. The person that appears might not even be someone from the military. Well, they're still watching, afraid that I'm only bait. Mr. World said not to trouble him if we can resolve it ourselves. Zio looked around her without letting down her guard. She didn't continue loitering outside and returned to the periphery of East Borough and entered her rented condominium. Frankly speaking, she didn't want to involve Fours in this risky endeavor. However, the 2 of them were the ones who had been following Viscount Stratford. This meant that Fours had also been put on the investigation list. Although, as long as Fours hid in East Borough and seldom went out, it wasn't certain that in could find her. Doing so would lead to the corresponding investigations to reach out further. Based on her past experience, family and friends, as well as people communicated by letters, would definitely be investigated. This easily affected others. Furthermore, if the 2 of them hid separately and didn't stay together, the feeling of them being bait became too obvious. It made it difficult for them to hook up any targets. After getting Force approval, Zio finally chose to face the subsequent development with her friend. Opening the door and entering the house, Zio had just taken off her cap when she saw Fours put down the magazine. She stood up, curled her hair, smiled, and asked, "You weren't followed, right?" This was a secret signal that the 2 of them had agreed upon ahead of time. On the surface, it showed their concern about being followed, but they were actually asking if they had been investigated. No, Zio shook her head seriously. Fours didn't continue this topic. Instead, she went on and on, grumbling about how she couldn't buy any good tea leaves or alcoholic beverages in the vicinity. It required her to walk very far to find them. This warm and peaceful atmosphere continued till late at night. The 2 of them entered the bedroom and slept in a bunk bed. After the candles were extinguished, Zio was about to say something when a holy light suddenly appeared in front of her. The light instantly condensed into a silhouette, and 12 pairs of wings formed from scarlet flames appeared on its back. The figure descended, and the layers of wings closed, enveloping Zio. Mr. Fool's angelic blessing Zio was instantly enlightened. This was also a matter that she had solemnly asked Mr. Fool when she made the prayer to contact the world Jaeman Sparrow, as she already knew that, apart from the demoness sect, the psychology alchemists was also working with the king's faction. And not only were Beyonders of the spectator pathway capable of hypnosis, but they could also dreamwalk. They needed to be careful of any investigations that used these two powers. If she didn't prepare herself, she suspected that she wouldn't even detect an investigation that had been carried out, let alone be able to inform Mr. World. Everything quickly calmed down. Zio opened her mouth and said to Fours, who was sleeping in the bunk beneath her, "Good night, good night." Fours didn't react in time, as though she was almost falling asleep. This made Zio realize that she had also received the angelic blessings. Time ticked by and the two fell asleep. After an unknown period of time, the dazed Zio suddenly snapped awake, aware that she was dreaming. Right on the heels of that, she felt something shadowy floating in the dark sky, and all kinds of thoughts from deep within her heart surged out to form a dream. These thoughts were mainly things that she had been most keenly aware of recently, including the night she barged into the warehouse and attacked Viscount Stratford. At first, Zio was a little frightened. She wanted to wake up from her dream, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't extricate herself from that state. It was as though she was still in a dream even when she opened her eyes. She quickly calmed down and tried to control those thoughts, only to realize that it wasn't difficult. Thus, the memories of the attacks on Viscount Stratford were buried. However, after some consideration, Zio deliberately didn't do it well, leaving some clues behind. In the dreamland, she and Fours discovered that something weird had happened inside the warehouse, but it wasn't the same account she gave to M in an E that the tornado tore through the roof. Furthermore, they didn't escape immediately. Zio believed that this would allow the person who invaded her dreams to notice a problem, but be unable to resolve it. After this, the investigators would confirm that there was a demigod or some faction behind the two of them. They would then believe that they weren't too difficult to deal with because the level of the secret wasn't too high. This way, it was likely that they would send a demigod to deal with the aftermath, and this was a development that Zio anticipated. After all, every demigod had a high probability of knowing the king's secrets due to the positions they occupied. At this moment, Zio's dream began to turn scattered, as though she had escaped some sort of guidance. She knew that this was a sign of the intruder leaving. For the rest of the night, nothing abnormal happened to her and Fours. The sky lit up, and the morning sun's rays started to emanate through the thin fog. After breakfast, Audrey brought along her big golden retriever, Susie, her personal servant, Annie, and her bodyguard. They boarded their carriage as usual and headed for the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation at 22 Phelps Street. The chiming of bells rang out from the outside occasionally, bringing with them some sort of special energy. It made Audrey turn to look at the street and take in the sights of people coming and going. This calmed her down and made her feel more energized. She only felt that the whole world was filled with vibrancy. Just then, from the corner of her eye, Audrey saw a figure in the carriage. The figure was wearing a black three-piece suit, a dark red bow tie, and held a top hat in his hand. His hair was completely white, but it was still thick. His light blue eyes seemed to contain infinite wisdom. This was H. Vin Rambis, the psychology alchemist's counselor, a demigod from the spectator pathway. Suddenly, Audrey fell into a daze, as though she had lost all her vigilance and wariness. In the carriage, Susie, Annie, and the others wore vacant looks, as though they had entered a state of blankness. H. Vin Rambis's gentle voice rang out. Two things. Firstly, don't you know Fours and Z? Arrange to meet them and hypnotize them. Chapter 1046. A test. That gentle voice seemed to resonate with the thoughts deep in Audrey's heart. She only felt a little resistant to it before feeling as though it came from her heart and that it was her truest thoughts. H. Vin Rambis looked at her emerald green eyes and said unhurriedly, Secondly, in the upcoming banquets and balls, don't be as opposed as before to the few princes who take the initiative to show their fondness. Also, praise them a few times in front of Earl Hall and his wife. Remember all of the above. This is the reflection of your subconscious. Then, forget that I once said these things to you. Forget that this behavior is different from your usual behavior. Don't try to seek blessings, and stay away from key spots in the Church of Evernight's Mass. With that said, H. Vin Rambis retracted his gaze from Audrey's eyes. He turned to Q Annie and the rest, preventing them from being surprised by their mistress' subsequent odd behavior. After dealing with all these things, he disappeared from the carriage without causing a stir. Ring. Another bike passed by the window as Audrey's slightly anxious eyes recovered their luster. She looked at the people on the street, coming and going, when she suddenly let out a soft exclamation. Then, embarrassed, she turned her head to say to Annie and the rest, "I forgot something. I have to visit Glaint first." At this moment, the carriage hadn't left Empress Borough and wasn't too far from Viscount Glaint's residence. The servants, like Annie, didn't find it strange or become put in a difficult position. They quickly instructed the coachman to turn into another street. This continued until 20 minutes to 10 in the morning. Audrey finally arrived at Phelps Street. She walked into the second floor of the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation and entered her director's office. Looking at Annie and the others either organizing documents or using the spring water they brought alone to prepare black tea, Audrey brought Susie along to the lounge that was attached to her office. It was as though she wanted to check on her face to determine if she needed her lady's maid to help touch up her makeup. During this process, Audrey glanced at the keyhole and asked Susie in a relaxed manner, "Was there anything abnormal with my behavior today?" This was a habit that she had only gotten in the past few days. It had only started from the moment H. Vin Rambis disappeared. She knew that Mr. Fool's angelic blessing wasn't permanent. It could only be sustained for some time, and she wasn't able to determine when H. Vin Rambis would visit her. When that happens, she wouldn't have the time to pray to Mr. Fool and do the corresponding preparations. Therefore, from her understanding and cautious attitude towards psychology and mysticism, she not only checked her behavior 3 times a day for any abnormalities or for any excessive coincidences, but she also instructed Susie to take note of her condition and be her mirror. This was a precautionary measure of being hypnotized by H. Vin Rambis and cued without realizing it. Susie sat by the side and thought seriously before saying, "Yes." Audrey's smiling expression stiffened. She quickly looked at Susie and waited for her explanation. Susie wriggled her nose and looked around before continuing. "You didn't plan on paying a visit to Viscount Glaint when you left the house, but you changed your schedule halfway. Yowl informed me of the general schedule ahead of time over the past few days. Also, you said that you would discuss it with me if you decide to suddenly change or add to the schedule." Upon hearing Sussie's reply, Audrey's expression turned grave. She still didn't feel that there was anything unusual about this matter, but this situation was extremely abnormal. This made her almost certain. H. Vin Rambis had been here before, right after she left her house, and before she headed for Glaint's residence. The other party had already cued and hypnotized her and removed all traces. However, he didn't exhort a dog, making it feel like everything that it saw was normal. Audrey subconsciously wanted Susie to leave so that she could pray to Mr. Fool, but she was hesitant. Would my current behavior be monitored by H. Vin Rambis? Will he be sitting somewhere in this room and quietly be watching me now? If that were to happen, he would have discovered a problem when I asked Susie. Praying wouldn't make the outcome any worse even if he's here. Mr. Fool would also discover it. I can promise a future sacrifice and pray that he directly send divine punishment, however. Why don't I wish to pray and ask for help? Audrey stood there, all kinds of feelings running through her as she instinctively wanted to escape. This made her realize the contradiction, and she realized that there was a bit of resistance in her heart. From the perspective of psychology and mysticism, she had a vague guess. She quickly put aside the idea of seeking help, allowing herself to be in her usual state of praying to the goddess without the desire of getting a response. This greatly reduced the conflict in her heart. Audrey instantly became confident. She gestured for Susie to leave first, then she looked into the mirror and began softly hypnotizing herself. "You're not asking for help. You're only doing your usual prayers. You're not asking for help. You're only doing your usual prayers." After repeating it over and over again, the vortex deep in the light greenness of Audrey's eyes that could suck a person's soul slowly dissipated, and her eyes returned to normal. She then raised both her hands and placed them between her mouth and her nose. Then she chanted in ancient Hermes, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era I might met H. Vin Rambis." As she spoke, she didn't mention any desire for any help, but described her discovery. After waiting for a while, a deep red light appeared in front of Audrey, drowning her like a tidal wave. Suddenly, her thoughts became clear, and images flashed across her mind. It was H. Vin Rambis in his black three-piece suit, who was sitting in a horse carriage, sitting opposite her. It was the elder who had exhorted her with a gentle voice. It was the demigod from the spectator pathway, whose light blue eyes that seemed to contain infinite wisdom and vortices. At the same time, those words resounded in Audrey's ears again, making her remember everything that had happened. After the crimson glow disappeared, she saw the long bronze table in front of her. Sitting at the seat of honor at the end of the table was a figure shrouded in the grayish-white fog. As emotions of fear, horror, and panic surged through her, she stood up, lifted her skirt, and curtsied to the great existence. "Thank you for your blessings, honorable Mr. Fool." Klein nodded and smiled approvingly. "You handled it well." Upon hearing this, Audrey suddenly felt at ease, no longer as nervous as before. She sat down and calmly described what had happened to her. As the fool, there was no way for him to directly discuss things with Miss Justice, analyze it for her, or give suggestions. All he did was smile and say, "This is a test of fate." A test. Only through this test will I have the qualifications to become a demigod, so that I can protect the people I want to protect in Backland, which is in a state of turmoil. Audrey interpreted Mr. Fool's hint and nodded seriously. "I understand." Without another word, Klein sighed and smiled. "Go back and welcome it." Audrey was about to express her gratitude again when the crimson light appeared before her eyes, blurring everything she saw. In the blink of an eye, she returned to the real world. But she didn't forget or ignore anything a test. Does that mean that I have to resolve the danger of H. Vin Rambis without exposing my secrets? Even if I cause the death of H. Vin Rambis, I still wouldn't be suspected by the psychology alchemists. How should I do that? Audrey looked at the abnormally beautiful blonde in the mirror. She turned her head slightly and glanced slightly to the side. There was a large lounge in that direction. It belonged to the director, who didn't have any responsibilities in the Foundation. Just 10 minutes ago, Audrey had seen Mr. Duane dance inside when she was heading up the stairs. Above the grey fog, Klein's fingers tapped on the edge of the long mottled table as he analyzed what had happened between Miss Justice and Miss Judgment last night. "That's not right. Adam had given me the unshadowed crucifix through Miss Judgment and Miss Magician. How could he not know which existence is behind them? What other test needs to be done? Last night, I thought that the investigation of Miss Zio was purely an action from the King's faction, where they only used the help of a mid-sequence beyonder from the psychology alchemists. And for some reason, Adam didn't share any information of the Fool with the King's faction or the Demoness sect. After all, he still hopes that I can give him some feedback, but from the looks of it, this probe has Adam involved in it. Otherwise, H. Vin Rambis wouldn't be involved in this matter. Even for the Twilight Hermit Order, a saint is rather precious and important. They wouldn't give one up so easily as a sacrifice. What is Adam trying to test? He is testing to see if Miss Judgment's investigation of Viscount Stratford and her subsequent actions were purely by her own choice, or if it had the will of the Fool involved. If the Fool gets the unshadowed crucifix and realizes that the King's secret is related to Adam's scheme while still insisting that his subordinates investigate it, that will be making the Twilight Hermit Order an enemy. And Adam knows that Jaeman Sparrow is a blessed, but with Adam's abilities, there's no need to test out anything. Just sitting next to Miss Judgment and listening to her true thoughts will be enough to grasp the actual situation. There's no need to go through so much effort unless he has already left Backland, or rather, to avoid certain problems. He doesn't dare enter this big city again, and can only investigate it through his subordinates. My warning to Miss Ariana and the Church of Evernite has taken effect, causing Adam to sense the danger of a divine descent. Probably, even though he knows that Jaeman Sparrow has something to do with the Death Council, he probably wouldn't notice that something has happened to Artificial Death. Even the numinous Episcopate's Artificial Death faction hasn't noticed a thing. Therefore, with the authority of concealment augmenting this, he has no idea that the goddess wouldn't be able to carry out a divine descent for a long period of time. Next up, he'll have to deal with H. Vin Rambis. I must make sure that Miss Justice is steered clear so as to not have any relations and isn't suspected. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he saw Miss Justice Audrey enter the director's lounge through her prayer light in search of Duane Dance. He quickly reined in his thoughts and returned to the real world. Chapter 1047. Brainstorm. Good morning. Where's Mr. Dantes? Audrey smiled politely as she asked the young male valet that was of Lone and East Balam descent. Inuni bowed and said, "He went to the washroom and will be back soon. Honorable lady, do you wish to wait here? All right. Audrey found a single-seater and sat down with all sorts of thoughts running through her mind. Frankly speaking, if she only had to deal with H. Vin Rambis, she had already come up with a concrete plan. It was to hypnotize herself in advance. When H. Vin Rambis came to gather feedback, she would activate the world Jam and Sparrow's charm without any ill intent. Then she would work with the crazy adventurer to hunt the demigod. Humph, in order to ensure that there aren't any problems, I can also make a request to Mom Hermit for help. She's already a demigod and can lurk in the darkness. She can then combine forces with Mr. World at the critical moment. That way, H. Vin Rambis likely wouldn't be able to escape. Audrey pursed her lips as she held back from grinding her teeth. As for how the hermit was to come to Backland, she didn't find it problematic. She could rent Leymano's travels and get Mr. World to record teleport before requesting Mr. Fool to pass it to her. But this way, even if H. Vin Rambis didn't manage to escape, the psychology alchemists would have ample reason to suspect that the murderer was the last person the demigod had interacted with Audrey herself. And this means that there would be countless troubles in the future. Audrey's eyes shifted slightly as she tried hard to calm herself down. At that moment, the white-sideburned and elegant Dwayne Dantes returned from the washroom. He smiled and greeted the noble lady who was waiting for him. After letting his valet, Inuni, guard the door, this tycoon looked around before finally turning his gaze to Audrey. You seem to have encountered some difficulty. Audrey didn't interpret Mr. World's actions and replied frankly, yes. She gave a description of what she had encountered and said, what should I do to solve the problem? What she really meant was how she could avoid leaving behind any remnant problems for the future. Klein smiled and said, why don't you discuss it with the two ladies? That's right. Like Mr. Moon, we can request for a private mini-gathering. Oh, Judgment Zio. The Magician Fours will definitely participate. Apart from them, I can also invite Mr. World, Mr. Hanged Man, Mom Hermit, Mr. Moona. I can count him out. Audrey felt excited for some baffling reason. At this moment, she felt as though she wasn't fighting alone. I understand. Audrey nodded with a smile. She then thought of another problem and quickly took the opportunity to ask. H. Vin Rambis has made me no longer reject the princes and praise them in front of my parents. What's his motive? Klein thought for a moment and said, perhaps it's to show some kind of friendliness on the surface. It's to rope in your father and make a hint to the Church of Evernight behind him. Regardless of the king's secret, whether it succeeds or not, he will definitely need at least one Orthodox Church's support so as to reduce the opposing forces. Is that so? Audrey didn't really reject Mr. World's explanation. This was the politics she was familiar with if she stripped off the outer shell that involved Beyonder powers. She didn't stay any longer and returned to her own office. After settling her daily affairs, she grasped her afternoon break and prayed to Mr. Fool and applied for a mini-gathering to be convened. Above the endless grayish-white fog, dark red beams rose up around the long bronze table. Audrey looked around, stood up, and curtsied to the other members. Everyone, I have something I wish to hear from you. It sounds urgent. Alger nodded gently and replied. Audrey sat down and said, yes. She then looked at Zio and Fours. I met H. Vin Rambis this morning. He hypnotized me to do two things for him and to forget his appearance. Fortunately, I was quite careful and cautious. I quickly discovered something odd, and thanks to Mr. Fool's blessings, I remembered everything. One of the things H. Vin Rambis asked me to do was to arrange for a meeting with Miss Magician and Miss Judgment and take the opportunity to hypnotize them. He'll then obtain intel on the instigator for the actions they had recently taken and also get them to leave Backland as quickly as possible. What? Fours was originally worried about Miss Justice's safety, but she never expected things to make one rotation before coming back at her and Zio. To think they targeted Miss Audrey. It's really hard to guard against them. She's targeted by a demigod. After a moment of shock, Fours felt more astonished and afraid. She couldn't help but look at her friend and saw Zio sitting calmly, but her hands had unconsciously clenched into fists. Catlia didn't understand something as she frowned and asked. The psychology alchemists, or should I say H. Vin Rambis, discovered that Misjudgment and Misjudgment are members of our tarot club. This was a very serious and crucial matter. Audrey shook her head and said, no, it's only because I know them in the real world. At that moment, she no longer tried to hide her identity from Fours and Zio. In fact, ever since Zio joined the club and obtained the judgment card, Audrey knew that she would be exposed sooner or later. Through repeated observations, she had confirmed that her two friends had already guessed it, but they tacitly didn't expose her. "You know them?" Catlia asked in surprise as she adjusted her heavy glasses. Audrey nodded. "Yes, they were actually recommended by me. Mr. Hanged Man can testify." "Ah, didn't we chant Mr. Fool's honorific name because we wanted to save ourselves and get pulled in here? How did it become a recommendation process?" Fors looked at Miss Justice blankly before glancing at Zio, her face blank and confused. Zio also had that rare, similar expression because the word recommended had exceeded what she knew as well as her speculations. Audrey felt a little embarrassed. She blinked and explained to her two friends, "Because all of you have your own special qualities, and I also hope that the Tarot Club will develop and expand, I recommended the two of you to Mr. Fool. However, this was just a chance for you. If you hadn't passed Mr. Fool's test, he wouldn't have pulled you in." "Test? What kind of test did I undergo?" Fors was still confused. As for Zio, she thought of many things, especially the origins of the paper that had Mr. Fool's honorific name, as well as her frantic search for an exorcism. No wonder I had an inkling that they knew each other. No wonder Miss Judgment only entered the club after so long. This was probably due to their different individual experiences. Each of them has their own specialties. This specialty is the selection criteria. Do I have one? Catlia came to a realization as she came up with a theory. Upon seeing this, Alger, who had some level of judgment regarding this, wasn't at all surprised as he chuckled and said, "We can talk about this in the future. Miss Justice, the problem you would like to ask about is how to deal with H. Vin Rambis." "Yes." Audrey returned to the topic and asked seriously, "If we not only have to deal with H. Vin Rambis, but AW the psychology alchemists from suspecting me, what should I do?" Alger didn't have any experience in dealing with a demigod, so all he could do was rely on his insight that had been built up over the years. He deliberated and said, "Lock onto the whereabouts of H. Vin Rambis. Only take action after he has interacted with someone else." "How do I lock onto him?" Audrey asked the question herself before giving the answer. After getting the answer from Miss Judgment and Miss Magician, "I'll wait until H. Vin Rambis leaves after I meet him again. Then, I'll recite Mr. Fool's honorific name and ask him to cast his gaze on the demigod. Theoretically, it's possible. My true vision above the grey fog has a radius of nearly 10 kilometers. As long as H. Vin Rambis doesn't know teleport, I can confirm his location and trajectory for a short period of time. Then I can return to the real world and directly teleport over. This will require the help of divination, but the problem is that it requires the fool to personally intervene, as the world Jaeman Sparrow, Klein said in a hoarse voice. "Let me remind you of something. Miss Judgment and Miss Magician had mentioned Adam in the real world. The psychology alchemists originated from the ruins of Hermes, who is a member of the Twilight Hermit Order, and Mr. Fool doesn't wish to be at odds with the Twilight Hermit Order because of this matter. Even if we were to do anything, we must try not to let the other party know." This string of words contained a lot of information that made Alger, Catlia, and the rest feel like they were seriously experiencing a literal brainstorm. Zio and Fors were even more shocked. "So that organization is called the Twilight Hermit Order. Mr. Fool doesn't want to be its enemy over this matter. Is it because he had just finished collaborating with the Angel of Imagination, Adam, over the matter of Insi Zangwil? I never expected the psychology alchemists to be related to the Twilight Hermit Order." "Wait, Hermes. He's still alive. He's actually a member of the Twilight Hermit Order. The members of this organization are really unimaginably important figures." Alger first glanced at Jaeman Sparrow before failing to resist the urge to look at Catlia. He realized that the latter was equally shocked without hiding it. "The Twilight Hermit Order, is this the ancient secret organization that Emperor Roselle joined?" Catlia mumbled to herself, as if she was seeking confirmation. Jaeman Sparrow gave the answer. "Yes. After you return to the real world, it's best if you don't think about matters like this again. You'll easily be detected. If you don't trust yourself, you can get Miss Justice to give you some psychological cues." Chapter 1048. Real and Fake Spy in the ancient palace above the grey fog. With the world Jaeman Sparrow's words coming to an end, no one spoke for a moment. The entire place was silent. The psychology alchemists are cooperating with the king's faction and are investigating Zio. And the founding of the psychology alchemists, originated from the discovery of a Hermes ruins, and Hermes is a member of the Twilight Hermit Order. Its leader happens to be Angel of Imagination, Adam and Zio, and I had mentioned Adam. In the real world this were in the sights of a king of angels. This, in the world of mysticism, just a slight mistake can result in such dangerous circumstances. Force Mind was filled with Jaeman Sparrow's warnings as she was gripped by horror and panic. Although she had experienced many things in the past, she had never had such a clear realization of the thorny path Beyonders tread. Any mistakes could lead to a terrible consequence. I have to be more cautious in the future, of course. The premise is that I can survive under the watch of King of Angels Adam. May Mr. Fool bless me. Fors seriously reflected on the matter and silently prayed. Zio also didn't expect her situation to be so perilous. She didn't expect that something like this would involve a king of angels. She couldn't help but feel horrified and fearful, but she had already decided to sacrifice herself for the truth. She rapidly calmed down, but couldn't help but shoot a glance at the magician, feeling guilty for pulling her good friend into this conundrum. At this point in time, crying and feeling remorse won't solve the problem anymore. All I can do is try my best to keep Fours alive at the critical moment. Fortunately, there's still Mr. Fool's blessings. Zio cast her gaze at Justice Audrey as she thought to herself, then what should we do next? She had mixed feelings towards Miss Justice's recommendation. On the one hand, she knew that Audrey thought highly of the Tarot Club and had recommended her purely out of good intentions. On the other hand, she felt that she had gained the notice of a secret existence for no good reason. Thankfully, it was Mr. Fool, or she would have died a tragic death long ago. Even her soul wouldn't be able to receive deliverance. Well, I guess it's because I voluntarily chanted Mr. Fool's honorific name that I was dragged into it. There wasn't any coercion. Ultimately, I am sitting here of my own volition. It has nothing to do with Miss Justice. Also, if it weren't for her recommendation, I might never have such an opportunity to grow stronger to seek out the truth. Zio pursed her lips as she furtively took a deep breath. Justice Audrey knew about the relationship between the Twilight Hermit Order, Hermes, and Adam, so she was the calmest one there. She just never expected that Fours and Zio's casual mention of the Angel of Imagination had garnered his attention. This made her have an unprecedented awareness of the horror behind the words, any mention of it will be known. After some deliberation, Audrey looked at the world Jaeman Sparrow and tried to interpret his words. Does Mr. Fool mean that he doesn't want to directly make an enemy of the Twilight Hermit Order at the moment? Does that mean that it can be done indirectly? Klein nodded slightly and said, that should be the case. Does it involve interfering with divination, one's attention and prophecies? Audrey asked. At this mini-gathering, the world German sparrow represented the will of the fool. Klein laughed and hoarsely said, perhaps a little more indirect. He answered vaguely, because the fool hadn't thought of what to do either. Their conversation seemed to inspire Alger. He looked at Justice, the magician, and Judgment, one after another. Which of you is a believer of the Evernight goddess? He was almost certain that at least one of the three ladies believed in the Evernight goddess. After all, among the people of Lone and the residents of Backland, the standards for women and those who had been educated, these filtered out most of the believers of other deities. I am, Zio said without hiding anything. Audrey raised her hand slightly. Seeing this, Alger nodded slightly. We can try to mislead someone and make it seem like the Church of Evernight did something against H. Vin Rambis, not the Tarot Club. As he said this, Alger skillfully changed the pronoun he used to refer to the group. He was only invited to be a consultant and wouldn't actually be involved in the matter. He should have said you should do this and that, but he had chosen to use we. Pushing the blame to the Church of Evernight, this line of thought seems really familiar. Klein, in his The World German Sparrow's manifestation, suddenly found it amusing. Then how should the misdirection be done? Audrey's eyes shifted slightly as she hurriedly asked. Alger looked around and said, H. Vin Rambis only hypnotized you to not seek blessings and sit in key spots at the Church of Evernight's Mass where you can be cleansed to a certain degree. But he didn't ask you to avoid the Church of Evernight's Archbishop. You can use this to create an opportunity. Meet the Archbishop. Of course, there's no need to say anything. This way, when H. Vin Rambis dies or vanishes, The psychology alchemists will most probably suspect that the Church of Evemite had detected something wrong with you and had set up a trap. Without waiting for Miss Justice to respond, he looked at Zio. After you're hypnotized, but before you leave Backland, head to the nearest church of the Evernite goddess and pray seriously. Act like a spy sent by the Church of Evernite to infiltrate the Tarot Club. This will misdirect the psychology alchemists into believing that the matters pertaining to H. Vin Rambis were done by the Tarot Club, but was in fact a smokescreen. The true mastermind behind all of this is the Church of Evemite, acting like a spy in the Tarot Club that was sent by the Church of Evernite. Well, Klein felt a little guilty. He was a genuine blessed of Evernite, and Leonard was a genuine red glove. It should be said that the Tarot Club's convener and host, Mr. Fool, also draws the crimson moon on his chest. Klein muttered in amusement and helplessness. As a result, he was also rather inspired. This can only fool typical Bayanders. Without the blessings of Mr. Fool's angel, the higher-ups of the psychology alchemists can easily figure out the truth, Catlia reminded. The hanged man replied, so the main point is that we should be indirectly blessed by Mr. Fool. Otherwise, would it be impossible for us to deceive the spectator pathways king of angels, Adam? Also, Miss Magician and Miss Judgment, when you pray at the cathedral of the Evernite goddess, it's best if you pray to Mr. Fool and get his help in extricating yourself from the hypnosis and not immediately leave Backland. Under such circumstances, Backland is safer than anywhere else. All right, Zio replied seriously. Seeing that the discussion had reached this point, Audrey and the others all looked towards the world Jamin Sparrow, awaiting his response. Klein's thoughts had already taken shape. He deliberated for a moment, then laughed hoarsely. Actually, there are simpler ways to interfere. What methods are there? Audrey's eyes widened as she asked with concern. Klein looked at Miss Justice and pointed at the top of his head. Once H. Vin Rambis leaves, bum that hat accessory and trigger the charm I gave you. That feather hat accessory. The hat accessory that can get a so-called response from death. Mr. World hopes to get this existence to disrupt the divination, attention, and prophecy. Audrey's green eyes sparkled as she nodded in thought. I know what to do. When that happens, the response would be the power of concealment. This way, no matter what happens, Adam can only assume that the goddess had interfered, believing that she had blessed the whole family and has nothing to do with the Tarot Club. I wonder if the goddess will send Mom Ariana. That way, finishing off H. Vin Rambis will be made very simple. If not, I'll give myself Angel's Embrace ahead of time and use my marionettes which are dead. That will result in a high chance of victory. Klein mumbled inwardly without saying anything else. Just as Audrey quickly completed her plan, doing so as though she was talking to herself as she spoke to Zio and Fours. Visit me on Wednesday afternoon. This way, I'll have a chance to see the Church of Evernite's Archbishop in advance. I'll pray to Mr. Fool for him to provide his angelic blessings. That way, I won't be hypnotized by H. Vin Rambis when I meet him. Well, act once he leaves. H. Vin Rambis is a cautious and conservative person. He should continue choosing to meet me on the way to prevent himself from being caught or from falling into a trap soon. Amidst the discussions of the other members of the Tarot Club, the plan was complete. The world Jamin Sparrow declined Catlia's suggestion of providing help. After all, he couldn't guarantee that powerhouses from the Church of Evernite would be involved. As for the payment, all the spoils would belong to the world, and Audrey would provide him with a free help commission according to his request. On Wednesday afternoon, in Viscount Glaint's residence, after returning to the turf club, Audrey, who was wearing a simple white dress shirt and a pair of pants of the same, bright leather boots, and a black leather jacket that clung to her waist, stood inside the Viscount's study and looked at Zio and Fours. Who got you to investigate Viscount Stratford and pursue the king's secret? Her green eyes were like an ancient pool of water in a deep mountain. It was quiet, deep and clear, making one unknowingly sink into it. At this moment, Zio and Fours were really hypnotized. The former answered in a daze, "It was me. I'm investigating the cause of my father's death, however. I do pray to a particular existence to bless me." Audrey asked a few more questions and received a satisfactory answer. Then she said with a gentle voice, "Leave Backland and leave this place. You don't belong here." "All right, y'all wake up when you hear me clap." The moment she said that, Audrey clapped her hands and saw Zio and Force eyes regain their clarity. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Zio and Fours bade her farewell and left. Audrey began to wait patiently. She planned to stay inside Viscount Glaint's residence for another half an hour. She was waiting for Zio to enter the nearest Evernight Goddess Cathedral and finish her prayers before heading elsewhere. This way, regardless of whether H. Vin Rambis appeared en route or elsewhere, she would be prepared. Picking up the lady's bonnet with a white feather accessory, Audrey walked out of the study, planning to meet up with Susie and Annie first before chatting with Glaint to kill time. She had just taken 2 steps when she heard a gentle and smiling voice. "Well done." Audrey's pupils dilated as she hurriedly turned her head, only to see a silver-haired man standing next to an elegant wall lamp rack. His eyes were light blue, and his clothes were neat. He was none other than H. Vin Rambis. This demigod was actually waiting in Viscount Glaint's residence for Audrey to complete the hypnosis and receive the answer. At this moment, Zio and Fours probably hadn't walked out the main door. This was completely outside Audrey's expectations and the hanged man's analysis. This meant that H. Vin Rambis was present, so there was no need to question the target through Audrey. Being in the vicinity and personally hypnotizing them was just as dangerous. Chapter 1049. Spectators' intuition. How did this happen even if Zio and Fours didn't meet with any delays en route and maintain a relatively fast speed? It would take at least 15 minutes to arrive at the nearest Evernight Cathedral. Luckily, I was cautious enough and had prayed to Mr. Fool for an angelic blessing ahead of time. I also actually hypnotized Zio, and for an upheaval of thoughts instantly ran through her mind before she rapidly suppressed them. At first, she looked confused, and then her face wore a look of realization. It was as if she had finally woken up from her long dream and remembered the things that had been neglected. "Mr. Rambis, why are you here?" Audrey made her voice sound ethereal, as though she was still in a dreamy stupor. As she spoke, she made use of the control of her emotions as a psychiatrist to make an unavoidable hint of anxiety flash through her mind, doing so without causing any abnormalities. This unexpected turn of events made her unsure of how to proceed. Without a doubt, she understood that she had to first deal with H. Vin Rambis' subsequent questions so that the demigod wouldn't suspect anything. However, if that was the case, he would leave in 3 to 5 minutes after he was done asking. As for Zio and Fours, they definitely wouldn't have entered an Evernight Cathedral yet. This inhibited the step needed for the misdirection. And when the time came, igniting the hat accessory and summoning the world easily exposed flaws in the handling of matters in the end, they wouldn't be able to completely fix the inherent problems. No, I'd rather miss this opportunity than proceed with the plan without being fully prepared. Patience, tolerance, and caution are key in the mysterious world at the very least. H. Vin Rambis will be making use of me for a long period of time and not directly harm me. He wishes that I marry with some prince, and this process will take more than half a year. I still have plenty of time. I can wait for the second, third, or even fourth or fifth opportunity. The only problem is that I need to inform Zio and Fours and get them to really hide as quickly as possible. Audrey quickly came up with a decision as her eyes restored to normal while showing hints of wariness and fear. After observing her reaction and hearing her question, H. Vin Rambis smiled and said, "This should be your first time hypnotizing someone, and I was worried that an accident would happen, so I specially came here to wait. Heh heh, given your background, you don't usually have the chance to do this." His voice was gentle and laced with concern. It made the wariness and fear in Audrey's eyes subside bit by bit. But in Audrey's mind world, she once again felt her consciousness being split apart. Some of them were raised, looking down at the island and the sea. This made her clearly realize that her fond feelings and sense of security that she had just felt were all artificial. Seeing that Audrey had returned to normal, H. Vin Rambis nodded and said, "How did they answer your question just now?" Audrey honestly said. Zio said that the investigation of Viscount Stratford and the pursuit of the king's secret was all of her own will. She was very suspicious about the death of her father. Her father was the former captain of the Royal Guards, Earl Mason Dara. However, she mentioned that her actions were blessed by a certain existence. As she answered, Audrey almost stopped talking. This was because her spirituality high in the sky was looking down at Herselphone on the island of consciousness and the spiritual sea. She saw a figure rising up from the bottom of the sea as it followed up steps that appeared, passing through the subconscious realm and landing on her body of Hot and Mind's Island. The figure was wearing a black three-piece suit with a head full of silver hair. It was another H. Vin Rambis. There wasn't a hint of a smile on H. Vin Rambis' face. He had an extremely sinister air, and a part of his skin was covered in grayish-white scales. Not only did his eyes turn from pale blue to golden, they also turned vertical, looking like a particular animal. If it weren't for the fact that she had experienced something like this before, just the intense level of nervousness she currently felt might prevented Audrey from acting as though she hadn't noticed anything while ensuring that she didn't stop speaking or end up stammering. In the real world, H. Vin Rambis smiled as he looked at Audrey's pretty face and asked further, "Which existence's blessings?" Audrey shook her head as the island of consciousness began to change. When this matter was raised, Zio and Fours became very resistant. There were signs of escaping the hypnosis, so I didn't dare continue asking. Of course, the blessings of a particular existence could be explained as Mr. Fool's attention, and it could also be understood as the goddess, the lucid Audrey, muttered silently under the spiritual sky. H. Vin Rambis continued to circle around the questions and asked about the details of the hypnosis. After 2 or 3 minutes, he nodded satisfactorily and said, "Not bad. You do have a gift in hypnotizing people. When the recent events come to a close, I will give you the Dreamwalker potion and personally host the ritual for you. Oh yes, don't reject love and marriage too much. You're not even 20 years old, and it's the perfect time to pursue such matters. Your charm is enough to gain everyone's affection and enjoy their attention." H. Vin Rambis used an indirect hint and guidance to lower Audrey's resistance towards love and marriage. This detestable guy, Audrey puffed up her cheeks under her spiritual sky and muttered resentfully. She then controlled herself to reveal some shyness and longing. H. Vin Rambis didn't expect to succeed by simply following a logical process. Seeing this, he retracted his invading consciousness and allowed himself to leave the island. He turned around and said, "Forget what I just said. They're all spontaneous thoughts from your heart. After I leave this place and disappear from your sight, y'all forget that I was here." Upon hearing this, Audrey under the spiritual sky couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. This meant that H. Vin Rambis was about to leave, even though it had only been 5 minutes since his appearance, making it insufficient for Zio and Fours to enter the nearest Evernite cathedral. Audrey was still eager for H. Vin Rambis to leave as soon as possible. To face off a demigod of the spectator domain was unimaginably stressful. There's still a chance after this. As long as I maintain my consciousness, there will still be a chance. Audrey, don't be depressed. Don't be impatient, Audrey silently consoled herself as she watched H. Vin Rambis turn around and walk towards the hall. She didn't relax and didn't breathe. She tried her best to maintain her normal state. Suddenly, H. Vin Rambis stopped in his tracks and turned around. He narrowed his pale blue eyes and looked at Audrey. "Why were you so scared when you first saw me?" I was too surprised at that time, so I didn't manage to hide some of my emotions well. Audrey felt her scalp tingle under her long, blonde hair as her thoughts whirled quickly. She asked, puzzled, "Really? Isn't this normal? Someone suddenly appeared beside me. A brief shock is inevitable." H. Vin Rambis nodded, as if agreeing with this explanation. He sized up Audrey and suddenly said, "You used to carry a mystical item that can change one's form with you as an accessory. Why didn't you wear it today?" To a spectator, this detail was an abnormality. "Oh no, I've been hiding lie beneath my clothes most of the time." How did he notice that I wasn't wearing it this time? He has secretly read some of my memories. Memories that I didn't protect to appear normal faced with H. Vin Rambis' question. Audrey felt her thoughts stagnant. The reason why she wasn't wearing lie was simplesh, was afraid that this accessory would amplify her emotions, preventing her from being able to completely hide her true thoughts when facing a demigod from the spectator pathway. This meant that she had predicted that she would meet H. Vin Rambis today. This was something that shouldn't have happened under normal circumstances. In the blink of an eye, Audrey grabbed onto an idea and smiled blankly. "It will amplify my emotions and reduce the success rate of the hypnosis attempt. I removed it in advance to avoid any accidents." H. Vin Rambis nodded and said, "So that's the reason," just as Audrey was feeling a little relaxed. This spectator, Pathway's demigod, suddenly narrowed his eyes. "If it's just this matter, there's nothing worth suspecting. But compared to when you saw me, the fear that slightly exceeded normal limits seems to imply something." As he said that, H. Vin Rambis' light blue eyes turned vertical and was quickly dyed with the color of gold. The two golden vertical pupils clearly reflected Audrey's image in her rider's attire. With a buzz, Audrey's thoughts became extremely muddled. Only the her, under the spiritual sky, barely remained conscious. The surface of the spiritual sea surrounding the island surged with waves, enveloping it. At the same time, the sinister-looking H. Vin Rambis returned to the island and stopped beneath the sea surface, allowing patches of grayish-white dragon scales to fly into the foundation of the island where most of a human's subconscious lay. Audrey suddenly felt her thoughts twist, prompting her to say everything, confessing all her secrets. Relying on the lucidity of herself under the spiritual sky, she barely controlled herself and didn't reveal anything. She also knew that there would definitely be problems if this continued, so she quickly diverted some of her thoughts, and relying on the angelic blessing and her splintered consciousness, prevent H. Vin Rambis from noticing it. Some of those thoughts included reaching her hand into her left pocket. Just then, H. Vin Rambis, who had invaded her mind world, looked increasingly sinister as he snorted. There really is a problem. If there wasn't a problem, Audrey would have started with the most important matters, revealing all her secrets and private matters one by one, instead of staying silent. Likewise, since the manipulation attempt happened so quickly, Audrey didn't have the time to sort out all her secrets. Even if she wanted to hide anything, her lucidity would be discovered the moment she spoke. After confirming that something was off, H. Vin Rambis didn't hesitate any longer. His gaze turned extremely cold as grayish-white scales covered his skin. The storm in the spiritual sea suddenly intensified, and Audrey, who was under the spiritual sky, staggered. The last bastion of the defenses of her consciousness was rapidly weakening under the repeated attacks, putting it on the verge of shattering. Humph! H. Vin Rambis increased the force of the mind storm once again, feeling satisfied that Audrey's entire island was shaking. This meant that he was about to completely control her. At this moment, he heard an ancient word, fate. In the real world, H. Vin Rambis looked up in surprise. All he saw was that Audrey's green eyes were dyed with the brightest, the most dazzling gold. Chapter 1050. Good at using hypnosis, as the ancient Hermes' words resounded, the areas where Audrey and H. Vin Rambis stood dimmed. It was as if someone had passed by, blocking the window that was closest to them, then quickly left. By the time the light returned, the island filled with a terrifying mind storm in the illusory world had transformed from Audrey's to H. Vin Rambis. The person that had intruded on the other party's body of heart and mind went from H. Vin Rambis to Audrey. Fate's siphon charm. This was made using a worm of time as the material. Using the fool's powers, this charm was created. It could siphon off a corresponding target's subsequent fate for a short period of time, exchanging the corresponding fate with the user. It was the consultation fee Audrey had received from Jem and Sparrow after she treated Hazel's mental breakdown. With the corresponding charm, she could divert her future of having her consciousness defenses broken and losing control over her thoughts to H. Vin Rambis. She then siphoned off the mind storm from him and opened her target's door to the body of heart and mind. She then directly altered and planted the corresponding consciousness fate. In an instant, the situation reversed. Audrey went from the edge of collapse to gaining the absolute advantage. Of course, this advantage could only last for a short period of time. Frankly speaking, if it weren't for her imagining how she could save herself in a desperate situation, Audrey definitely wouldn't have thought of using the fate siphon charm. Or it could be said that, by the time she thought of it, it would be too late. At this moment, just like how she had practiced it countless times in her mind, she suppressed her surprised emotions from the effects of the fate siphon charm and quickly confirmed her condition. With her current advantage, she made the hypnosis and mind storm swirl together, instantly opening H. Vin Rambis' door to his body of heart and mind. H. Vin Rambis was instantly dumbfounded, as if he was an ordinary person whose attention had been diverted to Audrey's golden eyes, and thus fall under her hypnosis. Yes, at this moment, as a demigod of the spectator pathway, he had been controlled by Audrey, who was only a sequence 6. This way, even if the effects of the fate siphon charm came to an end, it wouldn't change the development in the real world. However, Audrey knew that, with the help of the magical charm, she was using H. Vin Rambis' powers to open the door to his body of heart and mind and achieve initial control. Whatever she wanted to do later would definitely be rejected by him. and with her sequence level, she had no means to resist or control such intense power. Furthermore, she could clearly sense that H. Vin Rambis was subconsciously resisting his current state. In the real world, a small amount of grey scales began to appear on his face. In no time, he would be able to forcefully extricate himself from the state of my initial control over his mind. A realization flashed across Audrey's mind. She then cast her gaze towards H. Vin Rambis' head, feeling a little regretful that she didn't carry a powerful revolver with her. Otherwise, she could take this opportunity to shoot at him several times in a row in an attempt to kill him. Soon, she recalled that she had dragon scales. She believed that H. Vin Rambis definitely had it, and that it was even stronger. It wasn't something an ordinary attack could tear through. Even most mystical items that were at the mid or low sequences couldn't do so. And if she couldn't kill him in one shot, H. Vin Rambis would definitely be able to use this opportunity to regain consciousness and escape her control. Without any hesitation, Audrey, who lacked the appropriate offensive abilities, quickly came to a decision. Hypnotize him. He's best at hypnotizing and is very resistant against this. So he wouldn't prepare any additional items that can affect his defense. I can't let him do things that will be against his will. With our difference in levels, I definitely can't resist the corresponding subconscious resistance he puts up. Thoughts ran through Audrey's mind as she spread her slightly parched lips. She tried hard not to show any signs of abnormality as she looked into H. Vin Rambis' eyes and said in a gentle voice, "Find a spot inside Glaint's mansion and wait. Find me in the garden 15 minutes later." Such a subconscious thought didn't stir any obvious signs of being rejected. Therefore, Audrey was able to complete her control rather smoothly. To H. Vin Rambis, he was indeed looking for Audrey today, and the venue for the meeting was also Viscount Glaint's mansion. Audrey's hypnosis was simply changing the corresponding time and place, and the discrepancies were just in a very small aspect. It matched H. Vin Rambis' thoughts and didn't waste too much of his effort. Therefore, she didn't encounter any intense resistance. "All right," H. Vin Rambis responded to Audrey's words. Audrey didn't care to let out a sigh of relief. She focused and continued looking into the other party's eyes. She gently said, "You will only come looking for me in 15 minutes, so you haven't seen me today. Since you haven't seen me, everything that happened just now definitely didn't happen. They will be forgotten." As H. Vin Rambis had accepted the hypnosis, he followed the logical train of thought. Although there was resistance, it wasn't anything intense. Soon, the golden light disappeared from those alluring eyes. "Yes, I haven't seen you before. Nothing happened just now," H. Vin Rambis repeated with a blank expression. The grayish-white scales on the surface of his skin had increased significantly again. After completing this crucial step, Audrey resisted the urge to pat her chest and thought for a second. "When you hear my singing, it will become quiet." She wanted to hypnotize him with her charm, but she realized that she wasn't able to take on a seductive pose, and she couldn't make the corresponding expressions. She could only lift her hand to comb her blonde hair and tilt her head. The ripples in her eyes swirled as her smile beamed. Following that, she hummed a melody, manna under the moon in a nasal voice. H. Vin Rambis looked at the girl in front of him, who looked as beautiful as sunlight, flowers, and gems. Listening to the ethereal voice, his mind gradually turned silent, as he no longer had any resistance. Seeing that her initial control was about to be released, Audrey didn't hesitate and pointed to the other side of the corridor. "Go over there, and you will regain consciousness and dispel dragon scales when you see the stained glass." She knew very well that on the other side of the corridor there were exquisite white stained glass. This order didn't pose any danger, nor did it violate H. Vin Rambis' will. He immediately took a step forward, walked down the corridor, and turned right. Only when his back disappeared from her sights did Audrey slowly exhale, allowing the fear, alarm, and anxiety to surge into her heart. Her body trembled slightly as she opened her mouth slightly. She couldn't help but gasp and exhale. 10 seconds later, Audrey used placate on herself and calmed herself down. Then she glanced at the wall clock and stood there, raising her hands and placing them in front of her mouth and nose, reciting Mr. Fool's honorific name in a low voice. She prayed for an angelic blessing again and requested this great existence to tell the world Jayaman Sparrow that she had confirmed when H. Vin Rambis would arrive and would summon him 2 minutes ahead of time, allowing him to arrive at the appropriate moment. There was no need to be in a rush or to be too close to prevent H. Vin Rambis from being aware of an ambush. During this process, Audrey only briefly mentioned what had happened. She didn't elaborate on it to prevent wasting any time. Following that, she raised her hands and pressed her cheeks, completely restoring her expression to normal. She began hypnotizing herself, allowing herself to sing the melody the moment she saw H. Vin Rambis. After doing all of this, Audrey went to the main hall and first found the golden retriever, Susie. She then retrieved the lie necklace and the alcohol nemesis diamond brooch. The latter, which could resist any mental influence, could only be worn for half an hour. Otherwise, the damage one's liver and brain suffered would be irreversible. Therefore, Audrey prepared to wear them again after she left Glaint's residence to prevent H. Vin Rambis from finding her midway. Susie didn't notice anything amiss with Audrey as she watched her wear the brooch and necklace. After a few minutes, Audrey folded a black fishnet glove into her equestrian pocket and used the excuse of going to the washroom, making a detour to Viscount Glaint's garden. Then she looked at the large clock hung up on the attached tower, her mind tensing up as she memorized the time. To her, she was afraid that H. Vin Rambis wouldn't come, but she was also worried that he might come early or be late. Time passed by slowly and Audrey used placate twice to calm herself down. When there were still 2 minutes and 15 seconds left, she took off the feather accessory on her hat and flicked her wrist. The scarlet flames soared, igniting the white feather. This was Lie's flame-controlling ability. As the flames burned, they turned pale. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the feather, which was a product of artificial death, was reduced to ashes. Nothing happened around her. Looking at the clock, Audrey took out a charm made of tin and recited a word in ancient Hermes. Lightning! The charm lit up as though many tiny electric snakes were entangling with it. It was a charm that summoned Jam and Sparrow. When the lightning dissipated, the charm completely disintegrated and melted into the void. However, there was still silence without so much as a sound. Zio and Fours should found a church of Evernite Cathedral and begun praying. Audrey calmed down and pretended to enjoy the flowers of the remaining autumn days. She didn't lift her head to look at the large clock, counting the time in her heart. 3, 2, 1. She slowly raised her head and looked around, but she didn't see H. Vin Rambis. He discovered something strange and distanced himself from this place. Audrey's heart tightened as she couldn't help but think back to what she had missed. At that moment, she heard a gentle voice. "What are you looking for?" Audrey's pupils dilated. From the corner of her eye, she realized that the silver-haired, blue-eyed H. Vin Rambis had appeared beside her at some point in time, a hint of suspicion hidden in his voice. Having already hypnotized herself, she didn't hesitate at all. She followed her subconscious and started humming the melodic Manor Under the Moon. Amidst the ethereal voice, H. Vin Rambis calmed down and listened attentively. Suddenly, he realized that the distance between him and Audrey had become very far despite them remaining in their respective spots. The dark night enveloped the garden despite it being late in the afternoon. A huge crimson moon rose over the top of the building as a figure stood there, wearing a black trench coat and a half-top hat. His face looked hazy due to the backlighting.